Unresolved, Eric found himself vacillating between Cindy Crawford and Linda Evangelista, while Tyra Banks, the original host, was excluded due to age concerns. Eric, there's less than half a year until the fall lineup in September. Reality shows need to be produced all at once. We don't have much time to waste. Have you decided which of Linda Evangelista or Cindy Crawford to go with? Katzenberg pressed. Eric hesitated, saying, I've been thinking about this too. Both of them are incredible, so Jeffrey, what do you think about splitting them? Katzenberg frowned slightly. Eric, you mean having them alternate as hosts? That's not a good idea. Switching hosts could easily distract the audience. No, what I mean is, since we now have a $100 million project budget, why not kick off 2 reality shows at the same time, with them as hosts? Katzenberg became interested. Eric, do you have a good idea? That's what I've been struggling with recently. I have some thoughts, but I'm not too familiar with this area. Katzenberg wore a puzzled expression, not fully understanding what Eric meant. I'm saying, Eric continued, this idea relates to last year's Victoria's Secret fashion show. During the preparation period for that project, designers brought forth dozens of angel costume designs every week, but in the end, only about 40 were selected. The elimination process was incredibly fierce, and several designers didn't even have any of their designs used. I've been thinking, since we can host a model competition, why can't we create a reality show that focuses on fashion design? The only problem is, I don't know enough about fashion design to know if this is a good plan. What Eric was referring to was the competing show, Project Runway. The 2 programs were launched around the same time and were considered rivals with nearly equal ratings. Furthermore, as the hosts of these programs, Tyra Banks and Heidi Klum had both, at one point, topped Forbes' list of highest-paid TV actresses. Unfortunately, Eric had never been particularly interested in fashion design in his former life. While he had skimmed a few episodes of America's Next Top Model just to see the models, he hadn't watched a single episode of Project Runway. In contrast to Eric's hesitation, Katzenberg was quite optimistic. Eric, often a successful project starts with a single thought. Walt Disney got the idea for Disneyland by watching his daughter play. He probably had no idea how to create a theme park back then, but now Disneyland exists all over the world. Plus, I think your idea might be even better than America's Next Top Model. There are countless individuals in America who are very interested in design. Many slightly well-known celebrities love to launch their personal brands, but many lesser-known designers struggle to gain recognition. If we can provide a platform for a fashion design reality show, not only will it attract talented designers, but the audience, who cherish their design dreams, would love to watch it too. As for the fashion design aspects, we can let professionals handle that. The Hearst Group has so many world-class fashion magazines. They could easily bring in an editor-in-chief to serve as the artistic consultant for this reality show, and Cindy and Linda, being supermodels for so many years, would surely have better taste in fashion than most ordinary designers. They'd be excellent hosts. Well, they're in New York right now too. Since Easter is coming up, I'll take some time to think it over and discuss it with them. Eric conceded, reassured by Katzenberg's words. His initial hesitation stemmed from wanting to play it safe. After all, just as they began reforms at Lifetime Television, if they encountered failure with an original program, which could heavily impact future plans for the network. Thinking it over, it made sense to start production and see how it went. If the show's quality didn't meet his expectations, they could shelve the project. Besides, the potential loss would only amount to a few $1,000,000. Easter falls on the first Sunday after the spring equinox, and students usually had a week off for spring break, though it wasn't a national holiday. Yet, it was still the weekend. Eric returned early to East Hampton on Long Island, planning to spend time with his women and kids. This year, Easter came much later than usual. It typically fell in March, but this year it was April 16th. At the same time, DreamWorks officially released Resident Evil, distributed by MGM, a week before Easter in 2,500 theaters. The movie, which cost $30 million to make, was considered moderately budgeted. Eric chose not to use the version he remembered from the movies, opting instead for a storyline based on the game. Compared to Milla's live-action role, he preferred the 2 3D animated films produced by Capcom based on the game's narrative, especially the battle scenes featuring Jill Valentine and the President of Eastern Europe in Resident Evil, Vendetta. Those scenes were simply outstanding. Although it wasn't possible to start with Resident Evil Vendetta, he could always change the villain. And since the script included Ada Wong, he could definitely work those action sequences into the film. So, during the scriptwriting process, Eric had even sketched out some storyboard scenes to share with the writers and invited action coordinators from Hong Kong for those fight scenes during production. Undoubtedly, the results were excellent. Once the film released, audiences most enjoyed the epic showdown of Leroy Washington against the Tyrant and the close combat between Ada Wong, portrayed by a rising star, and the main antagonist, Kelly, whose performance propelled her into fame, making her a beloved action star among fans. Although media reviews generally weren't high, the film's solid plot, well-developed setting, and sufficient highlights led to a strong $23 million opening weekend. Industry estimates predicted the film's North American gross could reach around $60 million, which would nearly recoup production costs. Eric knew well that Resident Evil's key market wasn't North America, but overseas. In his previous life, none of the Resident Evil movies had exceeded $100 million in North America, yet the series became the first to break the $1 billion mark in global box office revenue for video game adaptations. Despite some media personalities mocking the film as Eric's worst-performing Hollywood debut, when the opening weekend numbers came in, executives at MGM and DreamWorks quickly reached out to Eric, eager to start plans for a sequel. At his villa in East Hampton, Eric hung up the phone with MGM CEO Frank Mancuso and stood up to head outside. It was April 15th, a Saturday. On Friday, the box office for Resident Evil's second week was published, showing a 30% drop from the previous week's opening, which adjusted the total revenue back to $70 million. Hence, Frank Mancuso called once again, excited to share good news while discussing sequel plans. Eric had no objections. April in New York saw the weather just warming up, and today was sunny and lovely with moderate temperatures. In the backyard of the villa, Joanna and Virginia were seated at a table with the kids, decorating Easter eggs. Eric walked out of the villa, bypassed the swimming pool, and approached the lawn. He picked up Emma, who was dashing over to show off her little colored egg, and came to the table, catching sight of Ava Pacula, who had quickly appeared after just a brief phone call. He smiled and said, "What brought you here?" Ava, not pleased, poked him with a paintbrush. "Did my sister complain about me, and now you're doing it too?" "Me? How could I complain about you?" Eric laughed as he dodged her poke and set Emma down on a small chair. The little one immediately reached for the paintbrush on the table, forgetting all about Eric. Eric looked around. Virginia was holding Kevin's hand and carefully drawing patterns on an egg, clearly enjoying herself. When she saw Eric approaching, she raised the egg toward him as if to show off how great her son was, while Hawaii, sitting on Joanna's lap, held a marker with a bored expression on her face. Eric leaned in to kiss his little son's cheek, pulled a chair over, and took Hawaii into his arms. "Come here, sweetheart. Did Mom paint badly? Let Daddy show you how to do it." Joanna smiled as she watched Eric take their daughter, passing her the egg and paintbrush. "Hawaii's not interested in this. Maybe I'm just too terrible at it, haha." "Well then, let's start with a silly face," Eric said, holding onto Hawaii's little hand in the same way Virginia did. Hawaii squirmed slightly in Eric's grasp, feeling the roughness of her father's big hand. Eventually, she relaxed with a sigh. "Ugh, why do I have to paint these silly things on a hard-boiled egg? So dumb." The little girl mentally complained, glancing sideways at the small boy sitting in Vicky's lap, pouting. "Wow, he got paint all over his face. How clumsy." Her gaze drifted back to her mother, who rested her chin on one hand, wearing a warm smile as she looked at them. Hawaii sighed again in her heart. Oh, however, seeing the look of happiness on Mommy's face as she watched Daddy teach her how to paint, she figured she'd pretend to be clumsy like Kevin for now. But boy, this was so hard. "Geez, Daddy, how could you hold my little hand and still mess it up?" "Seriously?" The little girl couldn't help but remark. "Daddy, why are we drawing this stuff?" "To celebrate Easter," Eric explained. "Then what's Easter?" "Because people say Jesus will rise again on this day, and that's why it's called Easter." "Who's Jesus?" "The Son of God." "Who's God?" "I can't quite explain that." "Then why do we celebrate the day Jesus rose from the dead?" "Because Jesus is many people's faith." "What's faith?" Faith is something a person needs to hold on to in their heart. Hold on to what? Hold on to what you think is right. Daddy, what's your faith? Oh, sweetheart, you caught me off guard there. But you could ask your mom. Mommy, what's your faith? God. The little girl blinked her large, pretty eyes, just like her mother's, and mentally sorted through this information, finding a loop. Then, she realized that Daddy and Mommy were just brushing her off. Again. Sigh. How could these grown-ups treat a little kid like this? I'm only 2 years old. Chapter 714, 715, Contracting. 2 cars drove along the narrow asphalt roads of East Hampton, eventually stopping outside a mansion on the coast of southern East Hampton. Cindy Crawford and Linda Evangelista stepped out of their respective cars, approached the mansion's front door, and rang the bell, patiently waiting for a moment until a woman's voice inquired who it was. After announcing their names, the door swung open. They returned to their cars and drove into the estate. They maneuvered through an S-shaped concrete driveway, stopping in front of an extravagant European-style villa. A middle-aged maid approached them and politely said, "Miss Crawford, Miss Evangelista, please follow me." The 2 women followed the maid, holding their handbags as Cindy Crawford asked, "Where's Eric?" "Mr. Williams is with the ladies and children decorating Easter eggs," the maid replied as she led them into the villa's living room. She instructed a younger maid to prepare coffee for them and walked toward the backyard. Upon hearing the maid's words, Cindy Crawford and Linda Evangelista exchanged a brief look, a flicker of tension passing between them as they tried to maintain their civility. Since Eric informed them about coming to New York, it became clear that the hosting position for America's Next Top Model would likely be a contest between the 2 of them. Despite having 3 fewer competitors, the underlying competitiveness between them felt even more intense as they forced themselves to remain polite on the surface. However, the maid's words somehow intensified the unspoken tension between them. Cindy Crawford leaned in and whispered, "How much do you think this estate is worth? 20 million, maybe? Who knows? We can't afford it anyway," Linda Evangelista answered casually, though her mind raced with thoughts about the size of the estate, which already spanned 5 to 6 acres just in the front yard. Given its coastal location, there must be a private beach too, adding up to well over 20 acres, equivalent to around 8 hectares. Even though both were considered high-income individuals, affording such a mansion seemed impossible, let alone maintaining it. Moreover, the East Hampton estates weren't like buying a car. The unique neighborhood governance in the U.S. meant that the buyer not only needed to agree on a price with the seller, but also needed the approval from the other residents in the neighborhood. Most of the residents in East Hampton were wealthy businesspeople or high-profile politicians, and it would be anything but simple for them to penetrate that elite circle. After serving coffee, the maid politely inquired if they needed anything else. Seeing them shake their heads, she took her leave. The living room fell silent for a brief moment. Cindy Crawford took a sip of her coffee and turned to glance at the glass doors leading to the backyard. After contemplating for a moment, she exchanged a knowing look with Linda Evangelista, got up quietly, and walked toward the door. Linda raised an eyebrow at Cindy's behavior, sensing it might be inappropriate. However, her curiosity proved too strong to resist, and she followed suit. They stood side by side behind the glass door, peering into the backyard. The first thing that caught their eyes was a swimming pool, a staple of many American backyards. Further out, a white cement path was flanked by a small children's playground on one side and a lawn on the other. In the middle of the lawn sat a table covered with a variety of colorful items. 6 or 7 figures encircled the table, and the maid they had just seen today was nearby. Eric, dressed casually, leaned over the table, affectionately kissing a woman and one of his children. Eric being a father was no secret, but this was the first time either of them had seen it in person. From prior experiences, Cindy Crawford and Linda Evangelista expected Eric would be discreet about his illegitimate children, just like many billionaires who wouldn't even acknowledge their existence. Yet the scene before them challenged their preconceived notions. Even from a distance, the warm interaction between Eric and his children made it clear he truly was a devoted father. After a moment of daze, Cindy Crawford pulled her gaze away, surveying the lavish European villa beside her, and sighed. "It's quite depressing, really. We work hard all our lives, but it's better to have a child." The moment she spoke, Cindy suddenly snapped back to reality, glancing at Linda Evangelista. Their eyes met briefly, and she rushed to notice Linda's averted gaze flickering. Cindy instantly realized Linda must be contemplating the same thoughts, granting her some relief and easing her guilt. Not daring to snoop any longer, they both silently returned to their seats next to the sofa. In the backyard, Eric was painting eggs with his daughter, Hawaii. Upon hearing the maid's report, Virginia, sitting opposite him, rolled her eyes. "You're really busy. You haven't even finished a basket of eggs and have already run out several times. I just wanted to spend some more time with you guys at home," Eric chuckled, releasing Hawaii and observing Virginia's sulky expression. He leaned across the table with both hands, saying, "Come here, sweetheart, let Daddy give you a kiss." He leaned in toward Virginia's cheek. "You cheeky guy, always taking advantage of me," Virginia replied playfully, tilting her cheek for Eric to kiss. She then lifted Kevin for Eric to kiss as well. Eric planted a kiss on his son's chubby cheek, then drew close to Emma, who bounced over, crying, "Daddy, Daddy, I want a kiss too." Of course, Eric kissed Emma's cheek, turned to Joanna next, making an effort not to favor anyone. When it was Hawaii's turn, the little girl blinked rapidly, realizing this was her chance to escape from the boring task of decorating eggs. Letting Eric plant a kiss on her cheek, she promptly tugged on his shirt sleeve, asking, "Daddy, can I go with you to see the guests?" Before Eric could respond, Joanna rubbed Hawaii's head and said with a laugh, "Sorry, sweetheart, but Daddy has very important matters to discuss." Hawaii recalled how Emma acted when being spoiled, tugging Eric's sleeve again with her innocent voice. "Daddy, I'm just a little girl. I don't know anything. I won't interrupt your talks." Eric stared at Hawaii, appearing utterly baffled by her logic. The room fell silent for a moment before Virginia, Joanna, and Ava erupted into laughter at Hawaii's innocent declaration. "Ha ha, sweetie, you just revealed your own secrets," Ava said, unable to contain her amusement as she pinched Hawaii's cheek playfully. "Hey, Aunt Ava, stop that, or I'll complain to Mom," Hawaii protested, swatting Ava's hand away, though her little voice carried little weight. "Wow, that's a serious threat. Let Aunt Ava squeeze you a little more." Ava laughed. "Hey, let go, or I'll bite you." "That's enough. You two stop it. Hawaii, come over to Mommy, and don't bother Daddy." After some playful scuffles, Joanna stepped in to mediate, ushering her daughter to her side and waving at Eric, signaling him to get back to work. After painting eggs for a while, Eric had a bit of dye on his shirt and hurriedly changed into clean clothes. After washing his hands, he finally entered the living room. "Cindy, Linda, I'm truly sorry to have you come all the way here," Eric said, embracing the two women. "No worries, we're not too busy anyway," Cindy Crawford replied with a smile. Eric nodded. "Let's head to my office. We can discuss things there." Once in the office, Eric retrieved 2 prepared documents from the bookshelf and sat at his desk. Watching the 2 women opposite him, who appeared slightly anxious, he laughed and said, "No need to worry now. Initially, I only had the production plan for America's Next Top Model, but I recently thought of another idea, so both of you will get a job." Cindy Crawford tucked away her earlier distracting thoughts and perked up. "Eric, are you saying Firefly is planning to produce 2 fashion reality shows?" "Yes," Eric confirmed. "Out of the 5 of you, I believe only the 2 of you are suitable for this. The only remaining question is which of you will take which role." Cindy and Linda exchanged glances but said nothing, waiting for Eric to elaborate. "You're already familiar with the details of America's Next Top Model, so let me explain the other idea. This is also a competitive show, but instead of models, it focuses on fashion designers. We're tentatively naming it Project Runway." Linda Evangelista replied, "Eric, America's Next Top Model seems more feasible, but the expertise required for fashion design is much greater. Will people actually want to watch that?" Without answering, Eric asked, "Have either of you thought about creating a personal brand named after yourselves?" "Well, I've considered it, but I've always been too busy," Cindy replied. "I thought about starting a perfume line," Linda Evangelista shrugged, the thought clearly bringing up past disappointments. "That's precisely it," Eric said, smiling. "In today's entertainment industry, anyone with a bit of fame likes to launch their personal brand. So for many ordinary people, they definitely have dreamed about this." This show will align perfectly with their aspirations. And let's not forget, there's also a substantial audience of urban women who are very fashion conscious because Project Runway will air on Lifetime under A&E networks, primarily targeting young women. Can we see the documents first? Cindy Crawford cautiously suggested, pointing to the papers in Eric's hands. Eric laid the two documents on the table. These don't relate much to the show, they're just some rough budget plans. You'll need to find the exact format of the show yourselves. Cindy and Linda were puzzled again. Hadn't Eric mentioned they were to host? Well, Eric continued, I initially had some ideas for America's Next Top Model, but now I've decided to entrust both projects entirely to you two, with just me overseeing everything. Eric, I don't quite understand, Cindy Crawford remarked. Incredulity etched across her face. Eric clarified, what I mean is that you both will serve as hosts and producers for America's Next Top Model and Project Runway. Though Linda was thrilled by the producer title, she recognized her limitations. Eric, I have no idea how to even begin. Let's start with your compensation. Eric smiled. As producers of both shows, you will each receive a 10% profit share from America's Next Top Model and Project Runway. How much that 10% amounts to will depend on how exceptionally you produce the shows. Eric, do we need to invest anything? Cindy's eyes lit up as she asked. Not at all. Firefly will provide a $20 million production budget for each project, so you won't need to put in any of your own money. So what will we need to do? Linda Evangelista asked, feeling energized by the prospect of receiving a 10% net profit share. She was well aware that with Eric overseeing both projects, the risk of failure was dramatically reduced. Even if the shows didn't achieve the terrifying ratings and profits of Survivor, the commercial returns would still be seen as considerable. Here's the key, Eric said with a smile. Don't think that this 10% profit share will be handed to you easily. The reason I'm giving these two projects to you is that I don't know much about the fashion industry, whereas you've both been entrenched in this world for years, familiar with all the rules, and possessing sufficient vision and experience. So while Firefly will provide some staffing, you'll need to assemble your own core creative team for the professional side of things. Chapter 715, 716. Is that too stingy? The original success of America's Next Top Model and Project Runway can be largely attributed to the duo of Tyra Banks and Heidi Klum, who simultaneously served as hosts and producers, deeply involved in the show's production. Despite having watched a few episodes of America's Next Top Model, Eric knew that even if he tried to replicate those ideas, the results would likely be completely off base, as his knowledge of fashion was quite limited. He could identify a good model's makeup and walk, but was far from being able to provide detailed critiques. However, those issues were easily managed by these two top supermodels who had been navigating the fashion world for years. Yet Eric realized just having these two stunning women host wouldn't be sufficient to ensure their passionate involvement in the programs, which prompted him to consider the collaborative model from his past life, allocating a small portion of the profit to incentivize their deeper commitment to the show, which would leave him more at ease. Having explained his vision, Cindy Crawford pointed at the documents. Eric, you're asking us to build our own core team, but with just a production budget. We don't know how to execute that. Linda Evangelista chimed in. Yeah, Eric, you have to give us some guidance. Let's start assigning some tasks first, Eric laughed, handing the documents to Cindy and Linda. Given what I know about you two, Cindy is more suited for America's Next Top Model. Linda, you'll handle Project Runway. Linda Evangelista hesitated as she took the document from Eric without instantly flipping it open. Eric, you might not know me well enough. Otherwise, you'd realize I'm actually more fitting for America's Next Top Model, being the first supermodel. From earlier conversation, Linda discerned that Project Runway was likely Eric's last-minute idea, whereas a supermodel competition was inherently more relatable. The prospects for Project Runway didn't seem as strong as those for America's Next Top Model. Although Eric's insistence left her no choice but to accept, she thought it best to try and contest it a bit. What if Eric agreed with her? Before Eric could speak, Cindy Crawford retorted, Linda, I also was the first supermodel to host a television show, so I'm clearly more suited to America's Next Top Model. What's the point of being a fashion show host for years? Honestly, Cindy, I think the taste of your outfit today isn't that great. and I just didn't say anything earlier. Oh, thank you for your input, Linda. Cindy Crawford settled back into her office chair, unbothered, looking at Eric with a smile. Eric, Linda's taste in outfits exceeds mine, so she's more suitable as the producer of Project Runway. Caught off guard by how she'd unintentionally undermined herself, Linda sniffed with annoyance. Looking at Eric. Hey, enough fighting. It's settled then, Eric remarked as he saw the competitive looks between the two women, chuckling. My faith in both of you has just gone up. Oh, why's that? Cindy Crawford asked, sensing a mischievous glint in Eric's smile. Do you know what the most important element in reality TV is? Eric countered, not answering directly. Both women looked up at him, and Eric continued. The most important aspect of reality shows is drama. Your earlier exchange could be seamlessly integrated into a reality TV segment without any editing. Both Cindy Crawford and Linda Evangelista felt a bit embarrassed, but Eric was unfazed as he continued. Both of your projects have equally good prospects. It all boils down to how well you execute. In Project Runway, if you can capture the essence of reality TV, even if viewers aren't initially versed in fashion, they'll find enjoyment in the designer rivalries. Having caught a recent episode of Survivor, Cindy turned to Eric and asked, Eric, I've always been curious. Does Survivor have a script? Yes, absolutely, Eric replied with a nod. Cindy suddenly felt like she'd been deceived. Survivor had long promoted itself as completely unscripted, and she used to enjoy that show. So, all the things we see on television are pre-planned. You'll be creating your own show soon enough, so it's essential for you to understand this, Eric explained. Reality shows have scripts, but they're not like traditional film scripts centered around dialogue. They focus on show format. Besides a few signature lines for the hosts, the other parts are mostly tailored around the contestants' personas to create potential narratives. However, these scenarios aren't mandatory for contestants. The production team subtly guides the actions they wish for. As he explained, Eric's smile grew wider as he turned to the two women and added, For instance, let's say I want to create a little conflict between you two, so I assign both promising projects to one of you, leaving the other dissatisfied. That's how you both just ended up in such a situation. Linda Evangelista responded with a playful glare. Eric, you're so naughty. Are you making fun of us? I only speak the truth, Eric replied with a laugh. Another key point is motivation. Contestants in a reality show are intelligent enough to recognize what the production team desires. With the lure of hefty prizes, they'll likely take actions that fulfill those expectations. In the minds of ordinary viewers, a script usually refers to a dialogue script, while in reality shows, scripts focus more on actions. Hence, when reality shows claim there's no script, it isn't outright falsehood. Cindy then wondered aloud. Eric, what if we crafted a narrative but the contestants refused to follow along? There are numerous contestants in one reality show, so during filming, the production team can capture hours of footage, while the final edited episodes typically only last about 43 minutes. Thus, you can always select the best footage that meets your needs from the pile. If nothing works, the issue undoubtedly lies with you. Moreover, for particularly stubborn contestants, the straightforward solution is simply passing them. And as the show progresses and contestants dwindle, you won't have to worry, as those who stay will be the ones familiar with the rules and willing to cooperate. Wow, it feels like my entire outlook on life has been reshaped. Is this still a professional reality show? I mean, will our expertise come into play? Linda Evangelista exclaimed dramatically. Eric nodded. Of course. If in your show, the fashion designer's creations are stunning enough to amaze everyone, you have to keep them on board to ensure fairness. That principle of skill eclipses everything else means that those with such talent will less likely participate in reality shows. Cindy, however, was more pragmatic in her thinking. Eric, I'm just thinking, can you lend us a few experienced producers from the Survivor project? Absolutely. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have arranged it. I stated earlier that Firefly would provide some staff. That includes them. Then, Eric, can you share your vision for Project Runway? I can't go in completely blind, Linda Evangelista insisted. Although Eric hadn't seen Project Runway, he could gauge its basic format, recognizing it as a follow-up to America's Next Top Model. Firstly, Your creative team will be essential. Firefly will assign a few professionals who've worked on Survivor to assist you. But if you directly mimic Survivor's setup, I can foresee that this show will fail. So while starting from Survivor's success, you need to develop your own style. For Project Runway, you should start choosing a few judges, 3 full-time judges, including yourself, plus an established fashion designer and a chief editor from a fashion magazine. You could probably get support from Hearst Corporation for this. If you have individuals in mind, you're welcome to follow your vision. Linda tilted her head, considering this. Eric, what do you think about Anna Wintour? Eric gave her a perplexed look. Cindy then laughed out loudly, sarcastically chiming in. Linda, I reckon Karl Lagerfeld would suit it even better. Just invite the old guy to rule over everything. Upon realizing her whimsical suggestion, Linda quickly backtracked but still tossed back. I was just throwing ideas around. No need to get so excited. All right, stop bickering. Eric found amusement in the spat, but felt it was not the right time to indulge. Once the two women turned their attention back to him, Eric continued, Linda, understand that you are the core and face of this program. Therefore, the most prominent figure in the show has to be you. Even I won't appear on any producer lists. When selecting guest panelists, ideally, the 2 fixed guest judges can't have a greater profile than you, and any guest appearances must consider sustainability. Even if you have the connections, you can't expect anyone to attend for free. You need to pay them a guest appearance fee. Given the show's budget of $20 million, you can only occasionally invite a big star for special episodes. That would offer viewers a surprise. More often than not, it's best to invite those with a certain level of fame, but who aren't too big. Linda Evangelista nodded. What about the other details? I've seen Survivor, so should we have a competitive group mechanism similar to that? You and your team will need to hash that out internally. I can only offer my thoughts. Group competition doesn't work because each designer is an individual with their own style. Hence in the show, you may implement group competitions occasionally, but most of the time, a more individual-focused approach works best. I think each episode could feature a theme and give them a set time to create. You can judge their works and eliminate contestants one by one until a champion emerges. That will be the general structure for each episode. Cindy Crawford asked curiously, are we rewarding the champion with a prize of $1 million too? Not feasible at all. We're a niche TV network offering niche programs, so it's only $100,000, Eric clarified. $100,000? Isn't that stingy? Do you expect everyone to earn as much as you two? The average American salary is less than $50,000. For most, $100,000 is significant. To keep this show authentic, the selection of contestants must strictly be from the working class levels. Models should be fresh faces from small towns, and designers can't be too professional. Moreover, the final reward can't solely be monetary. The ultimate prize for America's Next Top Model should offer the model the resources required for pursuing a career, such as an opportunity to grace the cover of a top fashion magazine. Hearst Corporation would provide that support. Additionally, there would also be chances for contracts with modeling agencies. I believe your management companies would eagerly embrace that collaboration. And for me, what about my compensation? Linda Evangelista questioned. Yours would also be a $100,000 cash prize, plus ideally, a chance to collaborate with a fashion company. You can reach out to them, and I'll speak with LTD as well. Eric casually waved his hand. In summary, they're entirely your business. Don't expect too much assistance from me. I'll just ensure the quality of your work. Chapter 716, 717. Did I say that? Before they knew it, they had been talking for over an hour when the door to the study was gently tapped. Ava Pacula peeked in. Eric, Vicky asked me to see if you're keeping guests for lunch, she said. Eric knew as soon as he heard Virginia's name that she had sent Ava to rush them along. Glancing at the clock, which was nearing 11, he realized that since Virginia didn't want both women to stay for lunch, he shouldn't insist. He told Ava, no need, we've finished discussing everything. Cindy and Linda can head back to New York just in time. Oh, then I'll let Vicky know, Ava said with a sly wink, sticking her head back out, and the door quietly closed behind her. In that case, you all can leave now. I'll treat you to lunch another time, Eric said after Ava left, rising to his feet. Cindy Crawford and Linda Evangelista understood exactly what just transpired. If the tables were turned, they felt they would have done the same thing, but they certainly felt a bit disgruntled. After saying their goodbyes to Eric, Cindy and Linda got into their cars and left the seaside estate. They drove along the serene roads for a few minutes until they reached downtown East Hampton. Linda noticed as Cindy parked her car in front of a restaurant, and she followed suit. The two women walked into the restaurant with their bags. With lunchtime approaching, the dining area was already bustling with guests. Their striking presence caught the attention of many, and while most guests merely discreetly stole glances, a few even called out friendly greetings. Two casually dressed girls eagerly approached them, with one asking, "Linda, Cindy, can we get your autographs?" "Of course," Cindy said, feeling lifted by the attention. She gladly took the paper and pen from the girl, signed quickly, and handed them to Linda Evangelista. As they signed, the girls chattered excitedly. "We didn't expect you guys to be here. Jill even said we might not run into any celebrities." "Oh, we're here on vacation, and the white beaches of East Hampton are so beautiful. It's a pity it's a bit cold right now. We can't really swim." Upon hearing the girl's opening remark, Linda paused, quickly finishing her autograph. She returned the paper and pen, losing a bit of interest in continuing the conversation with her eager fans. After a few brief exchanges, the two women were guided to their seats by a waiter. Cindy took the menu from the server and grimaced at the prices, which were even higher than those at Manhattan's finest restaurants. In a bit of a defiant mood, she ordered several of the most expensive items. When the waiter left, Cindy complained, "What does he mean we just happen to be able to rush back to New York? Doesn't he realize it takes 2 hours to drive from East Hampton to Manhattan? By the time we get back, we'll be starving." Hearing Cindy's mix of envy and frustration, Linda felt less upset. She rummaged through her purse, pulled out the documents Eric had given them, and casually replied, "Why didn't you just point that out to him? Then he would have felt awkward about rushing us out." "I couldn't care less," Cindy scoffed softly, adding randomly, "She's acting all high and mighty just because she had a child. Does she really think she's the boss?" Linda flipped through the documents without looking up, saying, "We need to come up with a proposal in 2 weeks, prepare in May, and that barely leaves us 3 months for production. Plus, we have to make time for the fall fashion week, and then it's immediately the Victoria's Secret show. I'm genuinely worried about whether I'm going to lose my mind from everything on my plate." Seeing that lunch would still take a while, Cindy dug into her bag for the documents. "No one is forcing you. If you say you don't want to do this anymore, those bitches will definitely come at you shouting. Just make sure you don't regret it in the future. Look at what Naomi Campbell has been doing lately. You can tell she's regretting turning down the Victoria's Secret show from last year." Linda recalled the rumors circulating about Naomi Campbell trying to leverage connections to oust Tyra Banks from the Victoria's Secret campaign. She shook her head, disdainfully saying, "I think she's completely missed the point. The Victoria's Secret Angels brand was built by Williams, and he's a major shareholder at Ltd. Without his approval, no one will just swap out Victoria's Secret representatives. Do you think she doesn't get that? She simply hasn't had the chance to connect with Williams, and even if she did, it might not help. Plus, she's way too greedy. There are 6 themes for the Victoria's Secret show, but only 5 models. If it were me, I'd aim to snag an opening slot for one of the themes to maintain my standing in the industry." Linda envied Cindy's sharp business acumen. Hearing this, she said, "If you've given it so much thought, why didn't you give her a heads up? What would I get from alerting her? Friendship? Huh?" Cindy dismissed, laughing derisively as she glanced toward the kitchen before turning her focus back to the documents. Linda flipped through a few more pages of the files before looking up suddenly. "Cindy, I have a great idea. Hear me out." "Oh, let's hear it. If it's good, I'll use it without hesitation," Cindy replied absently as she thought about which guests she could invite in the future. She felt that Linda's intelligence probably wouldn't land a great idea. Unfazed by Cindy's lack of enthusiasm, Linda excitedly proposed, "You know our shows will air concurrently. My show needs models, and yours definitely needs designers. Why don't we do a crossover episode? It would be a huge draw." "Wow, that's not a bad idea," Cindy acknowledged, but then shook her head, saying, "I don't want a crossover. What if your show flops and pulls me down with it?" Linda retorted, "Hey, I'm talking about something serious here. And why can't it be the other way around? What if you drag me down?" Cindy tilted her chin slightly and replied, "Because that's just not going to happen. You're so full of yourself. You're wrong. This is confidence. Forget it. I'm not going to argue with you." Linda conceded, but then couldn't help but ask, "So, if we did a 10% split, how much would we make?" Last year's Victoria's Secret show cost about $20 million to produce. "I'm not expecting too much. As long as the show's profit is not less than a tenth of the Victoria's Secret show, I'll be satisfied." Linda recalled the profit figures from the Victoria's Secret show and remarked, "Well, you'd only end up with about $3 million. That's pretty low for 5 months of work." Cindy chuckled, but didn't feel the need to explain anything further to Linda. The media loved to boast about how much these top models earned every year, but the actual figures often differed dramatically from the reports. Take Cindy herself, for instance. Some media outlets exaggerated her earnings last year to $25 million, but that just wasn't accurate. While it was true that she grossed about $25 million, that figure was like a company's revenue. It represented earnings, not profit. Of that $25 million, $10 million was from her Victoria's Secret endorsement. The remaining $15 million primarily came from new advertising contracts gained through the influence of the Victoria's Secret show. Those contracts required very little from her. Mostly, she just needed to show up at events and film some ads, so their rates were far lower than Victoria's Secret's, but the average contract lasted about 3 years. With those contracts in hand, she'd have to avoid taking on many more endorsements in the coming years. To break it down, her Victoria's Secret contract lasted 5 years, averaging $2 million per year, while her other contracts had an average length of 3 years at $5 million annually. Combined, that brought her earnings to $7 million per year. But even that wasn't the end. At her income level, she had to pay a 35% personal income tax, plus her agency took a 10% cut. In the end, she was left with just about $3.85 million, which was her actual annual income. Moreover, the modeling industry was known for its rapid turnover, and even for someone like her, a supermodel, her income would certainly decline as she got older and new talents emerged. That's why Cindy cared much more about job security than Linda, who was far less sensitive to money. She distinctly remembered Eric saying that as long as this reality show performed well, it could sustain production for dozens of seasons. Dozens of seasons. Cindy didn't dare wish for that. However, if it could run for 10 years, she'd be able to save a substantial nest egg before hitting 40, allowing her a dignified retirement. As her thoughts wandered toward the future, Cindy inexplicably recalled the sprawling estate on the East Hampton coastline that she had spotted earlier in the day, along with a few fleeting figures nearby. Remembering the guy whose wealth Forbes reported at $46.5 billion, she realized that even if she maintained her current income of over $3 million a year, she would never come close to even 1% of his net worth, which left her feeling a sense of helplessness as she stared up at the stars. She murmured, "Sigh, maybe it'd be better to just have a kid." Sitting across from her, Linda Evangelista caught that last remark and suddenly looked up. "Cindy, what did you say?" Cindy wore a puzzled expression. "Did I say something?" Linda nodded with certainty. "You did, and this is the second time." A brief flicker of panic crossed Cindy's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, lowering her gaze back to the documents and lazily countered, "What did I say?" "You know what you said." "Oh, I forgot." Linda then playfully threatened, "Watch out, or I might tell him what you were thinking." Cindy shrugged nonchalantly. "Go ahead. Who's to say whether that thought was yours or mine?" Linda widened her eyes in shock, instinctively raising her voice. "My thought? How dare you pin that on me?" Cindy gestured around them, asking, "Shush. Do you want these people to laugh at us?" Noticing that other patrons were already glancing their way, Linda lowered her voice. "Anyway, I heard what I heard." "Fine. Whatever." Cindy shrugged, not worrying much about it. She felt that this idea was like a contagious virus, and she was sure Linda had caught it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fixated on that little detail just now, seemingly intent on proving something. The purchasing power of women far exceeded that of men. This was a consensus everyone shared. Thus, Lifetime Television possessed this potential consumer base since advertisers would definitely prefer targeting female audiences. The U.S. cable television market had been brewing for over a decade, and was on the brink of explosion. This intense phase of industry upheaval often provided the best opportunity for oligopolistic enterprises to emerge. While no singular female network had dominated the landscape in this timeline, no one doubted that cable television held that potential. If they could seize the opportunity and launch a network comparable in scale to ESPN, it wasn't out of the question. The fundamental factor for a television network's success was still its outstanding programming. Though they already had America's Next Top Model and Project Runway, a network could not rely solely on reality shows to maintain viewership. Television series were indispensable. Eric had a considerable advantage here. While considering the two reality shows, he had already thought of a drama perfect for Lifetime television. However, Lifetime's annual budget was only $100 million. Although Eric held high expectations for it, he couldn't push things too quickly. Overinvestment could lead to losses, which would not only be demoralizing but could also hinder future development plans. Of the $100 million budget, $40 million was already allocated to the two reality shows. Additionally, the network needed to order a range of television programs to fill various time slots, along with setting aside enough for marketing expenses. Therefore, the remaining $60 million is simply not enough to squeeze out the budget for producing a TV series. Of course, if America's Next Top Model and Project Runway performed well during the fall season, Lifetime Television's budget would significantly increase. After Easter, Eric temporarily reduced his focus on the Firefly Group, channeling most of his energy into negotiating the Firefly investment in Sprint. On another front, the collaboration talks between Firefly and Hasbro concerning toy merchandise were progressing smoothly. Both sides showed a strong desire to cooperate. By the end of April, a detailed proposal had been prepared. After Jeffrey Katzenberg represented Firefly Group to sign the partnership agreement with Hasbro, he didn't rush to leave New York. Instead, he relied on Lifetime Television's next phase of development planning to lobby various cable networks, hoping to secure more subscribers for Lifetime before the fall season. Chapter 717, 718, Speculative Mindset. Throughout May, Eric and Chris were busy working on Firefly Investment Company's acquisition of a stake in the telecommunications operator, Sprint. Both parties had reached a rough agreement on the transaction in early May, with Sprint planning to issue 400 million shares of stock to Firefly Investment for a capital injection of $1.32 billion. After the deal was complete, Sprint would increase its total share capital to 4 billion shares, with Firefly Investment owning 10% and securing 2 seats on Sprint's board of directors. If this deal succeeded, Sprint would likely adopt Qualcomm's CDMA technology, thanks to the push from Firefly Investment. However, the process was far from over once they drafted the deal. Though the barriers to entry in the communications industry were gradually loosening, getting a foothold in such a tightly regulated sector required navigating through layers of approval. Firefly and Sprint first needed to submit their plan to the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, for antitrust review. Along with owning Qualcomm, which was involved in the research and development of mobile communication technology, Firefly Investment also held controlling shares in Nokia, a manufacturer of mobile communication base stations and terminal equipment. If they successfully acquired a stake in Sprint, they would essentially have a grip on the entire mobile communication industry chain, drawing strong suspicions of monopolistic intentions. If this had been 10 years prior, the FTC would have immediately rejected this transaction. However, in recent years, the federal government continued to ease legal restrictions on the telecommunications sector, giving this transaction a possibility of approval. After Eric and Chris attended several FTC hearings regarding the deal and engaged in behind-the-scenes lobbying, by the end of May, the FTC finally approved the transaction. While dealing with the FTC, Firefly Investment and Sprint also submitted relevant applications to the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, and the Federal Communications Commission, FCC. With the FTC's unpredictable approval obtained, the remaining 2 agencies were much simpler to navigate. Within a week of the FTC's approval, both the SEC and FCC also granted their approval for the deal. On May 26th, the signing ceremony for Firefly Investment and Sprint took place at the Sprint Group headquarters in Manhattan. At the press conference following the signing, senior executives from both Firefly Investment and Sprint publicly announced that Sprint would collaborate deeply with Qualcomm to build a nationwide mobile communication network utilizing CDMA technology. Just a month earlier, Verizon had joined the CDMA camp after securing $300 million in targeted bond financing from Firefly Investment. Now, with Sprint holding nearly half of the A and B class mobile communication licenses, announcing its entry into the CDMA arena, it marked the resolution of disputes over mobile communication technology standards in the United States. CDMA technology not only escaped being entirely sidelined, but also captured more than half of the U.S. mobile communication market. As soon as the conference ended, Qualcomm's stock price began to surge, skyrocketing by 8% during trading hours to close at $31.50 per share, comfortably above the $30 mark. Compared to approximately $17 per share at the end of the previous year, Qualcomm's market cap had increased by 85% in just 6 months, making it only a matter of time before it doubled. I remember the last time I was in San Diego, Qualcomm's communications equipment manufacturing plant was just starting to select a location. They wouldn't be able to scale production until at least the end of the year, Eric mused. Although Sprint committed to using CDMA technology, they can't wait 6 months, so they've decided to temporarily implement a GSM network in the Washington area. Additionally, Qualcomm initially planned to partner with Sony to build the factory, but I vetoed that plan. If we're going to collaborate, it should definitely be with Nokia. This is a prime opportunity for Nokia to enter the US market. Before we took control of Nokia in 1991, Qualcomm had already granted Nokia a complete set of CDMA technology licenses. While Nokia focused on GSM development, they do have some foundation in that area and can provide a number of management personnel for Qualcomm's manufacturing facility. The next day was Saturday. After a busy Friday, many tasks had finally concluded, and Chris brought Emily to East Hampton. However, the two quickly retreated to Eric's study to discuss business. Naturally, the conversation started with Qualcomm. Chris understood very well that Eric's recent strategic moves were largely aimed at benefiting Qualcomm. Leaning back in his chair, Eric listened to Chris and replied, "When it comes to GSM and CDMA, I'd think that for the time being neither side could effectively push the other out of the market. Therefore, the best route is actually the integration of both technologies. It's similar to this DVD format dispute. The two major DVD technology standard camps were very smart about not wasting another decade fighting over our plus and our dash, choosing instead to support each other. It had been a few years since the DVD standard was established, and Hollywood had been doing everything to delay the launch of DVDs due to concerns over the cheaper cost of DVD piracy. However, it was no longer possible to delay further. Following the experience with the Sony Betamax lawsuit, Hollywood could not rely on litigation to block the emergence of DVDs. It was expected that major DVD manufacturers would release DVD players after the summer blockbuster season. Chris, also informed on this topic, chimed in, "The standards held by the two DVD technology camps still belong to the same generation of technology, so supporting each other wouldn't be difficult. But GSM and CDMA are two completely different generations of technology standards. The integration will mostly be impossible." Eric clarified, "I'm not talking about integration at the operator level, but rather at the terminal level. Nokia has GSM technology, Qualcomm has CDMA technology, and both have significantly deep technical accumulations in these standards. Therefore, launching phones that support both GSM and CDMA networks shouldn't be hard at all. Dual mode and full network phones. Supporting multiple network standards were very common in later years. In 1995, however, the new generation of digital communication technology was just beginning to become widespread. The major tech camps were fully focused on squeezing one another out of the market and had never considered coexistence or integration. Therefore, a multi-network compatible phone was a brand new concept. Chris's eyes lit up. "Eric, that's a brilliant idea. How about we hold a conference call tomorrow with Jorma Alala and Erwin Jacobs to discuss this? A phone that can support both GSM and CDMA networks might not have a huge market in Europe, but in North America, where GSM and CDMA coexist, there's definitely potential. Go ahead and arrange it. Jurassic Park 2 is releasing on June 2nd, and I might be able to stay in New York for another week, Eric replied. He was also planning to have an in-depth discussion with Nokia's CEO, Jorma Ollila, soon. Nokia was one of the first manufacturers to bet on GSM technology, which was key to its rapid rise in recent years. While it didn't monopolize CDMA patents like Qualcomm, Nokia had the most GSM-related patents among major telecommunications equipment manufacturers. Months ago, when news surfaced that Firefly Investment was acquiring shares in Qualcomm, Jorma Ollila expressed confusion over Eric's strategies in emails. He believed that blocking Qualcomm's CDMA technology would better serve Nokia's interests. Now, Eric not only supported CDMA technology but also captured half of the mobile communication market in the US, which surely stirred some tension, even if Jorma's public reaction remained calm. Although Eric had explained the intentions behind his actions over the phone and via email, more communication would surely be beneficial. Only through maintaining open dialogue and understanding each other's intentions could Eric comfortably delegate the management of his enterprises. This would free him up for other pursuits. Chris habitually pulled out a small notebook from his shirt pocket to jot down this matter seriously before turning back to Eric. Once we settle this, I think we should discuss Yahoo. I've been in contact with Ian and the others, and I have a good grasp of their general thoughts, Eric nodded. The employee stock option plan was set to expire this year, and Firefly Investments' team began evaluating the performance of Yahoo's senior management to determine their stock rewards. Originally, Eric planned to initiate Yahoo's IPO after this stock incentive program ended. However, recently, the top executives unanimously expressed the desire for Eric to delay Yahoo's IPO. Their reasoning was quite sound. The capital market was overly profit-driven, and once Yahoo went public, it would face performance pressures, undermining its current strategy of cautious, steady growth. After repeated persuading from Yahoo's management, Eric began to reconsider this matter. A few years back, Eric had originally intended to take Yahoo public in 1995, aiming to cash in on the rapidly inflating internet bubble. Once his Yahoo stocks moved past the lockup period, he hoped to net a substantial sum as Yahoo's stock price soared. In hindsight, Eric's plan had a very obvious speculative mindset, subconsciously focusing on cashing out rather than nurturing Yahoo's growth. Through these years of reflection, Eric recognized that if he maintained such a mindset, his career would inevitably reach a bottleneck at some point in the future. Seeing Eric lost in thought, Chris asked, "So, Eric, what are you thinking now? I suppose you agree with their idea, right?" Eric smiled, countering his question. Chris nodded candidly. The capital markets are currently very favorable toward internet investments. So, I believe if we delay going public for a few years until Yahoo has a clearer profitability outlook, we can certainly reap greater rewards. Eric recalled the timeline from his previous reality, where the Nasdaq index began to soar in 1998, skyrocketing from just over 1,000 points to over 5,000 within 2 years. If Yahoo went public after 1998, the funds gathered in the initial public offering would have unquestionably been several times those available now. However, under a stringent financial regulatory system, that money would predominantly be allocated to Yahoo's own development rather than completely belonging to Eric. While there were ways to transfer some of those funds, doing so carried legal risks. It certainly paled against the safety of simply offloading personal shares. Cash out, cash out, cash out. Eric repeated the word in his mind, suddenly realizing that he wasn't lacking in money anymore. No matter how much he cashed out, it would still go towards investment. This sudden clarity brought Eric a sense of enlightenment. He turned to Chris and said, "Let's do it this way. We'll delay the IPO plan, but in any case, we'll aim to complete the IPO before our contract with Microsoft goes into effect." Of course, Chris chuckled, relieved that if Eric had insisted otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to persuade him. Speaking of which, Microsoft's Windows 95 is set to launch in August. I assume you've already started using this system, right? Microsoft's stock has been on the rise lately. The market seems very optimistic about this new operating system. While Microsoft confirmed that Windows 95 would launch in late August, several testing versions had already been released, and piracy of copies had spread widely outside the US. Eric most certainly used this now familiar operating system, stating, "I feel this system could allow Microsoft to monopolize the operating system market. which likely means we're going to be butting heads with them in the coming years. Microsoft has firmly established its dominance in the operating system market. They will undoubtedly look to penetrate the internet market now. I can't even confirm whether Bill Gates might forcibly tear up our agreement. After all, Microsoft may not want to wait until 1999. I feel Microsoft has already begun to show signs of restlessness, Chris replied with a smile. Steve called me a few days ago, mentioning that Microsoft had reached out to him, hoping he would leave Yahoo to join their upcoming internet division. The Steve Chris referred to was Steve Mitnick, who was responsible for Yahoo's technical department and a good friend of Chris from college. In Eric's view of Yahoo's top management, Ian Gerner, Jeff Locke, Steve Mitnick, and Tina Brown. Steve Mitnick was the most critical for Yahoo because he oversaw the core technical R&D for most of Yahoo's major internet products. If he were poached, Yahoo would undoubtedly face a protracted period of turmoil. Thus, this news shocked Eric, leading him to instinctively ask, "Really?" Chris nodded. Seeing Eric's worried expression, he added with a smile, "But you really don't have to worry. I know Steve's character very well. Since he called me, he surely isn't going to leave Yahoo." Eric couldn't completely set his worries aside, asking, "What about the others?" Chapter 718, 719, Misleading the Entire Industry. Chris had it a lot easier than Eric. He remarked, "Based on the initial assessment, Ian and Steve will receive 3 million shares each. Jeff Locke will get 2 million shares, and Tina Brown will receive 1 million shares." According to Wall Street's current valuation of Yahoo at $5 billion. With this stock incentive plan, they're set to jump straight into the 100 millionaire club. The likelihood of the four of them leaving is very low. Besides them, a significant group of mid-level managers and exceptional employees will also receive stock options ranging from a maximum of 200,000 to a minimum of 10,000 shares. There might be some losses from this group being poached for high salaries, but it won't have a major impact on Yahoo. Yahoo's total stock was around 100 million shares, and based on Wall Street's valuation of $5 billion, the share price equated to $50. After implementing this stock incentive plan, Yahoo would instantly create dozens of millionaires internally. The challenge for competing portal sites was minimal. To maintain a long-term lead would require massive investments in tech R&D to build patent barriers and an effort to prevent core employee turnover as much as possible. This was the primary reason Eric had formulated the stock incentive plan in the first place. If they failed to keep these strong managers and exceptional employees, those who had accumulated valuable experience at Yahoo could easily replicate the Yahoo model with the support of competitors once they left. While Chris wasn't overly worried about Microsoft's attempts to poach talent, Eric held a different view. It was clear Microsoft was aware of Yahoo's stock incentive plan, yet still chose to probe. Steve Mitnick. This indicated they were prepared to make a greater sacrifice. The final details of the stock incentive plan wouldn't be settled until the end of July, but there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. These shares rewarded Yahoo's management for their work over the past years, but also meant that the employees accepting the rewards would be tightly bound to the company. According to the initial agreement, if employees who accepted the stock rewards chose to resign within 5 years, Yahoo would forcibly buy back their shares at the original grant price. The resigners would also be restricted from engaging in any internet-related jobs during the subsequent 5 years or face huge penalties. Given the rapid advancement of the internet industry, being away from it for 5 years would almost guarantee being eliminated. Eric believed July would be a significant turning point for Yahoo. The internet industry was just beginning to rise, with countless opportunities for overnight success. Thus, before the official implementation of the stock incentive plan at the end of July, he knew some Yahoo employees would be tempted by more lucrative offers and might decide to forfeit their valuable stock options in favor of joining other companies or even starting their own ventures. After thinking for a moment, Eric slowly realized that while he couldn't stop employee attrition, he could leverage Yahoo's leading position in the industry to manipulate events. After all, Yahoo was already a benchmark for many emerging internet companies. Some of Yahoo's internet products had already attracted imitators, but no one had yet posed a credible threat to Yahoo's market position. Since every move Yahoo made would be analyzed and imitated, it could potentially mislead the newcomers into a different path. The portal site model couldn't last forever, But like the forthcoming internet bubble of the next few years, Yahoo could excessively package the portal model on the surface, painting a much brighter future than its actual potential, thus distracting their major competitors into focusing solely on the portal business. In private, Yahoo could pursue the correct path, as numerous historical examples had proven that a giant company's rapid rise and fall hinged more on strategy than on funding or technology. If they couldn't tread the right path, then even burning through $10 billion yearly would be futile. Nokia had encountered a similar fate when they were dethroned by Apple in the smartphone market. Their investment in R&D still far exceeded Apple's that year, yet they ultimately had to exit the market in failure. Having outlined his primary thoughts, Eric said, "Let's talk about the plan I just thought of. Isn't Boston planning to hold a Yahoo Tech Alliance and Advertising Alliance conference? I've decided to move that up to early July and to make it as extravagant as possible. We'll also hold a Yahoo product launch during that time and promote our soon-to-be-released Yahoo Pay payment tools and other products via television broadcast." Eric, I'm not too sure about that. Yahoo is already under the lens of so many people. If we make a big splash, it could be detrimental for us. Why would we do that? Because, Eric said with a sly smile, I want to mislead the entire industry. Chris was about to continue questioning him when there was a knock on the study door. Joanna walked in and, noticing Eric's peculiar grin, remarked, "What sneaky scheme are you plotting now?" Eric wiped his expression clean, shook his head seriously, and replied, "Nothing. Chris and I are just discussing a charity plan to donate some money to African buffaloes, trying to help control their population. Managing millions of them migrating every year can be quite an operation." Joanna rolled her eyes gently, knowing Eric was joking. "All right, we can talk more about this later. It's time to eat." As Joanna left, Chris couldn't help but chuckle. "African buffaloes? How did you jump from the internet to this?" "Elia hid the remote last night, and we were forced to watch an hour-long documentary on the African savanna." Eric laughed, getting up. "Let's head to dinner, and we can discuss what we were just talking about afterward." Chris stood up too, laughing. "Elia is so smart. She'll definitely be just as outstanding as you in the future." "Too outstanding can be a problem," Eric replied, gesturing around their villa. "Her starting point in life is higher than any child in the world. I worry that little lady might have no dreams and might want to rule the world or something." Haha. The two laughed as they walked out of the study. As they entered the living room, they saw little Hawaii running in, the sound of her small boots pattering on the floor, her eyes wide open, her face displaying an unusual mix of excitement and anxiety. Spotting Eric, she immediately rushed into his arms. "Sweetheart, what's wrong?" Eric asked, stopping in his tracks and embracing Hawaii, who clung to him like a sloth. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he remembered the expression on Hawaii's face and immediately looked toward the door. Chris was puzzled, thinking it was the first time he had seen such a rich array of emotions on Hawaii's face. Before she could answer, a voice echoed from outside. "Hey, Elia, why do you run away when you see Aunt Drew? You've made me so sad that I won't read you bedtime stories anymore." Right after that voice, a girl in a light yellow coat entered, rushing to Eric, giving him a warm hug before planting a kiss on Hawaii's cheek before she turned to greet Chris. Everyone opted for a barbecue lunch that day, and the smell of grilled meat wafted through the living room. Eric picked up Hawaii and continued outside, saying to the girl following them, "You've now become Elia's nemesis. No more reading her scary stories, all right?" Despite saying that, his tone carried little about holding her accountable. With Hawaii's exceptional intelligence, both he and Joanna worried she might only focus on logic and miss out on emotions. The girl's earlier mischievous act had added a touch of normal childhood emotions to Hawaii, and Eric knew the girl would never genuinely harm his daughter, so once recognizing this matter, he didn't think much of it. The girl made a silly face towards Hawaii, who turned her head to bury it in Eric's shoulder, giggling before linking arms with Eric and saying, "By the way, Hanks is also in New York. He didn't come over, but he asked me to send his regards." While Eric was busy investing in Sprint, the summer blockbuster season in North America had silently begun, with the big opening film being Fox's Die Hard with a Vengeance set to premiere on May 19th. This sequel had cost Fox $90 million, but audience reactions during the test screenings hadn't been great. With the formidable competition posed by blockbusters like Jurassic Park 2 and Batman Forever, hopes for box office success in North America looked grim. Luckily, Bruce Willis, along with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone, retained strong box office appeal internationally, which led Fox to decide to move up the North American release of Die Hard to align with the summer blockbusters. Die Hard with a Vengeance indeed did not live up to expectations, taking only $29 million during its opening week. Given its $90 million budget, this performance was nothing short of disastrous, and Fox was already certain they would shelve the series for the long run. Yesterday, May 26th, marked the second week of the summer season with Warner's Fair Game, a film Eric had had a hand in, debuting. This action movie had a budget of $50 million and had replaced Cindy Crawford with Claudia Schiffer as the female lead. Rumors indicated significant changes to the script, but Eric had yet to follow up on box office information to see how it had performed. Forrest Gump was slated for June 9th, and Eric had entrusted its distribution to Flower Films, with Drew traveling to New York to lead the promotional tour, which, in terms familiar to Eric's previous life, was akin to a roadshow. "Be sure to say hi for me," Eric said as they walked out of the villa, handing Hawaii over to Joanna before rolling up his sleeves to help with the grilling, turning to the girl beside him. "When are you all leaving New York?" "Hanks is recording The Late Show today. We leave for Washington tomorrow, then Miami, and then back to the West Coast starting from Seattle," she explained, standing beside Eric grilling a skewer of chicken wings. "By the way, Amy heard that Kirk Kerkorian has started negotiating with MGM again." One of her friends saw Kerkorian with Frank Mancuso at a party last week. Eric paused for a moment while flipping the meat before shaking his head and smiling. "Let's eat first. Don't worry about him. I'll call Frank Mancuso tonight. You guys just focus on distributing Forrest Gump." "Sure." The girl nodded, just giving Eric a reminder. As long as he was aware of it, she wouldn't need to worry about it more. For MGM right now, aside from the 007 franchise, other profitable series like Charlie's Angels and Resident Evil were under Eric's supervision. The rights for the upcoming summer release of Night at the Museum also rested with Flower Films. Without Eric's approval, no chance that the bank would sell MGM for a good price. As for Kirk Kerkorian, Eric wasn't about to let him stir up trouble in Hollywood again. After lunch, Eric and Chris discussed in detail the plan to mislead competitors using Yahoo. The current internet environment belonged to what future generations referred to as Internet 1.0. During this time, users were just beginning to engage with the web, filled with confusion and curiosity about everything online. This made portals, who acted as content guides, seem like they had significant potential on the surface. However, this period was merely the initial phase of users' understanding of the internet, and as they became more familiar with the online landscape, the allure of portals, which could essentially provide only tailored content, was bound to weaken significantly as users began to desire personalized experiences. Thus, as internet content accumulated during the 1.0 era and became richer, the dawn of the 2.0 era unfolded, marked by services catering to users' unique needs. While portals hadn't been entirely eradicated, they had become less relevant as search engines catering to information retrieval and blogs satisfying social needs started to thrive. What Eric aimed to do was leverage the resources and advantages of Firefly Group and Yahoo's media presence to amplify the public perception of the portal model's potential. He intended to keep their main competitors' focus drawn to the portal business for as long as possible. In the meantime, he would work to maintain Yahoo's industry advantage in the portal space throughout the 1.0 era while preparing for the transition to 2.0. Yahoo had temporarily shelved its IPO plans, necessitating no public disclosures of any details for the coming years, thus rendering this plan quite feasible. In this grand inflation of the bubble, even if some individuals managed to stay clear-headed, unless Eric found himself unlucky enough to run into a persistent opponent like Microsoft, Yahoo had enough strength to either win over those clear-headed individuals or obliterate them. Chapter 719, 720, Tenfold. Over the weekend, Eric and Chris discussed in detail the prospects for expanding the portal site's development. On Monday, they held a conference call at the Firefly Investment headquarters about the partnership between Nokia and Qualcomm, after which Chris headed to Boston to set plans in motion. It was May 29th, and the release date for Firefly's first summer blockbuster, Jurassic Park 2, was set for June 2nd. Eric only needed to make it back to Los Angeles in time for the premiere, so he could linger a few more days in New York. May was the prime month for television series pitching and ordering, with countless producers and networks converging in New York to promote or buy new shows for the upcoming year. Firefly boasted 3 flagship series: Survivor, ER, and Friends. Therefore, the selection of new shows was a calmer process for them. The television department focused much of its energy on the soon-to-expand Lifetime network. Aside from the upcoming productions of America's Next Top Model and Project Runway, the Lifetime network had also ordered a quality workplace drama focused on women and several TV movies during May's pitch meetings, reworking its program lineup according to the series' release plan. Eric's main focus remained on the 2 reality shows, America's Next Top Model and Project Runway. The 2 shows had been in preparation for a month and a half. In April, Cindy Crawford and Linda Evangelista, with help from the producers of Survivor, came up with a detailed production plan. Throughout May, the 2 had been busy with the pre-production and selection of contestants, and now all preparations were nearing completion. This is the official competition venue. According to the script, I'll announce the competition details here at the start of each episode, and in the latter half, the contestants will showcase their creations in this spot. The designers will sit in the chairs you're in, alongside the judges, to enjoy the fashion show presented by the models. Additionally, there are rest areas behind that can provide some footage of contestants preparing for the competition and waiting for results. In an ABC studio in New York, a simple fashion show set was built, but without an audience, just a tiny runway with a few chairs on either side. Linda Evangelista stood on the stage, demonstrating the show's format to Eric and the others seated below. This was Eric's last task in New York. Once confirmed, he would return to Los Angeles. After a few minutes of explanation, Linda looked at the audience below, waiting for Eric to make a decision. Eric was flanked by Emily Brighton and Sweeney, along with a handful of other assistants. Cindy Crawford sat beside Emily. A few special judges and producers responsible for Project Runway were seated at the evaluation table on the opposite side. LTD planned to sponsor these 2 reality shows, securing a portion of ad placements. And Sweeney, the president of A&E, was about 35 with brown hair. Initially responsible for Disney Television, Sweeney had been moved to this post after confirming Lifetime's expansion plans by Katzenberg, who believed a woman could better capture the essence of a female network. Of course, everyone understood the underlying motivations behind such a decision. Eric had been following up on this matter since the preliminary production proposal was put forth at the end of April. Now, he was only conducting final checks to ensure every detail was flawless, so there were no major issues. He whispered to Sweeney and Emily before looking up at Linda Evangelista. "Linda, is that runway made of wood?" Linda hesitated for a moment, lightly tapping her high-heeled boot on the runway, producing a thud against the wood. "Yeah," she replied with a nod. Eric pointed to the screen at the start of the runway. "Why don't you walk down it so I can see?" Linda was puzzled but complied, strutting out from behind the screen. A series of dull thuds echoed in the room. Before Linda finished her walk, everyone noticed the problem. The sound of leather boots hitting the wooden catwalk is almost the same as the noise. If the audience abruptly heard those sounds during the program, it would surely take them out of the experience. Upon reaching the end of the runway, Linda reluctantly took a few cautious steps back. Embarrassed, she said, "Eric, I didn't think of this. We'll get that runway replaced quickly." Eric nodded and turned to Emily and Anne. "I'm good on my end. How about you?" Emily shook her head, noting she was primarily there to observe the details of the ad placements for LTD's products and felt it wasn't her place to get involved in the show's production. And Sweeney did have a few more questions. It wasn't until Linda started to look overwhelmed that she finally relented because of Eric's presence. This executive, who had switched from Fox to ABC a few years back, was ambitious. She wanted to leverage the Lifetime network to achieve a significant outcome, aspiring to reach the heights of women in Hollywood like Sherry Lansing and Amy Pascal. The previous president of A&E was from Hearst, and after gaining control, Katzenberg adjusted the position, reasoning that a woman could better grasp the essence of a female-targeted network. Eric privately supported this decision, even though he didn't have much information on Anne. But he vaguely remembered that she had had a hand in a very famous series called Desperate Housewives. From this perspective, she certainly had much in common with Amy Pascal, who had a penchant for women-centered films. It made perfect sense to place her in charge of Lifetime. Using the entire morning, the group toured several key filming locations for Project Runway and listened to Linda explain the entire process. The afternoon activities would certainly focus on America's Next Top Model. Both reality shows chose Manhattan's Midtown as their main filming area, with the contestants' apartments just a street apart. So, the walkthrough didn't require much effort. By 5:30 p.m., after finishing up all the work, Emily, and the others wrapped up for the day and headed home. However, Eric was intercepted by Cindy Crawford. "Eric, are you free for dinner tonight? Let's eat together," Cindy said, already stepping forward to affectionately link her arm with his. Linda Evangelista emerged from a makeup room with her belongings just as this scene unfolded. She smirked slightly and approached Eric, teasingly chiming in, "Eric, since we're having dinner, why don't I join too?" Eric joked, "If I take you both to dinner, someone will surely try to kill me with their eyes. Then come to my place. I cook pretty well, and we can continue discussing America's Next Top Model." "I think there are many places I could improve," Cindy said, throwing a threatening glance at Linda out of Eric's sight, warning her not to cause mischief. Linda initially intended to tease Eric but felt annoyed by Cindy's glance, which inadvertently seemed provocative. Boldly, she took Eric's other arm, saying, "Then let's go to Cindy's. We haven't hung out in ages." Cindy couldn't hold back any longer and lightly pinched Linda under her ribcage from behind Eric. "Ouch, that hurts," Linda exclaimed, tears welling up, looking at Eric with a pout. "Eric, Cindy pinched me." It took 2 hours to drive from Manhattan to East Hampton, but Eric intended to stay in town. With the ladies inviting him, he graciously agreed, wrapping his arm around Linda's waist and comforting her as he said, "All right, we'll go to Cindy's. If you're going, we can eat what she cooks. If not, then next time I'm in New York, I'll invite you for dinner." "Okay, I'll do as you say," Linda replied in a playful voice, which wasn't exactly baby-like but a bit raspy, carrying a youthful innocence that felt just right. Seeing Linda's response, Cindy could only give her a pointed look, with no way to counter Eric's decision. They went downstairs to the parking garage and squeezed into Cindy's car. Though her apartment in the Upper East Side wasn't far, it was rush hour, likely making the drive around 10 minutes. Aware that her plans might be disrupted by Linda, Cindy quickly shifted the conversation back to America's Next Top Model. While driving, she asked Eric, "So, Eric, how do you think we're doing with preparations?" "Everything's great. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you both come up with," Eric replied simply, feeling worn out from the day, not in the mood for anything too in-depth. In truth, he had already formed a comprehensive assessment of the two shows throughout the monitoring process. Cindy, in charge of America's Next Top Model, had a rather imaginative show format filled with creative details. It emphasized the host's interaction with the contestants, and she herself had a significant presence on screen. In contrast, Project Runway's format was more fixed, each episode lasting 43 minutes, structured in several set modules that focused on showcasing the contestants' skills. Eric was generally quite satisfied with their work and couldn't say one was better than the other. Plus, he preferred they didn't mirror each other's formats too closely. Linda leaned in to listen, and remembering something else, she asked, "Eric, I heard Survivor's second season just wrapped up, and I heard the season finale's viewership climbed to 50 million. How much do you think ABC is making off that?" Eric shook his head and chuckled. "That's company confidential, so I can't share that with you. However, if your shows can reach even a tenth of Survivor's success, it would be enough to fill your wallets." To be honest, Eric wasn't too clear on the specific revenue from Survivor's second season either. Having just concluded, only preliminary ad revenue data was available so far. According to ABC statistics, the average ad revenue per episode for Survivor's second season had already hit $27 million, with total ad revenues exceeding $350 million. The production cost for each episode was only around $5 million, and thanks to post-production video distribution and share in syndication, Firefly could expect to gain at least a tenfold return. Chapter 720, 721. What are we going to buy? Early in the morning, in a high-rise apartment in Manhattan's Upper East High by the East River, Linda Evangelista stood leisurely at the kitchen counter, slicing an apple. She wore only a tight black tank top and denim shorts, with a Walkman clipped to her waist. Her tall, slender body gently swayed to the music coming from the headphones, occasionally humming a few notes. She seemed to be in a great mood. After finishing her apple, as she turned to grab some salad dressing from the fridge, she noticed Cindy Crawford, who had somehow appeared in the kitchen doorway, casually leaning against the door frame. With her thick brown hair cascading down and her mysterious gaze, she looked like a witch. "Oh, you startled me," Linda said, instinctively stepping back and leaning against the fridge. After a moment of panic, she quickly pretended to be calm, took off her headphones, and laughed awkwardly, saying, "Good morning, Cindy." Cindy Crawford crossed her arms and scrutinized Linda from head to toe, speaking in a haunting tone. "That's my tank top." "Ah, huh. We have the same figure. Hee hee, it really suits me," Linda replied. Cindy's gaze shifted down. "And my shorts?" Linda waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, I'm a little heavier, but it's fine. And my Walkman?" Linda felt as if Cindy was like a mother leopard ready to pounce, and she instinctively pulled her neck back, saying, You can't be that stingy. Next time you come over to my place, feel free to use my things." Cindy smirked, straightening up and walking into the kitchen. Linda realized this was a bad situation. Just as she was about to dodge, Cindy pressed her against the fridge. Though they had similar body types, Cindy's strength far exceeded Linda's due to her regular fitness routine. Linda tried to push away but found it futile. "I don't care about those things," Cindy said, staring at Linda. "But why do you have to mess things up for?" "Me? Linda stuttered. I'm just looking out for you. We did drink last night, you know. I heard that babies conceived after a night of drinking have a high chance of being, well, let's say, not very bright." Cindy picked up a small pot used for warming milk and waved it threateningly. "Do you believe I could turn you into an idiot right now? You were clearly trying to stir up trouble last night." "I wasn't," Linda retorted, though her gaze dropped nervously, shifting slightly to the pot Cindy was waving. For some reason, the initial fear of Cindy transforming into a dark queen faded as Linda saw the pot, and she couldn't help but start to laugh. "Huh." Cindy tightened her grip, growing angrier. "You still dare to laugh?" After laughing, Linda gained a bit more courage. "Cindy, let me go? If Eric wakes up, I can't guarantee he won't say something." Cindy's arms slightly loosened but then tightened again as she waved the small pot. "I don't care whether you want to eat or not, but if you dare break this pot, I'll make sure you regret it." All right. I won't say anything," Linda pleaded, putting her hands together as a gesture of surrender. She didn't want to really provoke Cindy. A whack from that small pot would certainly hurt. Seeing her relent, Cindy loosened her grip. Once Cindy let go, Linda rubbed her chest and sniffed, teasing Cindy with a grin. "I think what you really need right now is to brush your teeth." Cindy felt the small ember of anger inside her flare up again at Linda's words, recalling the moment from last night when her so-called friend had grabbed her by the back of her head right when it mattered most. If it hadn't been for Linda, she might have succeeded. "Yeah, but before brushing, I think we should get close like best friends do," Cindy said, tossing the small pot aside and moving forward, swiftly cupping Linda's head to prevent her from escaping. Linda realized what Cindy intended to do and struggled. "What are you doing?" "Stop, Cindy." "I'm sorry, Eric had just walked out of the bedroom when he heard the muffled sounds of a struggle from the kitchen. He hurried toward the noise and happened to catch the scene of Linda being kissed against the fridge by Cindy. After a moment of watching, Eric chuckled, saying, "Hey, girls, don't you think this is a bit of a waste of resources?" Cindy noticed Eric's voice and released Linda, who quickly spat into the sink before rushing out of the kitchen and heading for the bathroom. Cindy tidied her disheveled hair in just a couple of movements, restoring her glamorous appearance, then turned to Eric with a seductive smile. "Good morning, Eric." "Morning," Eric replied, indicating the door through which Linda had disappeared. "What were you two doing?" "Oh, she wanted to try the taste of yogurt," Cindy casually shrugged, suddenly realizing something and dashed out of the kitchen, shouting, "Hey, Linda, I have spare dental supplies. You're not allowed to use my toothbrush. After all the fuss, breakfast was finally ready, and it was already 9 o'clock. Eric set his milk and plate down at the table, spreading out that day's newspaper. He ate breakfast while reading. A few minutes later, Cindy and Linda entered with their meager breakfasts. They had taken a while in the bathroom, and by the time they emerged, Eric had already brushed his teeth and started preparing his breakfast. As Linda sat down, she realized she still had the Walkman clipped to her waist. She took it off and placed it on the table, picking up her utensils to dig into the fruit salad on her plate. Noticing Eric's newspaper, she curiously asked, "Eric, what are you reading?" "Last week's box office stats," Eric answered casually. "Oh, that reminds me." Linda suddenly perked up, glancing at Cindy. "Fair Game came out last Friday. Did it make it to the top of the box office?" Cindy's complex gaze turned to Eric, who looked at her and shook his head. "Nope, the top spot went to Universal's Casper." "Oh, so it must be second then?" Linda quickly asked, her eyes glinting with mischief as she looked at Cindy. Eric shook his head again. "Second was Fox's Die Hard with a Vengeance." "Ah, then never mind. I'll just check for myself," Linda said, shaking her head as she reached for the newspaper, flipping through the striking chart on the entertainment page, and gasped. "Wow, how could it be so low? Just $6.80 million, and it's ranked 6th? It's a new release." "No one ever said audiences had to like new releases," Eric noted, catching Cindy's glance while he spoke to Linda, inadvertently catching sight of the Walkman Linda had set on the table. His eyes fixed on it, and he reached over to pick up the sleek black music player, stroking it in his hands. At the mention of Fair Game, Cindy felt a rush of anxiety. The lead role should have been hers, and if the film were successful, it would have meant a big step into leading lady status in Hollywood. But upon hearing Linda mention the box office figures, she finally felt relief. $6.8 million for the opening weekend and ranked 6th certainly didn't spell success for the film. Taking a quiet breath, Cindy looked up to see Eric pondering the Walkman, a peculiar expression on his face, making her a bit confused. She asked the question that had been nagging at her. "Eric, did you know this film was going to fail from the start?" Eric continued to examine the Walkman, shaking his head as he casually replied, "I'm not that clairvoyant. Joel Silver told me about the project, and I thought the script had real issues. I heard they made significant adjustments after that, so the current result really has nothing to do with me." "Impossible. Claudia Schiffer is the lead," Linda chimed in. "I heard you helped her secure the role." Eric replied, "Claudia doesn't need my help to get roles. The offer from Warner was just too appealing." "Now that sounds terrible. The production cost is $50 million. Linda continued. "With only $6.8 million for the opening weekend, what do you think the final box office will be?" "About $30 million, probably, which isn't too disastrous. They might even break even in post-release. But next week, Jurassic Park 2 is coming out, and most other films will be wiped off the map." Eric spoke as if it were a foregone conclusion, and neither woman questioned Jurassic Park 2's potential to dominate the box office. Cindy was still a bit caught up in her feelings about the film, pressing, "Eric, why do you think this one failed?" Eric answered, "I just skimmed some reviews. Primarily, it's due to the film's low storytelling quality. While Joel Silver made adjustments to the script, that issue stems from production, as the director wasted too much time on the early setup. When the story finally turned, it rushed to an end. It seems this was restricted by the budget, and the director couldn't shoot what they wanted to." Though he hadn't seen the actual film, Eric could roughly guess that the issues were similar to Michael Bay's box office flop, The Island, evoking a feeling of having not even begun before it ended. One major pitfall of the North American film industry was that, in most cases, if a film truly stank, audiences wouldn't be swayed to see it just because of its big budget or big stars. Cindy felt relief that she had dodged a bullet, even if she had starred in this film. The failure wouldn't have been her fault, but her stint in Hollywood would have surely ended before it even began. Yet she felt a twinge of envy. If she had starred in this film, her burgeoning acting career might have been ruined, while Claudia Schiffer would undoubtedly come out unscathed. With the resources Eric had, getting Claudia a lead role in any major production would effortlessly restore her fame. Casually munching on her breakfast, Cindy noticed that Eric was still toying with the Walkman and curiously asked, "Eric, is there something wrong with that portable music player?" No, it's perfect. It's a real work of art. Then you. I suddenly thought of something. Eric mumbled, glancing up at the two women. What are you two planning to do after breakfast? Cindy replied. My team and I are heading to the Hudson River for a shoot, preparing to record some VCRs for the contestants. I don't have much work today. The production crew needs to buy some props, and I don't have to be there. Well, I could go swap out that runway piece from yesterday, Linda Evangelista said, suddenly realizing something. She turned to Eric and asked, Eric, is there anything we can help you with? Come shopping with me. Eric reluctantly put down the Walkman, smiling. I suddenly want to see if I can buy some things. Of course, if you want to personally swap that runway piece, then forget it. No need for that. For something so small, let others do it. Linda quickly shook her head, tossing a triumphant glance at Cindy. Cindy felt a bit bothered. Having already told them she had work today, she felt she couldn't slack off in front of the boss. With some reluctance, she asked, Eric, are you coming by tonight? Depends on how things go. I'm not returning to Los Angeles until the day after tomorrow. If there's nothing else, I might come over tonight, Eric replied uncertainly. After finishing breakfast, Cindy hurried off to work. Eric had been delayed for half an hour because of Linda Evangelista, who had put on makeup that made him hardly recognize her. After another half hour of her applying more cosmetics, they finally left the apartment. Eric's car was parked outside the apartment, and as they got in, Linda Evangelista suddenly remembered to ask, Eric, what are we going to buy? Chapter 721, 722. Can I take a look inside? I don't know what to buy. Let's wait until we get there, Eric said, running his fingers through his tousled hair, which Linda Evangelista had intentionally messed up. He asked the driver in the front seat, Is there a Best Buy around here? Carter Moen had recently taken some time off, so the driver was another bodyguard from Eric's security team, coincidentally a New Yorker. Upon seeing Eric's drastically altered appearance, the driver initially questioned whether his employer had been replaced. Hearing him speak confirmed his identity as he replied, There's one on 5th Avenue, right by Bryant Park. Let's go there. Eric nodded and instructed the driver to head out. Best Buy was the largest electronics retail chain in the United States, and Linda recalled the Walkman that Eric had fidgeted with during breakfast. She knew it likely had something to do with this trip. It was past business hours, and the roads were surprisingly clear. The sedan made it from the Upper East High D to the Best Buy near Bryant Park in under 10 minutes. Eric and Linda got out of the car. Since there was no parking nearby, he told the driver to leave. It was a work day during business hours, so there weren't many pedestrians on 5th Avenue. However, once the sedan drove off, the two of them caught a few curious glances from passers-by. It wasn't that anyone recognized Eric and Linda. Eric didn't even recognize himself thanks to Linda's remarkable makeup skills. The main reason for the attention was the stark contrast in their appearances. Eric's hair was a mess, and although his face had been handsome once, Linda's touch made him look young and ordinary. At just 25, he appeared more like he was in his early 20s. Today, he wore a slightly wrinkled light gray shirt, giving him the look of a disheveled college student. In stark contrast, Linda had her hair styled into an elegant bun, wearing large sunglasses and sporting striking red lips that made her radiate glamour. Her black knee-length dress hugged her curvaceous figure perfectly, and she carried a Prada handbag, draped with a decorative fur shrug that added a touch of aristocracy. More importantly, she was wearing high heels, which accentuated her already tall stature, making Eric appear almost like a lackey carrying her bags. Noticing the somewhat envious yet disdainful gazes from people around them, Eric chuckled at Linda's mischievous expression and said, You seem pretty pleased with yourself right now. Linda thought Eric was upset and quickly linked her arm through his, laughing. I want that kind of makeup too, but I just can't pull it off. Eric didn't buy her excuse, but shrugged it off. Having gone through 2 lives and reaching the current position he had, outside opinions didn't bother him much anymore. Allowing Linda to hang onto his arm, Eric pushed through the glass doors of Best Buy. Inside, the spacious layout was filled with large home appliances. After glancing at the store directory, he led Linda inward while saying, You know, our situation is quite fitting with a certain trend from the European court days. Linda, like Eric, ignored the looks from others and asked, What do you mean? Back in those days, wealthy European dames often kept talented young men as lovers. and those young men enjoyed living off their riches. Linda laughed. I've never heard of that. You must be making it up. Not at all. Many historical figures benefited from this arrangement. Still skeptical, Linda asked, who specifically? Eric thought for a moment and replied, Rousseau. Linda nodded. I think I've heard that name. Balzac. Her eyes widened under her sunglasses. Wow, really? Eric nodded. And Tchaikovsky. Linda's mouth dropped in disbelief, but then she suddenly seemed to be in character, dramatically waving her Prada handbag and declared, Little Eric, pick out whatever you want. I'll buy it for you. Linda seemed a bit too excited and momentarily forgot to keep her voice low. A few other customers and staff in the store had already noticed the mismatched couple, and her words drew another wave of condescending glances toward Eric. As they walked through the appliance area, Eric spotted the Apple brand display and led Linda over. After browsing, Eric found himself uninterested in Apple's retro Macintosh computers and PowerBook notebooks. His current laptop was an IBM ThinkPad, and without Steve Jobs, Apple's product designs looked pretty shabby. However, a small tablet-like device caught Eric's attention. He gestured for the cashier, who had been shooting Linda judgmental glances, to retrieve the tablet from behind the counter. Eric examined it, and upon seeing the on label, he recalled that it must be Apple's early Newton tablet. The cashier, seeing Eric clumsily fiddling with the tablet and poking at the screen, couldn't hide his contempt. He was annoyed that Eric had a stunning beauty like Linda on his arm. After watching Eric futilely poke the screen with his finger for a moment, he finally handed him a stylus, saying stiffly, Sir, this tablet requires a stylus for use. Oh, I completely forgot about that, Eric mumbled, taking the stylus, and this time he was able to use it without any trouble. This is Apple's latest Newton MP110 series, featuring advanced handwriting recognition, great for high-end business people. It's priced at $799. The cashier emphasized the price, aware that for most average people, $799 was pretty steep, especially for such a basic device, which could even be deemed luxury given its meager capabilities. To his disappointment, Eric showed no reaction at all. Linda, concealed behind her sunglasses, raised an eyebrow and wore a mischievous grin. After trying out the tablet's notepad, memo, and calendar features, Eric finally looked up at the cashier and asked, What material is the screen made of? What? The cashier looked taken aback. I mean, is the touchscreen made from STN or TFT? The cashier finally understood but was unable to answer. Noticing Linda's smirk, he felt even more flustered. I'm not quite sure about that. Eric asked again, What type of battery does it use? The cashier was clearer on this. It uses the latest lithium-ion battery developed by Sony, with a capacity over twice that of the standard nickel-metal hydride battery. Oh, Eric nodded before continuing. What's the storage capacity, and what type of storage chip does it use? The cashier was left speechless, caught off guard. He sensed Eric was just trying to make him squirm and, feeling embarrassed, replied angrily, Sir, I'm just a salesperson, not an engineer. Please don't cause a scene. Before Eric could interject, Linda was unwilling to let that slide. Hey, if you don't know anything about the product, why are you even working as a salesperson? And with that attitude, be careful, or I'm going to file a complaint. The cashier adopted a dismissive demeanor. Lady, please don't wave your phony Prada around in front of me. My girlfriend has one just like it, bought from a proper retailer. Yours looks like a fake. I suspect you two are scammers, and if you keep causing a ruckus, I'll call security. Linda's handbag was an internal limited edition model, vastly different from the regular styles sold in shops. It caught her off guard to be accused of having a counterfeit. She turned to Eric, her expression one of helplessness. Eric shrugged slightly, not wishing to escalate the situation. As he was about to lead Linda away, a middle-aged white man wearing glasses hurried over, asking the cashier, Jack, what's going on here? The cashier named Jack started to whine in a low voice. After hearing him out, the middle-aged man waved him off and turned to speak with Eric and Linda. However, when he got a good look at Eric, his eyes narrowed in scrutiny. Unable to confirm but instinctively feeling cautious, he said, Sir, I'm the manager here, Rhett Jackman. You can call me Rhett. May I assist you? Sure, Eric replied with a smile, moving closer to the counter again and resuming his inquiry about the Newton tablet. Rhett Jackman differed from the earlier cashier. He was knowledgeable and replied with a smile. This tablet utilizes the latest TFT LCD screen, with 1 megabyte memory and 4 megabyte storage, employing Toshiba's flash memory chip. Do you have other electronics here that use flash technology? Absolutely. Our phones, digital cameras, and computers all incorporate that technology. Eric continued asking, what's the maximum storage capacity for these types of chips? Rhett Jackman thought for a moment and said, the largest capacity would belong to the CF memory card developed by SanDisk. This product was launched last year and is primarily used in digital cameras, with a maximum capacity of 16 megabytes. If you're interested, I can show you. 16 megabytes was barely enough to store 4 MP3 tracks. Eric felt disappointed, but decided to check it out anyway. Let's go take a look. Also, prepare 5 of those tablets for me. I'll take them with me. Linda asked, puzzled. Eric, why are you buying so many? Eric smiled. Gifts. Linda still didn't quite get it, but Rhett Jackman raised an eyebrow, sensing that although this couple appeared mismatched, they weren't what they seemed. His suspicions were further confirmed. He instructed the cashier at the counter to prepare the items for Eric while Rhett Jackman patiently led Eric toward the digital camera section with his ever-present smile. At another counter, Rhett Jackman handed Eric a storage card no larger than a postage stamp. Sir, this is the CF card, with 16 megabyte storage, capable of holding up to 100 pictures. Do you need me to demonstrate it with a digital camera? Eric examined the card, then shook his head. No need. It's too large for such small capacity. Rhett Jackman remained unfazed, smiling. Sir, this is the current technological limit. 5 years ago, when flash chips first appeared, they only had 1 megabyte of storage. Larger capacities are only achievable with hard drives. Oh. Eric's tone rose slightly as he suddenly recalled. Are there hard drives that match the size of this CF card? Can't say I've seen one. Rhett Jackman shook his head. The smallest hard drive right now is Toshiba's 1.8-inch model, used in their portable handheld computers. Do you have any of those computers here? Yes, please follow me, Rhett Jackman said, guiding Eric to the Toshiba product display. He presented a Toshiba Libretto 20 handheld computer to Eric. This features a 6.1-inch TFT screen, 8 megabytes memory, and 270 megabytes storage, utilizing an internal 1.8-inch miniature hard drive. That morning, after seeing Cindy's Walkman, Eric quickly thought of MP3 players. At this time, the MP3 audio format patent was held by Yahoo. Due to their open licensing policy, it had become the most widely used audio format, not only online but also appearing in some CD music albums. Last weekend, while discussing Yahoo's future strategies with Chris, they explored the possibilities of Yahoo venturing into hardware products, and now Eric realized that an MP3 player would be the ideal fit. If he could gain control over all the related MP3 player patents, Eric could leverage Yahoo to create an online music store, effectively controlling the entire music sales supply chain from internet to hardware. North America's strict music copyright laws and the common willingness to pay for music indicated a significant potential for an online music store, especially if Yahoo established a monopolistic sales platform, potentially yielding better profits than hardware sales. Additionally, MP3 players could be integrated into Nokia phones, presenting another growth avenue. As he mused over all this, Eric briefly tested the Toshiba handheld computer as like a mini laptop. Unconsciously, he asked, "Can I take a look inside?" Rhett Jackman hesitated for a moment but quickly replied, "Of course, sir, but we don't have the tools here. Would you like to come to my office?" Eric was about to decline, considering the request seemed a bit excessive. But upon hearing Rhett's response, he suddenly realized and smiled. "You recognized me, didn't you?" Rhett Jackman chuckled and replied, "If you hadn't asked that question, I wouldn't have been able to put all the pieces together, Mr. Williams." Chapter 722, 723, Rocket Man. In an office above a Best Buy store, a pricey Toshiba handheld device lay dismantled into a disarray of parts. Eric examined the Toshiba mini hard drive in his hand, about the size of a credit card, and said in confusion to Rhett Jackman, 1.8 inches? It shouldn't be this big. I think this hard drive is at least 4 inches. With Eric's identity revealed, Rhett Jackman was filled with more respect and patiently explained, "Mr. Williams, the size of the hard drive doesn't refer to the external casing, but rather to the diameter of the internal disk platters." As Rhett spoke, he took the mini hard drive from Eric's hand, expertly using a disassembly tool to open the back cover. He showed Eric the silver disk platter inside, which was slightly larger than a coin. These aluminum alloy platters are coated with countless tiny magnetic powder particles. The magnetic head arranges them in patterns representing zeros and ones to record data. Linda Evangelista had been quietly listening all along and, surprised by Rhett's succinct description, exclaimed, "That's amazing. I just heard you mention CF cards, and this one has a capacity several times bigger. Does that mean it can store over 1,000 photos?" Rhett Jackman appreciated Linda's enthusiasm, smiling as he replied, "Based on current mainstream digital camera resolutions, it can store roughly 1,600 photos." Linda asked, "Then why do digital cameras use those tiny capacity CF cards instead of this hard drive?" Rhett explained, "There are many factors to consider, such as technology, costs, market positioning, and even company strategy. For example, if I were the CEO of Kodak, I would try to limit the development of digital cameras that use hard drive technology. Even though Kodak manufactures photography equipment, over 70% of their revenue comes from film sales. The emergence of high-capacity digital cameras would be a disaster for the company." Eric grabbed the mini hard drive again, contemplating the MP3 situation. Hearing Rhett's words reminded him of the shocking news about Kodak's decline during his previous life, and he nodded in appreciation, surprised by Rhett's foresight. In fact, Eric's current role was already leaning towards being a guardian of the old order. As a major stakeholder in Firefly Group, it was in his best interest to halt the emergence of new media and technologies. But Eric recognized that if he truly did that, he would ultimately be driven out of the market. Sony's downfall was the best example. In the early MP3 era, Sony's technical accumulations and music rights far surpassed Apple, yet they continuously retreated in the MP3 market. The fundamental reason was that Sony hesitated for too long over whether to fully abandon the CD realm. They even attempted, using their dominant position in the recording industry, to stop the development of MP3s and internet music sales. This counterproductive approach led to the once dominant music player industry king being completely pushed out of the market in just a few years. Eric knew that if he proposed the MP3 player plan, he would certainly face resistance from major record labels, and even the record department within Firefly Group would raise objections. However, not doing so would mean surrendering the market to outsiders, placing him in a more passive position later. After 2 hours at Best Buy, Eric left with 2 large boxes filled with electronic products that seemed like antiques when viewed through a future lens, but were equipped with the most advanced technology at that moment. Not heading back to Cindy's apartment, Eric took Linda to his home on 6th Avenue. After a simple lunch, Eric began organizing the spoils from his shopping spree. Linda wandered around the luxurious duplex apartment overlooking Central Park, savoring the sights. When she stepped downstairs, she spotted Eric arranging a brick-like IBM mobile phone amidst the numerous electronic products in the living room. Occasionally, he tapped away on his open laptop. Linda curiously approached him and asked, "Eric, does anyone still use such a big mobile phone?" Eric was holding the IBM Simon mobile phone. Initially surprised by the size, he found it odd that, despite being much larger than today's phones that fit in the palm of your hand, it fully operated via a touchscreen. Apart from making calls, it also provided a notepad, memos, calendar, and other functions, essentially making it a smartphone, and possibly the world's first smartphone. "It's 1995, Eric remarked. This again proved that technology had never been the issue, strategy was. If IBM had persisted in research and development along this line during his previous life, Apple wouldn't have become so prevalent. Shaking the IBM Simon in his hand, Eric asked Linda, "If this phone were shrunk to fit in your palm, would you be willing to use it?" Linda picked it up and examined it for a moment, but shook her head. "I'm not interested. A phone is just for making calls. All those notepad and memo features aren't useful. A notebook that costs a few cents can do those things. Who would spend $1,000? Eric nodded with a smile. From Rhett Jackman earlier, he had learned that the bulky IBM phone, along with Apple's Newton tablet, Sony's electronic notepad, and Toshiba's handheld device, were all selling poorly. The fundamental reason echoed Linda's sentiment. These seemingly high-end electronic products lacked features and therefore didn't have much market potential. Let's make another assumption, Eric said, picking up the Newton tablet. What if this tablet could serve as an electronic reader and hold hundreds of books? Would you buy it? I'm not much of a reader, Linda replied, then added. But as long as it's not too expensive, I imagine people who enjoy reading would be keen to buy it. Okay, sale failed. Eric chuckled as he put down the Newton tablet and picked up the Toshiba mini hard drive. According to the MP3 audio format developed by Yahoo, this hard drive can hold over 50 songs. With a few more years of technological advancement, it would be able to hold 100 to 200 songs without any issue. So, if there was an MP3 player the size of a cigarette pack that could store hundreds of songs in your pocket for on-the-go listening, would you buy it? Of course I would. Linda nodded eagerly, gesturing at the scattered electronic products in the room. Eric, you bought all this stuff to develop the music player you just mentioned, didn't you? Exactly. Eric nodded. The expensive and impractical electronics he had purchased primarily aimed to understand the current level of technological development in liquid crystal displays, flash storage, hard drives, lithium-ion batteries, and more. By having a hands-on experience, he hoped to confirm the feasibility of his thoughts. Although flash storage capacity had yet to reach a practical level for MP3 manufacturing, and the micro hard disk technology that once dominated MP3 storage wouldn't appear until later, developing a cigarette pack-sized MP3 player was still doable with the existing mini hard drive and lithium-ion battery technology. While it wouldn't be as compact as the mini devices compared to chewing gum from his previous life, it would certainly be more cutting-edge than Sony's Walkman. Additionally, Eric wanted to secure the complete patent technology for the MP3 player, ensuring situations like the confusion over patent ownership that led to a flood of MP3 manufacturers from his previous life wouldn't happen. Spending the entire afternoon, Eric tore apart most of the purchased electronic items, meticulously assembling a detailed memorandum for developing e-reader technology, the MP3 player, and even smartphones. As he came down from his work mode, he noticed dusk setting in outside. Eric originally intended to send this memorandum to Yahoo's executives and Nokia's Jorma Alala, but reconsidering Chris's warning about Microsoft's intentions to poach from Yahoo, he decided to hold off for now. He thought it best to wait until July when everything settled down, giving him time to prepare. Eric retrieved 2 paper boxes he had used to carry the electronics and sorted through them, placing the relevant parts into one box while tossing the rest into another. He dusted off his hands, suddenly recalling that Linda should still be around. In the adjacent living room, the television was playing a show. Eric walked in to find MTV airing a fashion program, but Linda was curled up on the couch, cradling a pillow and fast asleep. Her curvaceous figure resembled a lazy kitten, rising and falling gently with her breaths. Strands of her blonde hair covered her face, her red lips slightly parted, giving her an air of charming allure. After silently admiring the perfect creation of humanity for a while, Eric didn't have the heart to wake her. He settled softly in the corner of the sofa near Linda's feet, inhaling the faint fragrance of her presence while quietly watching television. Despite sleeping lazily all afternoon, Linda had actually woken up the moment Eric entered the living room. Curious about Eric's reaction to her sleeping presence, she kept her eyes closed but waited patiently. When she felt him sit nearby, quietly watching television, she felt satisfied that he didn't lose control and pounce on her. However, she also thought it unusual for a man to react so calmly. So, she decided to continue pretending to be asleep, but her eyes secretly peered open. As the light dimmed in the living room, she could only catch glimpses of his sharply defined profile in the flickering television glow. Having washed off her makeup from the morning, her natural features now exhibited a certain appeal that she found nice about him. A moment later, the program on TV suddenly changed, and the host began introducing a music video. She packed my bags last night, pre-flight 0 hour, 9 a.m., and I'm going to be high as a kite by then. I miss the Earth so much. I miss my Wi-Fi. It's lonely out in space on such a timeless flight. It was the famous British singer Elton John's Rocket Man. She loved this song, Elton's voice carried an air of sadness, resignation, helplessness, and ultimately, a hint of hysteria. The lyrics told the story of a rocket man drifting through space, missing home and his wife. But to her, it felt more like a parable about a wayward soul longing for stability, yet unable to attain it. Such stories often unfolded in movies, where retired bodyguards, spies, or soldiers were inevitably sent on one last mission, only to tragically die. Usually these characters were side characters. The heroes continued their adventures, stretching a movie franchise to its 16th installment without concluding it. Earlier, MTV had also aired a trailer for the 16th James Bond film. What was it called again? GoldenEye. It seemed to be coming out in July. Lost in thought for a moment, Linda glanced at the man sitting across from her. She didn't comprehend the phrase, "high places are lonely," nor did she understand the feeling of no one to hear the strings break, but instinctively felt that perhaps he was a rocket man too. Feeling her body stiffening from sleep and a bit hungry, she didn't want to feign sleep any longer. She opened her eyes, instinctively stretching her long body, her delicate foot resting on his leg. "You're awake." Eric turned his head, smiling as he held her slender ankle, placing it on his leg to make it easier for her to stretch. Linda tossed the pillow aside and nodded. Feeling a slight tickle from Eric holding her ankle, she blushed and playfully nudged it. "I had a dream that you gifted this entire house to me, and then I woke up laughing." "Huh. Well, waking up is good. If I had stayed in your dream, I'd certainly be crying." Though she felt envious, she never fantasized about Eric actually giving her the multi-million-dollar mansion. If it truly happened, she wouldn't dare accept it outright. While not the sharpest tool in the shed, she knew everything in this world had a price. In the afternoon, her dream accurately captured that sentiment, and the dim evening light allowed her to candidly share it. Eric's words left her slightly disappointed. She kicked her feet playfully and said, "In such situations, even playboys seeking to avoid giving gifts usually know how to fake a bit. You're just too lazy." Eric pretended to look helpless. "All right, let me think of something to say." Linda, her eyes sparkling in the flickering light from the TV, looked at him with a playful expression as if saying he better come up with something. After a moment, Eric slapped his forehead, his face lighting up in realization. "Oh, I remember now. This house isn't mine." "Huh. No creativity at all. Aren't you a Hollywood gold medal screenwriter?" "Just enjoy my creative ramblings," Eric chuckled, then asked, "Are you hungry? Shall we go out to eat?" "Sure," Linda nodded. She was far more familiar with Manhattan than Eric and had just begun to suggest a place when the phone rang in the living room. "I'll take this call. Just a moment," Eric said as he got up to walk outside. Linda watched him leave the lounge, too lazy to rise. She wiggled her body, peering out from behind the sofa's armrest. She saw him sitting on the couch with the phone to his ear, vaguely hearing him discuss the premiere arrangements for Jurassic Park 2. The conversation stretched for nearly 10 minutes before Eric hung up. As she was about to pull back and get up, Eric's phone rang again. "Hello? Oh, Cindy. It's you," Eric replied, noticing Linda's peering. He waved his hand at her. She smiled, having guessed Cindy's intent for the call. Pulling her head back, she felt lazy and didn't want to hear anymore. Suddenly, she recalled Eric's serious tone during that earlier work-related conversation. It was earnest, meticulous, and focused. And what about her? She had a decent background, no financial pressures, had grown lazy with education as an adult, and relied on her good looks to model. It all began at 16. 14 years later. Step by step to the present. Life seemed simple. Work and play. Not getting out of bed for less than 10 grand a day. Marrying too young. Meeting the wrong people. Not wanting to settle anymore, so she divorced. Couldn't handle her boyfriend, so she broke it off. Living on her whims, without boundaries. Suddenly, she realized she was the rocket man. No wonder she liked Elton John's song so much. Straining to catch the conversation outside, she found Eric still speaking gently with Cindy, exuding endless patience. Perhaps while he too floated in space, he controlled everything, like a space shuttle pilot. But wait. He didn't control everything. At least he didn't know what her ambitious faux friend was. Thinking, she suddenly felt a sense of responsibility to do something. Her mind buzzed for a moment before she jumped off the sofa and headed toward the living room. Oh, George's Jean restaurant. Where's that? Eric was speaking with Cindy about the restaurant's location when Linda approached him, tossing her hair over her shoulder with a commanding gesture. She leaned closer, playfully pushing Eric back against the sofa. As Eric listened to Cindy share the address, he was abruptly pushed back onto the couch by Linda. He shot her a questioning look. Cindy, on the other end, had just finished giving the address when Linda went over to Eric, standing in front of him. He watched as she pulled down the zipper on her dress, skillfully slipped the shoulder straps down, and leaned in to give him a light nibble on the neck. Cindy, I've got it. Linda and I will be there in about 15 minutes. No, my dear Cindy, let's wait for an hour, Linda said loudly into the phone, snatching it from Eric's grasp and hanging up. Eric helplessly reached for Linda's soft waist and chuckled. Okay then, what state of mind are you in? Did something bite you? Certainly not, Linda replied, cupping Eric's face in her hands, leaning in to kiss him wildly. Her voice husky as she said, I plan to squeeze you dry. Well, Cindy darling, let's see how you handle that tonight. Chapter 723, 724, Continuing the Glory. For Hollywood, the summer blockbuster season of 1995 kicked off with the release of Die Hard with a Vengeance on May 19th. However, since the trailer for Jurassic Park 2 premiered during the Super Bowl at the beginning of the year, the eyes of media and fans around the world had been firmly focused on this long-awaited blockbuster. June 2nd, the day Jurassic Park 2 hit theaters, marked the official start of the summer movie season in the minds of most moviegoers. The massive success of the original Jurassic Park 2 years earlier wasn't just evident in its record-breaking global box office of over $1 billion. It established the Jurassic Park brand deeply in the cultural psyche, almost forming a cultural phenomenon. While the Jurassic Park series might struggle to reach the heights of the Star Wars franchise of the 1970s in an increasingly effects-driven era, the potential commercial value of the brand remained in the tens of billions. With such powerful influence, the premiere of Jurassic Park 2 attracted intense attention from hundreds of media outlets around the globe. Eric flew back to Los Angeles from New York on the morning of May 31st, preparing for the premiere of Jurassic Park 2 the following day. The premiere took place at the Los Angeles Music Center at 5 o'clock on June 1st. For this new iteration of Jurassic Park 2, Eric hired director Joe Johnston, who had previously collaborated with Disney on multiple films. Johnston, a former visual effects artist, had produced the family comedy Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, which had been a tremendous box office success in the late 1980s. On the original timeline, Johnston was supposed to direct Jumanji and Jurassic Park 3. Eric chose to hand Jumanji off to another director, allowing Johnston to join the Jurassic Park franchise earlier. If the second film succeeded, it could lead to him helming the third installment as well. The star-studded red carpet event lasted 2 hours, as media Q&A sessions were scheduled after the film screening. At 7 o'clock, after a brief opening speech, the film began to play in the theater. The original Jurassic Park 2 was essentially a pet project for Spielberg. Its plot was weak and disorganized, following the first film's trope of characters making foolish decisions. In fact, later on, Spielberg himself admitted it was his worst film. Despite its global box office grossing over $600 million in the original timeline, the series' reputation took a major hit, leading the third film to only earn a mere $300 million worldwide. The new Jurassic Park 2 kept the general concept of the original, but, to avoid repeating its mistakes and maintain the franchise's good reputation, Eric completely reworked its framework. In the new script, Eric minimized the subplot of exploring Dinosaur Island, eliminating several subplots and scrapping the mindless, do-nothing character tropes. Instead, the story focused on the company behind the disaster, which bribed the park's computer administrator for dinosaur embryos in the first film. This company aimed to construct a new Jurassic Park to rake in massive profits by kidnapping various dinosaurs from Dinosaur Island. After a grueling effort, they successfully captured a Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, during transportation, the T-Rex managed to escape, leading to catastrophic results as it invaded the city. In the film, the hunt for the now rampaging T-Rex in the metropolis not only stunned audiences worldwide, but also elicited gasps from the thousands of viewers in the cinema. There was no doubt this setup was highly successful. The resurrection of dinosaurs in modern society already provided an immense thrill, and the T-Rex's urban invasion was undoubtedly far more relatable than an isolated dinosaur island. The tightly woven storyline made everyone forget the passage of time. The 2-hour viewing experience flew by. As the T-Rex, responsible for a series of devastating consequences, was finally subdued, the credits rolled, accompanied by thunderous applause in the concert hall. As the audience and guests began to disperse after the premiere, at the subsequent press conference, the invited journalists didn't discuss the film's quality or box office forecasts. Instead, they unanimously reserved the first question for a topic they had been eager to discuss for over a year. Mr. Williams, I'm a reporter for the Seattle Times. First, I want to say this is an outstanding sequel, but we still don't understand why you chose not to direct the Jurassic Park series. A lucky female journalist who got the opportunity to ask focused intently on Eric, unable to contain her curiosity. Eric took the microphone handed to him, a subtle smile on his face as he said, I know everyone has been curious about this for a long time, but my answer isn't vastly different from the previous announcements from Firefly Group, and I have no intention of brushing anyone off. On one hand, I'm not a fan of doing the same job repeatedly. More importantly, I'm very busy now and find it challenging to carve out a few months to go overseas to shoot a film. Mr. Williams, does that mean you won't be directing films yourself anymore? Seizing the moment before anyone could take the microphone away, the female reporter quickly followed up. Eric thought for a moment and replied, Honestly, the first Jurassic Park marked the pinnacle of my career 2 years ago. It's incredibly difficult for someone to remain passionate about something once they've achieved the utmost zenith in it. Will I continue to film another movie? The answer is certainly yes. I'm still young with plenty of time. However, when my next film starts is something I don't quite know myself. The microphone passed to another journalist who asked, Mr. Williams, I'm from the New York Times. Under what circumstances would you consider making your next film? There are many factors. For instance, a project that I feel could challenge me, or a script that captures my strong interest. Of course, there's another situation. A friend once joked that I'm like a chef running a restaurant and could easily step in to execute if the head chef is absent. That's true. If Firefly Group needs me for a project, I could jump right in. You mean you can direct any type of film project under the Firefly banner? Faced with this subtly loaded question, Eric shook his head slightly and chuckled. Oh, I'm not entirely sure about that, but you could look back at the various types of films I've produced over the years. Laughter arose from the audience. After a moment, another questioner said, Mr. Williams, I'm from The Hollywood Reporter. Your films have achieved a level of commercial success that others can hardly match. When do you plan to aim for the Oscar for Best Director? Eric contemplated countering with, If you had already become the president, would you still care about a Scout's medal? However, such a response would surely be interpreted by the press as Eric Williams openly dismissing the Oscars, though he genuinely held that sentiment. He would never express it publicly. After a brief pause for effect, Eric spoke into the microphone. All right, that's the last question about me personally. I won't be answering any more questions not related to Jurassic Park. Regarding your inquiry, I believe it's bound to be a very long story. The room fell silent for a moment. Then, everyone realized Eric's subtle jab at the Academy and burst into laughter. As everyone knew, Eric was only 25 years old. In over half a century of Oscar history, no director had won the Golden Statuette before turning 30. So, if Eric hinted at pursuing the Best Director award, he and the Academy would undoubtedly engage in a drawn-out chase for years to come. It's easy to imagine the Academy becoming even more stringent with Eric's potential Oscar bid, eager to maintain their authority and demonstrate that they would not yield merely due to the accolades surrounding Eric. One could speculate Eric might even oust Leo from being the perennial punchline at the Oscars. Leo had already followed the trajectory of history and boarded that ill-fated ship, so it was best to leave the laugh-making to him. After the premiere, Jurassic Park officially opened in theaters across North America, once again breaking records with the number of screens reaching 3,500. Taking over the sequel to a film that once set box office records was undoubtedly pressuring for Johnston. He wasn't going to treat this sequel with the nonchalant attitude of his predecessor. He invested a tremendous amount of effort into this installment. While he ultimately went slightly over budget, it all proved worth it. With a tighter plot and more refined special effects, audiences unknowingly enjoyed 2 thrilling hours in theaters. Undoubtedly, Johnston delivered a satisfactory answer for this sequel. Los Angeles Times. The T-Rex rampaging through the city was absolutely brilliant. Even while watching the crowd being chased by the T-Rex on screen, I couldn't help but feel my heart race, experiencing a sense of panic as if I needed to flee. Hollywood Daily News. I initially thought this would be a standard sequel, yet the film surprised me with its breakthroughs in plot and special effects while continuing the style of the first. The city invasion plot compelled me to think more about whether we should treat nature with greater respect and inflict less damage. New York Times. Unlike the overwhelmingly negative reviews received by the sequel in the original timeline, this new version garnered generally positive feedback. With good word of mouth and 3,500 screens, the film earned $31.7 million on its first day, effortlessly breaking all single-day box office records. The following day had earnings of $33.5 million, with Sunday bringing in $29.8 million. Ultimately, with the premiere's midnight showing grossing $5.6 million, everyone was astounded to discover Jurassic Park 2 grossed an astounding $106 million, setting a new box office record for a first weekend. Meanwhile, thanks to the powerful distribution channels of Firefly Group, Jurassic Park 2 opened simultaneously in 22 countries and regions overseas, grossing $60 million over its first weekend. 3 days global box office totaled $160 million, easily surpassing the entire production and distribution costs that Firefly had sunk into this sequel. Many people could hardly fathom the heights this film would achieve. For Eric, seeing this box office report, the last remnants of his anxiety melted away. He was also completely certain that the original Jurassic Park sequel truly had been mishandled by Spielberg. In truth, for Eric, this outcome wasn't too surprising. The massive fan base built from the first film, coupled with the second film's impressive quality and the expanding North American and global film markets, ensured that while its box office might not match the first film's staggering heights, it wouldn't fall far behind. Moreover, the past revival of Jurassic Park, after years of being shelved, with Jurassic World's $600 million North American and $1.6 billion global box offices further proved how strong interest in this dinosaur franchise remained. In Culver City, Los Angeles, at the Columbia Pictures film studio, a black Lincoln slowly stopped in front of an office building. Howard Stringer of Sony's American division had just exited the vehicle when Bill Mechanic, the new head of Columbia Pictures, welcomed him. Mechanic was also a veteran of Hollywood, having worked at Paramount, Disney, and Fox. In the mid-1980s at Disney, he spearheaded the video release of classic animated films and achieved impressive sales figures. After moving to Fox and serving as vice president towards the end of the 1980s, he began to consider his next career move when Fox appointed Joe Roth as president. Following Sony's decision to abandon the plan of having Michael Ovitz lead Columbia, they spent several months looking for a suitable replacement. Ultimately, this position fell into Mechanic's hands. In fact, Columbia had better candidates, but after the incidents involving Peter Guber and John Peters, Sony grew increasingly cautious about empowering studio heads. Consequently, a number of potential Hollywood executives withdrew from the competition to lead Columbia during contract negotiations due to Sony's many restrictions. Stringer embraced Mechanic warmly, exchanging pleasantries as they walked toward the office building. Mechanic kept pace with Stringer and said, "Howard, I assume you've seen the box office report for Jurassic Park 2? Of course," Stringer nodded. "I came over today specifically to discuss this matter. The headquarters just sent me a project which I think has nearly as great potential as Jurassic Park 2. Chapter 724-725, The Right Approach. Bill Mechanic brought Howard Stringer into his office. As they both sat down, Howard pulled a document from his briefcase. "Bill, take a look at this first." Bill Mechanic received the document and opened it, where a photo immediately caught his eye. The image displayed a giant beast with armor-like scales reminiscent of a dinosaur. Without thinking, Bill exclaimed, "Godzilla." "Yes, Godzilla," Howard Stringer nodded. He set aside the coffee handed to him by Bill's secretary and waved the assistant away. Mr. Nobuyuki contacted me yesterday and sent this material. Sony headquarters has already started talks with Toho, and we should be able to get the rights soon. He wants us to bring this monster to the big screen using Hollywood's most advanced CGI effects. Since the first Godzilla film debuted in 1954, the creature, born from Japanese fears of nuclear devastation, had gained worldwide recognition and amassed a huge following. Besides the over 20 films produced directly by Toho, Godzilla-related comics, cartoons, and merchandise flourished across the globe. The monster even significantly influenced many films dealing with giant creatures. Bill Mechanic understood that Sony executives were likely inspired by the box office success of Jurassic Park 2 and had become impulsive about making a CGI version of Godzilla. Given that Jurassic Park served as a reference point, he expected a project budget of no less than $100 million. However, pursuing this project conflicted with the development strategy he had designed for Columbia. After a moment's hesitation, Bill asked, "Howard, what are Mr. Nobuyuki's specific plans for this project? Columbia isn't in the best shape right now." "I know your concerns, Bill," Howard Stringer said with a smile. "Budget-wise, there are no issues." Mr. Nobuyuki stated that as long as we can execute this project well, Sony is willing to bear a production budget of up to $150 million and invest $50 million in marketing because he hopes the first film makes a splash, leading to a series like what Toho has done. Upon hearing this, Bill Mechanic felt no joy. If Sony invested $200 million into this project, they would need at least $500 million in global box office receipts to break even. Although Jurassic Park had already pushed the highest global box office record to $1 billion 2 years prior, Bill, who had spent 20 years navigating Hollywood, knew making a movie with global earnings of $500 million was no easy feat, even with the overall expanding market. Last year's Hollywood market was remarkable in its success, but only 6 films surpassed the $500 million mark worldwide. Bill feared if this $200 million project failed, it could deal a devastating blow to Sony's confidence in film operations, possibly leading it to withdraw from Hollywood like Panasonic did. Each change in ownership at major studios meant management upheaval, putting Bill's own future as CEO in jeopardy. After some consideration, Bill said, "Howard, I mentioned upon joining that if Sony wanted to operate the film business long-term, it should focus on producing medium to low-budget films in the next few years. This conservative approach would help stabilize Columbia's nearly collapsed production and distribution system. At that time, both you and Mr. Nobuyuki agreed with my approach, so why take the risk now?" Howard Stringer patiently explained, "Bill, Mr. Nobuyuki's exact words are that Sony hopes Columbia will have a highly representative film series. Howard, I just think this decision is foolish. They should know what failure on this project would mean. If the Japanese want to maintain their dignity, the Men in Black and Jumanji series are already enough." Bill shook his head. "I believe we should persuade Mr. Nobuyuki to abandon this idea. If it must be done, it should be postponed for another 2 or 3 years until Columbia regains its footing." Howard Stringer came from a media background, and he understood that Mr. Nobuyuki appointed him CEO of Sony Pictures specifically to revitalize their entertainment business. Not only the executives at Sony headquarters, even Howard himself felt a surge of excitement after seeing Jurassic Park 2's stellar box office performance. Thus, when Sony headquarters pitched the Godzilla project, Howard perceived a significant opportunity. Yet, he hadn't anticipated his eager arrival would turn into continuous friction with Bill Mechanic. "Bill, we need to separate from the situations faced by Men in Black and Jumanji. We need to pursue this project independently. Once we have our own flagship film series, we won't have to rely on anyone else." Bill Mechanic wanted to say more, but, noticing Howard Stringer's serious expression, he realized it was best not to push further against his direct superior. His tone softened. "All right, Howard, we can proceed with this project, but I think it would be best to delay it a year. We're all aware of Columbia's situation. Since Peter Guber's departure last year, our production and distribution operations have been almost at a standstill. While things have improved somewhat in recent months, if we could have another year." "Bill, this is a decision from headquarters. There's no room for negotiation. What we need to do is execute it." Howard Stringer finally lost his patience, interrupting Bill. "Also, I don't want to prolong our disagreement. The board absolutely does not want Columbia to have another management crisis. If you don't cooperate, I'll have to report our situation to the board." Bill Mechanic felt taken aback. He had been at the company since late April, and the rapport between them had seemed pleasant. He even thought of Howard Stringer as an easygoing person, but he hadn't anticipated this side of him. So obstinate and threatening. Inwardly seething, Bill thought Sony had just gotten rid of 2 incompetent executives, only to hire a fool ignorant of the film industry. Howard Stringer had been a journalist and later served as the president of CBS News. While he was in the media field, he had never dabbled in the film industry. Hollywood was filled with executives from non-traditional backgrounds, but the top figures, Jeffrey Katzenberg, Michael Eisner, Sherry Lansing, and himself, had all climbed their way up through the Hollywood ranks. While it wasn't unheard of for outsiders to oversee professionals, it had led to the downfall of Paramount 10 years prior when Martin Davis, an outside investor, frequently interfered in management, causing rapid decline and eventual acquisition by Viacom. "All right," Bill Mechanic said with a slight shrug. Although he felt highly resistant, he didn't want to search for a new job just yet. Since this project was a Sony headquarters decision, even if it flopped, he wouldn't shoulder too much responsibility. If it succeeded, it would only benefit him further. "Howard, given this, where do you plan to start?" Despite outwardly conceding, Howard Stringer sensed Bill's clear negativity. He thought for a moment and said, "How about this, Bill? I'll take direct responsibility for this project, and we can assign the production to TriStar Pictures. You can continue to manage the company as you see fit, coordinating only when necessary." Deep down, Bill Mechanic believed that Sony's executives and Howard Stringer had clearly become deluded by Jurassic Park 2's box office triumph, thinking they could effortlessly create a billion-dollar film. He had originally contemplated how to completely remove himself from this high-risk project, and while a successful project would boost the company's overall strength and benefit him, if it failed, he wouldn't carry a significant stain on his record when seeking his next position. "Of course, no problem. It would be wonderful if you were directly involved." Bill nodded without hesitation, smiling. Seeing that Bill Mechanic no longer resisted the plan and willingly delegated authority, Howard Stringer felt satisfaction, but also thought he had been a bit harsh in tone. He was not a particularly obstinate person. His previous statements were based on Mr. Nobuyuki's instructions. The Sony board genuinely wanted to avoid another uncontrolled management scenario at Columbia. However, both he and the Sony executives failed to realize that while letting loose the reins might cause chaos, tugging them too tightly could lead to disaster. "So, Bill, who do you think would be the best director for this film in Hollywood?" With the intent to ease the atmosphere, Howard Stringer asked in a mild tone. "I think we should first address the special effects issue," Bill Mechanic said, still determined to exclude himself from the matter. He wasn't going to recommend any directors. He merely noted, "If we want to use CGI technology to bring Godzilla to the big screen, the only feasible option in Hollywood for this project is Digital Domain. But after earlier events, our relations with Firefly Group aren't very smooth. Although they claim that Digital Domain is a separate operation, no one can guarantee they won't deliberately create obstacles for us." Didn't Universal's The Mummy also have special effects done by Digital Domain? Howard Stringer pondered before responding. Michael Eisner and Eric Williams' relationship was far worse than that between Firefly and Columbia. "I believe it was mainly due to the leading actress, Nicole Kidman, mediating," Bill Mechanic remarked. "She's Eric Williams' partner, and she reportedly received a $30 million salary for the first Mummy film. That's a price Universal paid for their success with the Mummy series. If Godzilla can succeed, we certainly won't have trouble affording that." Howard paused to consider. "So, do you think we could implement a similar strategy as Universal?" Bill Mechanic shook his head. "I don't believe so." Warner Brothers' Fair Game, which was released at the end of May, starred Claudia Schiffer, who is also Eric Williams' partner. However, this $50 million action movie only grossed less than $10 million during its opening week. Last weekend, in the wake of Jurassic Park 2, it fell 57% to just $3 million. Originally, forecasting had it reaching $30 million, but it seems now it'd be fortunate to hit $25 million. "I heard about that at a business cocktail party a few days ago," Howard Stringer mentioned. I was told during the film's preparation, Eric Williams predicted this project would fail. Joel Silver made significant changes in an attempt to salvage it, but unfortunately, it didn't work. I didn't hear anything about the leading actress. Bill Mechanic thought to himself that at formal business gatherings, people wouldn't blabber about such gossip. But with a slight focus on Hollywood, these matters were hardly secrets. In any case, Howard, we first need to resolve the special effects issue. Moreover, for such a big project, finding a reliable director is crucial. Ideally, this director should have successfully directed a blockbuster with special effects. Although intending to remain uninvolved, Bill Mechanic still tried to guide Howard Stringer toward the right approach. Howard Stringer almost immediately thought of the recent hit Jurassic Park 2. Perhaps we could try to reach out to Joe Johnston? If we could succeed, that would be great. Bill Mechanic nodded in agreement, though he didn't hold high expectations. Firefly Group had likely secured Joe Johnston with a stringent option agreement after having him direct Jurassic Park. Unless someone was willing to pay a substantial penalty, or if Firefly graciously released him, Johnston's chances of directing for other companies in the coming years were extremely low. Chapters 725, 726. No hidden cards. After a record-breaking three-day weekend box office of $106 million, the day-to-day earnings of Jurassic Park 2 fell to the millions as it entered the workweek. Although this represented a 60% decline compared to the weekend, there was no doubt that the film's first-week ticket sales would easily surpass the historical high of $140 million. It took the top spot on the 1995 film box office charts without any competition. Most box office analysts predicted that Jurassic Park 2 had essentially locked in the position of annual box office champion. Amid the dazzling brilliance of Jurassic Park 2, not many people noticed that a film called Forrest Gump was about to quietly release on June 9th. Although the film received unanimous praise from critics during its early screenings, this acclaim made a few media outlets, which had begun to take notice, pessimistic about its box office prospects. After all, films that critics loved tended to be more artistic and often performed poorly at the box office. Moreover, if there was any expectation for Forrest Gump's box office, Eric Williams certainly wouldn't allow Firefly Films to set its release date on June 9th. In the eyes of the media, this was akin to placing a defenseless little animal under a T-Rex's foot. It was bound to be crushed. It's important to note that in order to avoid being overshadowed by Jurassic Park 2, other major film companies had all collectively decided to release their summer films at the end of June and in July. Time Warner even abandoned its previous strategy of aiming for a late May release, only leaving behind one poorly performing film, Fair Game, as the sacrificial lamb. Once the first-day box office figures for Jurassic Park 2 rolled in, Eric shifted most of his attention to handling company affairs that had piled up during his time away from Los Angeles. Although he maintained an observer status regarding Forrest Gump's release and let Drew and Amy Pascal take charge, in this world, perhaps only he remained confident in Forrest Gump's box office fate. Despite the film gaining a lot of positive buzz, during the promotional phase, Amy Pascal ultimately only prepared 1,500 screens for Forrest Gump's opening. Eric didn't oppose this decision. As long as the movie generated the same buzz it had in the past, the box office was sure to have a long run. Starting with fewer opening screens could even create an effective hunger marketing strategy. Due to its low profile, even though Drew had pulled Eric and Steven Spielberg over for the premiere, and the film's director, Robert Zemeckis, was a renowned director behind hits like Back to the Future and Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Forrest Gump still opened quietly. Fortunately, the lead actor Tom Hanks and director Robert Zemeckis had established a solid reputation after their previous successful films. As a result, Forrest Gump managed to achieve a solid $6.7 million on its opening day across 1,500 theaters in North America. When Amy Pascal reported this figure to Eric, her tone was filled with relief. With $6.7 million on the first day, she felt that reaching $25 million in the first week was not a major issue. Given the film's excellent critical reception and long-term screening strategy, the total box office could potentially approach $80 million before it left theaters. Forrest Gump's production and distribution costs amounted to $70 million. If North American box office revenues hit $80 million, Flower Films could recoup a significant portion of their costs. The film was positioned as an award contender. With its current critical acclaim, it could even make a push for Best Picture at the Oscars. As long as it secured a few prestigious Oscar statuettes, the subsequent overseas distribution and video sales would yield substantial returns. Although the cash return period would be prolonged, Flower Films would still profit sufficiently from this venture. Amy Pascal's analysis of Forrest Gump's profitability was reminiscent of a thrifty housewife's approach. It was understandable why she felt this way. Even though Forrest Gump was personally championed by Eric and he had created a series of box office miracles, the fear of movie risk had sunk deeply into the instincts of Hollywood executives. The film's total budget of $70 million was seen by most as far exceeding what it could commercially deliver as an art film. However, the dramatic unfolding of events far exceeded most people's expectations. After the massive first-day launch, most media outlets that had only planned a brief notice about the new film were surprised to discover that Forrest Gump far exceeded their expectations. The movie is told through the eyes of a man with an IQ of only 75, perfectly showcasing the evolution of American society over the 30 years post-war through stunning effects. The three main characters in this film embody the three mainstream American spirits from 20 years ago. Forrest represents the essence of the American spirit: simple, hard-working, sincere, and committed. Ginny represents the rebellious generation of the 60s trying to break away from tradition to find themselves, only to end up wandering into the depths of despair. Lieutenant Dan belongs to those who question society. They have their own beliefs, but remain lost, unsure of the value of their convictions. In the film, the wayward Ginny ultimately chooses to return home, while Lieutenant Dan follows in Forrest's footsteps, symbolizing the reunion of three facets of the American spirit returning to its roots. Admittedly, at first glance, it's a seemingly absurd anti-intellectual film. Yet, during the 2-hour and 20-minute viewing, I found myself inexplicably moved. It made me reflect. This nation's power is recovering, the economy is advancing, and technology is progressing rapidly. But while we pride ourselves on being smart, we fall further into materialism, completely neglecting the spiritual values we should uphold. What struck me most about Forrest Gump was that rain-soaked night, when Ginny brought the slow-witted Forrest back to her room, dreaming about becoming famous, only to ask him what he envisioned himself becoming. Forrest, puzzled, replied, "Why would I want to be someone else? Can't I just be me?" Ultimately, Ginny's dream shattered, leaving the world in sorrow, while Forrest, staying true to himself, gained everything that ordinary people yearn for. As the years of the turbulent 60s and the liberated 70s passed, conservatism began making a comeback in the 80s, peaking in the 90s. Simultaneously, the excessive materialism led to a growing void in the spiritual realm, with moral decay and fading humanity becoming increasingly severe. Thus, the conservative persona represented by Forrest and his inherent qualities of kindness, sincerity, and simplicity resonated with more and more Americans longing for a richer spiritual life. With the media's overwhelming and spontaneous promotion, a growing number of people began to take notice of the film and flood into cinemas. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. This line, destined to be a classic etched into film history, quickly spread among the audience. Most people didn't truly grasp the profound meaning behind it. They simply left the theater feeling inexplicably touched and satisfied, quietly repeating the phrase in their minds, making it impossible to forget. The explosive attention on Forrest Gump was most obviously reflected in its box office numbers. Following the opening day's $6.7 million, the next 2 days saw daily increases of more than 20%, bringing the weekend total to $22.9 million. Compared to Jurassic Park 2, this box office figure may seem negligible. However, as an art film, this breakout projection invigorated everyone. After all, just 2 weeks ago, a similarly budgeted film, Fair Game, had only managed to pull a pitiful $6.8 million over its opening weekend. Once workweek began, Forrest Gump's box office momentum did not wane. Though it saw a slight decline from Sunday's numbers, the daily earnings still hovered around $6 million. In the end, Forrest Gump's first-week box office performance surpassed $47 million, leading to widespread astonishment among media outlets. This figure was nearly double or even triple what many had predicted for the film's weekly earnings. However, after the shock, many couldn't help but feel that under the circumstances of Forrest Gump becoming a cultural symbol in America, this box office number somehow felt entirely reasonable. At Venice Beach, in an Italian seafood restaurant, Amy Pascal smiled as she looked across the table at Drew, who was whispering excitedly to Eric, her coffee cup in hand, sipping from it occasionally. With the box office and critical acclaim for Forrest Gump both exploding, Amy had been in a state of palpable excitement for the past few days. She was now 100% sure that her decision to leave her position as vice president at Columbia for this little workshop at Firefly Films was the right one. If her upcoming meetings went smoothly, she would follow Sherry Lansing as the second woman to head one of Hollywood's top 7 studios. Not sure what Drew said. Eric playfully pinched her ear, pushing her away with a chuckle, then turned to Amy and asked, "By the way, how's everything going with Peter Jackson?" Amy replied, "Although he doesn't have experience directing big-budget films, there's no denying his talent in film. We've gone through his complete vision for the Lord of the Rings series, including the script, storyboard, character design, and locations he scouted in New Zealand. We're unlikely to find anyone in Hollywood who's as passionate about the Lord of the Rings as he is. It would be perfect for him to direct this epic fantasy series. Eric, do you want to have a chat with him when you have time?" "Not for now. Let him direct 1 or 2 films first and get familiar with how Hollywood operates. Once the timing is right, we can kick off the production for this series." Amy nodded. She understood when Eric mentioned the right timing and wasn't in a hurry. The projects at Flower Films currently kept her and Drew busy for quite a while. As they spoke, Drew chimed in excitingly. "Eric, the photos Jackson took show how beautiful New Zealand is. Shouldn't we take a vacation there sometime?" "Sure, and let's buy a big farm and keep a few horses too." "Huh, I don't believe you'd be interested in raising horses," Drew teased. "Maybe you could just exile some less favored models there. Make them your pets on the farm?" Without Drew bringing it up, Eric had almost forgotten about that. He hadn't heard anything about Heidi Klum in half a year. He scratched her side playfully to hush her, then asked, "How are those projects, Mean Girls and Scream, coming along?" Drew replied, "They're already filming. Wes Craven's not keen on heading to Canada for Scream, so they're shooting at a high school in Santa Rosa, Northern California. I'll be heading there soon to film the initial scenes. Also, the Mean Girls crew went to Vancouver. Filming in Canada will save over $1 million, and Tina went along too." When Eric last left Los Angeles, those 2 films were still in the planning stages. Although it had been more than a month since then, he still felt rushed. Amy seemed to pick up on Eric's thoughts and explained, "Eric, both films involve many high school scenes that need to be wrapped before summer vacation ends. That's why we're keeping the schedule so tight." Having been away from school for too long, Eric had become fuzzy on the concept of student vacation dates. Although he had a clear idea of the summer box office season, it mainly leaned towards commercial terminology. Thus, it was only upon hearing Amy's explanation that he finally recognized that if they didn't shoot those school scenes before summer break, it would become a major hassle once students returned to class. The 3 were deep into conversation when a waiter led a middle-aged man in his 50s into the restaurant. It was the current CEO of MGM, Frank Mancuso. "Sorry, Eric, I'm late," Frank Mancuso said apologetically as he reached out his hand to Eric. Eric stood up to shake hands and laughed. "Not at all, Frank. We just arrived early. I assume these 2 don't need my introduction?" "Of course not," Frank Mancuso said, shaking Drew and Amy's hands. He complimented, "I recently made it a point to see Forrest Gump. It's truly an outstanding film that leaves a lasting impression." "Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Mancuso," Amy smiled and nodded. Once Frank Mancuso settled into his chair, he added, "Just call me Frank." "Amy, we know each other reasonably well now, don't we?" Amy nodded, "Of course. Let's order first, Frank. I've had lunch here before, and their pan-seared base is quite good. You should give it a try." Eric took the menu from the waiter and made the recommendation while reminiscing about the first time he had dined there 2 years ago, alongside Nicole and a fresh-faced waitress whose gaze had made him feel a bit uneasy. After placing their orders, and as soon as the waiter left, Eric got straight to the point. So, Frank, has Kirk Kerkorian made an offer on MGM yet? Frank Mancuso nodded. $1.5 billion, and Kerkorian seems quite eager. He wants to finalize the deal before July. However, Credit Lyonnais hasn't responded yet. They seem to be waiting to see how GoldenEye and Night at the museum fare at the box office in July. I've also heard that the French company Vivendi has been in touch with Credit Lyonnais, but I don't know their offer. While Credit Lyonnais was a universal bank in France, they never intended to be involved in the entertainment industry. Years ago, a twist of fate led them to become the majority shareholder of MGM due to a financial scam perpetrated by an Italian consortium. The court confiscated and used MGM shares to repay the enormous debts owed by the Italian consortium. Since the bubble-like expansion that began in the late 80s, Credit Lyonnais had temporarily become the largest bank in Europe. However, after the financial bubbles burst in recent years, they suffered massive losses due to bad debts, amounting to hundreds of billions, and they had almost reached bankruptcy. Despite MGM showing signs of recovery, under pressure from the French government and shareholders, Credit Lyonnais was still anxious to divest its shares in MGM and convert them to cash to alleviate its financial shortfalls. Eric guessed that $1.5 billion was likely higher than the amount Kerkorian paid to regain MGM in his previous life, yet it still seemed reasonable. Although MGM appeared to be on the verge of revival, it was apparent to anyone with insight that beyond the James Bond series, control of lucrative franchises such as Charlie's Angels, Resident Evil, and the upcoming Night at the Museum didn't belong to MGM. While MGM's operation had stabilized over the last 2 years, the massive debts left by Kerkorian didn't seem to diminish significantly. Frank, you could reach out to the relevant people at Credit Lyonnais. Our offer is also $1.5 billion. Let them send someone to the negotiation table. I know they are in desperate need of funds, and we can pay the entire acquisition amount in one lump sum. Frank Mancuso looked over to Amy and Drew as he said, Eric, is it Firefly Group? Eric shook his head and replied with a smile. No, it's Flower Films. Firefly Group won't get involved with MGM in that way. Eric's casual remark sent a shiver down Frank Mancuso's spine. Eric didn't want Firefly Group to get entangled in MGM's ownership disputes, which was easy to understand. He was cautious about encountering monopolistic barriers due to future expansion by Flower Films with the stake from Firefly Group. Given the current scales of Flower Films and MGM, to reach the level of a monopoly would typically require a decade or more of rapid development. But in this world, miracles weren't lacking. That little Firefly had managed to grow into a giant in just 7 years. After considering his words carefully, Frank Mancuso asked, So, Eric, how does Flower Films plan to run MGM post-acquisition? Eric didn't answer, but simply gestured towards Amy. Amy smiled, knowing Frank Mancuso was concerned about the arrangement for the original management team following the merger. Frank, after the merger, I hope you can continue to stay on and primarily oversee the distribution of our films in North America and globally. Frank Mancuso was primarily responsible for distribution at MGM, as the company hadn't produced any significant films in recent years besides the Bond series. He didn't yearn to replace Amy as the CEO of the new company, so he was satisfied with this arrangement. He nodded and turned to Eric. Eric, while a $1.5 billion offer isn't low, I think if Vivendi and Kerkorian join in the bidding, the final price could potentially rise to $1.8 billion. In principle, Credit Lyonnais will certainly sell MGM to the highest bidder. Eric shook his head with a smile. Frank, I don't think Credit Lyonnais has any principles. They have no trump cards. They can only choose to accept or decline the deal. If they insist on selling MGM to someone else, I'll immediately terminate all collaboration between Firefly Films and DreamWorks with MGM. Without rights to distribute films like Charlie's Angels, Resident Evil, and Night at the Museum, MGM would immediately revert to being an empty shell like a few years ago. At that point, I don't believe anyone will still want to offer them $1.5 billion. Just imagining such a scenario created an intense sensation of helplessness within Frank Mancuso. He knew all too well that this situation was absolutely untenable for Credit Lyonnais. Although MGM had already signed distribution contracts with DreamWorks and Flower Films, There were countless methods in Hollywood for Firefly to achieve its goals without violating those contracts. At the same time, Frank Mancuso also definitely didn't want Kerkorian to regain control of MGM. That gambling tycoon was merely a vampire with no serious interest in filmmaking. Like Ron Perelman of Wall Street, he was focused on financing through bond issuance whenever MGM had a healthy-looking operation. Then he would find ways to line his pockets until MGM was teetering on bankruptcy again, at which point he would sell it off without a second thought. The massive debts weighing down MGM now were merely the aftermath of Kerkorian's repeated opportunistic practices in the 80s, with huge interest payments making it impossible for MGM to carry on. Currently, he wasn't aware of the state of Paris-based Vivendi, but he believed teaming up with Firefly Films was probably MGM's only way out. Once merged with Flower Films, he trusted Eric would likely integrate DreamWorks into the new company as well. Given the ownership of profitable franchises such as Mission Impossible, Charlie's Angels, Night at the Museum, Resident Evil, and the James Bond series, MGM would soon regain its vitality and once again become a powerhouse in the film industry. Feeling a pang of excitement at the thought of personally participating in MGM's revival, Frank Mancuso said to Eric, "Eric, I'll convey your message to Credit Lyonnaise." Eric nodded in satisfaction before the pleasant mealtime continued. An hour later, after Frank Mancuso left the restaurant, Eric, Amy, and Drew remained, diving into discussions about Eric's detailed plans for Flower Films' future. Unbeknownst to them, the afternoon rolled into sunset with the beach aglow in orange hues. Just when Eric was about to lead the two out, his phone, which had been sitting on the table, rang. "This is Williams." Eric picked up the phone, chatted for a moment, nodding. Occasionally, moments later, a playful smile spread across his face as he looked at Amy and Drew opposite him and asked, "Do you guys know Godzilla?" Chapter 726, 727, Breaking Free from the Shadows. The call came directly from ICM's Kepler Hyde. After Columbia decided to produce a Godzilla film, they eagerly began searching for a director. Joe Johnston, who had just successfully helmed Jurassic Park 2, was undoubtedly the best choice. On the other hand, many actors, directors, and producers who worked closely with Firefly had most of their contracts through ICM. Due to antitrust laws, although there were no direct financial ties between the two, ICM had always enjoyed a very close relationship with Firefly among the three major talent agencies. Thus, news that Sony was trying to poach talent quickly reached Eric. Bill Mechanic was a seasoned Hollywood manager, and details about him weren't hard to come by. His management style tended to be conservative, and he had a cautious personality. After Sony appointed Bill Mechanic as Columbia's CEO, Eric briefly thought that Sony would abandon their exorbitant spending strategy and instead adopt a more cautious approach. However, as soon as he learned that Sony planned to launch Godzilla, he knew they would return to their old ways. In the original timeline, although they had fired Peter Guber and John Peters, Sony still maintained their reckless money-splashing strategy, seeking recognition. They not only offered Jim Carrey an unprecedented $20 million salary, but also blindly invested in numerous big-budget flops, with the 1998 version of Godzilla being one of the most notorious failures. With Godzilla's immense global popularity, Sony ambitiously aimed to turn the film into a trilogy from its early development stages and brought on board Roland Emmerich, who had achieved great box office success with Independence Day. However, often the greater the expectations, the bigger the disappointments. From memory, the 1998 version of Godzilla was criticized for its simplistic and absurd plot, as well as its lack of logic. Fans were particularly vocal in their critiques of Godzilla itself. Godzilla was known as the king of monsters, primarily due to its formidable combat abilities. In its Japanese versions, Godzilla possessed indestructible skin and powerful attacks like atomic breath, capable of withstanding even nuclear blasts, occasionally emerging to fend off alien invasions as well. That was the true king of monsters that dominated its realm. In stark contrast, the 1998 Godzilla saw most fans reacting post-viewing with disbelief, often thinking, "Are you kidding me?" The iconic monster had ditched its classic image for a Tyrannosaurus Rex with fins, and to have its power reduced to being ensnared by a bridge cable was almost laughable. Was Godzilla really that weak? That wasn't the worst of it. The most infuriating aspect was that this fin-backed Tyrannosaurus fell victim to a few strikes from the U.S. military's missiles, dying with no struggle or fight. In its final moments, it exchanged a poignant gaze with the lead character, filled with a sense of longing and unfulfilled dreams, leaving behind a subtext that read, "You got his body, but I got his heart." After this emotional farewell, it simply passed away, leaving behind an audience bewildered and lamenting. It was a pathetic Godzilla, and dying like that just isn't enough to quell public outrage. And you still had to act like King Kong at the end? What kind of joke is that? Eric recalled that while Godzilla wasn't a total box office disaster, its reputation was so poor that even years later fans would bring it up in conversation just to criticize it. The film received multiple nominations from the Golden Raspberries, including for Worst Remake, Worst Director, Worst Screenplay, and Worst Supporting Actress, drawing ire from moviegoers worldwide. Originally, Godzilla's rights holder, Toho, planned to completely retire the franchise after the 22nd film in 1995. However, after the release of the 1998 Godzilla, in an attempt to salvage the monster's image, they had to reboot the series, eventually releasing a total of 28 films before putting it to rest. In the end, the 1998 Godzilla even dropped the God prefix and was simply titled Zilla. Upon learning that Sony planned to push ahead with the Godzilla project, Eric began considering how to steer this in the direction he wanted. Under his influence, Hollywood was undergoing significant changes. Eric wasn't sure if the film would repeat its previous fate if a new director took over Godzilla, so he quickly resolved to guide it down the same path as before. While Sony's commitment to film production exceeded Panasonic's, Eric doubted they could remain persistent if they faced a string of big-budget failures. Furthermore, it seemed clear that Sony could no longer rely on the Spider-Man franchise as a lifeline. Currently, there weren't many suitable directors for Godzilla in Hollywood. Cameron and Spielberg could be considered, and Eric himself would certainly be a possibility. Besides them, there were Joe Johnston, Roland Emmerich, Jan de Bont, and Paul Verhoeven, a select few, with most having ties to Firefly. After all, many of Hollywood's most successful special effects blockbusters in recent years had emerged from Firefly, with directors like Cameron and Emmerich gaining substantial experience through their steadfast support. To replicate the success of Godzilla, pushing Roland Emmerich towards Sony was undoubtedly the most straightforward approach. Thus, Eric's task was clear: block Sony from searching for other directors. In this matter, he didn't need to worry about Cameron. He was busy making Titanic, leaving Sony with no options there. Joe Johnston had signed an option contract with Firefly before taking on Jurassic Park 2, so even if Sony could afford $20 million, they would have to pay hefty penalties for breach of contract, freeing him from their concerns. As for the others, Eric didn't think they would settle for second best before ruling out the bigger names. The biggest wildcard, however, was Spielberg. The classic Jaws, which had catapulted him to fame, could also arguably be seen as a monster movie. There was no doubt that even if Eric tried to make room, Sony would likely favor Spielberg over Emmerich. Of course, nothing was absolute, and at that moment, Emmerich found himself with an ample opportunity to bolster his own competitiveness. Independence Day surely marked the pinnacle of his directorial career. While Eric closely monitored Sony's Godzilla preparations, the summer box office in Hollywood continued to blaze a trail, with Forrest Gump being particularly eye-catching. On its first week, it grossed $47 million, which was impressive given it was playing on 1,500 screens and had an average of $30,000 per theater, far exceeding the standard $10,000 average expected from blockbuster films. Then on June 16th, Firefly's Toy Story 2 debuted, topping the box office with an impressive $69 million first-week gross. Jurassic Park 2 followed up with $77 million in its second week, taking a 45% hit and bringing its total earnings to $217 million. Its third-week gross saw a 49% drop to $39.25 million. Comparatively, Forrest Gump, in its second week, saw only an 18% drop, raking in $39.2 million, and Jurassic Park 2 narrowly held onto second place with just a $50,000 lead. By June 23rd, even though Warner's Batman Forever split opinions, comic fans flocked to see their beloved villains on the big screen, while Forrest Gump's momentum truly began to shine. After the box office figures for the week of June 23rd to 29th came in, despite Batman Forever's impressive $78 million earnings at the top, all eyes turned to Forrest Gump's $35 million score, a significantly minor drop of just 10%. Meanwhile, Toy Story 2's second week earnings fell to $33 million, landing it in third, and Jurassic Park 2 continued its pattern of commercial declines with a 40% drop to $23.5 million, finishing fourth. Unnoticed, in just 3 weeks, Forrest Gump's box office drew together an unexpected total of over $122 million, fully entering the realm of the blockbuster. Moreover, based on its growing buzz and marginal weekly revenue decline, box office forecasting agencies repeatedly revised Forrest Gump's expectations upward. By the time the third week earnings were released, everyone was surprised to find that most forecasting agencies and media had subconsciously pegged Forrest Gump's box office at a staggering $300 million. Although Jurassic Park 2 had reached $279 million by its fourth week, closing in on $300 million, few doubted that Forrest Gump was quietly emerging as a contender for the year's box office crown alongside Jurassic Park 2. The production company Flower Films was undoubtedly ecstatic about Forrest Gump's box office success, while the party with the most complex feelings had to be Sony Columbia, who lost the distribution rights to Forrest Gump and Night at the Museum due to the earlier disputes over Men in Black and Jumanji. When Sony realized they were likely only going to scrape by on the 2 films they'd banked on, both of which had skyrocketing costs, while foregoing at least a $100 million profit from Forrest Gump, some shareholders openly criticized the U.S. division's decisions. Had it not been for Ide Nobuyuki's personal endorsement of Howard Stringer, the newly appointed U.S. division head might have faced calls to resign. As winds shifted, Howard Stringer became ever more determined to escape the shadow of Firefly and turn Godzilla into a blockbuster franchise. After his invitation to Joe Johnston to direct Godzilla was turned down, Howard Stringer quickly set his sights on Spielberg. However, Howard Stringer was at least more astute than certain German film investors who only focused on big-name stars without considering their relevance. Given that Eric had pulled Jurassic Park from Spielberg, many of his recent films, while performing decently at the box office, hadn't been particularly groundbreaking. His box office hits Jaws and E.T. were relics of a bygone era. Moreover, a few years back, Columbia's collaboration with Spielberg on Hook ended in an unremarkable box office disappointment despite initial praise. In recent years, Spielberg had maintained close ties with Universal, where he had partnered on the successful summer hit Casper. That fantasy family comedy had surprisingly achieved over $80 million at the box office despite being overshadowed by massive blockbusters like Jurassic Park 2. Rumor had it that he was also about to establish a new production company in collaboration with David Geffen under Universal, which made Stringer less confident about inviting Spielberg to the project. Amid this uncertainty, Independence Day premiered. Debuting on June 30th, Independence Day brought in $56 million over its 3-day opening weekend. Thanks to the July 4th holiday landing on a weekday, ticket sales soared, resulting in an explosive opening of $85 million due to its strong marketing and word of mouth. In just 1 week, it more than recouped its $75 million production cost, and typically, production and distribution partners took away 90% of first-week gross, meaning, theoretically, Firefly had already recouped all its costs in its opening week. With the success of Deep Impact, Roland Emmerich emerged as one of the top directors, and Independence Day's box office results further skyrocketed his reputation. Moreover, Howard Stringer was pleasantly surprised to learn that Roland Emmerich had none of the contractual entrapments that held Joe Johnston back. This meant that as long as Sony was willing to pay the price, they could hire Roland Emmerich to direct Godzilla. The question now was, what would Firefly's response be if Sony reached out to Emmerich? While Stringer aimed to break free from Firefly's shadow, he was acutely aware that completely escaping its influence was impossible. At the very least, this film would undeniably require technical support in digital effects. Chapter 727, 728, Strategic Error. $20 million in salary and a 15% share of the North American box office? Huh, Firefly can't offer that. Eric laughed and shook his head as he spoke to Roland Emmerich, who sat across from him. It was July 7th, and the two were having breakfast at a diner in Beverly Hills. Roland had fully disclosed to Eric the conditions Sony had offered him to direct Godzilla. Howard Stringer was also a smart guy. Rather than directly approaching Firefly, he proposed an irresistible offer to Roland to lure him away from Sony Pictures. After that, getting Firefly's understanding became Roland's responsibility. If Godzilla's future box office could match the $300 million level of Independence Day, Roland would be looking at a whopping $65 million from this project. Even if the film flopped, Roland's earnings would still exceed $20 million, ensuring a safety net. Firefly surely would not come close to offering such terms. Of course, Firefly was not being stingy either. Independence Day had a massive box office success, and in addition to the original $8 million fixed salary, Roland could rake in over $20 million from the film's subsequent earnings due to the applicable profit-sharing agreement. So, ultimately, Independence Day could bring him in $30 million. Directors who could earn $30 million from a single film were few and far between in Hollywood. This was the collaborative approach Eric had always promoted, keeping fixed salaries low and tying creative profits to box office revenue to share risks together. Sony's approach, offering such an exorbitant sum with high box office share even before the film was underway, seemed almost reckless, driven solely by financial might. Seeing that Eric did not appear angry upon learning of his plans with Sony, Roland felt a bit more at ease. Although he had never seen Eric genuinely angry, he wasn't naive enough to believe that Eric was without temper. Their collaborations on Deep Impact and Independence Day had been very enjoyable, and Roland knew those films had propelled him to his current position. He wasn't one to forget his roots. Usually, even without a contractual obligation, he would be eager to continue working with Firefly. However, this offer from Sony was indeed hard to pass up. Anyway, I'm really sorry, Eric. I don't think I can direct the day after tomorrow, Roland said, though he felt lighter inside. He still wore a regretful expression. Even though Firefly was on a hot streak, Eric's influence in Hollywood was only growing. Roland definitely didn't want to anger Eric unless absolutely necessary. After some thought, he added, Eric, everyone is looking forward to your new work. Perhaps it would be a good idea for you to direct the day after tomorrow yourself. Let's see how things go, Eric replied, smiling noncommittally. Sony was ambitious in wanting to turn Godzilla into at least a trilogy. Theoretically, Roland wouldn't be available to return to Firefly's films for several years. Eric felt a bit uneasy about the situation. Roland's decision to step away from directing the day after tomorrow would necessitate adjustments to Firefly's filming schedule. When he had first invited Roland to direct Deep Impact, they had only signed a 2-film contract. After completing Independence Day, their contractual obligations had been fulfilled. Although Firefly had the right of first refusal for a renewal, it was unlikely they could offer anything close to Sony's sky-high salaries. Blocking someone's financial path is tantamount to committing a crime against their family. In that light, it would be tough for Firefly to insist on keeping Roland. Despite this, Eric felt relaxed about letting Roland depart, primarily due to plans he was laying groundwork for years down the line. At the moment, representatives from Credit Lyonnais had arrived in Los Angeles and were in acquisition talks with Amy Pascal of Flower Films. If they secured MGM as a distribution platform, Flower Films could rapidly expand. On the other side, while Sony had substantial financial backing, amid massive losses due to Peter Guber's management, they couldn't continue to prop up Sony Columbia indefinitely. If Sony's ambitious Godzilla series faced failure, it would deal a devastating blow to their confidence in maintaining the film business. At that point, Flower Films could seize Columbia and further Eric's plans to expand his Hollywood empire. Roland was unaware of Eric's thoughts and felt a bit guilty, seeing how easily Eric let him go. The atmosphere during breakfast inevitably grew awkward. They exchanged dull pleasantries while quickly finishing their meal. Roland offered to pay the bill and then excused himself from the diner. Although Howard Stringer had hoped Roland could discuss the special effects responsibilities for Godzilla with Eric, Roland felt increasingly guilty. This was something he found hard to bring up, firmly deciding to leave the headache for Sony to handle. Once Roland left, Eric didn't hurry back to the office. He instructed the waiter to clear the plates, ordered a cup of coffee, and leisurely read the day's newspapers. In the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times, the weekly box office report highlighted Independence Day's staggering $85 million, followed by Universal's new release, the much-anticipated Apollo 13. Despite the absence of Tom Hanks, the film's exceptional quality and reputation still brought in over $43 million during its opening week, placing it second. Considering the tumultuous acquisition earlier in the year, Universal had nevertheless maintained impressive box office results during the summer. The modestly budgeted films like May's Casper and this Apollo 13 showed far better performance than one would expect. Michael Eisner's volatile nature wasn't appealing, but after taking over Universal, he seemed to regain the sharpness he had during the 80s with Disney. Eric recalled that Universal would be facing tumultuous changes over the next decade, but it was uncertain just how much upheaval Eisner could withstand. Following Apollo 13 was the second week of Batman Forever, raking in $42 million, placing third. The ever-reliable Forrest Gump was still holding strong with over $28 million, slightly down 20% from the previous week, putting it in fourth, with a total of $150 million over 4 weeks. Toy Story 2 earned just over $28 million, ranking fifth, with a total of $130 million, beginning its long run, though it certainly wouldn't have the same staying power as Forrest Gump and was expected to finish around $200 million. Additionally, Jurassic Park 2 had reached a total of $280 million after 4 weeks, but brought in only just over $14 million in its fifth week. It was projected to surpass $300 million the following week. However, box office receipts were also expected to fall below the $1 million mark as it entered its winding-down phase. In just a month, weekly box office receipts dropped from $140 million to just $14 million. Newspaper articles couldn't help but echo criticisms of Firefly's distribution strategy, suggesting they had overextended Jurassic Park 2's box office potential by releasing it on 3,500 screens during its opening week. If Firefly had employed a more conservative release strategy, the box office curve would undoubtedly have been more attractive. Eric simply smiled at these comments. Any perceptive individual could see that Firefly had effectively dominated the June release period over recent years, leading other studios to preemptively shift their major releases to July. Beginning from June 30th, Universal's Apollo 13 and Independence Day resulted in an almost weekly run of 2 major new releases throughout July. For example, on July 7th, Fox's The Cable Guy starring Jim Carrey and Warner's Waterworld debuts. On July 14th, there was Night at the Museum and Eraser. The following week saw GoldenEye and Heat. Under this deluge of new releases, if Firefly did not extract as much box office as possible from Jurassic Park 2 in June, they would quickly find their space encroached by an overwhelming flood of new films. Eric quickly skimmed through several major newspapers for the day, noting that Kevin Costner's Waterworld would be released today. He picked up the phone and dialed Amy Pascal, reminding her to monitor developments with Waterworld and to choose a suitable time to initiate salary negotiations for Mission Impossible 2 with Kevin Costner. Although the final product had not yet been revealed, Warner's $175 million aquatic dystopia was destined to tank. After the dismal performance of last summer's Western film, Wyatt Earp, this marked Kevin Costner's second major filmmaking failure. With that, Flower Films would wield considerable leverage in negotiating salaries for Mission Impossible given the circumstances. Even with Eric's strong support, Flower Films would still have to manage some financing along the way in the process of acquiring MGM. The first Mission Impossible had shattered the global box office, surpassing $500 million. A remarkable feat securing a deal for the sequel would undoubtedly provide Flower Films with substantial additional financing leverage. Chapter 728, 729, No. Burbank, Firefly headquarters. As the iconic duo, one tall and one short, walked into the office building, passing employees greeted them warmly. Caroline, Melanie, good morning. Renee, good morning. Mr. Weissman, good morning. Jean, good morning. The petite Caroline Wilson politely greeted everyone she brushed past in her distinctive accent. Americans often had complicated feelings toward the British. If someone spoke in a tone reminiscent of a proud British aristocrat, it could lead to strong aversion. However, the petite girl's innate purity and sincerity lightened the mood and inspired no negative feelings. Many younger male employees even made it a point to learn the girl's work schedules just to hear her simple, "good morning," looking for opportunities to run into her. Melanie Gleason, standing next to Caroline with breakfast in hand, pretended to be busy, merely nodding with her eyes while munching away at her sandwich. She shot an exaggerated eye roll towards a guy from the distribution department named Gene. These timid guys just stood around every day, greeting Caroline. But because of rumors involving Caroline and Eric, they didn't dare to engage in deeper conversations. Having worked in Eric's assistant's office for nearly a year, Melanie had gained a thorough understanding of her boss. The more she knew, the more she felt that there was no possibility of Caroline and Eric being together. In her attempts to divert Caroline's affections away from Eric, she had even tried to set her up with boyfriends, but each effort ended in vain. Eric's assistant's office was situated on the 6th floor. To finish breakfast before reaching the office, Melanie pulled Caroline to take the stairs, just in time for Melanie to finish her breakfast as they arrived on the 6th floor. A paper towel was offered to her from the side, and Melanie ungraciously took it, wiped her mouth, and laughed, saying, "You sure know how to take care of me, Caroline. If you sleep in again, I won't help you make breakfast," Caroline playfully threatened. Melanie tossed the napkin into the trash without a second thought, tidied her hair, and cheerfully remarked, "If I hadn't covered for you at the party last night, it would have been you who couldn't get up today." Caroline retorted, "You practically dragged me there. I didn't even want to go. I hardly knew those people. I did it for your own good. You're turning into a little nun, working all day long without a break, daydreaming about someone." Caroline felt her cheeks flush from Melanie's last comment, but still defended herself, saying, "I think my current lifestyle is just fine." Being a simple girl, Caroline was content with her life. She had a good-paying job that didn't require her to rely on her family. Plus, she had some caring friends around her. Most importantly, she not only worked for Eric but could occasionally see him too. Though naive, she wasn't foolish. She was even smarter than most people. Deep down, she knew this unrequited love wouldn't lead anywhere, yet she didn't want to force herself to adjust for anyone else. She just thought that when she no longer felt the same way about him, she would leave. Eric's assistant's office had a unique position within the Firefly Group. Though located in the Firefly headquarters building, it served as a vital communication hub between Eric and all his enterprises. As per Eric's arrangement, Caroline and Melanie were responsible for matters related to Yahoo, Cisco, and America Online, leading a small 6-person team that included both of them. Thanks to her special relationship with Eric and her outstanding work abilities, Caroline had been promoted to team leader by Kelly at the beginning of the year. Although this caused a potential candidate for the role to leave the company, in the past 6 months, Caroline had gained everyone's recognition. After all, the most crucial quality for the position was not social skills, but exceptional information gathering, organizing, and coordination abilities. With her capability to absorb vast amounts of specialized knowledge effortlessly, no one could claim to be better than her at this. The two girls entered the office, greeted their fellow colleagues. Then Caroline settled at her desk and turned on her computer, ready to start the day's work. Yahoo's annual conference was set to take place from July 10th to July 14th, featuring key events like the Yahoo Network product launch, Yahoo Advertising Alliance Conference, and Yahoo Technology Alliance Conference. Recently, their team had been receiving daily prep updates from Boston for the conference, compiling the information to send to Eric for review. They even relayed some of Eric's special instructions back to Boston. On top of that, Eric had assigned them additional tasks, making them incredibly busy. The East Coast was 3 hours ahead of the West Coast. Caroline opened her email inbox, which was already flooded with 20 unread messages. After thoroughly reading all the emails, Caroline just opened the sending and receiving interface, intending to forward 2 important emails to Kelly Haynes when she heard the sound of high heels clicking towards her. Looking up, she saw Kelly walking in her direction. "Good morning, Ms. Haynes." Caroline stood up from her cubicle. "Morning, Caroline." Kelly smiled and nodded, handing Caroline a file folder. Caroline recognized the folder as the schedule for the Yahoo conference that she had just organized yesterday. Feeling a bit anxious, she asked, "Ms. Haynes, is there something wrong?" "Of course not." Kelly shook her head and said, "I need to head to Playa Vista immediately for an impromptu meeting. Eric will be here at 10 to review these documents, so please deliver them to him. Since you organized these materials, if he has any questions, he can ask you directly." "But, Ms. Haynes," Caroline began to protest, but Kelly had already grabbed her handbag, saying, "No buts, Caroline. I need to go. I'll see you later." As soon as Kelly left the office, Melanie leaned over from her cubicle and, seeing Caroline lost in thought while holding a folder, teased, "Caroline, do you want me to report to the boss for you?" "No." Caroline instinctively rejected that idea, but quickly realized Melanie was just joking, which made others in the office chuckle. Giving Melanie an embarrassed glare, Caroline sat down, hiding in her cubicle. She glanced at the clock. There were still 15 minutes until 10, so she quickly flipped through the document, intending to review the information she was already familiar with, just to be safe. At 10 o'clock, Eric had just settled into his office when a few minutes later, a small figure was shown in by the secretary. "Hi, Caroline." Eric looked up upon seeing Caroline enter and was not surprised. The secretary had already informed him that Kelly had to rush to Playa Vista. "Hi, Eric." Caroline walked over and handed him the file. "This is the schedule for Yahoo's events from the 10th to the 14th. Eric smiled as he took the document, gesturing for Caroline to sit casually. He then instructed the secretary to bring them 2 cups of coffee before he began to review the papers. Chapter 729, 730, Amazon. Initially, the management team at Yahoo intended to quietly hold the Yahoo Tech Alliance and Advertising Alliance Conference, introducing new web technology products and discussing commercial collaborations with Yahoo partners. After Eric devised a plan in New York to mislead competitors, the scale of the annual meeting was significantly enlarged. An exclusive budget was allocated for the event, which was ultimately divided into 2 major segments: a Yahoo web product launch aimed at users, and the Yahoo Tech and Advertising Alliance conference targeted at partners. In line with Eric's vision to maximize influence, Yahoo sent invitations to executives at several high-tech companies, including Microsoft, Cisco, and America Online. The influx of media invitations was countless. After over a month of build-up, media speculation suggested that Yahoo aimed not only to make the annual conference an industry highlight, but also to further cement its position as a leader in the internet business. While Yahoo's stature as a leader paled in comparison to giants like Microsoft and Cisco, and could not compete with legacy tech companies like IBM, HP, and Apple, Wall Street had already valued Yahoo at $5 billion within just over 3 years of its establishment. Thus, no one could overlook Yahoo's tremendous growth potential. Consequently, top executives like Bill Gates of Microsoft, John Chambers of Cisco, and Steve Case of America Online confirmed their attendance at the annual meeting. Jeff Katzenberg, as an executive representative of Yahoo's important media business partner, Firefly, also planned to make time to attend. Jorma Ollila from Nokia would take the opportunity to meet Eric in the U.S., alongside Qualcomm CEO Irwin Jacobs and Sprint company executives. This event could be seen as a gathering of the core figures in Eric's economic empire. Thus, although the Yahoo annual meeting spanned 5 days, Eric's schedule was filled to the hour. After glancing through his agenda, Eric flipped open the planning document for the Yahoo web product launch. This marked the 6th time in over a month that Eric had seen this draft. After Eric decided to hold the product launch, the first plan from Yahoo was painfully lacking compared to what he recalled of mature product launches. Ultimately, Eric had to carve out personal time based on his memories to create a simple plan, which was then modified repeatedly, according to real-world considerations until they arrived at the polished version he had in hand today. Due to the live television broadcast, this launch event was compressed to just 30 minutes. This meant no celebrity guests and no time for executives to ramble. Eric wouldn't take the stage himself, opting instead to leave all the time to a few key Yahoo executives. In the past month, Yahoo's advertising planning department had devoted most of their time to figuring out how to maximize the limited 30 minutes to showcase the content Yahoo wished to present to television viewers, while also sparking interest in potential users. In addition to a brief review of Yahoo's existing products and the promotion of key partnerships like ABC News and Amazon, the launch would primarily introduce two new offerings: the Yahoo personal homepage and the Yahoo online payment tool, Yahoo Pay. During this first wave of the internet era, information online was scarce. Similar to how movies and TV shows served the media industry, expanding online content was essential for the growth of the internet sector. Yet, such a task could not be accomplished solely by specialized media websites. Tina Brown's Yahoo News department, despite numerous expansions, had fewer than 1,000 employees, which was insufficient to provide adequate content for the current 25 million internet users in the U.S. Thus, launching personal homepages akin to blogs and leveraging millions of users for this task would undoubtedly yield greater results. Everyone craves attention. If just 1/5 of those 25 million American users set up personal homepages and each contributed an average of 20 pages of new content annually, that would generate a staggering 100 million new content pages online. Moreover, if each of those pages generated 10 cents in advertising revenue for Yahoo each year, it could rack up $10 million annually. Eric understood that in the coming years, those figures would skyrocket beyond imagination. Back in 1995, there were only a handful of companies in the entire internet industry that generated over $10 million in revenue. But as long as they maintained a strong position and given the impending explosive growth of the internet, Yahoo's ad revenue would also experience exponential growth. On the other hand, internet e-commerce was just beginning, and even the behemoth Amazon was merely a seedling back then. Most e-commerce platforms couldn't support a complete online payment system, making it the perfect time for Yahoo to enter the online payment segment. If Yahoo could successfully establish itself now and everyone became accustomed to using Yahoo Pay for online transactions, the potential profits, without accounting for any other revenue opportunities, just from the interest on the hundreds of billions in user deposits, would be substantial. When he considered Yahoo Pay, Eric couldn't help but think of Amazon. After Yahoo launched its $100 million angel investment program, Eric quickly spotted Jeff Bezos' name among the project applications and specifically instructed Yahoo's angel investment department to greenlight the project. However, Jeff Bezos was willing to part with only 10% of his shares in exchange for Yahoo's $500,000 investment as seed money. It was clear that without special follow-up, Yahoo's 10% stake would be gradually diluted as Jeff Bezos sought further funding. Eric understood the proverb about not taking on more than one could chew. Therefore, he wasn't going to let Yahoo become bloated. Whether in the present or future, Yahoo's core business would focus on portal sites, search engines, and email, fundamental internet services that would primarily rely on advertising for revenue, steering clear of heavy involvement in e-commerce. Even the planned Yahoo Music Store would operate as a separate electronic products division. Despite Yahoo not delving too deeply into e-commerce, investing in it was still a sound strategy, especially since he encountered the budding Amazon. Eric certainly couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He marked Amazon's name in the document with a pencil, and when he looked up, he noticed Caroline hurriedly averting her gaze. Seeing Caroline's flushed face, Eric realized she had just been sneaking a peek at him. As a normal man, he didn't lack that kind of vanity from being noticed by the opposite sex. He simply smiled, knowing Caroline was shy, and chose not to tease her. "Caroline, prepare a dossier on Amazon for me, and also make a copy of their original proposal," he said. "Oh, you know Amazon, right?" Caroline, relieved that Eric was serious and hadn't teased her, nodded. "That's the online book-selling site created by Jeff Bezos, right?" "Yes, and also schedule a time for me to talk directly with him." As Eric spoke, he glanced down at his itinerary for the coming days. His days were certainly packed, leaving only evenings open. On the night of the 10th was a gala for tech company executives attending the annual meeting, while the 11th evening was reserved for executives within the Firefly system. Scanning down, he found that after 8 p.m. on the 12th, he had no other engagements, so he looked up at Caroline. "Let's set it for the night of the 12th, from 8 to 9 p.m., at the hotel where I'm staying." "Sure thing, Eric," Caroline nodded, pulling out her memo pad to jot it down. Although her memory was excellent, she still prepared a small memo, in line with most people's working habits. After making the note, Caroline looked up and asked, Eric, are there any other issues with this information? None. Eric shook his head, setting the folder aside. By the way, how are the materials I asked you to prepare on the electronic player and ebook? Almost done, but regarding the microdisc development collaboration. Caroline hesitated before continuing. I've been calling IBM every day this week, but they haven't responded. They just said their upper management is still discussing. While they were leaning towards using the small drives developed by Toshiba for storage, Eric still planned to commission IBM to begin immediate development on the microdisc. In this timeline, IBM was the first to introduce microdisc technology. Eric frowned and said, It's been a week. Even if they aren't planning to collaborate, there should be some response. Observing Eric's frown, Caroline thought for a moment and said, Eric, I don't think IBM is a good collaboration partner. Eric looked up, signaling Caroline to elaborate. Caroline explained, IBM has long been a very bureaucratic company. Their decision-making committee has as many as 38 members. 3 years ago, they appointed Louis Gerstner to implement a series of reforms, which proved effective. But these corporate ailments can't be resolved overnight. Even in collaborations with partners of similar standing, IBM has consistently shown a very lackadaisical attitude. Even if they eventually come to a conclusion with their arrogance, I doubt they would agree to our terms. The battery, LCD screen, and other technologies for developing electronic players and ebooks were already relatively mature. The only remaining challenge was the storage medium. Current flash memory had too small a capacity, leaving only the microdisc as an option. Currently, top hard drive manufacturers hadn't developed any microdiscs yet, but given their substantial technical foundations, miniaturizing hard drive technology wouldn't be too challenging. Eric originally planned to pay IBM's hard drive department to develop the microdisc and secure exclusive rights for a few years after successful development, delaying any potential competition by 2 to 3 years. Considering Caroline's comments, Eric remembered some data about IBM. It was said that IBM had an extremely strict hierarchy. During meetings, each executive was assigned a seat equivalent to their rank, and even the company work attire reflected their hierarchy. Such a rigid system inevitably stifled management, which explained the lack of response to their proposal for an entire week. At this moment, Eric realized IBM wasn't a good partner after all. What he sought was exclusive rights to the microdisc, allowing Firefly to dominate the market for the coming years after IBM completed the development. As such agreements were common among tech companies, the odds of Firefly securing exclusive rights from a giant like IBM were slim. I should have thought this through, Eric said. So who do you think we should collaborate with instead? Seagate or Western Digital? Both hard drive companies are based in California, making collaboration very convenient, and they have strong technical capabilities, Caroline suggested. Moreover, while Japanese hard drive companies have more advanced technology, firms like Toshiba and Hitachi are involved in manufacturing electronic products, which may lead to future competition with us on similar products. Eric recalled that after 2000, Japanese electronics firms fell into decline due to slow adaptation, eventually becoming upstream component suppliers. However, Japanese electronics still held a commanding global position at that time. In that case, let's reach out to Seagate and Western Digital. You take charge of this and aim to secure results before the end of July. Sure. Got it. Caroline nodded earnestly as she recorded the instructions. When she looked up, she caught Eric watching her, making her cheeks flush. Eric, what's up? Nothing. Just wondering if you really need to write all this down. It's best to keep a record, just to be safe. Eric replied, Still, if you have some time, you might want to chat with Buffett. I think he'd really appreciate you. He's the type who can store everything in his head. Back when Capital Cities acquired ABC, they invited an entire investment banking team, but only Buffett was on the Capital Cities side, having all the acquisition data in his head. While others needed computers to crunch numbers for hours, he could just spit it out. Oh, how could I compare with Mr. Buffett? Caroline shook her head, feeling embarrassed. Chapter 730, 731, The Gap. Becoming someone like Buffett is indeed tough. In reality, for most people, if they could attain his level of status and wealth, it would be nearly impossible for them to maintain the same undivided focus on one thing for decades, Eric said, gazing at Caroline's lovely face. However, I see certain qualities in you that are similar to Buffett. Ordinary people often grapple with too many distractions and desires, which can actually become the biggest obstacle preventing someone from making progress. Yet, Eric hadn't seen any of that in Caroline. From their first meeting 2 years ago until now, her simple and pure nature hadn't changed much. Coupled with her exceptionally bright mind, Eric believed that if Caroline dedicated herself to developing into an investor like Buffett, she would undoubtedly achieve remarkable success in the future. Feeling a bit shy from Eric's praise, Caroline wasn't as familiar with Buffett as he was. She didn't see the similarities he pointed out. Fidgeting with the hem of her professional outfit under the desk, she hesitated to ask, and finally said, "Eric, if there's nothing else, I need to get back to work." A grin spread across Eric's face as he teased, "Don't you want to chat with me?" Although she knew Eric was joking, Caroline couldn't help but shake her head seriously. "But it's work hours now." Eric found her somewhat old-fashioned demeanor amusing and continued, "You're my assistant. Anything I need can become part of your job, including chatting." "That's not how it works," Caroline shot back, blinking her eyes. But as she protested, thoughts of Kelly, a capable and charismatic senior colleague of hers, suddenly popped into her head. She recalled the playful affection displayed between Kelly and Eric, as well as their not-so-hidden relationship, which sparked a rather absurd notion in her mind. Was that also part of a female assistant's job description? If so, what if Eric proposed? As this thought deepened, Caroline's cheeks flushed bright red without her realizing it. She stole a quick glance at Eric, but quickly looked away. Noticing Caroline's inexplicable blush, Eric chuckled and asked, "What naughty thing are you thinking about?" "And nothing," Caroline stammered, shrinking her neck before standing up. "I'm going back to work now." With that, she turned and hurriedly left Eric's office, as if fearing she might be restrained by a wicked overlord if she lingered a second longer. Daring to be so negligent with her boss, Eric mused. Maybe it was time to dock her pay as a punishment. Amused by his own thoughts, he pressed the call button for the desk phone and instructed the secretary outside to deliver the notes Caroline had left on his desk. In July, most companies started tallying up their revenues for the first half of the year, and Firefly was no exception. With the rapid recovery of the American economy, Firefly's businesses, including films, television, theme parks, and retail stores, were experiencing a strong growth compared to the same period last year. Though the relevant data was still being compiled, it was already certain that the Firefly Group's overall revenue for the first half of the year would exceed $10 billion. Meanwhile, Fortune magazine released its first Global 500 rankings in July, previously only counting American companies' top 500. Despite enduring a bubble burst in the early 90s, Japan still claimed 6 spots in the top 10 of the Global 500. General Motors, ranked first among American companies, held only the 5th position on the list, with the top 4 entirely comprised of Japanese conglomerates. Firefly's annual revenue of around $20 billion seemed rather insignificant when compared to the leading Mitsubishi Corporation's $175.8 billion. While Eric pondered the vast gap between his company and these world-class corporate giants, he didn't belittle himself. He believed that once all companies within the Firefly system grew to full potential, they would undoubtedly become behemoths that everyone else would look up to. With rapid advancements in high technology, he knew that day wasn't far off. At the Liberty City Shell Manor, Eric lounged on a sofa by the curtain wall, flipping through Fortune magazine, when Natasha walked in with Amy Pascal. After preparing coffee for the two of them, the twins quietly headed upstairs. It was July 9th, with the Yahoo annual meeting starting the next day. Eric was soon flying to Boston, and Drew and the twins were upstairs helping him pack. Amy settled on the opposite sofa, took a sip of her coffee, and glanced at the magazine in Eric's hand, saying with a smile, "Eric, I think you'd prefer Forbes more." Eric understood that Amy meant the Forbes billionaire list. Keeping an eye on those often makes it easy to lose ambition. "I need to face reality and motivate myself." Amy shook her head, exclaiming, "You've already made yourself someone others aspire to. It's hard to imagine where you'll be in the future." "Ultimately, I don't have a habit of stopping to wait for others," Eric smiled and asked, "Drew said you talked to Kevin Costner about the Mission Impossible sequel yesterday. How did it go?" The $175 million film Waterworld had premiered 2 days ago, bringing in only over $6 million on its opening day. Although this number was similar to that of Forrest Gump, the weight and reputation of both films were worlds apart. Adding to that, Waterworld had received scathing reviews, and it faced fierce competition from both currently released and upcoming blockbusters, making its future look bleak. After the dismal opening day box office, Kevin Costner's last shred of hope shattered. He proactively reached out to Flower Films, wanting to initiate the Mission Impossible sequel to maintain his popularity. "We only had preliminary discussions," Amy replied. "I hope to secure contracts for both sequels at once, but Kevin only wants to sign for one, and they aren't willing to make significant concessions on the salary." Even with the flop of both Wyatt Earp and Waterworld, Mission Impossible had just tasted great success last year and was still riding high on its popularity. It wasn't surprising that Kevin was reluctant to compromise too much. "But the initiative is still in our hands, so let's take it slow," Eric said after hearing her out. Amy nodded and continued, "I ran into Joel Silver yesterday. He asked me if last year's agreement still stood." Amy's tone held a hint of confusion, clearly indicating that Joel hadn't explained things to her fully. Last year, at the wrap party for True Lies, Eric encountered Joel Silver, who happened to be a former producer for The Matrix. Eric had thought about bringing Joel over to oversee that project. He briefly outlined the situation to Amy, saying, "Though Fair Game failed, it's undeniable that Joel Silver is highly skilled at making action films. I think he'd be perfect for handling the Matrix series." After hearing that, Amy shook her head. "Eric, I don't think it's a good idea." "Why is that?" Eric asked, puzzled. "Do you remember Peter Guber and John Peters?" Eric nodded. After leaving Columbia, the two faded from the Hollywood scene. Very few were willing to invite these two spendthrifts back to be producers. However, Hollywood still remembered their illustrious record of flushing away over $2 billion of Columbia's assets. Amy continued, "Sony had initially poached Peter Guber and John Peters from Warner Brothers to serve as CEO and president at Columbia. They were under contract with Warner at the time, but Sony paid $200 million to acquire their production company, who were still linked to Warner. Later, they also had to compensate Warner $800 million. Joel Silver's connection with Warner is even tighter. His production company is also affiliated with Warner, and he's still under a long-term contract. For years, he hasn't produced any films outside of Warner. Warner is currently in a tough spot, and if Firefly attempts to poach him, they certainly won't just let him go without a fight. The cost for Firefly won't be any less than what Sony paid." Eric begrudgingly shook his head after listening to Amy. While he wouldn't mind paying Warner a reasonable termination fee if Joel Silver could transition to Firefly, he wouldn't pull a stunt like Sony did. Although the summer blockbuster season hadn't ended yet, Eric thought Warner's strategy of substituting quantity for quality to improve performance was bound to fail. They had released 3 out of 5 planned films, but aside from Batman Forever, which performed decently, both Fair Game and the recent Waterworld had bombed. Though they still had Arnold Schwarzenegger's Eraser and the star-studded Heat coming out in the next 2 weeks, Eric recalled that neither film had particularly high box office potential. The box office results for Eraser were likely to be similar to Fox's Die Hard with a Vengeance, belonging to the type of old-school action films that perform modestly domestically and a bit better overseas. While Heat was a classic, its nearly 3-hour runtime would vastly limit its box office potential. Considering none of the 5 movies had that overseas blockbuster appeal and Batman's international box office allure had dimmed compared to North America, the combined global total they could hope for seemed to be around $1 billion. This figure was just a tad above Firefly's Jurassic Park 2's global earnings. With its outstanding reputation and accumulated fanfare from the first film, Jurassic Park 2 might not reach the first film's billion-dollar mark, but it would be very close. Moreover, the total production and marketing cost for Jurassic Park 2 was approximately $150 million. Its box office alone already ensured massive profits for Firefly. In contrast, Warner's average production cost was already nearing $100 million, with total production and marketing expenditures hitting a staggering $700 million. Securing around $1 billion in global box office revenue would be far from enough to cover those immense costs. Compared to last year's minor loss of $90 million, Warner's losses this year would only deepen due to the drain from their movie business. Perhaps it was time to test if there was any possibility of the Warner board splitting its business. With the second-largest cable operator in the U.S., several well-known cable channels had varying degrees of stakes with Warner. That was a sector where the Firefly Group had gaps. "Eric, what are you thinking?" Amy's voice interrupted his train of thought. Snapping back to reality, Eric offered an apologetic smile. "Nothing. Let's talk about MGM." They had touched on a few topics casually earlier, but Amy's main purpose for being there today was the acquisition of MGM by Flower Films. Taking advantage of Eric's break from Los Angeles, Amy made a special trip to discuss these matters with him. Amy nodded, refraining from asking why Eric had been distracted, and said, "The potential offers from our trio, Viacom, Kerkorian, and us, hover around $1.5 billion for MGM. After the rumors about Flower Films and DreamWorks possibly ending their collaboration with MGM, the other two haven't put in new offers. Both Viacom and Kerkorian's executives reached out to me. They hope to meet with you as they know Flower Films lacks sufficient funds for acquisition, so they're interested in collaboration." Credit Lyonnais had put down an offer of $1.8 billion, and everyone is currently at a standstill. Eric quietly listened to Amy and calculated quickly in his mind. Even if the final acquisition price remained around $1.5 billion, it wouldn't be easy for Flower Films to scrape together the necessary funds. He had planned for Firefly Group to set aside $300 million to buy out the overseas, video, and television rights for Forrest Gump. The income from the Mission Impossible released last year would serve to repay previous film financing, while the upcoming Night at the Museum had been collateral for regaining the Marvel superheroes rights, yielding limited revenue for Flower Films. Besides, the earnings from Night at the Museum wouldn't be settled until the end of the year. In total, the funds available to Flower Films were limited to the domestic box office receipts from Forrest Gump and the buyout revenues from Firefly, roughly around $400 million, not nearly enough for the $1.5 billion target. Chapter 731, 732. The dream is about to be realized. A cash gap of approximately $1.1 billion wasn't a problem for Firefly, which had ample cash flow. If Firefly Group decided to step in, all issues would naturally be resolved. However, Eric never intended for Firefly to be involved in this acquisition from the start. Besides, Eric had already planned to invest all of Firefly Group's excess funds into high-tech companies like Yahoo. Diversifying attention onto this matter would definitely delay progress in other areas. After considering for a while, Eric took out his phone and dialed Emily Brighton. Ltd Group had performed exceptionally well over the past 2 years and operated a retail network with Victoria's Secret, which could generate substantial cash flow. Eric had seen in Ltd's financial documents that Emily intended to pay off a long-term debt of the group early. With that in mind, getting Ltd involved in this acquisition seemed like a good idea. Although Eric was a major shareholder in Ltd, those shares were held by Firefly Investments, so at least in terms of equity, any future connection between MGM and Firefly Group would be non-existent. When the call connected, Eric greeted her and asked directly, "Emily, are you interested in investing in Hollywood?" Amy Pascal sat quietly on the sofa as she listened to Eric and Emily discuss for over 10 minutes. By the time Eric hung up, she had a good idea of the outcome. $600 million, Eric said to Amy after ending the call. Ltd can probably come up with $600 million, but there's still a gap of about $500 million. If the box office of Night at the Museum performs well, we could leverage the copyrights of a few films from Flower Films to secure the rest of the funding through debt financing, Amy replied. But that cycle will take at least another 3 months, and Credit Lyonnais Bank won't have any leverage on the deal price anymore. They definitely won't budge on the payment deadline. Eric thought for a moment and said, "If Vivendi is willing, let's bring them in. As for Kerkorian, it's best to leave him out. Bringing in someone like him would only stir up trouble." Just then, Drew came downstairs with the twins, each pulling a suitcase. After hugging Amy, Drew nestled closely against Eric, linking her arm with his, and asked, "What did you guys discuss?" With a firm grip on the little girl's restless arm, Eric laughed. "We talked about financing. I'm planning to involve Ltd and Vivendi. What do you think?" "Sure, it's your call." Drew nodded, showing no signs of questioning Eric's decision. Amy interjected, "Eric, I think Vivendi won't be satisfied with just the $500 million remaining share. That's all it is. If they're unwilling, we'll reach out to Wall Street investment firms. I think it's unlikely they'll refuse. Both Vivendi and Kerkorian know that trying to seize MGM from us will leave them with a mess when Flower Films and DreamWorks withdraw. So cooperation is the only way to join this acquisition," Eric replied. He paused and added, "After acquiring MGM, we still need to integrate DreamWorks. If they're really unsatisfied, Firefly could always transfer its 30% stake in DreamWorks to them." Amy nodded, but Drew asked, "Eric, wouldn't that weaken our control over the company even more?" With a valuable portfolio of copyrights worth around $1 billion, Flower Films and DreamWorks were significant players. MGM, burdened with high debt, was persistently hovering on the brink of bankruptcy. Credit Lyonnais Bank owned about 75% of shares, worth around $1.5 billion, while MGM also had 25% in circulation, making the total market value about $2 billion. Eric wasn't entirely certain about MGM's total share capital. However, looking at the market values of several companies, $4 billion could be accounted as 40 shares, with Flower Films completely under Drew's control, representing 10 shares. In this acquisition, Flower Films would invest $400 million, and LTD would invest $600 million, securing 10 shares. Therefore, upon the merger's completion, Eric would still retain 50% of the new company's shares, enough to maintain firm control. After analyzing these numbers with Drew and Amy, Eric said, "Although there may be a large shareholder like Vivendi, the future company's equity will still be quite dispersed. Other minority shareholders would find it difficult to impact the business operations. The shares we hold will give us absolute control. Moreover, after the merger, the company can issue an additional 10% of stock to raise operational funds without impacting our controlling interest." For these past days, Bill Gates felt an increasing sense of oversight, which became more pronounced over time. This all stemmed from the contract signed with Yahoo last year. Though Microsoft secured an agreement to acquire 30% of Yahoo's shares in 1999, as Windows 95's beta version gained popularity and rival Apple faced a sales slump, Bill Gates gradually realized that Windows 95 could very well dominate the operating system landscape. The clearer this thought became, the more he felt he had lost out on the contract. A year ago, if he had been more cautious and more confident in the market prospects of Windows 95, perhaps today's situation would not be this way. As the release date for Windows 95 approached, Microsoft stock surged, doubling its total market value compared to last year, surpassing $40 billion. Bill Gates was not insecure enough to think that Microsoft wouldn't be able to buy the 30% stake in Yahoo in 1999. He just felt that the agreement had shackled Microsoft's development strategy for the next 4 years, creating a sense of being trapped. After all, 4 years remained. The internet industry had already begun to show signs of fanaticism, and in this scenario, Microsoft could hardly just sit back and hold on to its dominant position in the operating system industry without taking any action. But what could they do? Originally, Bill Gates valued browser software highly, but last year's contract made Yahoo's browser the default on the Windows platform. Furthermore, the agreement prohibited Microsoft from launching a standalone browser for several years, depriving them of significant leverage in this critical internet interface. Bill Gates had considered tearing up the contract. He had even tasked Microsoft's legal team to conduct a risk assessment on the matter. If he were to forcefully breach the contract, Microsoft would only need to pay around $300 million in penalties, an amount well within its means. Worst-case scenario, they could tussle with Yahoo in court for a few years. However, from last year to now, although a year might not seem long, it was sufficient for Yahoo to further strengthen its technological and patent barriers across various internet products, including browser software. Take the browser as an example. If Microsoft had immediately developed its own browser a year ago without signing that contract, leveraging its considerable advantage in operating systems, it could have forcefully taken market share from Yahoo's browser using bundling strategies and promoted a proprietary internet technology standard. Now, though, Microsoft faced not just a superficial loss of time. Compared to a year prior, It had not only missed the train in browser technology, but also lost ground in a variety of web standards like IES script language, GIF image format, and even MP3 audio format, technologies that strongly depended on the decoding capabilities of Yahoo's browser software kernel. With over 90% of websites now adopting these standards, without Yahoo's patent licensing, other software developers could barely parse most mainstream web pages. To prevent accusations of monopolization, Yahoo maintained an open licensing policy for these technologies, and Microsoft had already received part of the browser software patent licenses. However, it was evident that if Microsoft were to breach the contract, those patent licenses would surely be voided, and Yahoo would definitely not grant any further licenses. With over 90% of Internet enterprises and users already accustomed to Yahoo's technology standards, even if Microsoft achieved domination of the operating system market, it would be impossible to forcefully establish an alternative standard. Seated in the front row of the hall, Bill Gates listened with complex emotions as Yahoo's COO, Jeff Locke, passionately explained how to utilize Yahoo Pay. This conference was held at a student hall temporarily rented by Yahoo from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology for their product launch on July 10th at 6:15 p.m. In the past 15 minutes, Yahoo's CEO, Ian Gerner, provided a brief overview of Yahoo's development over the years and introduced several of Yahoo's popular Internet products again, including Yahoo Browser, Yahoo Mail, Yahoo Instant Messaging, and the Yahoo Portal, all of which surpassed 10 million users. Bill Gates realized that these products also represented vast groups of technical patents. In North America, where intellectual property protection was extremely stringent, these patents were not something that could be freely utilized. Without proper authorization, even a giant like Microsoft couldn't recklessly use them. While Microsoft certainly could afford heavy fines for patent misuse, it could not withstand the consequences of violating business rules. After all, Microsoft also held a wealth of patents in the operating system sector, and if competitors learned from Microsoft's ways of rule-breaking, survival would become impossible. Meanwhile, Jeff Locke was introducing Yahoo's online payment tool, making Bill Gates feel increasingly astounded. Though he didn't know much about finance, he realized that this payment platform could, in fact, become indistinguishable from a bank. Given America's relatively open financial regulatory system, obtaining a banking license wouldn't be too difficult for Yahoo if they desired it. The potential for a fully monopolistic virtual bank was staggering to imagine. With these thoughts, Bill Gates leaned slightly forward, instinctively glancing at Eric, who was conversing softly with Cisco CEO John Chambers a few seats away. Noticing Bill's gaze, Eric gave him a slight nod. Bill nodded back, his peripheral vision catching a camera sweeping over, promptly straightening his posture and flashing a professional smile. This conference reminded Bill Gates of serious matters, especially given its television broadcast format. Out of caution, the event wasn't broadcast live. Instead, it was recorded and set to air 3 hours later on ABC at 9 p.m. Even so, it meant millions of viewers would witness this event, undoubtedly providing strong promotional effects for Yahoo. The launch date for Windows 95 was confirmed for August 24th, and Microsoft's marketing department had already devised a plan to satellite broadcast the product debut, expecting hundreds of thousands of viewers to tune in. However, at this moment, compared to Yahoo's moves, Bill Gates suddenly felt Microsoft's launch event appeared rather modest. He resolved to talk to Eric afterward, hoping to have Windows 95's launch also broadcast on ABC. Of course, Microsoft could afford the associated costs, but without strong upper management support, obtaining such broadcast opportunities on the big three television networks was no easy task. On stage, after Jeff Locke finished introducing Yahoo Pay, he took a moment's pause amidst applause from the thousands of guests in the audience. He took a sip of water from the podium, allowing everyone to digest the information shared. After a brief moment, Jeff Locke picked up the remote control again and pressed a button, revealing a fresh image on the big screen along with two bold words, Yahoo Blog. Okay, next, I am solemnly introducing another new internet product from Yahoo, the Yahoo Personal Homepage. With a gentle smile on his face, Jeff Locke gestured to the large screen behind him and continued. The internet is still a very new world for the vast majority of people. We have enabled access to a massive amount of information on the Yahoo portal, communicated with friends thousands of miles away via Yahoo Mail and YCR, and debated current hot topics in Yahoo forums. Now, moving further, many might wonder if there's a network tool that can allow us to showcase ourselves to everyone. Well, today, your dream is about to be realized. Chapter 733, The Wrong Path. Before this, while various personal websites had already emerged on the internet, these all required a foundation of professional computer skills to be realized. Yahoo's personal homepage service would break through this limitation. Whether you were a student, a chef, a painter, a singer, a model, a plumber, or a homemaker, as long as you wanted to, you could create a personal homepage through Yahoo and showcase yourself. Jeff Locke remarked as he clicked the remote control in his hand, displaying users of personal homepages from various walks of life on the large screen behind him. These users were all invited participants from the testing phase of Yahoo's personal homepage service, including social celebrities from politics, business, Hollywood, and the tech industry. After briefly outlining the general concept of personal homepages, Jeff Locke switched the screen and continued. Yahoo's personal homepage connects users from across the United States and around the world through two main categories: interests and locations. This invisible web allows you to showcase yourself to everyone while enabling us to find like-minded friends from all corners of the globe, all through a personal computer, without having to travel or engage in frequent social activities. As thunderous applause resonated in the auditorium, Bill Gates snapped out of his deep thoughts. He glanced at Jeff Locke on stage, who was nodding to the audience, and made up his mind. Although he had already missed the last opportunity to enter the browser software market, Microsoft could still venture into the portal website business, which was relatively easier to imitate. Over these days, Microsoft had probed much of Yahoo's senior management. Bill Gates was also aware that other tech companies interested in the internet industry were making similar moves. Among Yahoo's four main executives, CEO Ian Gurney oversaw the big picture and was responsible for overall corporate development strategy. Jeff Locke managed Yahoo's portal and related software products. Steve Mitnick handled Yahoo's technical research and development, while the last one to join Yahoo, Tina Brown, led the Yahoo News division. Having decided to develop the portal website business, digging Jeff Locke from Yahoo would unquestionably yield twice the results with half the effort, given his familiarity with the operation rules of portal sites. Moreover, during preliminary inquiries, Bill Gates realized that of the executives, Jeff Locke had been the most receptive to Microsoft's poaching efforts, largely due to his dissatisfaction with the stock equity reward he was about to receive. Once the press conference ended, guests began to exit, and Yahoo prepared to hold a reception at a nearby hotel. Bill Gates waved over an assistant who had been sitting nearby, quietly instructing him to set up a meeting time with Jeff Locke, before smiling and walking over to Eric and others. The television broadcast of Yahoo's network product announcement created quite a stir. The subsequent 2 days of Technology and Advertising Alliance press conferences in Boston attracted even more media attention. While attending related events, Eric's time was crammed with various responsibilities. Yahoo was rapidly expanding, and the original office space was becoming increasingly shabby. Due to confidentiality needs, Yahoo also could not continue staying in its previous office location. Both Yahoo's executives and Eric hoped to establish a proprietary corporate campus, but such plans couldn't be realized overnight. After searching, Eric ultimately settled on a 30-story office building on Massachusetts Avenue. The building had just been completed and was still available for lease, so Eric decided to rent the entire building for Yahoo's temporary headquarters until the corporate campus was constructed a few years later. Additionally, even though Yahoo had temporarily shelved its IPO plans, Steve Case still hoped America Online could initiate its own IPO. Jorma Ollila also wished for Nokia's stock to list on the New York Stock Exchange, which would not only raise some funds, but also help Nokia enter the American market. Eric had to allocate time to discuss these issues in detail with them. Aside from these matters, Eric also conducted one-on-one discussions with several of Yahoo's senior executives regarding the stock equity reward plan's outcomes. Although some individuals showed inclination to leave Yahoo, Eric hoped to retain as many as possible. The most unexpected part of this process was Jeff Locke. In the preliminary equity reward plan, the four main executives, Ian Gurney and Steve Mitnick, were set to receive 3 million shares of Yahoo stock, while Jeff Locke would receive 2 million shares and Tina Brown 1 million shares. As a manager from the original three companies before their merger, it was predictable that Jeff Locke would feel discontented with receiving 1 million shares less than Ian Gurney and Steve Mitnick. However, Eric didn't perceive this arrangement as unfair. Ian Gurney oversaw Yahoo's overall development and personally managed the establishment of Yahoo's technology and advertising alliances. Many of Yahoo's advertising partners and clients were secured by Ian Gurney himself. Meanwhile, Steve Mitnick, as the Chief Technology Officer, was responsible for the technical development of all products under Yahoo, bringing in genius-level talents. Their contributions undoubtedly exceeded those of Jeff Locke, who only managed Yahoo's portal operations. After all, Yahoo was no longer what it once was. It had evolved from just a standalone portal site into a multifaceted business that included instant messaging software, browsers, and more. While the portal site was clearly Yahoo's most dazzling division, Jeff Locke had inevitably fallen behind Ian Gurney and Steve Mitnick in importance. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was already July 14th. Yahoo's annual meeting concluded that afternoon, with most guests having departed Boston. Although Eric had initially planned to leave that afternoon, he was forced to extend his stay until the following morning due to unresolved matters. It was now 7:30 p.m. as Eric and Chris left Yahoo headquarters, walking side by side along the sidewalk on Massachusetts Avenue, followed closely by their assistants and bodyguards. "So he's confirmed to join Microsoft?" Chris kicked a small stone off the sidewalk as he asked Eric. Eric nodded. Although he had raised the offer to 2.2 million shares, he still couldn't convince Jeff Locke to stay. The latter insisted on equity matching Ian Gurney and Steve Mitnick with 3 million shares to remain, which Eric simply couldn't accommodate. With a helpless smile, he remarked, "Actually, this isn't too bad. It gives Microsoft a direction to focus on, and Gates won't come meddling with us." Despite having established a robust technological and patent barrier, Eric's trepidation towards Microsoft hadn't diminished at all. After all, many of Yahoo's software would need to operate on Microsoft systems. If Microsoft felt cornered and decided to break off relations, Yahoo would undoubtedly be in serious trouble. While such a possibility seemed slim, it still existed. Based on Eric's past experiences, Microsoft's approach to competitors was often ruthless after securing dominance in the operating system sphere. Chris understood Eric's concerns and nodded. "Now that everything's done, how do you think it went?" The scene in Boston had stirred quite a commotion to lead other competitors astray. Although Eric had explained this to Chris, he remained unsure whether it had indeed been effective. "Didn't you see it yourself?" Eric appeared more relaxed as he answered. "Since Microsoft chose to poach Jeff Locke, at least for the next 2 years, he won't pose much of a threat to us." Based on prior experience, later versions of Yahoo and Google became two fundamentally different internet entities. Rather than a tech company, Yahoo functioned more like a media company, whereas Google, which focused on search engine technology, was a bona fide tech firm. While media companies face various thresholds and barriers in the real world, the barriers in the realm of the internet were terrifyingly low. Eventually, individuals could operate internet media businesses on their own, giving rise to what became known as self-media. In such a context where entry barriers were incredibly low, websites primarily focused on media information were likely to proliferate. It was nearly impossible for any company to become an internet giant solely through content advantages. The future of internet enterprises belonged to platforms like Google that specialized in the integration of vast amounts of online information as a search engine. Yahoo's failure to escape the trajectory of decline, even after multiple reforms, stemmed from its inability to make a decisive choice between its media attributes and tech attributes. In the end, while it managed to outlast America Online by over a decade, it still couldn't evade its destined fate. Eric's series of maneuvers in recent days aimed to guide other competitors to focus on developing internet media businesses, namely portal sites. He even spoke whimsically at an industry exchange conference 2 days prior, drawing vivid analogies between portal sites and the 3 major television networks. He described the relationship between portal sites and their advertising partners as akin to that of television networks and affiliate stations, greatly praising the sector's growth potential. He predicted that once internet user numbers reached half of television viewers, portal site revenues would surpass those of traditional television networks. From the reaction on site, it was evident many believed him. After the conference, Steve Case expressed interest in ramping up America Online's investment in its portal business. Although initially, based on Eric's persuasion, Steve Case had determined that America Online would prioritize its role as an internet service provider, Eric hadn't asked America Online to abandon portal operations. This sector could significantly boost America Online's stock price during the internet bubble a few years later. Eric had been accommodating to Steve Case, readily agreeing to his request and offering technical support. While many gravitated toward the inevitable decline of portal sites, most likely, they had no idea Eric was most concerned about the seemingly inconspicuous Yahoo search tool at the top of Yahoo's homepage. Over the years, he had subtly invited Steve Mitnick, responsible for technical research, to intensify the development of intelligent search engine technology. As they chatted, they soon reached the hotel's exterior. Chris glanced up at the brightly lit restaurant on the second floor and told Eric, "Jeff Bezos must already be up there. He wasn't pleased when you suddenly canceled the meeting the other day. I had to work really hard to finalize the terms with him." Eric had initially planned to meet with Jeff Bezos the night before to discuss increasing investments in Amazon. However, he became delayed by other matters and ended up arriving back at the hotel around 8:30 p.m., making their meeting impossible. In the absence of time, Eric could only rely on Chris to connect with Jeff Bezos. Fortunately, that turned out well. According to the agreement Chris reached with Jeff Bezos, for the next few years, Firefly Investment would be directly responsible for financing Amazon's e-commerce platform. Firefly committed not to interfere in Amazon's operations, and to show goodwill, the investment would provide funds in exchange for Amazon's convertible preferred shares. Preferred shares typically do not hold voting rights, but have priority over dividends. The convertible preferred shares held by Firefly Investment would automatically convert to common shares with voting rights after Amazon's IPO. This arrangement could encourage Jeff Bezos to postpone Amazon's IPO as long as possible, allowing Firefly Investment to acquire a larger stake. Chris anticipated that before Jeff Bezos formally decided to take Amazon public, Firefly could secure around 40% of Amazon's shares. Even after the IPO, Firefly's holdings would likely remain over 30%. Once inside the hotel, they ascended to the restaurant on the second floor. Although Eric hadn't arrived late this time, Jeff Bezos was already waiting there. Eric had intentionally delayed, leaving until the following morning to ensure he could meet with Jeff Bezos. Since the agreement was already in place, both sides didn't delve deeply into collaboration issues. The atmosphere was quite pleasant as they casually chatted for about an hour to familiarize themselves before going their separate ways. Before stepping into his hotel room, Eric told Kelly, "Let's head to New York in the morning and then back to Los Angeles. I need to check on the two little ones and also follow up on the production progress of America's Next Top Model and Project Runway." Chapter 734, The Right Moment. New York, on a yacht along the Hudson River. The crew of America's Next Top Model was busy filming the latest episode. Eric stood casually on the edge of the set, wearing sunglasses, accompanied by Linda Evangelista. Ahead of them, Cindy Crawford was explaining the rules of the upcoming competition to the last 6 contestants. Finishing up business in Boston, Eric had arrived in New York 3 days ago. He had spent the weekend on Long Island with women and children before heading to Manhattan. After a month and a half, the shooting for both America's Next Top Model and Project Runway was already halfway through, with expectations to wrap up around September. Eric had spent the previous day reviewing the production results of both reality shows. Because he had the memories of his past life as a reference, and Cindy had several years of experience as a TV host and sufficient experience in TV program production, Eric was very satisfied with the edited footage of the first 2 episodes of America's Next Top Model. However, the results for Project Runway were disappointing. Although Linda was putting in her best effort, she simply didn't have the extensive experience that Cindy possessed. While America's Next Top Model had 2 edited episodes ready, Project Runway barely had one unsatisfactory rough cut. Since Project Runway had come around as a follow-up to America's Next Top Model, Eric decided to bring Linda along to learn from Cindy. It was clear that during Eric's absence, there had been little communication between the two women. Eric understood that getting two equally proud and beautiful women to work together seamlessly was unlikely. Opposites attract, but with similar types, it simply didn't work out. "I can't possibly do what Cindy does," Linda said as she leaned closer to Eric, watching Cindy Crawford from the set. The audience is interested in details about modeling training, photo shoots, and even personal lives. But for fashion designers, their interest decreases significantly. The chances of drawing inspiration from Cindy's edited footage seem slim. Eric chuckled. "I didn't ask you to copy Cindy's ideas. I just want you to see how she grabs the audience's attention with this material." Project Runway definitely has its own angles to explore. "Curious," Linda asked. "What angles?" Not expecting her to understand right away, Eric pointed out as Cindy approached after finishing the competition rules. "I've thought it out. We can work on the pacing. If viewers feel a disconnect from fashion designers, let's bridge that gap." As Cindy walked out of the filming area, she grabbed a bottle of water from a crew member and overheard Eric's suggestion. "Eric, how do you plan to bridge that distance?" she asked. "Take a guess." Eric responded with a smile. Cindy shrugged, showing no interest in guessing. But Linda was quick to voice her discontent. "Eric, Cindy can be quite mean. Last week, I faced some minor issues during shooting and called to ask her for help. She offered none and laughed at me. Plus, she's unwilling to cooperate with my ideas for crossover episodes." Cindy immediately rebutted. "Hey, Linda, I have my own work too. I'm not your mother, you know. I'm not obligated to help you with everything." "All right, no fighting." Eric waved his hand to diffuse the situation. "The crossover idea is great, but there's no rush. Let's save it for the second or third season as a promotional gimmick. Pouring all good ideas into one season can initially deliver impressive results, but if we don't build gradually, the audience will lose interest after a few seasons." Cindy nodded in agreement, proudly humming a few notes before glancing at Linda. I wonder if there will even be a second or third season for Project Runway." Linda hooked her arm around Eric. "If Eric says there will be a second and third season, then there will definitely be. Do you have a problem with that?" "I have no problem," Cindy said, giving a sly smile. She didn't believe that if Project Runway's ratings were lacking, Eric would continue producing it. Linda seemed to catch that vibe too and nudged Eric. "Eric, what did you say earlier about getting closer to the audience?" Recalling the rough cut of Project Runway he had watched yesterday, Eric explained, "From what I saw, the pacing feels a bit slow. This is mainly because the clothing design process can be quite dull to watch. However, we can't cut more from the footage, or else the competitive process becomes incomplete. Therefore, I think we should add a lot of voiceover. On one hand, this can create a faster pacing feel. On the other, it can provide viewers with more explanations, helping them understand the reasons behind contestants' actions. You and the production team should have a meeting about it tomorrow. I'll be there too." "Sounds good." Linda nodded and glared at Cindy in a show of defiance. Cindy pouted slightly, turning her gaze towards the contestants posing for photos. "What about my show, Eric?" "You're doing perfectly fine. Just continue at this pace. No need for any changes," Eric replied. Cindy paused, not feeling too excitable over Eric's praise. Instead, she felt a little lost. Linda burst into a carefree laugh, making a silly face at Cindy while Eric wasn't looking. Cindy did such a great job that she ended up losing many opportunities to engage with Eric. Initially anxious about her performance, she now felt a bit smug instead. Eric returned his attention to the set where he noticed the two women expressing strange looks toward each other. "What's up with you two?" he asked. Linda immediately shook her head. "Nothing, Eric. How about we head back now? I don't see the point in wasting time here. We might as well try out that method you just mentioned this afternoon. You little bitch." Cindy cursed her under her breath, observing that Eric seemed genuinely inclined to leave. She put on a wistful expression and tugged at Eric's sleeve. "Eric, it's almost noon. I completed my work so excellently. I can't be denied a reward, like a meal." "Here's a secret, Eric." Cindy's expression means, ouch. "You think I wouldn't dare fight back?" Eric separated the two women. "All right, no more playing around. There are so many people here. Noticing the crew members and contestants on set glancing curiously in their direction, the two cats, that almost scratched at each other, quickly resumed their aloof demeanor. Cindy styled her voluminous wavy hair, turning to Eric. Eric, let's wait to eat together later. I've got a guest coming in. She's a stunning beauty and will be a special guest this episode. You already invited someone, and still. Linda began, but seeing the threat in Cindy's glare, she cut herself off. Eric wrapped an arm around Linda's waist and gently patted her, signaling her to stop causing trouble. Nodding to Cindy, he asked, "All right, but you have to tell me who your guest is first." "Elizabeth Hurley," Cindy announced, observing as Eric's expression remained unchanged. "Eric, don't you know her?" "I do," Eric nodded. Elizabeth Hurley, a well-known British supermodel and actress, had become familiar to Eric through a series of tabloid headlines. He was unclear about the entire flow of her romantic history, but from the snippets in his memory, it seemed that the British supermodel had dated multiple men at once. Additionally, her personality, she was always trying to latch onto wealthy men and luckily ended up with an Indian mogul. Eric remembered that Elizabeth Hurley was currently dating British actor Hugh Grant. After Hugh gained fame from 4 weddings and a funeral, she had leveraged his publicity to build her own career in Hollywood. According to Eric's memories, Hugh was due to face a scandal later that year, which would decrease his popularity significantly. But for now, it was July, and since the incident hadn't occurred yet, it seemed that the butterfly effect resulting from Eric's influence in Hollywood had changed many things. Thinking it over, Eric asked Cindy, "I'm just curious, how did you decide to invite her as a guest?" Cindy explained, "I met her at a Chanel party last month. We hit it off. When she heard I was doing this show, she wanted to come in as a special judge. She's been wanting to break into Hollywood for a couple of years, but it hasn't gone smoothly, so she thought this opportunity could boost her exposure. It's a win-win situation for both of us." After spending over an hour at the set of America's Next Top Model, once the crew wrapped up for lunch, Cindy quickly led Eric and Linda to a quieter restaurant in a large building along 6th Avenue in Manhattan, which offered excellent privacy with separate booths and required a membership card. As the three were settling in, a tall woman in a black long dress approached them. "Hi, Liz." Cindy stood to greet Elizabeth Hurley, embracing her briefly before apologizing. "Sorry, Liz. 2 friends unexpectedly joined me today, so I couldn't let you know beforehand." As the 2 women chatted, Eric felt Elizabeth Hurley's gaze fixated on him, sparkling with an unknown intensity. "Let me introduce you. This is Eric Williams, and this is Linda. You definitely know her." Cindy waved her hand playfully in front of Linda, making her feel slightly annoyed. "Mr. Williams, hello," Elizabeth said, her eyes lingering, wearing a polite smile as she reached out her hand to Eric. "Just call me Eric," he replied, shaking her hand. The brief contact felt like a teasing brush, making him think, wow, this woman is bold. After the formalities, as they sat at the table, Elizabeth Hurley directly asked, "So Eric, are you here for America's Next Top Model?" "Yeah," Eric nodded, casually flipping through the menu handed to him by the waiter. Elizabeth quickly realized she might be acting a bit too eagerly and refined her demeanor, elegantly browsing her own menu. Once the orders were placed and the waiter had left, she continued, "I thought you'd still be in Boston. I heard it's quite lively there lately. By the way, I've set up my own personal homepage on Yahoo, but I'm not too good with it." Eric replied dismissively, "Oh, that should be simple. Just a bit of tinkering, and you'll figure it out." After its rollout, Yahoo's personal homepage had garnered over 7 million users in less than a week, showing rapid growth. Thanks to Eric's influence in Hollywood, many celebrities opened their own personal pages, further enhancing the appeal of Yahoo's personal homepage. With mobile internet still a far-off concept, Yahoo's personal homepage primarily focused on long-form blogs, given the real-time microblogging had yet to catch on. However, Eric had already instructed the Yahoo department handling personal homepages to emphasize the social aspects. As this topic floated around, Cindy's eyes also lit up. Her thoughts drifted back to a photo she had seen in the New York Times a few days earlier. It featured Eric posing with several business moguls like Jeffrey Katzenberg from Firefly Group, Jorma Ollila from Nokia, John Chambers from Cisco, Steve Case from America Online, among others. In the photo, Everyone stood centered around Eric. The accompanying article predicted that due to the rapid development of the companies mentioned, along with Eric's significant ownership stakes in them, his personal fortune could rise by more than 50% this year. At the beginning of the year, Forbes estimated Eric's personal assets at $46.5 billion. A 50% increase could potentially skyrocket his wealth to an astonishing $70 billion. What did $70 billion even mean? With Microsoft stock soaring, the second richest man, Bill Gates, had just reached a net worth of $12.9 billion this year. Eric's wealth alone was nearly equivalent to the total net worth of the others in the top 10 of the Forbes list combined. Chapters 734, 735, Return to Canada. Due to an unintentional conversation, the women, despite their differing thoughts, cleverly refrained from showing any signs of disturbance in front of Eric. Cindy proactively changed the topic, asking Elizabeth Hurley, "Liz, weren't you recently seeking a collaboration with Estee Lauder? How did that go?" Elizabeth Hurley shook her head with a hint of regret. "Estee Lauder plans to renew their contract with Polina Porizkova, so I won't have the opportunity." After saying this, she subtly glanced over at Eric. "I wasn't aware that Polina still had a contract with Estee Lauder," Eric casually remarked. Polina Porizkova had been one of the Victoria's Secret angels the previous year, and Eric always thought she bore a resemblance to Audrey Hepburn. From Elizabeth Hurley's reaction, it seemed that Estee Lauder's contract with Polina was set to expire that year. Originally, Estee Lauder had intended to change their spokesperson, but Paulina's popularity from last year's Victoria's Secret fashion show had led them to reconsider. For high-end, mid-range, or fast-moving consumer goods brands, the most important factor in choosing a spokesperson was often their popularity. The models who had participated in last year's fashion show were undoubtedly among the most well-known in the industry. Linda joked, "I have quite a few endorsements myself, Eric. Want to hear about them?" "Oh," Eric shrugged. "Not really interested, but it's safe to say you definitely have a Victoria's Secret endorsement." Linda laughed and replied, "Well, of course. You're the one who set that up." Hearing the discussion shift to Victoria's Secret, Elizabeth Hurley seized the moment to ask, "Eric, will you be involved in producing this year's Victoria's Secret annual show?" "I won't be participating this time," Eric said, looking at Cindy and Linda. "Do you feel relieved to hear that?" Linda, being straightforward, nodded and added with a faux sense of relief, "Yeah, you tyrant. It's nice to know you can't torture us this time." In reality, since the beginning of the year, LTD had been working continuously to prepare for the upcoming Victoria's Secret show. With Eric stepping back from the project, not only would the supermodel accountable for the show be affected, but they would also have to find their own background music, which had been another highlight of the show. Many prominent musicians were keen on collaborating with the Victoria's Secret show due to the immense popularity garnered last year. Cindy and Linda had already been informed that the show was under new direction this year, led by an MTV director who had previously shot Victoria's Secret ads for them. However, he was still in Los Angeles working on his own film and wouldn't be able to come to New York to take over the Victoria's Secret show project until next month. As a top British supermodel, Elizabeth Hurley had also had the chance to participate in last year's Victoria's Secret show. Unfortunately, at that time, she had been engaged in the filming of a UK production and had felt, like Cindy, that she was approaching the age limit for modeling. Both women had begun to shift their aspirations toward acting. By the time the Victoria's Secret show garnered worldwide attention, Elizabeth found herself regretting not participating, especially since the film she starred in barely made a splash. As a judge on America's Next Top Model, she hoped to connect with Cindy and find a way to step onto the Victoria's Secret stage this year. The surprise for her came during lunch when she encountered Eric, the young Hollywood mogul. She knew all too well that if she wanted to make her way onto the Victoria's Secret stage, becoming best friends with Cindy wouldn't have the same impact as having conversations with Eric. As they continued their chat, a server quickly arrived with their meals, poured wine for everyone, and quietly stepped away. Elizabeth casually sliced her steak, turning to Eric and saying, "Speaking of, I regret missing the Victoria's Secret show last year due to scheduling conflicts. Do you think I have a chance of participating in this year's show?" The Victoria's Secret Angels lineup was essentially complete, having formed several tiers. The group of 5 clearly dominated the top tier, followed by a batch of equally hot models, and finally, a larger number of potential candidates waiting for their moment. Even though the production for the second Victoria's Secret show hadn't officially begun, the roster for Angels was already determined. Plus, considering Elizabeth's standing in the second tier of popularity, foisting her into the show would disrupt the established production and marketing strategies. Just as Eric was about to dodge her question, he felt a small leg brushing against his under the table, playfully nudging against him. He looked up to see Cindy beside him and Linda across from him, with Elizabeth sitting diagonally. Cindy appeared, unbothered, and flashed a charming smile as Eric looked her way, and when he turned to his left, he caught Elizabeth lightly winking at him. That leg stretching over was certainly a bold move, putting him in a ridiculous position of wanting to lift the table to see their arrangement beneath it. He had witnessed her daring behavior earlier, so he wasn't too surprised. Sticking with his previous line of thought, he said, "I don't think that's possible, Liz. The lineup for the Victoria's Secret show has already been set. Eric, as long as you speak up, they'd definitely be willing to switch people, don't you think?" Elizabeth pursued, not sensing any need for reservation in front of a big shot like him. Any hint of favor from him would be a precious opportunity for her. Eric smiled and nodded. "Of course, that's why I can't do that. It would throw everything into chaos. Didn't you start shifting towards acting? I think you should focus more on that." While Eric intended to change the subject, looking at her somewhat untamed yet pretty face reminded him of the movie Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery. Though Elizabeth was merely eye candy in that film, it was likely her only noteworthy work. He recalled that Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery, was a parody film similar to a few years earlier with Hot Shots, which parodied many films. However, Austin Powers specifically spoofed the James Bond series. While many jokes only resonated with American audiences and had limited international commercial potential, its low production cost allowed the company to reap significant profits. The writer and star, Mike Myers, wasn't an unknown either. He had produced another parody series, Wayne's World, a few years prior, earning an even higher box office figure than Hot Shots. Unfortunately, similar themes often fell prey to the sequel fatigue trope, where the first film enjoyed immense success, but Wayne's World 2 suffered after a $60 million budget, resulting in it flopping. As for Mike Myers, he had faded into quietude over the past 2 years. In another timeline, Austin Powers managed to produce 3 films, making it a rare trilogy among parody comedies. The box office numbers must have been quite impressive. Perhaps he could find time to check if Mike Myers had picked up the script. Seizing the opportunity to steer the conversation toward films, Elizabeth quickly chimed in. "Eric, I really love acting too, but I just haven't found the right opportunity. Does Firefly have any movies suitable for me?" Before Eric could answer, Linda jumped in. "Eric, I want to act in a movie too." Caught off guard with how to respond to Elizabeth's persistence, Eric almost felt like kissing Linda's cheek as she conveniently redirected the topic, although he forced a look of impatience. "You should focus on Project Runaway, and if you can't do that well, I'll send you back to Canada." Linda pouted, showing no signs of remorse at all. "Why be mean? I don't need to act if I don't want to." Cindy then spoke up. "Eric, your next film still doesn't have any prospects. Are you really planning on retiring?" "I just can't find the right project," Eric casually replied. Linda urged. "So what kind of project would excite you?" "I can't shake the feeling that I've been asked that before," Eric quipped. Contemplating, he said, "Perhaps a project that could top the box office of Jurassic Park." "Huh, surpassing Jurassic Park? That's not so easy. Everyone says the box office was a complete surprise." Eric smiled and said, "Every film's box office is a surprise because no one can accurately predict the numbers before a film is released." Linda countered, "I think you shouldn't set your standards so high. I really liked the early films you shot, Sleepless in Seattle, Pretty Woman, and yes, even Running Out of Time. I love that film. I even thought about auditioning for the yo-yo role." While later ones like Twister and Jurassic Park were thrilling, their storylines lacked. The two women played off each other perfectly, subtly usurping Elizabeth Hurley from the center of attention and leaving her with no chance to interject. Their meal wrapped up quickly, and after leaving the restaurant, they stepped into the elevator. Elizabeth looked at Cindy, who seemed somewhat reluctant to say goodbye to Eric and Linda before driving off. Elizabeth then slid up beside Eric, taking the spot where Cindy had just vacated, and asked, Eric, are you guys going to the set of Project Runaway this afternoon? Yeah, Eric nodded. Can I come along to take a look? Elizabeth asked, then added, I've watched Survivor and have always been curious about how reality shows are made. Liz, that might not be convenient. These kinds of shows require a high level of confidentiality. I just want to observe. I promise I won't disclose anything. Really, Elizabeth said, then casually wrapped her arm around Eric's. Eric looked at Linda, who gave him a look that communicated you decide. She turned aside, knowing that if Elizabeth approached them, she certainly couldn't serve as an effective barrier, especially considering she wouldn't even qualify as Eric's girlfriend. Well, all right, Eric decided, sensing Linda's lack of any objection and feeling Elizabeth gently nudging against his arm. He agreed. After all, very few people could resist the advances of a stunning beauty. The three of them headed towards Eric's luxury car, where the driver opened the door. Eric ushered both women inside and drove off to the set of Project Runaway. Even though Eric had taken Linda to the America's Next Top Model set earlier that morning, Project Runaway's production had not ceased. Arriving at the filming location for Project Runaway a few blocks away, the crew had already begun working. The pace here was slower compared to the America's Next Top Model set, and due to the different program format. Project Runaway's filming locations were mostly fixed, comprising a sewing room, contestants' dormitories, and a competition stage within the studio. While the finished episodes made it seem like the contestants had very tight competition timelines, in reality, the shooting time for each episode could stretch up to a week. Upon arrival, Linda merely informed the production team to reconvene in the morning to reconsider the editing direction of the show, and then did not disrupt the crew's work, instead standing by as a mere observer alongside Eric and Elizabeth. Elizabeth's thoughts were definitely not on the reality show. Throughout the process, she remained glued to Eric's side, feigning curiosity with multiple questions and presenting herself as eager to learn. While managing the persistent attention of the beautiful Elizabeth, Eric took a moment to call Kelly, who had already returned to Los Angeles, asking her to look into Mike Myers' background for any scripts related to Austin Powers. Chapters 735, 736, Not Violence. Filming of the show Project Runway extended into the evening, with several contestants completing the theme of the competition, resort swimwear. At this time, models had already donned the contestants' creations. Although it had reached quitting time, the day's work was not over yet. Designers participating in the evening's competition would host their models and designs at a fashion party, showcasing their work to a prominent fashion columnist from a daily newspaper under the Hearst Corporation, who would also serve as a guest judge for the theme. Elizabeth Hurley had stayed by Eric's side all afternoon, watching the crew pack up equipment in preparation for the move. She said, Eric, I can sense that you're not entirely satisfied with their work, but why don't you offer them some pointers? Eric felt that his presence had made many crew members nervous. He knew that if he intervened too much in the production, it would only leave them feeling more uncertain. This was the main reason he had taken on a more observer role throughout the afternoon. Moreover, most detail issues fell within his tolerance. Even if adjustments were necessary, he could discuss them privately with Linda. Hearing Elizabeth's question, Eric casually replied, No one can do a job perfectly. Some minor slip-ups are inevitable. At that moment, Linda Evangelista walked over with the director of the crew. She said, Eric, the crew is heading to the park in New York next. I need to attend the party tonight to shoot some scenes. Are you coming along? Eric wasn't interested in the overhyped event, especially one organized last minute just for shooting. He shook his head, saying, I'll pass. I plan to head back early to rest, he added, glancing at Elizabeth. Liz, I'm sure you'd be interested in this. Go enjoy the night with Linda. Elizabeth said playfully as she sensed an opening. Eric, I actually don't care much for parties either. They can get too loud. Linda eyed Elizabeth, who seemed overly familiar, with a slight smirk. She exchanged a few words with the director and turned to Eric, saying, If you don't want to go, that's fine. The shoot starts at 8. Let's go grab dinner first. They found a nearby restaurant, and after dinner, Linda noticed how Elizabeth continued to cling to Eric without any signs of leaving. She silently cursed Cindy for this behavior, and unwillingly headed off to work. It was already past 7:30 in the evening, and the bright lights of Manhattan illuminated the streets. Eric personally drove Linda to the location of the night's shoot and gently kissed her goodbye. Returning to the car, he looked at the lazily reclining Elizabeth, a smirk forming on his lips. "Liz, where do you live? Should I take you back?" With Linda gone, Elizabeth ignored the driver in the front and boldly leaned closer, the perfect scent of her perfume enveloping Eric. "Eric, can I go to your place for a cup of coffee? Let's head to my apartment on 6th Avenue. Eric instructed the driver, putting up the divider. He then casually pushed away the light and seemingly fragile woman leaning against him, taking a moment to admire her beautiful face and curvy figure. With a teasing smile, he half-joked, "Liz, let me give you a heads up. I can be quite aggressive." Feeling exposed under his unabashed gaze, Elizabeth shivered slightly, a wave of nerves washing over her. However, recalling Linda and Cindy, she quickly realized Eric was joking. After all, if he were genuinely as he claimed, neither Cindy nor Linda would be so close to him. As her worries subsided, Elizabeth playfully licked her lower lip, retorting, "Eric, I can be quite aggressive too." "Oh, now I'm intrigued," Eric replied, taken aback but laughing. They arrived at Eric's luxurious apartment located on the top levels near Central Park. Elizabeth was taken aback by the grandeur of the duplex, spanning 2 floors with a rooftop garden. Frequenting the upper-crust crowd, she had a good grasp of its worth but soon felt reassured about Eric's wealth. Peering through the glass walls, she noted the clock showed 8 o'clock. The Manhattan skyline sparkled with lights. With summer nights being long, the distant sky still glimmered, and barefoot on the slightly cool floor, Elizabeth leisurely strolled around the living room. Eric, however, had different plans. He sat on the sofa, picked an apple from the fruit bowl on the coffee table, took a knife nearby, and began casually cutting it, glancing around at the relaxed woman. "Help yourself to whatever you want to drink," he said. Elizabeth nodded and walked over to the liquor cabinet in the corner. She randomly selected a bottle of red wine, a Romanicani from 1972. Raising an eyebrow, she turned to glance at Eric, who was lounging, and let out a self-deprecating laugh, thinking how she almost considered pocketing the bottle, knowing it could fetch at least a few $1,000s. "Eric, can I open this?" she asked, raising the wine bottle. Eric, who rarely drank wine and had forgotten much of what Drew had shared about his collection, took a nonchalant look at the bottle and nodded. "If you like it, open it." Elizabeth glanced around, found a corkscrew, and once she opened it with a light pop, a smile crept onto her lips. She measured out 2 glasses, but instead of rushing back to Eric, she chose a jazz album from the record player. As the soft jazz filled the room, she turned off the main lights, leaving only a soft glow from a wall lamp. Then she brought a small tray to Eric. Placing it on the coffee table, Elizabeth flashed her bright green eyes and snatched the apple and knife from Eric, tossing them aside. She handed him a glass and settled across from him, raising her own glass. "Cheers." Eric smiled and took a sip, savoring the wine's tangy flavor, rich and smooth. Looking at the vibrant woman whose toes brushed against his leg, Eric asked, "Has anyone ever told you which color of clothes suits you best?" "No, not really. I usually prefer more casual clothes," she replied. "But what color do you think I should wear?" "Red, passionate, wild, and vibrant. Very few women can pull off red, but you definitely can." Elizabeth cast a sultry glance Eric's way and replied, "That's a compliment, right?" "Absolutely," Eric confirmed with a nod. Feigning disappointment, Elizabeth said, "I do have a red dress, but unfortunately, I can't wear it for you right now." "That's fine. There will be plenty of opportunities." "Yeah, tons of opportunities," Elizabeth said, finishing her glass of wine and tossing it aside. Leaning back slightly, she placed her hands on the coffee table. "That reminds me, Eric, isn't time running out for us tonight?" "Oh, it's only 8 o'clock. I didn't think you'd have this much faith in me." Elizabeth caught his double entendre and smiled flirtatiously. "What was it you said in the car?" "I'm waiting to see." "Funny, I was thinking about the contestants from Project Runway this afternoon. Honestly, when I was younger, I considered the idea of becoming a fashion designer." "Oh," Elizabeth replied, not quite understanding. Just then, she watched as Eric stood and picked up the knife she had tossed aside. He approached her, reaching for her while guiding her to lie down on the coffee table. "Eric, what are you doing?" she stammered nervously. He chuckled softly, pressing on her waist. "Don't move, darling. I want to study the construction of this dress." As he spoke, Elizabeth felt the cool blade gently touch the neckline of her black dress. The whisper of silk tearing filled the air. Watching the focused expression on his face above her, Elizabeth felt slightly more at ease, confirming he wouldn't cut her. However, she soon lamented the fate of her dress. "Eric, if you ruin this dress, what will I wear? Tomorrow? Tomorrow's problems can wait until tomorrow." "Okay," she conceded, feeling the chilly blade slide down her chest as the fabric split down the middle. An exhilarating sensation coursed through her, but she held her ground and said, "Eric, I think this is not violence, but being too aggressive." "Oh, perhaps," he teased. Eric's knife skills were surprisingly impressive, and soon her elegant black dress was reduced to a square of fabric, laid out like a rare offering on the table, its perfect form resembling an extraordinary masterpiece of tablecloth craftsmanship. Amid Elizabeth's soft moans, Eric toyed with this newly revealed creation, reaching for the nearby tray of red wine and pouring it over the cloth. The morning sun poured warmly over Eric as he sat in the rooftop garden, reading that day's newspaper and leisurely enjoying breakfast. It was July 19th, a Wednesday. 6 days had passed since the recent releases of Night at the Museum and Eraser. While detailed figures weren't available yet, most media outlets had already been abuzz with excitement over the strong box office performance of Night at the Museum. Despite the competitive pressure exerted by new and older films, Night at the Museum had triumphed, accumulating nearly $60 million in its first 3 days and was projected to surpass $80 million in its opening week, possibly even reaching $90 million. The film's production cost was a reasonable $70 million. In contrast, the action blockbuster Eraser featuring Arnold Schwarzenegger had a staggering $100 million production budget, but it only earned about $25 million in its opening weekend, less than half of Night at the Museum's earnings. At this point, many in the media recollected Eric's advocacy last year for reducing star salaries and cutting production costs. Everyone undoubtedly remembered how other production companies maintained an ambiguous stance, echoing neither support nor opposition. It was Warner Brothers who first broke the impasse, giving in to their famous actors and pledging their intent by signing multi-million deals for high-budget movies like Waterworld, Eraser, and Heat, among others. Now, the comparison of Waterworld's $175 million budget with its dismal box office return of around $40 million had caused Warner's shares to drop by more than 10%. Although Eraser's box office can't be termed a failure, as it performed notably better than the earlier release Fair Game, it still significantly lagged compared to other summer films within the Firefly system, especially when lined up against Night at the Museum. On Friday, Warner Brothers was set to release its last summer movie of the year, Heat, which also boasted a budget of $90 million. The film was set to compete with the MGM's next James Bond film, GoldenEye, which was expected to shine. The Easter egg for this 007 entry had already appeared at the end of Charlie's Angels last year, causing quite a stir. Fans had been anticipating this film for a whole year, spurred by rumors of GoldenEye featuring a similarly exciting Easter egg for Charlie's Angels 2, leading both James Bond and Charlie's Angels fandoms into a frenzy. It was evident that in the face of this highly anticipated blockbuster, the 3-hour-long Heat held virtually no competitive edge. At this time, aside from overt mockery, the media had shifted focus away from Warner Brothers, which was destined for box office ruin this year. Many were now keenly watching Flower Films, which was in its last stages of negotiations for a takeover of MGM. Everyone recognized that Flower Films was backed by Firefly. Once the acquisition was completed, it would grant Firefly control over 2/7 of Hollywood, while maintaining influence over Fox. As for Sony Columbia, no one believed this Japanese-owned studio could escape Firefly's looming shadow. Chapter 737, A Brighter Future. While lost in thought, Elizabeth Hurley pushed open the glass door to the terrace, carrying breakfast. She wore only a short white bathrobe, showcasing her enticing long legs, her brown hair flowing freely. With her lips slightly pressed and a lazy gaze, She radiated a unique allure. "Morning, Liz." Eric openly admired her for a moment before greeting her. "Good morning, Eric." Elizabeth Hurley smiled modestly, nodding as she sat down next to him. Compared to the glamorous makeup from the day before, Elizabeth's current light makeup was minimal, with no lipstick at all. Eric realized, compared to his previous memories of her, she conformed even more to his taste. At least, it was clear she had undergone lip enhancement surgery later on, as fuller lips were considered beautiful. Many female stars had similar cosmetic procedures. But Eric was not a fan of full lips. In fact, none of the women around him had that look. Nicole had once considered getting lip augmentation, but Eric dissuaded her. To him, Nicole's perfectly proportioned lips looked best just as they were. Why change them to resemble overstuffed sausages? Over the years, Eric had not cast similar heroines in any of the films he had worked on. This had resulted in a subtle shift in Hollywood's standards of beauty for women, unknowingly influenced by Eric's personal preferences. Perhaps in a few years, under the bombardment of various films and television shows, public perceptions of beauty would completely change. The prevailing aesthetic trends had always shifted with the media's inclinations. "Eric, what are you looking at?" Elizabeth noticed Eric's gaze and asked curiously. Eric replied, "Your lip shape is beautiful." Elizabeth smiled and said, "Thank you, but my agent always thinks it's not sensual enough and suggested I get lip augmentation. I actually find fuller lips unattractive." "Really? Everyone loves them," Elizabeth said. Surprised, Eric shrugged. "I just really don't like them." Elizabeth made a sound of acknowledgement. She had been considering following her agent's advice to book a minor surgery, but now, she gave up the idea. After finishing his breakfast, Eric continued reading the newspaper and casually chatted with Elizabeth. "What have you been up to lately?" Elizabeth looked up, her thoughts shifting before she said, "I only have one job lately, being a guest judge for America's Next Top Model." "And then what?" "And then, nothing for now," she replied. She had been planning to use her appearance on America's Next Top Model to connect with Cindy Crawford to see if she could be introduced for this year's Victoria's Secret fashion show. But Eric had already shot down her idea the day before. In Hollywood, most professionals often found themselves unemployed, and the modeling world wasn't much different. Even the top supermodels couldn't count on work year-round. While the elite supermodels didn't have to worry about making ends meet, many ordinary girls entering the industry struggled to maintain the high cost of living in big cities while waiting for their next job. Elizabeth Hurley belonged to a group that was somewhat on the fence. She had decent name recognition owing to her fame, but despite being labeled a supermodel, she had never been a professional one. In recent years, her focus had shifted towards breaking into the film industry, causing her to neglect her modeling work. Thinking about this, Elizabeth glanced at Eric, recalling the bottle of expensive red wine he had casually poured over her last night, feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation. But she was a smart woman. If they had not slept together, she would have boldly sought the opportunity from Eric. However, if she did so now, it would turn everything from last night into a transaction. Thus, it was up to the man to make a move. Even if Eric didn't make any advances, she wouldn't be foolish enough to ask for it outright. Eric responded absent-mindedly, seemingly unaware of Elizabeth's gaze as he continued to read his newspaper. After breakfast, the time had just passed 8 o'clock. A staff member from Firefly Group in New York happened to arrive with a bag for Eric. "Try this. I had someone buy it," Eric said, pulling out a script from the bag and handing over the remaining contents to Elizabeth, who was still in her bathrobe. Elizabeth took the bag, glanced inside, thanked Eric, turned back toward her bedroom, and emerged wearing a long burgundy dress. Sitting on the couch flipping through the script, Eric turned to look at her and smiled. "That looks great. Way prettier than the outfit from last night. I told you, red really suits you." Elizabeth's cheeks flushed a bit. Although everything from last night had been cleaned up, a faint aroma of wine still lingered in the living room. She walked over and sat gracefully next to Eric, asking, "Eric, did you pick this out? It's beautiful and fits wonderfully." "Yeah," Eric nodded. He had directed someone to pick out clothes for her. It would be a surprise if it didn't fit. Noticing her gaze inadvertently shift toward the script in his hands, he casually passed it to her, saying, "Here, take a look. Is it okay?" Elizabeth feigned surprise as she received the script from Eric. Glancing at the title, Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery, she quickly scanned the synopsis and felt a twinge of disappointment. She had appeared in numerous films, albeit with many small roles, but she had a discerning eye. This script seemed like one of those low-budget comedies, costing about 10 or 20 million. In such movies, even the leading lady often played just a decorative role. Although she knew that if she wanted to break into Hollywood, she would likely have to start as eye candy, receiving this script from Eric felt below her expectations. Eric handed the script to Elizabeth and got up to change clothes, preparing to head to the set of Project Runway to discuss changes to the program that morning. When he returned to the living room donned in fresh attire, he noticed Elizabeth still appeared focused on the script. He smiled knowingly. He had merely flipped through it while she was changing, and, truthfully, he had no interest in it. The film was nothing but a pure parody comedy, and he was certain Elizabeth wouldn't care for it either. "Liz, let's go. I'll drop you off at work. You can take the script home with you and look it over. If you like it, the leading role is yours." Elizabeth picked up her handbag and stood up, pondering for a moment before following Eric out the door. As they reached the elevator, she finally made up her mind, saying, "Eric, I'm not really fond of this character. It seems to have a lot of risque scenes." Elizabeth was clear about her feelings. If she accepted this role, though Eric was offering it willingly, it could easily become a transaction, and they might never have any further connection. Plus, this character might not significantly help her career. If she refused, the fleeting intimacy they shared last night could lead to unexpected opportunities with this powerful man in the future. Eric looked a bit surprised, but soon understood Elizabeth's thoughts. He didn't mind. He appreciated smart women who recognized their boundaries. Moreover, he knew that the little games women played rarely affected him. "Oh, I see. Then forget it," Eric said with a laugh. "Honestly, I don't particularly care for this script either." Elizabeth raised the script in her hand. "Then why did you?" "Because it makes money," Eric replied candidly. "I'm the head of the film company. I can't just dismiss projects that could generate income based solely on personal taste." Elizabeth chuckled, aware that no one could operate purely on personal whims. Naturally, someone like Eric had far more leeway than ordinary people. Though he had just said that, if he truly disliked the project, he could easily cancel it without concern for the vast Firefly group. They arrived downstairs and climbed into a luxury car waiting in the parking lot. Eric asked, "By the way, do you think you could tweak your accent a bit?" Elizabeth had an impeccable British accent, so much so that she had played the Queen of England in another timeline. Without hesitation, she replied, "If necessary, of course I can. If you could learn a standard Manhattan accent and were willing to take on a TV series, there's a great opportunity next year." "Next year?" Eric nodded. "Yeah, next year." Elizabeth wasn't keen on doing a sitcom, but she prudently asked, "Eric, can I ask, what's the series about?" "It's a story about a fashionable female writer in Manhattan. I can assure you, if you land this role, your future prospects will exceed what you could achieve in Hollywood." Eric explained. He was, of course, referring to the show that would create a major buzz, Sex and the City. The production rights for the novel had already been acquired by Firefly's filmmaking unit, but Eric hadn't yet revealed the specifics to relevant parties. The original show's lead was Sarah Jessica Parker, who became an icon of Manhattan thanks to the series, showcasing its vast influence. However, Eric felt Elizabeth matched the character's age and looks perfectly. The only hurdle was her accent. If it couldn't change, even if Sex and the City became a hit, a character with a genuine London accent could never embody the essence of Manhattan, diminishing its impact significantly. Elizabeth wasn't going to be swayed by a single line from Eric, but she also had no reason to doubt his judgment. He had no incentive to deceive her into thinking she was more significant than she truly was. After considering, she responded, "Then, I'll take some time to sign up for a speech class." She understood that her accent could never be her strong suit. While many Hollywood actors enjoyed learning British accents for roles in British films, she didn't possess the skill set necessary for Shakespearean dramas. Eric nodded and dropped Elizabeth off at her destination before quickly returning to the Project Runway set. On July 21, 1995, the last two summer blockbusters, GoldenEye and Heat, premiered as scheduled. After a weekend of box office battles, GoldenEye grossed nearly $29 million in its opening weekend, raking in $29 million from over 2,800 screens. Although this result still didn't outpace the legs of Night at the Museum, it left its rival, Heat, far behind. Heat only managed to garner about $8.4 million over 3 days, and despite receiving respectable critical acclaim, it struggled to recoup its costs. Warner Brothers would have to pin their hopes on future merchandise and home video sales. By comparison, Night at the Museum shone brightly, bringing in over $86 million in its debut weekend and experiencing only a 20% drop in its second week. In those 3 days, it grossed another $47.7 million, firmly securing the top spot on the box office charts. Many were surprised by this performance, considering it already eclipsed the total box office of Jumanji, which had only managed a little over $100 million by year-end. Night at the Museum had already exceeded $130 million in 10 days, establishing itself as another unexpected hit of the summer. Though GoldenEye reached expected ticket sales, compared to Night at the Museum, it fell short of expectations. MGM had leaned slightly in favor of GoldenEye's marketing, but couldn't change the disappointing trend. The 007 series was viewed as the last bargaining chip for Credit Lyonnais Bank, which had initially hoped for a massive success for this sequel to drive up its sale price. But in light of Night at the Museum's success, it lost all bargaining power. Therefore, following the opening weekend ticket results, news from Los Angeles revealed that Credit Lyonnais Bank ultimately agreed to the acquisition deal with Flower Films. Chapter 738, Debt Issues. Regarding the acquisition of MGM, Flower Films initially quoted $1.5 billion, but Credit Lyonnais Bank aimed to sell its shares for $1.8 billion. Credit Lyonnais Bank had made up its mind to completely distance itself from Hollywood and would not engage in any more financial ties with the industry after the deal closed. Therefore, both parties' negotiations primarily focused on the final transaction price. Negotiations began in early June and lasted until the end of July. The inability to reach an agreement stemmed mainly from Credit Lyonnais Bank waiting for the box office results of GoldenEye, which featured Eric's involvement and in which they had high hopes. However, despite GoldenEye receiving favorable reviews upon its release, its box office didn't explode, especially in comparison to Night at the Museum, which left Credit Lyonnais Bank feeling less confident. After the opening weekend box office results of GoldenEye came in, both parties took a step back and settled on a final intent of $1.6 billion. Of course, after the transaction was completed, Flower Films would assume MGM's existing $1.7 billion debt, bringing the total transaction amount to $3.3 billion. The day after the deal was finalized, the Los Angeles Times featured an interesting cartoon on its front page. A giant, anthropomorphized firefly, adorned with a small flower on its head, rampaged through the streets marked with Hollywood, much like the Tyrannosaurus Rex in The Lost World, Jurassic Park. Buildings on either side lay in ruins, with flashy logos from Warner Brothers, Paramount, Universal, and Columbia hanging down. Beneath this cartoon, the Los Angeles Times boldly titled the piece, "Firefly Takes Hollywood." 7 years ago, Home Alone emerged on the scene, grossing over $500 million globally on a shoestring budget of just $1 million, capturing the attention of all of Hollywood. But perhaps no one could have predicted that today, 7 years later, the young mastermind behind Home Alone has built his own media empire at an astonishing pace. This emerging empire is rapidly expanding, having already swallowed New Line, Disney, and ABC. Now, this firefly, which seemingly will never slow down, has also planted a dazzling flower beyond its own system. Before the MGM acquisition, we saw that Flower Films released its first film, Mission: Impossible, last year, which garnered close to $500 million worldwide with a production cost of $70 million. This summer, Flower Films' two productions, Forrest Gump and Night at the Museum, have collectively grossed $190 million and $130 million in North America so far. While both films have much more box office potential, from when the summer season kicked off on May 26th until now, North America's summer box office has totaled $1.68 billion over the past 10 weeks. The relatively new player, Flower Films, has inadvertently captured 19% of the market share. When we widen our view a bit, we can find that the three films released by Firefly Group, Jurassic Park 2, Independence Day, and Toy Story 2, have also collectively grossed $690 million domestically. These films similarly still have box office potential left untapped. However, the combined box office of these two companies has already occupied 61% of the total summer box office over the 10 weeks, leaving less than 40% of the market share for all other Hollywood competitors, which is truly astonishing. It's easy to envision that when Eric Williams personally nurtures this flower to complete the acquisition and integration of MGM and DreamWorks, leveraging a wealth of profitable movie projects including the Mission Impossible series, the 007 series, the Charlie's Angels series, and the Night at the Museum series, at the very least, it will soon reach parity with Firefly Group in the film business. We can almost foresee the bleak future for other Hollywood film companies over the coming years. While the article in the Los Angeles Times was slightly exaggerated, it still caught the attention of many. The 7 major film companies in Hollywood all had their own production and distribution systems, and many resources were exclusive to these studios, such as Paramount's theater resources. So, for Firefly and Flower Films to completely monopolize Hollywood's film market, they would have to absorb all 7 major companies. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to achieve such astonishing market shares yearly. The fact that these two companies garnered 60% of the market this year can be attributed, in many people's eyes, to luck. Firefly and Flower Films just happened to strike it lucky, while companies like Warner Brothers had no major box office blockbusters this year. However, that didn't stop Flower Films' acquisition of MGM from raising awareness among the other studios. Executives from Warner Brothers, Universal, Paramount, and Columbia all understood that the best way to thwart Flower Films' expansion was to do whatever it took to sabotage this deal. But wishes are easy, and the reality was that none of the other major companies were willing to take the plunge. After all, attempting to disrupt the deal would not only require exorbitant costs, but would also completely alienate Firefly. While everyone knew this was about sacrificing the present to invest in the future, there wasn't a single Hollywood executive brave enough to make that sacrifice. As for forming a coalition, they might as well forget it. By the time the companies with conflicting interests negotiated conditions for collaboration, Flower Films could very well have grown into a towering tree. Although privately some people tried to leverage their resources to play tricks, aiming to ensure that even if they couldn't stop the acquisition, they would force Flower Films to pay a higher price. These tricks were often easily neutralized by the other side. After all, in this world of capital, capital was the ultimate power, and right now, Firefly was undeniably Hollywood's most financially robust media group. Los Angeles. In Drew's Beverly Hills mansion, the girl stood by a clothes rack filled with little dresses, changing outfits while chattering away. I really don't know what they were thinking, sending someone to check my taxes. Haha, that trick is so old school. My tax returns are wider than Natasha's. There's no way they can find any issues there. If I find out who's behind this, I'm definitely going to teach them a lesson. It was already the end of July, and Flower Films had signed acquisition agreements with Credit Lyonnais Bank and DreamWorks in the prior 2 weeks. The MGM shares held by Credit Lyonnais Bank were acquired for cash, while under Eric's strong push, the merger with DreamWorks employed a mix of cash and stock, amounting to $1 billion. Previously involved in the MGM acquisition, Vivendi contributed $300 million to obtain 30% of DreamWorks shares, while Firefly completely withdrew. The European stakeholders of DreamWorks exchanged their shares for equity in the merged company. After the integration, for ease of equity operations, the new company would still primarily operate under MGM. Flower Films, DreamWorks, and the company that held the rights to 007, United Artists, would gradually integrate into MGM's production department over the next few months. The MGM label would mainly be used for film distribution in the future. In the new MGM group, Drew held 40% as the largest shareholder. Vivendi had 20%, LTD held 10%, DreamWorks' original European stakeholders held 18%, and the remaining 12% were in circulating shares. Eric sat on the living room sofa, waiting for Drew to finish changing so they could head to the new MGM's first press conference together. Listening with a smile too. Drew's chatter, Eric flipped through the balance sheet of the new company. After the integration was complete, Eric believed the most valuable assets of the new MGM would undoubtedly be the rights to several blockbuster films, alongside MGM's vast film library. Although MGM lost the film rights to movies produced before 1948 due to the sale between Kirk Kerkorian and Ted Turner in the 1980s, the remaining catalog from 1948 onward still boasted over 4,000 films, placing it among the largest in all of Hollywood. In the original timeline, to push MGM's catalog in promoting its high-definition Blu-ray format, Sony had once foolishly spent $5 billion in 2004, showcasing the immense value of MGM's film library. Unfortunately, over the years, MGM had consistently struggled, lacking the necessary resources to monetize its film library, relying instead on crude licensing to external videotape distributors and cable networks, which people had to admit was a pity. Now that he had acquired these resources, Eric certainly wouldn't allow that situation to continue. As Eric pondered how to manage MGM's vast library of resources, he heard the girl exclaiming that her tax returns were whiter than Natasha's, causing him to raise his head. The twins were dressed in simple black t-shirts and washed-out jeans, quietly helping Drew pick out outfits. Their exposed faces and arms boasted that characteristic stunning paleness unique to Slavic beauties. Noticing Eric's gaze, Drew flashed a smile. Eric, they're even whiter when they're not wearing clothes. As Drew spoke, a faint blush appeared on the twins' cheeks, and they stole a shy glance at Eric. Eric chuckled and shifted his gaze back to Drew, who was wearing nothing but her underwear. Even though she had passed her 20th birthday, she hadn't changed much over the years, thanks to having kicked her previous bad habits. Standing at 5 feet 3 inches, she had smooth, radiant skin, a petite frame with a touch of softness, utterly tempting. Sensing Eric's lingering gaze, the girl shot him a playful look, suggesting, "Eric, there's still time, you know. Come on, hurry up and get dressed. We need to get there early. Then let's do it in the car. Stop joking around. Let's get back to business," Eric said, momentarily serious. Even though your finances are in order, owning such a substantial stake in the company still looks a bit conspicuous. I plan for MGM to issue an additional 20% of its shares, around 70 million shares, and based on the current stock price, we can raise about $1 billion. At that point, when your shares and LTDs are factored together, we'll still maintain about 40% ownership and won't lose control of the company. Plus, this would allow for more financial flexibility for the company in the coming years. What do you think? The girl ultimately settled on a pink little dress. Once she got it on, she fluttered over to Eric, snuggling into him. "Eric, you really don't need to. Ask me about these kinds of things. Everything I have is yours. Just make the decision." Actually, I'm not very good at making decisions for others," Eric said, wrapping his arms around her waist. "But I'm not just anyone, Eric. Without you, I might have died by now." Feeling the small body pressed up against him, Eric joked, That line is starting to sound more like a soap opera. Ouch. Watch the neck. I didn't list you in my will." "Well, I'd die with you." "Is this the second episode of a soap opera now?" "Whoa, I'm serious." All right, it's time. Let's get moving." MGM's headquarters was located in Century City. Although the original film lot was sold off by Kerkorian in the 80s, the headquarters building still stood. As an established film company for over half a century, MGM had begun to decline, yet its headquarters building still appeared far more impressive compared to Flower Films' offices on Venice Beach. At that time, Flower Films and DreamWorks hadn't yet moved their offices there, but the press conference was arranged for the largest conference hall at MGM's headquarters. When Eric and Drew arrived at MGM's headquarters, the plaza outside was already packed with reporters. As soon as they spotted the duo's vehicle, a swarm of journalists rushed toward them. The company's security team quickly cleared a path for the two. "Mr. Williams, will Firefly acquire MGM in the future?" "Eric, Drew, are you planning to get married?" "Eric, why did you completely separate MGM from Firefly's system? Is it due to monopoly concerns? Will MGM expand as aggressively as Firefly?" "Eric, How do you plan to resolve MGM's debt issues? Amid the blinding flashes of cameras and a barrage of questions from reporters, Eric held Drew's waist tightly, navigating through the crowd with the assistance of security until they finally entered the building. Once inside, high-ranking company executives like Amy Pascal and Frank Mancuso, as well as several stars who were going to attend the press conference, greeted them. Under Eric's instructions, executives from Firefly Group did not attend this press conference. After greeting everyone, they all walked to the press conference venue, where staff were still making final adjustments to the equipment. The conference hall, over 200 square meters, featured a small stage with a backdrop showcasing posters for the company's franchises, including 007, Charlie's Angels, and Night at the Museum. Chapters 738, 739, The Spy Movie Universe. During a lull at the press conference, Eric Williams gathered Amy Pascal and other MGM shareholders attending the event to discuss the idea of issuing additional stock. Naturally, Amy Pascal and the others had no objections. Even though MGM appeared to be thriving after the consolidation, the financial situation was quite tight. With a staggering $1.7 billion in debt, the annual principal and interest payments amounted to no less than $200 million. One of the reasons Kirk Kerkorian had repeatedly sold MGM was to restructure the debt through sale after sale, aiming to cut costs. After this transaction, Kerkorian was driven out of Hollywood, and the new MGM could not afford to play such capital games, meaning those interest payments couldn't be avoided. If they could increase their stock issuance by 20%, the company's financial situation would improve significantly, providing ample funds to repair MGM's production and distribution systems and to kickstart major projects like The Lord of the Rings. After discussing this matter, the staff announced that the press conference was about to begin, and everyone left the lounge to move into the conference hall. Except for the cast and crew of the currently filming Charlie's Angels series, all the main actors from major franchises under the new company like 007, Mission Impossible, Night at the Museum, and Resident Evil were present, making the venue gleam with star power. However, today, they were not the center of attention. The reporters focused entirely on MGM's shareholders and executives. As the new CEO of the company, Amy Pascal stepped onto the stage with enthusiasm, taking over 10 minutes to introduce the general overview of the new company and addressing a series of media questions regarding MGM's acquisition and consolidation process. More than 100 invited reporters were patiently waiting for the Q&A session that would follow the speeches of several MGM executives. Some people's eyes had already wandered to Eric, sitting in the guest section. However, when Amy finally announced that MGM would issue additional stocks, the reporters immediately perked up. Recent media predictions suggested that MGM would choose to privatize like Firefly Group, aligning with Eric Williams' usual style. Moreover, since MGM currently had only 12% of its shares publicly traded, the difficulty of privatization was quite low. Thus, this news was a stark contrast to what most reporters had speculated, igniting a buzz among the journalists present as they questioned MGM's motives, or more directly, Eric Williams' intentions behind this decision. Unfortunately, after Amy concluded her remarks, Frank Mancuso, who had just transitioned to president of MGM, came back on stage to introduce MGM's production plans for the coming years and invited the guest stars to the stage for a brief interaction. After about half an hour, the anticipated Q&A session finally arrived. Once Eric, Drew, Amy, Frank Mancuso, and John Callie took their seats on the provided chairs, the host announced the beginning of the Q&A session, and every reporter in the audience raised their hands all at once. The host randomly selected a reporter, a woman with wavy brown hair and rimless glasses. When she took the microphone, she didn't immediately ask the burning question. Instead, she directed her inquiry towards Eric, saying, "Mr. Williams, I'm a reporter for the New York Times. According to public information, Firefly Group has completely divested from MGM. In what capacity and stance are you sitting here today?" Eric smiled. He had anticipated this question and, on a deeper level, many people already knew the reasons behind it. However, Eric had no intention of dodging the question. He replied with a smile. "If you need a reason, I suppose I'm here as a representative of MGM's shareholders. My personal Firefly investment company is the largest shareholder of Ltd Group, which is MGM's third largest shareholder, currently holding 10% of the shares. That's it. The female reporter from the New York Times pressed on. Mr. Williams, why complicate things? Wouldn't it be simpler to directly utilize Firefly Group's capital for this? While many large corporations in North America exhibited monopoly behavior, executives rarely discussed their company's monopolistic practices openly, and no one would even acknowledge any intent to monopolize, as such statements might become evidence in future antitrust investigations. Eric certainly understood the unspoken rules. After a brief pause, he said, "The internal structure of Firefly Group is already extensive. If we continue to expand, it could become unwieldy, which would be detrimental to the company's healthy growth. Thus, MGM will operate independently outside the Firefly Group structure. This way, potential competition in the future might also prevent Firefly Group from losing its drive and falling into complacency." This somewhat truthful, yet vague response left no room for the reporters to criticize it. The next journalist had to pivot the topic to MGM's upcoming stock issuance. "Mr. Williams, why did MGM decide to issue more stock instead of privatizing?" Eric had amassed a personal fortune that was nothing short of astonishing, and he would become even more wealthy as the internet wave exploded in the coming years. Therefore, he was no longer seeking rapid wealth accumulation, but aiming to enhance his influence and control through that wealth. Like MGM, Eric controlled 10% of MGM shares indirectly through Ltd, allowing him to fully manipulate the company. Simultaneously, owning only a small portion of shares meant that outside resistance would be relatively low. If he wanted to transform Hollywood into his own kingdom, Eric would likely adopt similar methods to gradually infiltrate other media groups in the future. Of course, he could never articulate such thoughts publicly, as they would certainly raise concerns among many. Therefore, in response to the question, Eric simply stated, "Every enterprise should have its own independent path for development, so I don't see this as an issue. The reason for issuing additional stocks is to enable MGM to develop better in the coming years. As you've just seen, MGM will continue filming the 007 and Mission Impossible franchises while also commencing production on Tolkien's epic The Lord of the Rings, which all requires substantial funding. Mr. Williams, GoldenEye also had an Easter egg for the second Charlie's Angels movie. Fans have been very curious. Will MGM have a crossover between 007 and Charlie's Angels in the future?" Upon hearing this question, Eric smiled and handed the mic to nearby Amy Pascal, saying, "Let Amy clarify this question for everyone." Amy Pascal and others had been kept on the sidelines for a while. They were not unhappy because Eric was drawing all the attention, but the disappointment was inevitable. Seeing Eric voluntarily hand over the mic, Amy understood that he was subtly signaling to the reporters. She shot him a grateful look, then took the mic and said, "The company has held detailed discussions on this matter. Our plan is to create a unique spy movie universe for MGM over the next 10 years, incorporating the 007 franchise, the Charlie's Angels franchise, the Mission Impossible series, and potentially other spy movie franchises into crossovers. Soon, you will see James Bond, Charlie's Angels, and Ethan Hunt all on the same screen. A spy movie universe? Other spy movie franchises? James Bond, Charlie's Angels, and Ethan Hunt appearing together on the big screen." A moment of silence fell over the reporters as they processed Amy Pascal's statement, but they quickly reacted, and the venue buzzed with excitement once more. Charlie's Angels and Mission Impossible had undoubtedly been among the hottest spy films in recent years, and the popularity of the 007 series was undeniable. While there may have been some tongue-in-cheek B-movies featuring crossovers, no massive blockbusters had ever attempted to create an intersecting series of films. The implications of doing so involved not only movie rights, but also whether the related stars would be willing to participate, which was a significant obstacle. The mere possibility of a crossover between the 007 series and the Charlie's Angels series was exciting enough for many movie fans, and MGM's ambition to create a spy movie universe stirred considerable enthusiasm among some reporters who were also film aficionados. After a brief pause, flashes went off wildly as eager reporters threw aside the conventions and began to yell questions. Amy, could you please elaborate on the spy movie universe plan? Amy, has MGM discussed this issue with Pierce Brosnan, Kevin Costner, and the three leading ladies from Charlie's Angels? Is MGM not concerned that this plan might affect the brand of the 007 series? The scene descended into chaos until the staff loudly restored order, allowing everyone to calm down once more. Afterward, the reporters launched inquiries toward Amy about this spy movie universe, leaving Eric to enjoy the spectacle as he shifted the focus of questions onto Amy and the others. The spy movie universe was undeniably inspired by the later series of Marvel Cinematic Universe, DC Universe, and Monster Cinematic Universe. In the original timeline, these renowned spy films like 007, Charlie's Angels, and Mission Impossible belonged to different film studios. The possibility of a crossover then was nearly impossible. But this time was different. Eric had recently realized that these legendary spy films, thanks to MGM's consolidation, would all fall under one film studio's purview. In addition to these three completed projects, even the rights for the Bourne series rested with Flower Films, making the prospect of creating a unique spy movie universe for MGM highly possible. Although the backgrounds of the various series differed, that was hardly a problem. Except for the more unconventional Bourne series, the core plot of the other spy blockbusters revolved around four key words: save the world. As long as a complete world background was created within this theme, and all the major series were placed within that narrative context for production, starting with individual films and eventually forming a crossover to tackle a significant antagonist and complete the task of saving the world, the entire story could come to fruition. At the same time, the crossover of these major spy films would bring broader discussions and influence for all the series, and behind all of this was the potential for substantial economic benefits. Indeed, when MGM announced at the press conference that it would unite the 007 series, the Charlie's Angels series, and the Mission Impossible series to create a standalone spy movie universe, the media across North America and even worldwide began buzzing with excitement the next day. James Bond, Charlie's Angels, and Ethan Hunt, all prominent screen heroes appearing on the same screen. It's hard to resist imagining that. I feel a strong urge to rush to the theater. I hope MGM can pull this series off flawlessly. I have serious doubts about the feasibility of this plan. With the three major movie series having seen box office success, Pierce Brosnan, Kevin Costner, and the Charlie's Angels trio have reached $10 million salaries. If you gather all five, the salary expenses alone would be quite staggering. It's hard to fathom how, if a crossover were realized, the overall film budget would reach such frightening heights. Perhaps when released, it may need a global box office of $1 billion just to break even. This is undoubtedly a foolish idea. I really wonder if Eric Williams is getting carried away by his own success. A spy movie universe featuring three potentially blockbuster franchises could easily ruin the reputation of all three. Perhaps this is just some hype concocted by MGM, especially with their impending stock issuance plans. As the media extensively reported, discussions erupted on Yahoo forums, with fans showing a unified sense of anticipation for the films despite the diverse perspectives of journalists. Subsequently, the box office performance of the currently screening GoldenEye surged dramatically as moviegoers flocked back to the theaters, eager to spot potential crossover Easter eggs from other series. Initially expected to drop below $20 million in the third week, the buzz from the press conference caused GoldenEye's earnings to soar to $23 million, pushing the total box office past $100 million and easily surpassing its predecessor's box office record. In the coming weeks, that total might even rise to $150 million or more. Chapter 739-740, Coincidence. With a series of positive news, MGM's stock price surged from $10.50 before the summer blockbuster season to $13.70 following the press conference. After completing the integration of three companies, the new MGM's total share capital reached 365 million shares. When the stock price hit $13.70, MGM's market value successfully surpassed $5 billion. Consequently, The upcoming plan to issue 70 million additional shares was expected to bring in around $1 billion in cash, allowing MGM to completely shed the shadow of debt that had been plaguing it and set off on a path of healthy development. The stock issuance would be managed by MGM's top executives in the following months. After the press conference, Eric diverted some of his attention towards planning the MGM spy movie universe. Charlie's Angels and Mission Impossible had both emerged as popular spy films in the past 2 years. Although both were adaptations of classic TV shows, the addition of these films into the spy movie universe faced little opposition and instead sparked great anticipation among fans. However, when Eric suggested incorporating the 007 series into the plan, it sparked some controversy. Most of the criticism focused on the potential dilution of the 007 franchise's brand equity. Media outlets even interviewed past actors who portrayed 007, with the original James Bond actor Sean Connery openly opposing the plan, claiming MGM was acting recklessly. Eric simply smiled at these voices of dissent. So far, all the original novels in the 007 series had been adapted into films by 1987, with the exception of one, Casino Royale. Moreover, even those series from before 1987 often bore little relation to Ian Fleming's novels. To maintain a semblance of heritage, the series habitually attached quirkily related titles to Fleming's name, referencing either his pets, vacation home, or quotes from his books. Ironically, the only film in the 007 series that grossed over $1 billion worldwide, Skyfall, had a title that had absolutely no connection to Fleming whatsoever. It was actually created by MGM's own writing team. In Eric's eyes, this tenuous connection was entirely unnecessary. The greatest strength of the 007 franchise lay in the global recognition it had built over decades. As for box office appeal, the previous film, License to Kill, only raked in $34 million in North America, demonstrating that the 007 franchise's box office allure wasn't as strong as one might think. If a story wasn't executed well, no amount of fame would convince the audience. Eric's idea for a spy movie universe had also been influenced by the Daniel Craig version of 007 from the original timeline. In that timeline, the 007 films around the turn of the century, particularly Casino Royale, had been both critically and commercially successful. While the series often boasted about its heritage, it frequently opted to create a completely new story for each installment, often discarding the recognition accrued by previous characters, something he viewed as a regrettable waste. The Daniel Craig version of 007, however, ventured down a different path, which Eric thought was quite serendipitous. After the success of Casino Royale, MGM hurried to initiate the sequel's production, but unfortunately, the process coincided with the Hollywood writers' strike in 2008. This left them unable to gather star screenwriters to craft an entirely new tale. In their desperation, the production team had to piece together a sequel that directly followed Casino Royale, which was Quantum of Solace. Viewers who hadn't seen Casino Royale would likely struggle to follow the sequel's plot. Thus, it seemed MGM held little hope for the sequel. But surprisingly, this confusing sequel ended up grossing nearly $600 million worldwide, matching its predecessor. Beginning with Quantum of Solace, it appeared MGM had finally grasped something. They no longer completely abandoned the stories from previous films. They ceased the relentless hunt for a main villain with every installment, and they did away with the forced connections to Ian Fleming's legacy. They began creating an overarching storyline connecting several sequels. Amidst these changes, the subsequent film, Skyfall, created a pinnacle moment in 007 history with a global box office of $1.1 billion. Later, Spectre, despite receiving poor reviews, still managed to gross nearly $900 million. Inspired by the Daniel Craig 007 series, Eric planned to eliminate some of the subsequent Pierce Brosnan films like Die Another Day and Tomorrow Never Dies, discarding the tired trope of searching the globe for villains. Instead, he aimed to use the organization known as Spectre as the ultimate antagonist, incorporating elements from Charlie's Angels and Mission Impossible into a cohesive backstory, creating a complete spy movie universe. He decided to begin this story with Ian Fleming's only novel that hadn't been adapted for the big screen, Casino Royale. The currently screening GoldenEye would become the last film to reference the rivalry with the Soviet Union. Of course, while crafting the story's main arc, MGM needed to address another long-standing issue, the lawsuit that had haunted the 007 series for decades. Over 30 years ago, the Spectre organization from Ian Fleming's novels was modeled after a rival, novelist Kevin McClory's creation. After a lengthy legal battle, the rights to Spectre were awarded to McClory. To establish Spectre as the ultimate villain in the MGM spy movie universe, the studio would have to resolve this copyright issue. While it was possible that MGM had previously been unwilling to pay the millions for the rights, it was now a different situation. With money no longer a pressing issue, Eric felt confident that McClory's demand for $2 million was fair, especially since Spectre had already appeared in 6 previous 007 films. Even though MGM hadn't used it since the initial ruling, Spectre's fame was certainly worth the price. Throughout August, while Eric was busy with the MGM spy movie universe, he also made a trip to Silicon Valley in San Francisco. After preparation, the Firefly Electronics company, responsible for developing MP3 players and e-readers, was officially founded. Simultaneously, Firefly Electronics signed a secret agreement with disc manufacturer Seagate to develop microdiscs. Since the company didn't yet have official products, Firefly Electronics had established its electronic product R&D center in Silicon Valley. Over in Boston, Yahoo's stock option reward plan was fully implemented, maintaining most of its management, aside from a few executives like Jeff Locke who had left. As the MP3 and e-reader development center commenced, Yahoo also began plans for an online music store and an online ebook store. Developing microdiscs would require at least a year. Eric's primary expectation for the R&D center in Silicon Valley wasn't for them to produce a product quickly, but rather to take advantage of the situation and register comprehensive patent copyrights covering all aspects of MP3 technology both in the US and abroad. The technology behind MP3 players wasn't particularly complex, but by securing most patents ahead of time, Eric knew that in the future, production wouldn't be as simple for just anyone. He could wield substantial leverage in the coming digital music era. Upon returning to Los Angeles from San Francisco, Eric received news from Firefly that the Wachowski brothers had completed production on their directorial debut, Bound. While on the plane, Eric received a call from Katzenberg, and after landing at Santa Monica Airport, he immediately headed to the nearby Playa Vista Firefly Studios to meet with Katzenberg and the Wachowski brothers. Bound told the story of 2 lesbian girls seeking a way out of their current lives who plotted to con $2 million from a mob boss, inadvertently starting a war within the mob. Stripped of its lesbian and female-led aspects, the film was essentially a classic crime drama. Of course, the inclusion of LGBTQ+ elements added a unique flavor. In the screening room, after watching the film, Eric nodded in satisfaction and told Katzenberg, "Given the quality of this film, if we let New Line handle the operations, it could easily recoup its $4.5 million production cost at the box office." You aren't doubting their talent anymore, are you? Having been in the film industry for many years, Katzenberg, of course, had an eye for talent. He nodded and chuckled. "Absolutely. I'm beginning to have high hopes for those too." After some low-key exchanges, the credits rolled, and the lights came up in the screening room. Eric got up and approached the Wachowski brothers, who looked a bit anxious. "Get ready. I hope you can quickly take your crew to Sydney. Most of the preparatory work is done. You just need to start filming as soon as possible." The Wachowski brothers paused, realizing what was happening. Andy Wachowski replied, "Eric, does that mean we've been approved?" "Yes," Eric nodded, adding, "but I will keep a close watch on the production of The Matrix, so I hope you won't let me down." "Of course, we absolutely won't," Andy Wachowski said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. After discussing the filming plans for The Matrix, the Wachowski brothers hurried to leave, and Katzenberg took Eric to his office to talk about another matter. "Eric, at the scale of digital domain currently, just sustaining Firefly and MGM's film production is becoming a bit of a stretch. We have many orders from other film companies as well. Stan discussed with me yesterday, hoping to continue increasing the workforce in the digital sector." Now that MGM was on a stable path, both companies were expected to produce no less than 5 CG effect-driven films each year. Given that each film required at least a 500-person effects team, they would need 2,500 people. Additionally, the application of CG effects was becoming increasingly widespread. Even films not primarily focused on effects needed the expertise of effects companies. Thus, the past few years had been a golden era for special effects companies. With sufficient technology, projects were never in short supply, and industry giants like Digital Domain were thriving. However, Eric was well aware that the good times for effects companies were numbered. As the new century approached, with further advancements in computer technology and other software giants entering the field of effects software development, these companies would soon transition from elite status to the mainstream. Those presently reaping high salaries in effects roles would soon find themselves working more mundane jobs. Eric was already planning to take Digital Domain public during the peak of special effects films in the coming years. At this moment, fueled by concerns for the future, he couldn't afford to continue blindly expanding Digital Domain's size. Thinking about The Matrix, which would be filmed in Australia, Eric said, "It's better not to expand any further in the US. If possible, we should establish subsidiaries overseas. Effects companies wouldn't consume too many societal resources. They can instead generate significant tax revenue. I believe countries like Canada, Australia, and New Zealand would be quite welcoming. We could establish subsidiaries in those countries and seek tax incentives." "That's actually a good plan," Katzenberg nodded. "Which country do you think we should set up the subsidiary in?" Eric immediately thought of New Zealand. In his past life, Weta Digital, which was synonymous with Digital Domain, had emerged from this country. However, Weta had already formed as a studio years ago when Peter Jackson established it to produce his personal films with a few partners. While it had a small setup, it was fully operational. Though Eric would entrust the Lord of the Rings series to Peter Jackson, he wouldn't support an unrelated effects company. After a moment of consideration, Eric said, "Let's choose between Australia and New Zealand. The Matrix and The Lord of the Rings would be filmed in these countries, which would allow us to save a lot of energy on site. I'll communicate with Fox to help with this since News Corp's foundation is in Australia. We can use their influence to acquire better incentives from the Australian government." As he spoke, Eric glanced at the clock, realizing he still had over 2 hours until the end of the workday. He told Katzenberg, "All right then, I'll head over to Fox now. You get back to it." Chapter 740, 741. Are you really letting others live? Eric stepped out of the car in front of the Fox headquarters at Century City and made his way, familiar as ever, to Elizabeth's office. Just as he approached, a young secretary holding a microphone and on the phone attempted to block his path. Although she recognized Eric immediately, she mustered the courage to say, Excuse me, Mr. Williams, do you have an appointment?" Eric looked at the fresh-faced blonde girl and playfully asked, "Can I make an appointment now?" He glanced at his watch and continued, "Let's set it for 4:05. It just happened to be 4:05 p.m. The secretary understood at once that Eric was teasing her. She was also acutely aware of Eric's relationship with Elizabeth, but had only started working there a few days ago and wasn't sure if she should let him in directly. Seeing the flustered look on her face, Eric chuckled. "Okay, just a joke. Is Liz busy with a client right now?" The secretary shook her head. "Then call her and tell her I'm here." The secretary finally snapped out of her daze, put down the phone she was holding, and dialed Elizabeth's extension. After a brief exchange, she gestured for Eric to go in. Eric pushed the door open and stepped into Elizabeth's office. She was buried in a pile of documents on her desk. Eric noticed that when he entered, her shoulder, clad in a white shirt, paused for a moment, but she didn't look up to greet him. He smiled and walked around the desk, leaning against the edge beside her. "Why did you hire such an inexperienced secretary? She doesn't seem to know anything." "No." Response. Eric's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he gently flicked her earlobe. "Ah." Elizabeth jumped slightly, turning to glare at him. "You jerk. I'm working here. What are you doing showing up now?" "Nothing much. I just got back from San Francisco and suddenly thought of you, so I came to see you." HMPF. A flicker of joy crossed Elizabeth's face, but it quickly turned into a frown. "What's so interesting about me? I don't have a mission impossible universe to entertain you. Oh, so that's where today's little fire is coming from. Eric chuckled, wanting to flick her earlobe again. But MGM doesn't have an animation studio either. Elizabeth swatted his hand away, rebutting, "That's totally different. All right, don't be upset. Come on, give me a kiss." Eric soothingly leaned in closer. This time, Elizabeth only slightly dodged, allowing him to kiss her by the lips. Once he pulled away, Elizabeth still sounded slightly annoyed. "You've spoiled her with popular franchises like Mission Impossible, Night at the Museum, and Charlie's Angels. And now there's 007. She's practically been pampered to the heavens." Eric explained with a grin. "You know the situation with MGM better than anyone. Without these popular franchises to boost them, they've been on a decline for years and can't regain any strength. Fox is doing quite well now. Jim Carrey's Liar Liar should reach about $180 million in North America, and it cost only $40 million to make. Way more profitable than any blockbuster out this summer. Plus, I heard you were recently negotiating with Lucas about rebooting Star Wars. How did that go?" Mentioning Star Wars brightened Elizabeth's mood a bit. The Star Wars series had been a phenomenon for over a decade, and the talks of a reboot were ongoing. Based on a long-standing agreement, even though nearly 20 years had passed, Fox still held distribution rights for the Star Wars series. Although the significant profits went to Lucas, Fox could still fill their coffers simply by holding the distribution rights across various channels. "I've contacted Lucas a few times already. We can probably start preparing for the project next year, but it won't hit theaters until at least 1997. While Elizabeth sounded somewhat dissatisfied, Eric knew that this was actually 2 years earlier than in his former life, which wasn't too shabby. "For things like this, rushing doesn't help," Eric said, picking up the stack of documents in front of Elizabeth and casually asking, "What's got you so busy?" "The script for this year's The X-Files. Can you take a look at it for me?" The X-Files was set to enter its 6th season, and according to plan, after the 7th season wrapped up the next year, Brad Pitt and Famke Janssen wouldn't be renewing their contracts, putting an end to the classic sci-fi series. Eric had long since moved on from that project and hadn't even looked back at the first 2 seasons, only knowing that the show's ratings remained steady. As he flipped through the script for the new season, he felt an odd sense of unfamiliarity. Noticing that Eric was engrossed in the script, Elizabeth got up and guided him into her office chair, saying, "You keep reading. I'll go make you some coffee." Eric nodded, thinking that matters regarding the digital domain weren't too pressing. He set the script back on the desk and continued flipping through the pages. A little while later, Elizabeth came back with 2 cups of coffee, pulled over an extra chair, and sat down beside Eric. Just as she was about to ask something, Eric pulled out several pages from the script and said, "I want this episode. Have them come up with a new one to fill in." "Hey, I asked you to take a look at the script. I didn't ask you to steal my work," Elizabeth protested, a bit annoyed, while reaching for the pages Eric had taken. She had just skimmed the script, but a quick glance was enough to bring the content back to mind. This episode narrates a series of mysterious deaths during a class trip to New York, where a student has a premonition of a plane crash and manages to get a few teachers and classmates off the flight before takeoff. After the plane took off, it soon exploded, killing all passengers and crew members on board, while those who temporarily got off survived. But that was just the beginning. Those who had avoided the flight soon met their demise in inexplicable accidents, classifying the incident as mysterious. Detective Mulder and his partner Scully were sent to investigate, yet they ultimately couldn't prevent the remaining survivors from perishing, nor could they uncover any potential cause. Flipping through the writer's notes, Elizabeth said, "I remember now, the writer for this episode is Asian, and he based it on some mysterious beliefs. It's about the Grim Reaper's claims for life. Without a doubt, this was the premise for what would become Final Destination in the future." Eric hadn't expected to find this script here, nearly being used for the X-Files. Listening to Elizabeth's vague explanation, Eric explained, "There's a kind of fatalism in Eastern culture. The Grim Reaper believes everyone has a set lifespan. Once that time comes, you die, with no one able to escape death's grasp. This script adopts that philosophy." Exactly. Elizabeth nodded, suddenly recalling he was somewhat familiar with the Eastern philosophy. "Are there any other strange customs?" Eric pretended to ponder for a moment. Yeah, their men can marry 7 wives. That's nonsense. Elizabeth scoffed, raising her chin and lifting the script in her hand. If you want one, bring something to trade for it. Eric feigned a deeply determined expression. How about this? I'll just give you a chance. Puffed. Elizabeth playfully pinched his side. Eric grasped her hand and said, All right, enough of the teasing. I actually have a script I intend to give you. It might be a good exchange. This script is styled perfectly for New Line, while the other is more suitable for Fox. Really, what script? Elizabeth perked up. Eric briefly summarized the script for Austin Powers, which he planned for New Line to develop. However, as the relationship between Firefly and MGM became closer and closer, Eric finally decided to give up. For the sake of brand reputation, just like Disney wouldn't parody its own princesses like Snow White and Cinderella, MGM definitely wouldn't mock the 007 franchise. Even if Firefly and MGM didn't show much overt connection, Eric was currently spearheading MGM's spy film universe plan. Thus, it would have been highly inappropriate for New Line to make a spoof like Austin Powers under those circumstances. After listening to Eric's explanation, Elizabeth understood why Firefly was passing on that script and teasingly remarked, Wow, you're really protective of her. I'm protective of all of you. Elizabeth responded with a soft hum, feeling somewhat touched. Then she realized the you Eric referenced was plural, lightly tapping him on the shoulder. Greedy guy. Eric reassuringly patted Elizabeth's shoulder and said, Tomorrow, let the writer of this episode contact New Line. I'll arrange to have the script for Austin Powers sent over. Oh, and one more thing. If possible, try to cast a Victoria's Secret angel for the female lead. I got it. But if their acting isn't up to par, I won't. Agree. The female lead is basically just a pretty face. There's not much acting skill needed. Just look good. Eric chuckled, glancing at his watch. It's about time. Let's grab dinner and talk shop. I knew you wouldn't come all the way to see me for nothing, Elizabeth mumbled, starting to gather her things to leave a bit early. As the two left the office, Eric initially thought about inviting Julia, but learned she was in the UK. Shakespeare in Love. At a restaurant in Beverly Hills, Eric was surprised to hear Elizabeth mention the title. Turns out, the Weinstein brothers had already begun planning for Shakespeare in Love and had invited Julia to be the female lead. Julia feels that Daniel Day-Lewis is the perfect choice for Shakespeare, so she personally flew to the UK to ask him. After his roles in the Name of the Father and The Age of Innocence 2 years ago, Daniel Day-Lewis had taken a temporary hiatus from acting due to his marriage, and with his already limited output, Eric didn't hold high hopes for Julia's trip to the UK. However, he quickly recalled another detail. In the original timeline, Shakespeare in Love would absolutely sweep the Oscars in 1999, even winning Best Picture. But this year had Forrest Gump. Eric couldn't believe the Weinsteins could manage to overshadow Forrest Gump with Shakespeare in Love. What's the detailed production plan for Miramax? It shouldn't be set to release this year, right? There was a plan for that, Elizabeth replied as she browsed the menu, stealing a glance at Eric. But Harvey is very optimistic about this project. He knows if it premieres this year, it won't win against Forrest Gump at the Oscars, so he pushed it back to next year. Julia's trip to the UK is to consult Daniel Day-Lewis about his availability next year. Oh, that's good to know. Although the previous Life's Best Actress was somewhat questionable, the overall Oscar potential for Shakespeare in Love was undeniable. If it coincided with Forrest Gump, it could lead to one of the biggest Oscar blunders in history. Ugh, blunder. This year, with Forrest Gump. Next year, Titanic. If Forrest Gump was a surefire winner, Titanic was definitely set to shock the Oscars with its box office performance. Noticing Eric's change in expression, Elizabeth asked, What's wrong? I was just wondering if Julia was aiming for an Oscar win or something. Eric pondered for a moment. Elizabeth nodded. She wants to try, which is why she invited Daniel Day-Lewis. But really, just getting a nomination would be good enough. After all, she's not in a rush. At only 28, it wasn't easy for actors, male or female, to snag an Oscar before turning 30. Hearing Elizabeth's words, Eric remarked, So why not wait another couple of years? I mean, for this project, if Daniel Day-Lewis doesn't agree this time, wouldn't it make sense to wait another 2 years? Elizabeth hesitated for a moment, slowly. Understanding, next year. You mean there would be another film around the caliber of Forrest Gump coming from your side? Eric shrugged. I can't say for sure, but the odds, well, they're quite high. Elizabeth let out a long sigh and said to Eric, Are you really letting anyone else live? Chapter 741, 742, Family Interests. After dinner, the two of them didn't rush to leave the restaurant. They ordered 2 cups of coffee, and Eric began talking about establishing a branch of Digital Domain in Australia. Isn't Digital Domain's annual revenue close to $1 billion now? Elizabeth asked, a hint of envy in her voice. Eric nodded and replied, Yeah, but since most of our work comes from Firefly's internal orders, the profit margin isn't high. Only about 10%. To prevent talented visual effects artists from leaving Digital Domain, Eric offered them very generous salaries and bonuses, ensuring a very low turnover rate despite the industry's high demand for skilled professionals. However, the higher labor costs significantly diminished Digital Domain's overall profitability. Still, Eric never expected this effects company to bring in substantial profits for Firefly. Its main role was to support the productions of Firefly's films and maintain Firefly's strong position in the effects field. Elizabeth understood some key points, saying, Last month, the Fortune 500 list showed that even the smallest company had revenues of $2.2 billion. Given the current high demand in the special effects industry, if Digital Domain continues to expand, it could easily go public in the future and join that list. Why are you setting up a branch in Australia? Sure, there are some incentives, but being far from Hollywood makes many things inconvenient. You can definitely see that there are more and more special effects companies in Hollywood now. So, the biggest factor limiting the development of special effects companies in the future won't be technology, but cost. I'm just preparing ahead, Eric explained. Elizabeth nodded slowly, stirring her coffee with a spoon, and after a moment, she said, I haven't been back to Australia much in recent years, so I'm not really familiar with the situation there. If you want to contact the Australian government, you should talk to my dad about it. Your dad is sharp as a tack. I don't want to deal with him. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow and said, Are you implying that I'm easier to deceive? Well, Eric acknowledged, nodding seriously while joking. But your comprehension skills aren't bad. Elizabeth threatened to wave her spoon at him and then set it down. Even if I wanted to, I really wouldn't be able to help you. My dad has started training Lachlan and James to handle the newspaper business. Our family's interests in Australia mostly involve print media, and I can't really get involved there. Although News Corp's newspapers were spread all over the globe, Australia was the heart of the company, controlling over 70% of the country's media resources, much higher than the 40% share in the UK. Eric knew full well the impending decline of print media, but Murdoch clearly didn't share that view, as he continued to treat print media as the foundation of News Corp. From Elizabeth's brief comments, Eric could sense that Murdoch still preferred to groom his sons for the family business. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put them in charge of News Corp's core operations while only giving Elizabeth responsibility for the film side of things. At that time, News Corp made over 50% of its profits from print media due to its extensive newspaper holdings worldwide. Additionally, there were some television stations in Australia, East Asia, and the UK. Although Fox had been performing well in recent years, within the broader News Corp framework, it wasn't the most crucial segment. However, if this trend continued, things would get interesting in the future. From what he remembered, News Corp had undergone a split over a decade later, separating into a print-focused News Corp and a Fox group that primarily dealt with film, TV, and other businesses. At that time, due to the decline of print media, the new News Corp had a market valuation of just over $2 billion, a mere 2% of Fox Group's valuation of over $80 billion. As long as Elizabeth could secure control of Fox, it would essentially mean inheriting the entire News Corporation. Just thinking about it made Eric smirk. What are you thinking about, grinning like that? Elizabeth's voice brought him back to reality. Oh, nothing. Eric quickly shook his head and said, I think, since your dad has arranged it this way, you should just focus on running things at Fox. You really don't need to worry about the Digital Domain branch. I'll discuss it with him personally. Elizabeth squinted at Eric for a moment before pouting. I have a feeling you're up to no good. Liz, you have to trust me. I'm always on your side. Is this you singular or plural? Eric replied without hesitation. Singular. Elizabeth smiled but said playfully, "Yeah, right. Good luck getting me to believe that." Having decided to let Elizabeth focus on Fox, Eric dropped the subject of the digital domain branch. After finishing their coffee, he glanced at his watch and said, "It's still early. How about I take you to catch a movie?" "Oh," Elizabeth drawled in a slightly dissatisfied tone. "How many times have you asked me to go to the movies? Is this my first time? I guess I need to pick a good one. How about Independence Day?" "No way. I want to see Liar Liar." "What a great girl. Even for a movie, you're thinking of your own family's film," Eric commented, handing his credit card to the waiter while complimenting her. Elizabeth lifted her chin proudly. "Of course, not like you at all." In the days that followed, Eric personally communicated with Murdoch about the relevant matters. Murdoch was more than willing to help, but still requested that News Corp would take a stake in Digital Domain's Australian branch. Without hesitation, Eric agreed to give News Corp 30% of the branch's shares. Under Murdoch's guidance, Stan Winston quickly brought the management team to Australia to negotiate with the local government. The Australian government was well aware of the benefits of having a major special effects company settle in their country, so they showed considerable enthusiasm. With the Murdoch family's backing in negotiations, they quickly offered a 10-year tax exemption plan. Additionally, to attract more films to shoot there, the Australian government provided a $7.5 million cash subsidy for the upcoming filming of The Matrix, which was about 10% of the film's budget. Hollywood reciprocated, announcing that after The Matrix, the special effects for the Lord of the Rings series would also be completely handled by Digital Domain's Australian branch. While all of this was happening, another earth-shattering event unfolded in America in August. On August 24th, Microsoft officially launched Windows 95 at its headquarters in Seattle. With its superior user experience and extensive marketing campaign, Windows 95 sold 1.4 million copies in its first week. Unlike the free Yahoo browser, Windows 95 was priced at $210, a cost that would still not be considered cheap 20 years later. Therefore, with the first week sales generating nearly $300 million for Microsoft, the company's stock price surged again. Due to the increasing obsolescence of Apple's operating system and a lack of significant innovation over the years, compounded by recent issues with their new PC line, Apple had faced a dismal sales performance post-Windows 95 launch. As Windows 95 soared to popularity, Apple sales plummeted significantly. Eric also received an invitation to the Windows 95 launch event, but he opted not to join the fray in Seattle. After all, even though Windows 95 was a hit, Bill Gates was not in a particularly good mood. In subsequent weeks of research, it became evident that the most popular software on the Windows 95 operating system was the latest version of the Yahoo browser that had launched concurrently. Following this, the next most popular item was Yahoo's YCR chat tool, with Microsoft's own software suite lagging behind. While Windows 95 made using computers easier for the average person, a thought gnawed at Bill Gates. He was helping others to succeed. The capital market was similarly attuned to these changes, as Microsoft's stock skyrocketed, while Wall Street's highest valuation for Yahoo soared to $6 billion, leading many investment firms to seek partnerships with Yahoo. Encouraged by this, Microsoft hurriedly launched its MSN portal site a week after Windows 95's release, which was modeled closely on the Yahoo portal layout, marking their entrance into the internet sector. While Jeff Locke had handled some research work for Yahoo in its early days, he had since focused on website operations. Given the time constraints, it was clear that MSN would be nothing more than a facade. In terms of content and user experience, it simply couldn't compete with Yahoo's portal. After browsing MSN's portal interface a few times, Eric felt no need for concern. Even after years of development, it probably wouldn't catch up, especially since Yahoo was also progressing rapidly. As September rolled in, the summer box office season came to a close. While major film studios managed to regain some market share in the tail end of the summer season due to the absence of new releases from Firefly and MGM, for the entire 14-week summer season, Firefly and MGM still captured more than 50% of the market share. The studio that performed the worst that summer was Sony Columbia, which lost the distribution rights to Forrest Gump and Night at the Museum. Sony hastily purchased a few films as fillers, but these movies generally had box office returns of only $10 to $20 million, with the highest grossing just $31 million. Overall, Sony Pictures' total box office take for the summer barely reached $100 million. Warner's summer box office share was decent thanks to Batman Forever, but due to high production costs, Warner's film division faced more significant losses than several competitors in Hollywood. Aside from Firefly and MGM, Universal and Fox were the only studios that performed well. Paramount had intended to release a new Tom Cruise film during the summer, but after considering the barrage of blockbusters, it postponed the release to the new year, resulting in a lukewarm performance that was just slightly better than Sony's. While Firefly headquarters celebrated the impressive box office performance of the past summer season, Eric was on his way back to New York. Entering September, the summer season had ended while the fall TV lineup was beginning. Production for America's Next Top Model and Project Runway was wrapping up, and Cindy Crawford and Linda Evangelista had even temporarily stepped away from these projects to prepare for the New Year's Victoria's Secret fashion show. Eric's trip to New York wasn't just to keep an eye on these two reality shows. He was also looking for a brief respite. In East Hampton, the September weather had turned quite cool. Eric lazily sat on the estate's lawn, flipping through a script while Joanna sat quietly beside him, peeling an apple. After a while, she offered him the peeled apple. Eric took a bite but didn't take it from her hand. Joanna giggled and asked, "How's the script?" "There are a few areas that need improvement, but overall, I'm quite satisfied," Eric replied while flipping to another page. Joanna observed, "You seem pretty invested in this script lately. Are you excited about it?" Eric raised his eyebrows and nodded. "Yeah, it's about time for me to start my next film, and the main reason is that I really enjoy this script." The script in Eric's hands was the one he and MGM's writing team had been developing for the James Bond film, Casino Royale. The original Casino Royale was set in a timeline post-2010. Though it was the first installment from Ian Fleming's original work, aside from the scenes in the casino, the storyline had little to do with Fleming's narrative. The plot revolved around a massive sum of money involving various chases, fights, and explosions, but it also introduced the first woman who captured Bond's heart. This character, named Vesper, became a crucial component for the success of the Bond franchise's later installments. In fact, several subsequent sequels referenced the character who was Bond's first love. Eric was particularly fond of this character, so while substantial changes were made to the story for the spy film universe, the character of Vesper remained intact. What Eric was considering now was who would play Vesper. He remembered that Eva Green, who would later take on this role, was just a 15-year-old girl at the time, and the unique traits of cleverness, stubbornness, gloom, and mystery that characterized the role would be challenging to find a suitable replacement for. At that moment, Eric couldn't think of anyone in Hollywood fitting that description. Chapter 742, 743, How Old Are You? When Joanna heard that Eric really planned to film a 007 movie, she asked, "Isn't the shoot for the 007 series going to take place all over the world? Do you have that much time to travel?" "If I want to do it, I can always make arrangements," Eric replied. In recent years, with the advancement of the internet and digital communication technologies, remote communication had become increasingly convenient. No matter where one was in the world, it was possible to stay in touch with Los Angeles easily. Therefore, being away for extended periods wouldn't affect his connection with the headquarters. Moreover, Firefly Group had now completely gotten onto the right track, with no major expansion plans in recent years. Eric's absence wouldn't have a substantial impact on the company's operations. Thinking this, Eric tossed the script aside and lazily laid down on the lawn, enjoying the warm afternoon light. After all, the lead actress and shooting schedule were things that would have to wait until next year, so there was no need to rush to consider them right now. MGM was currently filming a big production, Charlie's Angels 2, set to release in the summer of next year. Following that was Mission Impossible 2, which Eric had just finalized with Kevin Costner, to be filmed early next year and released by the end of next year. So that meant the filming of Casino Royale should start around mid-next year, coinciding with the production of Night at the Museum 2, with both set to release in the summer of 1997. Therefore, it would take at least until early next year to begin specific preparations. for those projects. As for the Lord of the Rings series, that would need to wait until 1997 to start production. After all, MGM had just stabilized and would require another year or two to accumulate resources before announcing the significant investment of $300 million for the trilogy. With MGM's upcoming stock offering, announcing the project soon after raising funds would certainly raise concerns in the capital market, causing volatility in MGM's stock price. Stability was what MGM needed most right now. While Eric was well aware of the potential of the Lord of the Rings series, no one else could know that. They would only see the immense risk associated with such a massive $300 million investment. Seeing Eric lying down, Joanna kindly took a pillow from the side and placed it under his head. With a gentle gaze, she looked at her man, lightly caressing his furrowed brow as if to smooth out the worries etched there. You should take a nap. You're always thinking about things, and it can be exhausting. Eric chuckled as he pulled her closer. Come on, join me. Joanna playfully wriggled a bit, but leaned against Eric, feeling his big hand slide down her waist, lifting the hem of her t-shirt to sneak his way underneath. She laughed and playfully swatted him. Stop it. Someone will see us. Eric's fingers danced on Joanna's soft waist. How about we go to the beach in front? Huh? No. Joanna chuckled, twisting her body to press down on his mischievous hands. Emma will be out of school soon, and I need to go pick her up. Have the maid take care of it. I can't trust them. Besides, I don't have anything on my plate right now. Eric laughed, wrapping Joanna in his arms, breathing in the faint scent of her golden hair. Those three little ones are lucky to have you looking after them. I really like them too. If they're acting up, I can help discipline them as their dad. Of course not. They're all very well behaved. Really? Eric feigned disbelief. I've heard about Elia's recent antics. Vicky told me in the last call. Don't bring that up. It was so embarrassing. Elia somehow got hold of the HBO password, and that night, I had just come out of the shower when Elia pointed at the screen and asked me, Mom, what are those people doing naked together? I didn't even know how to respond. Ha ha ha. Eric couldn't help but laugh again. After a moment, he asked, and then what happened? I barely managed to brush it off, but later I found out Ava was watching TV, and Elia saw her enter the password once and memorized it. Joanna expressed with a smile. Elia isn't mischievous. She's just too curious and too smart. In that case, maybe after some time, we can hire her a tutor, or you could teach her yourself. I've actually been teaching her Polish lately. She picks it up quickly, Joanna replied. Eric nodded. That sounds good. After chatting for a while, Joanna glanced at her watch and got up. It's about time. I need to go pick up Emma. Okay. Eric nodded and kissed Joanna as she moved away. He squinted his eyes, basking in the last bit of warmth from the approaching evening sun. Joanna returned to the villa and briefly spoke to the maid about dinner, but didn't see Hawaii or Kevin, so she inquired. Ma'am, Miss Ava has arrived. She didn't let us tell you or Mr. Williams. She's in the screening room with the young lady and young master watching a movie. Joanna nodded and headed to the villa's private screening room. Upon opening the door, she saw her sister sitting in a luxurious armchair with the two little ones in the dim light, while the screen played Men in Black. Seeing the door open, Ava Pacula quickly turned the volume down and greeted, Hi, sis. Joanna turned on the lights, looked at the two youngsters sitting obediently beside Ava, then faced her sister. Isn't it Fashion Week right now? Aren't you supposed to be working? Ava cuddled Kevin like a doll in her arms and said pitifully, Can you please not use that tone with your sister? I've been working back-to-back on 3 shows in the last 2 days. I'm totally exhausted. Although Ava once harbored a crush on Eric, that feeling had long faded over time. Joanna understood that her carefree sister now simply relished the comfortable life at the East Hampton estate. As for her younger sister, who was 14 years her junior, Joanna felt a protective big sister instinct, both indulgent and hopeful for her sister's independence. Seeing Ava's pitiful expression, Joanna felt a little helpless but softened. Leaning against the door, she asked, How's it going with that boy Emily introduced you to? Oh, that guy? We broke up a while ago. He actually has a drinking problem. Who knows if he might get violent when drunk. I heard American men can have that flaw. You wouldn't want your sister to deal with domestic violence in the future, would you? All right, I'm done meddling. Joanna sighed, glancing at the big screen. Just don't let Elia or Kevin watch this kind of movie. I need to go pick up Emma. And since you're here, don't forget to say hi to Eric later. Sure, sure, Ava said, relieved that her sister was finally letting her off the hook. She eagerly pointed at Hawaii. Elia, say goodbye to Mommy. Bye, Mommy, Hawaii replied, her eyes glued to the screen without turning her head. Joanna left, feeling a bit resigned. Once the door closed, Ava cheered, settled into a comfy position, and lazily leaned back in the chair. Moments later, a small voice emerged beside her. Aunt Ava, why are the cockroaches in the movie so big? Because they're alien cockroaches. What are alien cockroaches? They're cockroaches from outer space. Where is outer space? Little pest, you really ask a lot of questions. I might as well buy you an encyclopedia. What's an encyclopedia? It's a kind of book that can answer all the questions you want to. No. Hawaii's eyes brightened. Aunt Ava, can you buy me an encyclopedia? Well, an encyclopedia isn't just one book, it's a whole set. Such an expensive thing. Have your dad buy it for you, he's rich. Hawaii blinked her pretty eyes and stored that idea. She then asked, so, Aunt Ava, is Daddy an alien too? Ava Pacula paused, then recalled Eric's cameo in the movie and burst into laughter, pinching Hawaii's cheek with a mock mysterious tone. Yes, your dad is an alien. And so are you, little alien, haha. Just then, the movie on the screen ended. Ava stood up, turned on the lights, and shut off the equipment, hugging the silly little Kevin while holding Hawaii's hand as they walked outside. The three of them came out to the backyard lawn and saw Eric lying there asleep. Ava patted Hawaii on the head, grinning wickedly. Elia, go ask your dad which planet he came from. Hawaii looked at Eric lying on the lawn and then turned to Ava. Humph, did she think I was as silly as Kevin? Dad was sleeping. He would definitely be angry if he got woken up. Blinking her eyes, Hawaii said, Aunt Ava, Mommy said to remind you to say hi to Daddy. Okay, little imp, Ava Pacula replied, rubbing Hawaii's head. Remembering she had a little one in her arms, she quickly set Kevin down, squatting down to him. Kevin, go wake your dad up and tell him it's time for dinner. Kevin blinked his eyes, nodding clumsily, then walked over to Eric. Meanwhile, the two scheming girls stood in place watching as Kevin approached his dad, eagerly anticipating the hilarity that would unfold. But to their surprise, Kevin seemed to completely forget Ava's instructions. He plopped down next to Eric, picked up the script Eric had tossed aside, and began flipping through it, showing no intention of waking his father. Ava's eyes widened in shock. Could Kevin be the hidden little schemer here? Feeling something unusual beside him, Eric opened his eyes just in time to see Ava sitting close to him, looking at their son, who was trying to read the script with a childlike wonder in his eyes. Kevin clearly couldn't read, as a few pages had already been torn out. What's going on here? Did your eyes wander to the wrong subject? Eric sat up, picking up his son and giving him a kiss, then pulled Hawaii closer and asked, What's going on? Ava shook her head but lingered on Kevin for a moment before saying, Wow, Kevin is definitely growing up to be something. I could see him being the kind of kid suited to be president one day. Huh, don't speak nonsense. Eric shook his head. What about you? Weren't you supposed to be working during Fashion Week? Yeah, isn't it Fashion Week recently? Why didn't I go to work? Ava cut him off with an annoyed pout and complained, Ugh, please don't be like my sister. I've just been interrogated about that. Eric shrugged innocently, not quite understanding the situation. All right then. As he spoke, Eric stood up, holding the two little treasures, and walked toward the villa. He instructed Ava, Have the maid come over to tidy up here. Got it, sir, Ava said, dragging her voice playfully. Eric carried Kevin and Hawaii into the living room, sitting on the couch. The little girl cozily leaned against her father, her big eyes scanning him up and down. After a while, she asked, Daddy, where is Pandora Planet? Are you really from there? Eric froze for a moment, then remembered, pinching his daughter's cheek and smiling. Honey, why do you suddenly ask this? Hawaii raised her face and looked at Eric's head. I just saw you in a movie with Aunt Ava. All right, Daddy isn't a Pandora alien. That was just a movie, Eric explained. Then, Daddy, can you buy me an encyclopedia set? What do you need that for? Aunt Ava said all questions can be found in an encyclopedia. Eric scratched his chin, taking a moment to examine his little girl before smiling. "Sweetheart, do you know how old you are right now?" 2 years and 5 months. Hawaii answered with clarity. "Right," Eric laughed. 2 years and 5 months. So it's best for you to do what a little kid your age should do, like play with toys, eat, and sleep, just like Kevin." Hawaii looked at her brother and shook her head. "But those things are so boring. But that's the life you should be living at your age. Once you're grown, even if you want to go back to this time, you won't be able to." Hawaii didn't understand why she would want to go back when she grew up, but obediently nodded, her eyes shining brightly as she watched her father. She put on a cute expression she learned from Emma. "Daddy, can you buy me an encyclopedia set?" Eric slapped his forehead. All right, that conversation was pointless. However, hearing his daughter repeat the request for an encyclopedia, he suddenly remembered that Yahoo didn't have an encyclopedia section yet, and that could definitely draw significant web traffic. Perhaps he should email the Yahoo team about that tonight. After thinking for a moment and noticing his little girl still gazing at him with hope, Eric finally said, "All right, I'll have someone bring a set over tomorrow." "Thank you, Daddy." Hawaii cheered, leaning in to kiss Eric's cheek. After a few moments of gazing up at her dad's expression to confirm he wasn't brushing her off, she jumped off the couch and scurried away. This might be a tad too obvious, wasn't it? Eric watched as his daughter ran off, feeling lamentable thoughts. Chapter 744, The Moment of Truth. While Eric enjoyed his vacation time in East Hampton, many others were far from relaxed. September 17th marked the final day of New York Fashion Week. In Manhattan's Bryant Park, Linda Evangelista had just finished her last show of the week. With her smoky eye makeup still intact, she hurriedly bid farewell to the event organizers and jumped into her car, urging her assistant to head over to the ABC headquarters on the Upper West Side. With both America's Next Top Model and Project Runway set to premiere in the next 2 weeks, and Sweeney, the president of A&E Networks, had scheduled a discussion with Cindy Crawford about the final phase of promotional efforts. Even if A&E's reform plans truly failed, it would hardly impact Firefly Group's hefty annual income of $20 billion. However, for Sweeney and the staff she had brought into A&E, as well as for the production teams helmed by Cindy and Linda, the success of both shows directly tied into their future careers. Consequently, everyone was working diligently during this critical time. About 10 minutes later, in Sweeney's office, Cindy Crawford was already seated, chatting softly with Anne. When Linda entered, they both stood up to greet her. "Good afternoon, Anne. I'm so sorry I'm late." "That's all right. You're not late at all," Anne responded warmly, giving Linda a hug. Although Anne was known for her no-nonsense approach at work, sometimes even ruthless, she was incredibly friendly in her dealings. Given their similar ages, the three women had become quite good friends during this period. After exchanging pleasantries, Anne picked up some documents and led the two women to a small conference room nearby. As they gathered around a small meeting table and started, "The basic situation has been outlined. Although the corporate headquarters did their best, the new season of Lifetime has only managed to reach 34.5 million subscribers, which is only a 3 million increase from last year. That's our entire audience base." Cindy frowned slightly. This figure was only about 1/8 of the current U.S. population. Remembering some comments Eric had made earlier, she asked, "And why was the increase so minimal? Isn't there interest from the operators regarding Lifetime's reform plans?" Of course, that's not the case. It's a complex situation. Take Time Warner, for instance. Not only did they fail to increase Lifetime's subscriber base, but they're also cutting Lifetime subscriptions by 800,000 this quarter. That's just the nature of the business. Since media regulations have loosened up, operators can now have their own cable channels, and the market is limited. Not every operator is eager to see their competitors' channels thrive, and replied, shaking her head. She continued, "However, the main factor is that Lifetime has had dismal viewership ratings in the past, which hasn't benefited the operators. That's why they've been lukewarm about Lifetime's reforms. So, it all comes down to the viewership stats of these two new shows." Once, and wrapped up her explanation, Linda glanced at Cindy and couldn't help but voice a question that had been haunting them all. "And what do you think our ratings will be?" And hesitated, looking over the documents in her hands and then back at the two women. Actually, that's what I wanted to ask you. These projects were conceived by Mr. Williams. Didn't you talk to him about it? Linda shook her head. We did ask, but he didn't respond, and nodded with disappointment and flipped through the nearby files until she found one to hand to the two women. For these two programs, the company signed floating contracts with the advertisers. According to the contract, the acceptable viewership threshold is 1.5 million, with a rating of 0.8. Based on those numbers, the average cost for a 30-second ad would be $50,000, with 16 minutes of ad time per episode, generating $1.6 million. Over 13 episodes, that just meets the production cost of $20 million. Then, with the operators taking a share in future syndication, we could break even. Linda and Cindy leaned in to look at the documents. After a moment, Cindy looked up and asked, "And what was Lifetime's viewership last year?" And hesitated again before saying, "In 1994, the peak viewership was for a TV movie called The Seventh Floor, starring Brooke Shields, and it attracted 2.21 million viewers. The average viewership during prime time for the entire year was 700,000. Less than a million?" Linda expressed her disappointment, almost jumping out of her seat, and nodded. She didn't mention that the 700,000 was just the primetime average. If you averaged it over the entire day, the numbers would look far worse. Therefore, Lifetime's total ad revenue for the year was a mere $30 million, less than what they received from the operators. It was easy to see that boosting the viewership to 1.5 million, more than doubling it, would be no easy feat with the subscriber base unchanged. Noticing the downtrodden expressions on the two women's faces, and, despite her own anxiousness, offered encouragement. "I don't think we need to worry too much." ABC had always undervalued Lifetime with a lack of marquee programming, so ratings were bound to suffer. That's not the case now. Just the production costs for the two shows you're handling exceed Lifetime's total programming budget for the past 5 years. Plus, with full backing from headquarters and Hearst in the promotional efforts, I have a lot of faith in our ratings. Linda, ever optimistic, nodded at Anne's reassurance. "Anyway, it's his show. If it tanks, I can always go back to being a model. I won't starve." Hearing Linda's cavalier dismissal, Cindy almost wanted to pinch her, her thoughts racing with disbelief. She turned to and said, "And you called us here to discuss promotional matters, right?" And chose to overlook Linda's comments, smiling instead. "Yes, I spoke with ABC. Cindy, prepare for tomorrow's taping of The Late Show with David Letterman. Linda, your appearance is scheduled for next Wednesday." To stagger the promotional window for both reality shows, America's Next Top Model was set to air on Tuesday, September 19th, while Project Runway was set for the following week, September 28th, on Thursday. After successfully managing ABC's late-night news show, Nightline, ABC lured David Letterman from CBS, seamlessly taking over the crown of the talk show slot. During this time, Firefly and Hearst utilized their respective channels to ramp up pre-release promotional efforts for both America's Next Top Model and Project Runway, with Yahoo hosting quite a bit of relevant news. However, since neither show had yet proven its viewership potential, unlimited investments weren't practical. Thus, seizing the opportunity to promote before the shows kicked off by appearing on a primetime talk show was deemed the most effective strategy, and indeed, the last resort. Both women had previously participated in talk shows, especially following their success at the Victoria's Secret fashion show, which led to numerous invitations. Therefore, they weren't unfamiliar with this world. After discussing some details, and accompanied them to ABC's production department to consult with David Letterman's team. Amid the busy flurry of activity, the 2 days flew by in an instant. On September 19th, the months of hard work were about to be validated. For countless ordinary individuals, Tuesday remained just another day. Most students were wrapping up their summer vacations, savoring their last days off. Young professionals completed another day at work. Because it was a weekday, few ventured out for entertainment. After dinner, people sat down in front of their televisions, some alone, some with partners, and others with children. They were unaware that at the ABC headquarters in Manhattan, many anxiously awaited the day's new viewership data. Just then, one of them might recall the ads for America's Next Top Model they had recently seen in newspapers, magazines, or on television, leading them to grab their remotes, remembering they had Lifetime in their cable package, and decide to tune in for a glimpse. As for those without access to Lifetime, despite their fondness for fashion, they shrugged off the disappointment. Those indifferent to the fashion world felt no loss. After all, there were plenty of television programs to keep them entertained. For any television program, success hinged on appealing to viewers' tastes and tapping into their emotions. To meet this challenge, Eric exerted significant effort. For a modeling competition show, young women who loved fashion and held dreams of the runway surely wanted to see something transformative. A plain, unremarkable girl suddenly showered with glamour in front of everyone. If there were a term to describe it, it would be an ugly duck turning into a swan. Thus, the theme of the first episode of America's Next Top Model was crafted precisely around that transformation of a duck into a swan. At 8 o'clock, after the final commercial break, the Lifetime logo flickered to life once again as the title sequence for America's Next Top Model appeared. A dazzling array of stunning fashion photographs flashed by, accompanied by Cindy Crawford's voice. People always ask me, "Cindy, how does one become a supermodel?" Each time, I patiently guide them, saying, "You should do this, you should do that." Until one day, it hit me, what if I could share everything I've learned through a television show, reaching out to all those girls dreaming of becoming supermodels? So today, welcome to America's Next Top Model. Through our selection process, we've chosen 13 girls from across the United States. Some hail from small towns in the West, others from the City of Angels, with confident Southern girls and gentle Northern ladies. Over the next 2 months, I'll put them through rigorous training based on various standards, selecting the next rising star of the modeling world. The girl who ultimately triumphs will secure a modeling contract with Elite Agency, a $100,000 endorsement deal with CIRL, and many more opportunities in the future. Well then, let's get started. As the stylish presence of Cindy burst onto the screen, the television showcased audition reels from girls across America. Meanwhile, in an apartment in Midtown Manhattan, time raced by. Alice and Charlotte, who had randomly crossed paths with Eric, had since parted ways, with Alice now moved in with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend, Scott, a Morgan Stanley financial analyst, was reluctantly pulled into watching this reality fashion show, which failed to pique his interest. The initial scene with Cindy was eye-catching enough that he indulged a bit, but as the mundane girls appeared on screen, he couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Huh, Alice, you think these ugly ducklings could become supermodels? It's a joke. If they can, then you might as well become a world-famous model." Alice, watching those commonplace girls on screen, felt a twinge of disappointment. She had always admired Cindy Crawford and had only tuned in today because she'd heard about Eric's involvement with the show. Thus, when Cindy declared her aim to turn these ordinary girls into supermodels, her disillusionment spiked. Most of the girls on the TV screen, while fitting and not unattractive, lacked even a hint of the radiant supermodel aura Cindy exuded. When Scott picked up the remote to change the channel, Alice thought for a moment and pressed down on his hand. "Scott, just wait a bit longer." Scott, being somewhat considerate, followed her lead but added one last comment. "Fine, but I'll treat this as a joke." Meanwhile, in households across the country tuned into America's Next Top Model, many shared Alice's mindset, with some already changing the channel in disappointment. Yet, the program rolled on. The fortunate girls began to gather in the fashion capital of New York, each distinct in personality, background, and life experiences. Clever camera work slowly made viewers forget about the plain little ducklings, as they either saw reflections of themselves or were drawn in by curiosity and voyeuristic tendencies. Gradually, many forgot their initial letdown and became engrossed in the unfolding drama. Chapters 744, 745, The Momentum. Through instant filming of the contestants and continuous snippets of interviews, by the halfway point of the first episode, viewers had a general idea of who the girls were. Cindy Crawford made a timely appearance with 2 other guest hosts to kick off the contestants' first competition, announcing that by the end of the round, one of the 13 girls would be eliminated. Amidst anxious murmurs and gasps on screen, viewers at home were left in shock, wondering if it was too cruel to start the elimination process in just the first episode. Unbeknownst to them, Many had already been captivated by the show. The scene shifted, and when the camera landed on the armory located on Lexington Avenue, the contestants erupted in cheers of surprise, and viewers couldn't help but widen their eyes. The Victoria's Secret fashion show was at the height of its fame, and the armory had become a fashion landmark in people's minds because it hosted the first ever Victoria's Secret show. Young people who had attended the show in New York often made a pilgrimage to the armory to pay homage. "Hello, everyone. Girls, I bet you know where this place is." Cindy Crawford greeted them enthusiastically, getting the crowd fired up. Amidst the swooning cheers, Cindy continued, "Well, your first test is about to take place right here. The fashion you will be using for this competition has been handmade by top designers from the LTD group. Each of you can choose one outfit from 20 options available. There will be professional designers backstage to help you with your styling. Afterward, you'll experience your very first fashion show in your lives. So let's get started. Remember, everyone has only half an hour to prepare. Okay, go, go, go." With Cindy giving the command, all the girls couldn't wait to rush backstage. The camera followed swiftly into a hall displaying 20 exquisite garments on plastic mannequins. These outfits were the latest from the upcoming fall collection by Brighton Apparel under the LTD banner. Unsurprisingly, compared to the finished products sold in stores, these handcrafted designs were significantly more refined and luxurious. After the camera panned over the gorgeous outfits, it returned to focus on the contestants. In the footage, some girls were overwhelmed by choices, pacing indecisively between outfits. Others quickly made a selection and dashed toward the makeup room. There were even two girls who had chosen the same outfit, refusing to back down, leading to a heated argument. All this was captured authentically on camera, and even as the girls squabbled, no one stepped in to intervene. Eventually, both girls realized that if the argument continued, they would both be eliminated, and they reached a compromise. This authentic conflict satisfied viewers' craving for drama, prompting them to start discussing which girls they favored or disliked. The ensuing makeup scenes were quickly edited, and following a television commercial break, the screen faded to black. With a series of clicks, the bright lights in the theater of the armory illuminated in succession. A familiar scene materialized before everyone. Although the layout was significantly different, many remembered that just last year, on that very runway, 40 meticulously selected Victoria's Secret angels had put on a spectacular show watched by millions. However, when recalling those 13 seemingly average girls, many began to question whether they had what it takes to walk down that runway. Curiosity heightened. Viewers' eyes remained glued to the screen. The camera caught Cindy Crawford walking through the backstage entrance, slowly approaching the runway, a nostalgic smile on her face. "Wow, this really brings back memories. But today, this stage will belong to our girls. No more chit-chat. Let's get started." After saying that, Cindy and a few other guest judges took their seats. A photographer set up a professional camera at the end of the runway. Music began playing, and the lights flickered. At the runway's entrance, when the first girl appeared on camera, almost all viewers were taken aback. Stunning. That was an absolute 180-degree transformation. Some even struggled to remember which girl she was from earlier. The glamorous, handmade outfits, the top-notch designer's creations, in combination with the lights and music, created a beautiful, dreamlike atmosphere. In reality, professional fashion insiders knew that even supermodels looked like ordinary people most of the time, not instantly breathtaking at first glance. The magic on stage came down to many factors. Skill, clothing, makeup, lighting, and music all played significant roles in that allure. The contestants' walks, though clearly inexperienced in the eyes of regular viewers, paled in comparison to those of supermodels. However, thanks to that series of professional touches, along with the production team's skillful editing, the effect was nothing short of transformative. Initially doubtful about the potential of these girls to become models, by the time the 2-minute runway showcase ended, viewers' uncertainties vanished. Some girls who once thought they could never become models began to envision themselves on that stage, imagining what it would be like. As the fashion show wrapped up, while many viewers were still digesting the experience, the harsh elimination round began. As Cindy's stack of photos shrank, many viewers felt a tight grip of anxiety, hoping their favorite contestants would be spared while wishing for the elimination of those they disliked. The results came in. Some were relieved, others disappointed, and some shouted unfairness. But nothing could be changed. Many found themselves silently anticipating the next episode. At ABC headquarters, although Anne Sweeney had told Cindy she could go home and await results, she remained in Anne's office. Fashion Week had ended, and this year's Victoria's Secret show was in the early stages of preparation and fittings. Cindy and Linda weren't too busy, and Linda had swung by to join. The three women anxiously sipped coffee and chatted, glancing occasionally at the television in the office. Unlike ABC, Lifetime didn't receive Nielsen's real-time ratings reports and had to wait until the program had aired to gather preliminary statistics, with detailed data following the next morning. Half an hour after the first episode concluded, the office door was knocked on, and Anne rose to greet the visitor. Cindy sensed the results were imminent, taking a deep breath and feeling her heart rate escalate. She glanced at Linda, who leisurely sipped coffee while flipping through a magazine. "You seem awfully calm, don't you?" Cindy remarked with a frown. "Hey, it's not my show. Why should I be nervous?" Linda replied, not looking up. "Then why are you here today?" Linda shrugged, with a cheeky expression. "I just wanted to see what you look like when you're anxious." Cindy felt a spark of irritation flare within her and waved her hand. "You better watch out. I might just choke you out." "Don't scare me. I'm a bit of a coward." Linda pretended to shrink back, but the act was blatant, drawing Cindy closer to pinch her hard on the waist. Linda quickly dodged and yelped. "Ah, you wicked woman. You seriously pinched me." "Humph. You think I'm joking." Linda lifted her leather jacket, peeking at her waist as she checked for any bruising. Thankfully, Cindy hadn't gone hard enough. The spot was only a little red and not bruised. Rubbing it lightly, Linda pouted. "I'm totally telling Eric. Just wait. I'll say you're showing signs of child abuse." "Huh. Don't think your baby voice will let you play Lolita and pull that. And abusing kids? Don't even look at how old you are." "I'm definitely not a Lolita." Linda huffed, trailing off suggestively. Cindy understood the implication behind Linda's words. She was about to respond when Anne Sweeney entered the office, prompting Cindy to stand up, surveying Anne's expression. A relaxed look on Anne's face allowed Cindy to loosen up as well. At least, from Anne's demeanor, the ratings seemed promising. Feeling good, Anne shook the forms in her hand and smiled. "Guess the ratings?" 700,000. Linda blurted. "I'll smack you." Cindy shot Linda a glare before turning back to Anne. "Come on, and I'm dying here," and smiled and handed the results to Cindy. From the preliminary statistics, the ratings look like they'll break records. The highest viewership hits 2.75 million, with an average of 2.3 million and an average rating of 1.3, far surpassing last year's peak. Cindy glanced over the figures and began to relax. The average viewership of 2.3 million exceeded the expected benchmark of 1.5 million by a whopping 800,000, and it was more than 3 times Lifetime's average ratings during the same period last year. Though it couldn't compete with the Big Four networks, Lifetime boasted a base of just over 30 million viewers. This meant the show was essentially captivating 1/15 of its audience base. If that proportion were scaled to a public network with national coverage, it would equate to around 18 million viewers. Linda leaned over to check out the figures Cindy held. "While it's impressive, I think this is likely due to all that pre-show promotion. The real ratings will show in later episodes." Cindy paused, the thrill of excitement calming somewhat after Linda's comment. Though the production cost was $20 million, when factoring in all the promotional resources invested over this period, it was nearing about additional $10 million. That was an extraordinary sum by television standards, comparable to film promotional budgets. Spending $10 million for a premiere with a high view count of 2.9 million was fully expected. The true performance of America's Next Top Model would rely on the upcoming ratings trends. And, however, remained optimistic. Even if the ratings dipped, having a foundation of 2.3 million ensured that maintaining an average of 1.5 million through a full season was entirely feasible. As long as the reception wasn't overwhelmingly negative, production could easily continue. With hopes for a miracle in her heart, and was simultaneously grounded in her realistic approach, acknowledging that many things had to unfold step by step. Ultimately, as an unassuming basic cable channel, The first season of America's Next Top Model did not generate extensive media buzz compared to more popular broadcast networks unveiling their blockbuster dramas. Yet another reality show satiating voyeuristic curiosity. While the storyline feels somewhat scattered, it manages to keep viewers emotionally engaged. Though the audience is smaller, it's worth watching. This reality show mimics the Survivor format, but focuses on the much-discussed modeling industry for youth. Cindy Crawford still shines brightly, and the contestants' transitions from average to stunning are quite striking. I love the transformation of the average girls, yet I'm frustrated by the arbitrary elimination process. I just can't grasp why that contestant named Lena was eliminated, perhaps just to catch viewers' attention. Among the lukewarm media feedback, the Firefly Group and Hearst Corporation began marketing America's Next Top Model's record-breaking ratings for Lifetime during the following week. After all, viewers knew little of the inner workings of Lifetime, often subconsciously believing that a program breaking viewership records had to be exceptional quality. Even without buzz from the media, the show sparked a hot topic frenzy among young girls, unintentionally rising in popularity. Whether they were daydreaming high school girls, college girls, or young women already in the workforce or starting families, after America's Next Top Model aired, the topic came up more frequently when hanging out with their best friends. Did you see America's Next Top Model last night? That girl Connie is such a brat. I really hope Cindy eliminates her. Annie's legs are so long, and her figure is the best. I think she could very well be the winner. It seems like the judges' elimination standards are a bit erratic. It feels like the eliminations are entirely based on personal biases, which seems unfair. No, I think they eliminate based on whether the contestants can bring in ratings. Wow, if that's the case, Annie must be in trouble. She seems so quiet. Who knows? If Annie gets eliminated, I'm done watching. The outfits sponsored by LTD are gorgeous. I saw some in a few were from their upcoming fall collection. I want to buy one when it comes out. I love that light yellow one. Similar conversations rapidly spread among young women over the following week, creating an undeniable buzz. Chapters 745, 746, The Circle. In earlier times, the explosive popularity of a television show could only be illustrated through a long-term analysis of ratings trends. To understand viewer opinions, television stations had to rely on newspaper surveys and random telephone interviews. This method of gathering information was incredibly inefficient and often inaccurate. However, with the rise of the internet in recent years, this situation changed rapidly. After the airing of America's Next Top Model, although it didn't generate much buzz in traditional media, its popularity among ordinary audiences became very apparent online. The Yahoo forum section for America's Next Top Model saw an influx of nearly 180,000 new members within just 1 week. The show became a hot search term on Yahoo's search engine as well. Cindy Crawford's personal homepage enjoyed a significant surge in followers. Before the show aired, she only had about 10,000 fans, but within a week of the show's premiere, this number skyrocketed to 120,000, and it continued to grow rapidly. Since the personal homepage feature had only recently been introduced, while the overall user count was high, the social networks related to it were still in their developmental stages. Most popular figures only had fan bases in the low 6 figures, unlike later years when some reached hundreds of millions. Thus, thanks to the buzz generated by America's Next Top Model, Cindy Crawford's fan count far surpassed that of her contemporaries and even attracted attention from traditional media. As the topic continued to gain traction, a week passed quickly. Based on last week's viewer feedback, everyone felt confident about the ratings for the second episode. However, when America's Next Top Model second episode's viewership stats were released, they exceeded all expectations. The peak viewership reached 3.5 million, with an average of 2.8 million, achieving a rating of 1.6, breaking every ratings record held by Lifetime television. While the viewership numbers didn't compare with those of network television, the ratings for the key demographic of viewers aged 18 to 49 were impressive, particularly since America's Next Top Model drew a primarily young female audience. The 1.6 rating even rivaled that of typical episodes aired on public television. The production and promotion of America's Next Top Model had always been closely linked with Project Runway. Spurred by the popularity of America's Next Top Model, the premiere of Project Runway on the following Thursday also celebrated impressive numbers, with an average viewership of 2.6 million and a peak at over 3.1 million. Although Project Runway was a fashion production show, under Eric's guidance along with the Survivor team's oversight, this reality program was far from the professional and rigid format viewers might have expected. Initially hesitant about this somewhat specialized reality show, audiences quickly embraced it, enjoying the contestants' fierce competitions and the transformative design process, turning any material into gorgeous fashion. As ratings climbed, traditional media quickly recognized the news potential in these two reality shows and began covering them, further amplifying the fame of America's Next Top Model and Project Runway. In the following weeks, the ratings for both reality shows showcased a parallel upward trend. In less than a month, both shows broke the 4 million average viewership mark simultaneously, with America's Next Top Model being notably more popular than Project Runway. The highest viewership for the fourth episode even climbed to 4.6 million. Within a month, as the buzz from both reality shows spread, more and more people started to take notice of Lifetime television. Driven by the viral conversations sparked by America's Next Top Model and Project Runway, many began to search for Lifetime in their cable packages. When they discovered it wasn't available, numerous viewers opted to switch their cable subscriptions. As a result, Lifetime's subscriber count rose from 34.5 million to over 40 million in just 1 month. Those cable operators who carried Lifetime's signal managed the transition smoothly. However, those lacking Lifetime were having a much harder time, especially the unluckiest operator, Time Warner. This all began during the initial planning of Lifetime's reform. Once the two reality shows were greenlit, Jeffrey Katzenberg personally contacted executives from Comcast, Telecommunications, and Time Warner, hoping they would expand the coverage of Lifetime's signal. However, since Lifetime had not yet made a significant impact, the major operators responded coolly to Katzenberg's requests. Despite his efforts, the subscriber count only increased by a meager 3 million before America's Next Top Model aired. While Comcast and Telecommunications remained indifferent to the rise or drop of Lifetime subscribers, largely basing their decisions on viewership data, Time Warner's response was quite different. Understandably concerned that Lifetime's rise could pose a significant threat to their WB network, already catering to young viewers, they opted not to cooperate in expanding Lifetime's subscriber base. Instead, prior to the fall season, they slashed Lifetime's user count by 800,000 through package adjustments. Even more insidiously, those cuts largely concentrated in major markets like New York and Los Angeles. The stylish women in cities like New York and Los Angeles were a key demographic for both America's Next Top Model and Project Runway. Once this news reached Katzenberg, he didn't hold back from berating Time Warner's cable division head over the phone. As the weeks passed, the fallout from this heated topic continued. If America's Next Top Model and Project Runway hadn't been such hits, the 800,000 viewers denied Lifetime would have been inconsequential. But now, with both shows becoming widespread conversation pieces among young women, anyone discussing a contestant's unfortunate elimination on America's Next Top Model or a stunning outfit from Project Runway faced the awkwardness of not being able to contribute to the conversation, leaving them entirely out of the loop. In the U.S., cable operators maintained regional monopolies. Companies such as Comcast, Telecommunications, and Time Warner strategically divided their territories to avoid unnecessary competition. In remote areas, residents often had only one option for cable service. In such situations, subscribers had to accept their fate. In contrast, major metros like New York and Los Angeles were fiercely contested markets, with plenty of competition preventing any monopolistic trends from taking root. Consequently, those users unable to find Lifetime on Time Warner's packages began switching to Comcast and Telecommunications to watch America's Next Top Model and Project Runway. By October, when Time Warner's cable division recounted its subscriber numbers, they were shocked to discover they'd lost 460,000 in just 1 month. What does that number mean? Time Warner's total cable user base was only 15 million. After cutting 800,000 Lifetime TV users, only 3 million users remained with access to Lifetime TV stations, which is the lowest level among the major operators. The root of all this, of course, is the competitive relationship between Time Warner and Firefly. However, this one-month loss equated to 3% of Time Warner's total user base. To put it into perspective, the entire year of 1994 saw Time Warner gain only 1.6 million subscribers. If this trend continued, Time Warner's cable business could see itself regressing to levels from 2 or even 3 years prior. Caught in a bind with a struggling summer film slate, Terry Semel summoned Time Warner's cable division head, delivering a stern reprimand after hearing the distressing news. Originally, Time Warner had planned to handle the situation discreetly, but somehow, the details slipped out into the public sphere. Suddenly, headlines about Time Warner's cable business decline were dominating the media. While everyone recognized the situation stemmed from Time Warner's attempt to suppress Lifetime's growth, the strong rise of America's Next Top Model and Project Runway seemed to backfire, costing them dearly. If losing 3% of users in just 1 month was shocking, how much more would they lose over the year? This question lingered in the minds of many, especially the shareholders. In response, the management began facing increasing pressure from various fronts. It became clear that someone would have to accept responsibility for the situation. With Time Warner's internal politics being as tangled as ever, the cable division encompassed several factions, all aware of the origins of this debacle. If any other company faced this situation, they would likely handle it the same way. Consequently, this blowback couldn't accurately be labeled a management misstep. Terry Semel wouldn't risk compounding the issue by stirring up further disputes internally, ultimately deciding to cast one of his top executives in the cable division as a scapegoat. A few days later, Time Warner announced that a vice president from the cable division would soon be resigning due to a poor decision, providing some semblance of accountability. Yet, the matter was far from resolved. Lifetime's visibility continued to skyrocket, while Time Warner had lost 460,000 subscribers. If they didn't quickly restore access to Lifetime's signal, the situation could worsen. Cable operators ran on their terms, and licensing requirements dictated when a network could be carried. Everything hinged on which party had the upper hand. After addressing external pressures and shareholder concerns, Terry Semel personally dialed up Katzenberg. His call was routed to Katzenberg's secretary, who returned with a familiar, frustrating response. "Mr. Katzenberg is unavailable, and we're not sure when he will be reachable." After struggling to get through several times, Terry had little choice but to phone Robert Iger, who had just taken over leadership of Firefly Television. Iger was eager to help, but explained that A&E Cable Network was a joint venture with Hearst and operated as a distinct cable channel. Thus, he couldn't intervene in Lifetime's affairs. With no way forward, Terry felt he had to reach out directly to Sweeney, president of A&E. Sweeney was more straightforward. "I'm sorry, Mr. Semel, but I don't have the authority to make these decisions anymore." Having been rebuffed 3 times in his office at Time Warner's Manhattan headquarters, Terry was ready to throw his phone out the window in frustration. Watching the gloomy sky beyond the office window, he took several deep breaths, attempting to calm down. Terry understood this was Firefly's way of retaliating against Time Warner's earlier decisions, essentially leaving them in the lurch for months. However, given the current situation, Time Warner could not afford to wait. If their cable subscribers dwindled by several 100,000 next month, the blame would undoubtedly fall on him as CEO. As he pondered whether to personally fly to Los Angeles and engage Katzenberg directly, an idea struck him. Firefly's youthful foundation, Eric Williams, was likely in East Hampton. Though he had never visited, the address of Eric's East Hampton estate was easy to find. After a few calls, he secured the details swiftly. After some contemplation, Terry instructed his secretary to prepare a car. He planned to head to East Hampton himself. After all, as the absolute head of Firefly Group, securing Eric Williams' direct agreement would far outweigh the exhaustion of navigating repeated discussions with Katzenberg and other superiors. Moreover, even while he recognized Eric's exceptional ability to build a significant enterprise in such a short time, Terry secretly believed that the younger man would be easier to negotiate with than the shrewd Katzenberg. After all, no matter how talented a person may be, navigating the complexities of running a business demands time and experience. Chapter 747. Inheritance. 2 hours later, Terry Semmel arrived in East Hampton, parking his car a mile away from Eric's mansion on a small road. He took out his cell phone and dialed Eric's private number. A soft-spoken woman answered. After a moment, the call was transferred to Eric, and Terry Semmel mentioned that he happened to be passing through East Hampton and inquired if he could drop by for a visit. Eric's tone on the phone was perfectly normal, and he enthusiastically agreed. After hanging up, the driver in the front seat glanced back at Terry Semmel. "Mr. Semmel, are we going now?" "No, let's wait 10 minutes, Terry Semmel replied as he put away his phone. Though they both understood the situation, it was important to maintain appearances. Being too eager might put him at a disadvantage. The driver nodded and smartly turned off the engine to patiently wait. Terry Semmel leaned back in the leather seat, carefully pondering how to phrase his upcoming negotiation. Before he knew it, 10 minutes had passed. The driver, seeing Terry deep in thought through the rearview mirror, considered reminding him but decided against it. A moment later, Terry snapped back to reality and was about to instruct the driver to head out when a police car rolled up, stopping a short distance away. 2 officers stepped out, glancing at the black Mercedes before walking over and tapping the driver's side window. The driver, confused, rolled down the window, and the officer outside exclaimed, "Tony, is that you?" "Hey, Rocky," the driver replied, excitement coloring his voice as he turned to Terry Semmel. "Sorry, Mr. Semmel. Just a minute. Rocky is an old buddy of mine from the force." Terry Semmel waved a hand to indicate it was no issue. The driver quickly hopped out of the car. Considering that his boss was waiting, the driver, Tony, didn't engage in long pleasantries. After a brief conversation, he returned to the driver's seat and started the car to head toward Eric's estate. "What was that all about?" Terry asked, not forgetting the 2 officers' unexpected appearance. Tony pointed out a clearly visible camera on the streetlight outside. "They must have seen us from there." Rocky said Eric Williams donates a hefty sum to the East Hampton Police Department every year. Terry had a glance at the camera and mused about how thoughtful Eric Williams was regarding the safety of his 2 illegitimate children. Considering the notoriously low efficiency of police work, it was quite something that a car parked a little over a mile away from Eric's estate would prompt such inquiries. This was not simply something money could achieve. When they arrived outside Eric's mansion, Terry noticed a tall woman dressed in a light gray sweater and white jeans waiting at the door. He dismissed the driver and got out to approach her. "Mr. Semmel, hello." Joanna smiled as she came forward to shake Terry's hand. "I'm so sorry, Eric is currently in a meeting, so you might have to wait a bit." "Hello, Miss Pacula." Terry smiled and shook her hand, recognizing her voice from the earlier phone call. "I just decided to drop by on impulse. I hope it's not too abrupt." Joanna shook her head. "Not at all. Please, follow me." As Terry followed Joanna into the mansion, he discreetly observed the woman who had shot to fame with Twister only a few years back, but had suddenly retreated from the spotlight. His thoughts drifted back to the police officers he had seen earlier. Remembering the 2 kids, whom he hadn't seen mentioned in the media lately, he felt as if Eric Williams' attitude toward them was far less secretive than that of other wealthy individuals regarding their illegitimate offspring. These 2 little ones might even become heirs to the Williams family legacy one day. Terry's thoughts turned slightly regretful as he realized that Joanna Pacula's child was a girl. If only it were a boy. As a Jewish woman, by tradition, the child would also be considered Jewish. If it were a boy, the inheritance rights would be significantly increased, leading to greater recognition among Hollywood's Jewish community. He understood well that his rise to the position of CEO of Time Warner was closely tied to his Jewish ancestry. Although the position wasn't as easy to hold as it might seem, many shareholders and board members supported him not only for his abilities, but also because they shared the same background. As they entered the mansion, Terry was drawn to a little girl sitting beside the coffee table, flipping through a large book. Joanna noticed Terry's gaze and led him to sit on the sofa. "Elia, we have a guest. Remember to say hello to Mr. Semmel." The little girl on the stool lifted her head, her eyes as lovely as her mother's, pure and bright. With soft, blonde hair and a slightly chubby face, she resembled a doll. The girl stared curiously at Terry, taking in his rimless glasses for a moment before saying, "Hello, Mr. Semmel." Terry's attention, however, fell on the thick book in front of Hawaii. Recognizing it as part of the Encyclopedia Britannica, he felt an unexpected surprise. Not wanting to pry, he softened his tone, saying, "Hello, Elia." Joanna chuckled lightly, explaining, "Mr. Semmel, this is my daughter, Hawaii Williams. Please sit tight. Eric will be down shortly, and I'll go make some coffee." Terry thanked her and observed the little girl as she turned pages, intrigued by her intense focus. He felt a peculiar thought cross his mind. Could a child as young as 2 or 3 really grasp what the Encyclopedia Britannica had to offer? Was he simply getting older? After a moment, Hawaii quietly turned the page, reading a few sentences. She glanced beside her and noticed her mother was not seated where she should be. Spotting a hefty English dictionary nearby, she reached for it, but realized there was an adult beside her. Turning to Terry, she asked without any hint of shyness, "What does emperor mean?" Terry recognized that Hawaii was looking at the entry for emperor penguin in the biology section of the encyclopedia. Understanding that she likely knew what a penguin was, but not the meaning of emperor, he smiled gently. "Emperor means king. You know what a king is, right?" Hawaii nodded, then pointed at the illustration of the emperor penguin in the book. "Have you seen an emperor penguin?" "I haven't, no." Emperor penguins live in the very cold Antarctic, where it's hard for humans to survive. She blinked and inquired, "If humans can't survive in the Antarctic, how do we know that emperor penguins are there?" Terry's surprise rose another notch. This question had a philosophical ring to it, especially coming from a child who was likely just 2 or 3 years old. Seeing the girl gaze up at him with bright, curious eyes, Terry took a moment to respond. "Even though we can't survive there for long, we can visit for a short time and discover emperor penguins." Hawaii pressed on. "If we only go there for a short time, how do we survive?" With a smile, Terry replied, "We can make lots of equipment, like thick clothes and sturdy shelters, to protect ourselves from the cold. With these things, we can survive for a short while." The little girl nodded and asked, "But why don't emperor penguins need those things?" "Because they have adapted to the environment through many years of evolution. Humans can't adapt like that, so we rely on tools. Why can't we evolve like emperor penguins?" Hawaii asked, her brow furrowed. No, little one. You're mistaken. Humans are the most amazing creatures on this planet. The emperor penguins live in a narrow environment, but we can go anywhere in the world, even into space. It's because we possess intelligence. By using our intelligence, we accomplish these things, but other creatures cannot. Hawaii seemed to ponder his words vaguely, then remembered something. "I saw on TV that lions are smart. They can work together to hunt." Terry's gaze softened even further as he looked at the hefty book in front of the little girl. "No, Elia, that's not intelligence. True intelligence is something that can be passed down through generations, and lions or tigers can't do that." "Oh." Hawaii nodded, shifting her attention back to the book. Terry straightened his posture, sensing Joanna's presence as she approached with coffee. He quickly stood slightly. Joanna had been quietly standing nearby, not interrupting the conversation until now. She handed Terry the coffee. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Semmel. Elia can sometimes be a handful." "Not at all." Terry smiled and shook his head. Just a short exchange with the little girl had eased the agitation he had been feeling due to a series of trivial matters in recent days. He even felt that if he could have a somewhat personal relationship with Eric, he would shamelessly ask Eric to consider Hawaii as his goddaughter. Unfortunately, that thought would remain just a thought. His current position didn't afford him too much interaction with Eric. As Joanna sat down and chatted idly with Terry, they noticed a man and a woman descending the stairs. The man was clearly Eric, and Terry quickly recognized the woman as Cindy Crawford, host of America's Next Top Model. "My apologies, Terry, for keeping you waiting." Eric warmly embraced Terry Semmel and introduced the woman. "This is Miss Cindy Crawford." "Hello, Cindy," Terry said, shaking her hand. "Your show is fantastic. My daughter loves watching it." "Thank you." Cindy Crawford smiled and nodded. Knowing that the group had business to discuss, Joanna stood up, collected the book from Hawaii's lap, and led her toward the backyard. "All right, Elia, it's time. We agreed you could only read for 2 hours each day, and that time is up." Hawaii walked reluctantly beside her mother. "Mom, I found a problem. I'm 2 now, so I can read for 2 hours. When I'm 3, I'll read for 3 hours, but there are only 24 hours in a day. What will I do when I'm 25? Joanna spoke gently. Oh, sweetheart, when you're 25, I won't be keeping tabs on you anymore. But Ava is almost 25, too. Why does mommy still keep watch over her? Joanna chuckled. Because Ava is too silly and isn't as smart as you, Elia. Hearing the mother-daughter exchange, everyone in the living room, including the maid nearby, chuckled softly. Terry watched Joanna lead Hawaii away and turned to Eric. That little one is so clever. Perhaps that's the power of inheritance. Perhaps, Eric chuckled. Cindy Crawford, sensing that Joanna was excusing herself, understood that the next topic wasn't one she could join. Not wanting to leave quite yet, she was uncertain about what to do until Eric said, Cindy, it's time to start preparing lunch. Everyone should stay for that. Why don't you go discuss with Joan what needs to be prepared? Sure. All right, Cindy sighed in relief. Since Eric hadn't pushed her to leave, she felt good about staying. She had come partly hoping to catch Eric since she heard Virginia was out filming, and Joanna was gentler. As long as Eric didn't make a fuss, no one would turn her away. Once Cindy was dispatched, the maid in the living room discreetly left as well, allowing Eric and Terry Semmel to chat. Chapters 747, 748, The Problem. As Cindy Crawford approached the door leading to the backyard, she glanced back and saw Eric and Terry Semmel deep in conversation. She pushed the door open and stepped outside. It was just before noon, and the deep autumn sun bathed the spacious estate with its light. The temperature had dropped below 68 F, 20 C, by the end of October, and even the sunlight seemed pale and listless due to the cooler air. Although the lawn and surrounding shrubs that served as a fence were evergreen, there were still patches of withered leaves, detracting from the lively atmosphere. Cindy wasn't fond of this chilly environment, but she looked up at the low autumn sky. A few white clouds drifted behind a breathtakingly bright blue, and it seemed that if she gazed over the nearby fence, she could see the horizon. This expansive view inspired a feeling of uplift in her heart, prompting Cindy to lazily stretch her body. She asked the maid who was clearing leaves by the fence where Joanna was headed, and then walked across the lawn toward a spot where a few vibrant red maple trees grew by the seaside. Joanna was sitting beneath one of the maples, a thick book resting on her lap, surrounded by two small figures who appeared to be collecting leaves. When she noticed Cindy approaching, Joanna waved and smiled. She then took a maple leaf that Kevin handed her and patiently discussed it in a low voice with the little ones, sliding it into the book on her lap. It was still before 11 a.m. Cindy didn't rush to relay Eric's instructions, but instead took a seat beside Joanna, admiring the trees. These maple trees are beautiful. Are they maples? The trunks seem different from the ones I've seen before. Joanna nodded, pointing to several small holes in the tree trunk. They are sugar maples. In spring, you can collect the sap to make maple syrup. Oh, so that's what a sugar maple is, Cindy said, realization dawning on her as she examined the small holes in the trunk. She appreciated that maple syrup was low in sugar and didn't easily cause weight gain, making it a favorite among women. She frequently enjoyed it, but had never recognized the tree that produced it until now. We still have some freshly made maple syrup at home. You can try it at lunchtime, Joanna said. Just then, Hawaii ran over holding a leaf, while Joanna took the leaf from her daughter, examined it, and said softly, Sweetie, this leaf seems to have some bug marks on it. Look at those spots. It doesn't look nice. Why don't you find another one? Hawaii looked where her mother pointed, still curious. Mom, why do bugs leave those marks on the leaves? Joanna recalled that the marks were likely from secretions left by bugs that had damaged the leaves. She explained it gently in a way Hawaii could understand, sending her off to explore again. Cindy had been listening to Joanna, and once Hawaii trotted away, said, Joan, you really have a lot of patience. Joanna smiled, her gaze tender as she watched her little one gathering leaves, as if looking at the whole world. After a moment, she asked Cindy, How did things go with Eric? Cindy nodded with a relaxed expression. I plan to produce another season in the spring, and he's already agreed. Since she had specifically come to visit, Cindy had a real reason. She wasn't just passing by. With the viewership ratings for America's Next Top Model climbing, she found herself a bit anxious. When she first secured this project, Cindy had her private accountant calculate her potential earnings under a 10% profit-sharing contract. According to the accountant's calculations, the ratings threshold needed for her to earn more was around 1.5 million viewers, which matched what Lifetime expected. Below that mark, she'd only receive the guaranteed salary of $800,000, something she had negotiated pridefully during the contract drafting. Other people in the industry were unprepared and didn't have any guaranteed salary clauses. If the ratings fell short and the project didn't turn a profit, those months of work would feel wasted. But now, that same contract made her feel trapped. In strict business contracts, rights and obligations were always reciprocal. Thanks to that guaranteed salary clause, Lifetime included a stipulation for renegotiation of compensation for the second season. This was a condition set by Lifetime to ensure continuation of the program. Essentially, if the ratings didn't skyrocket, they hoped Cindy would return at a lower salary. Unofficially, they had already come to a mutual understanding of a $500,000 intent. In a casual chat with Linda, Cindy had expressed that she would be satisfied with a $3 million profit share from America's Next Top Model, which she found to be a more realistic figure after working in television for a few years. To pull $3 million from this project, the show needed at least 2.5 million viewers. Given that Lifetime had previously struggled to reach even 1 million, Cindy had not been overly hopeful for this goal. But now, the ratings results for both shows had far exceeded anyone's expectations. For the most recent episode of America's Next Top Model that she was responsible for, the peak viewership reached 4.6 million, and with Lifetime's growing subscriber base and the program's continued popularity, it was anticipated that the peak viewership could even exceed 6 million, with an average of no less than 4.5 million for the entire season. According to the price-floating contract signed between Lifetime and advertisers, an average of 30 seconds of advertising during the 1.5 million viewership would cost $50,000. An average viewership of 4.5 million would triple the advertisement price, generating $60 million in revenue just from advertising alone. With additional profits from syndication, DVD sales, and other ventures, the revenue would surely top $60 million. A project costing $20 million to produce could ultimately yield $120 million. After deducting the production costs, the net profit would be no less than $100 million. $100 million meant Cindy would pocket $10 million, and even top-tier Hollywood actresses who netted $10 million a year were few and far between. So now the question arose. With America's Next Top Model and Project Runway, she and Linda not only stood to surpass the $1 million annual income threshold, but would also leave all the other supermodels earning in the million range far behind. As long as the two shows maintained their popularity, they could reliably sit atop the throne of supermodel queens. However, the repurchase clause originally included to secure their guaranteed salary had recently begun to gnaw at Cindy's peace of mind. If viewership did not meet expectations and production costs needed to be cut, Lifetime could invoke their negotiation right to lower Cindy's guaranteed salary. But now, with the ratings soaring, the negotiation right still stood. If she earned a whopping $10 million in the first season, it seemed reasonable for Lifetime to request a lower cut should she return for a second season. If both parties couldn't reach an agreement, Lifetime still retained the authority to replace the host. Cindy was unwilling to lower her slice, especially since America's Next Top Model had even eclipsed Project Runway in popularity. If her share became smaller than Linda Evangelista's next season, she'd look foolish. Word of that would spread like wildfire. However, the looming threat of replacement terrified her even more. Despite the show's uncertain beginnings, the host's position had sparked fierce competition behind the scenes, ultimately landing her and Linda in those seats. Now that America's Next Top Model had achieved monumental success, if there was a rift between her and Lifetime, and word got out that they contemplated replacing her, the younger models would jump at the chance. Any media frenzy over a host change could overshadow any dip in ratings caused by her departure. This meant the dependency of America's Next Top Model on her wasn't as strong as she once thought, yet she couldn't afford to lose that position. Caught in this dilemma, after much hesitation, Cindy finally sought out Eric today in hopes of solidifying everything ahead of time, finding a solid reason for her visit. She wished to kick off production for the second season by year-end. According to competition rules, Project Runway would feature its 3 finalists at the New York Fashion Week in February, meaning the production cycle extended beyond 6 months with a 2-month winter break. It was impossible to produce 2 seasons in a single year. On the other hand, America's Next Top Model was different. It consisted of 13 episodes that could all air by December. After the first season finished, preparations for the second season could commence, allowing it to go live on schedule in the spring. After rushing over that morning, Cindy discussed her plans for the second season with Eric, nervously addressing the negotiation issue. Judging by the smile on Eric's face, he seemed somewhat amused but didn't put her in a tight spot. He personally assured her that her contract would remain intact and indicated he would speak with Sweeney about it. Finally, the heavy stone that had been sitting on her heart for half a month lifted. Reflecting on the earlier events, Cindy turned to Joanna, who was carefully trimming the leaves. She had gathered with a small pair of scissors and slotting them into the book. She couldn't help but ask, "Joan, don't you find it boring just being with the kids all day?" "After some years, you won't think that way, I assure you. Women always settle down." Joanna glanced at Cindy with a smile and continued, "You know, I was born in Poland, back when the Soviet Union still existed. Life in Poland was pretty tough. I even went hungry as a child. You probably haven't ever experienced real hunger, have you?" "Haha, I always dreamed of leaving Poland, and after so many twists and turns, I did. But I found out the outside world wasn't paradise either. It wasn't until 4 years ago that I accidentally met Eric, and then came Hawaii." Joanna spoke casually, and when she noticed Hawaii running back over, she warmly embraced her, giving her a gentle kiss. The little girl sensed the change in her mother's emotion and, feeling a bit puzzled, called out, "Mom, what's wrong?" "Nothing, sweetheart." Joanna shook her head, releasing Hawaii and glancing at her watch before turning back to Cindy, who seemed contemplative. "Cindy, could you help me look after Kevin in Hawaii? I need to pick up Emma. The kindergarten is close by, and I'll be back in 15 minutes. "Of course, no problem," Cindy quickly nodded, then added, "Oh, Eric just said he wants to keep Terry semmel for lunch. I'll have the kitchen prepare something." Joanna instructed the little ones and entrusted them to Cindy before she got up to leave. Watching Joanna walk away, Cindy glanced at the album Joanna had left behind and smiled at the 2 kids. "All right, darlings, let's continue. Aunt Cindy will play with you, okay?" Hawaii and Kevin were no strangers to her, but showed less attachment compared to how they were with Joanna. In a few minutes, they lost interest. With no experience looking after kids, Cindy eventually led the 2 little ones back to the villa. As she stepped into the living room, she found Eric and Terry Semmel still chatting. When Eric noticed Cindy walking in with the kids, he pointed to the sitting room on the right, signaling that she could take the children there to play. Terry Semmel glanced at little Kevin and waved at Hawaii, receiving a cheerful response that made his smile broaden. Since his arrival was posed as a casual visit, Terry Semmel had engaged in light conversation with Eric. Seeing Cindy enter with the kids, he felt the time to speak up had come. "Eric, there's one more thing while I'm here. Lifetime has been doing quite well recently, and Warner has a substantial user resource. Maybe we could explore a closer collaboration." Eric took a sip of coffee before responding. "Terry, while I don't follow the television operations too closely, I've heard that Lifetime's collaboration with Warner hasn't been smooth in the past." "Eric, corporate cooperation isn't always smooth. Discrepancies are bound to arise as both sides must look out for their interests," Terry Semmel assessed matter-of-factly. "Given Lifetime's recent popularity, I believe we can renegotiate the profit-sharing contract. Warner can raise the user share to 18 cents. What do you think?" Eric shook his head. 18 cents is too low. America's Next Top Model has reached a peak viewership of 4.6 million. There aren't many channels that have achieved this level. "I think 18 cents is quite generous, Eric," Terry disagreed. America's Next Top Model and Project Runway only air for a total of 2 hours every Monday, yet there are 22 hours of primetime weekly. Aside from these 2 reality shows, Lifetime's other programming hasn't outperformed, and these 2 will wrap up in 2 months. It's unlikely that Lifetime will find a great program to take on their viewer interest immediately, so overall, Lifetime still remains modest. Chapter 748, 749, two options. Lifetime Television's foundation ultimately lacked a bid, as Eric reviewed last year's programming schedule. In all of 1994, the network only aired 11 low-budget TV movies and a few soap operas that were repeatedly shown during prime time. There was little originality in the rest of the schedule. However, with the success of America's Next Top Model and Project Runway amassing a solid fanbase, it made perfect sense to further invest in programming. Terry, I admit you have a point, but this situation is about to change. Since Lifetime was able to create Project Runway and America's Next Top Model, we can certainly produce more successful TV shows. Although the two reality shows will wrap up before the new year, Lifetime has decided to kick off production on a second season of America's Next Top Model, which can launch right on time in the spring. So, you really don't have to worry about Lifetime's popularity issues, Eric stated, chuckling to himself as he recalled Cindy's antics earlier that day. Because of scheduling, Project Runway wouldn't get picked up for 2 seasons within a year. Therefore, Eric could only hope Cindy would begin production on a second season of America's Next Top Model by years and to maintain Lifetime's newly acquired popularity. Despite having many workaholics around him, it was evident that Cindy and Linda were not among them. Producing 2 seasons a year, while balancing a ton of other work, would be incredibly draining. Over the past few days, Eric had been scheming on how to persuade Cindy into this, even considering offering her a raise if necessary. Before he managed to bring it up, Cindy was already at his doorstep. Terry Semmel didn't know what was on Eric's mind and naturally assumed the sudden smile on Eric's face was a sign of determination. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Eric, 20 cents is the best offer Warner can make." Eric wiped his smile away and looked at Terry Semmel. 20 cents is fine, Terry, but I have one condition." Terry Semmel raised his hand. "Go ahead." Lifetime can sign a 3-year fixed revenue-sharing contract with Warner Cable, locked at 20 cents. However, Warner Cable needs to carry Lifetime's signal across all its cable packages, Eric proposed. "Eric, that's not feasible." Terry Semmel shook his head immediately. The plan entailed that once they secured the broadcasting rights, Warner Cable would provide some cable options featuring Lifetime for users to choose. Given Lifetime's limited audience, it was expected that Warner Cable would see its subscribers for Lifetime reach approximately 6 million, not even half of Warner Cable's total 15 million subscribers. But Eric's condition was ambitiously aimed at snatching all of Warner Cable's subscriber resources. Under any considerations, Terry Semmel wouldn't agree. Eric didn't react much to the refusal and offered, "In that case, Terry, let's consider another option. Increase the revenue sharing to 30 cents, with the ability to renegotiate the rates annually." Terry Semmel shook his head again. 30 cents is too high, Eric. As I just mentioned, Lifetime is worth at most 20 cents. Eric nodded in acknowledgement, picked up his coffee, took a sip, and said, "If that's the case, let's wrap it up for today, Terry. I'm actually not great at business negotiations. Usually, Jeffrey handles these matters. You may want to consider this and send someone to talk with the higher-ups at Firefly." After a moment, he glanced at his watch. "Lunch is almost here. You should try the apple pie. I usually don't have much of a sweet tooth, but Jones is exceptional." Terry Semmel's expression grew grim. Clearly, Eric was going to play the waiting game again. If it entered into the formal negotiation phase, resolving this would take at least 10 days to a month. Eric clearly understood the current situation at Time Warner. Lifetime could afford to wait. After all, Comcast, Telecommunications Incorporated, and many other smaller cable and satellite operators were actively bringing Lifetime on board. However, Warner Cable was losing thousands of subscribers daily, and they couldn't afford any delays. Following several minutes of hesitation, Eric sensed Terry was weighing the pros and cons, so he waited patiently. Eventually, Terry Semmel spoke up again. "All right, Eric, 25 cents, but that's my final offer." Eric shook his head, shrugging his shoulders. "Terry, I really only have 2 options. In fact, 30 cents isn't unreasonable. ESPN's broadcasting fee is $1.30. Plus, I would honestly recommend you choose the first option. Trust me, over the coming years, Lifetime's growth will astonish everyone. It will inevitably become a staple across all operator packages, and Time Warner could enjoy 3 years of lower revenue shares." Seeing there was no more room to bargain, Terry Semel finally yielded. Okay, Eric, I'll get back to you tomorrow. Sounds good. Eric replied without rushing him. He understood Terry's precarious position at Time Warner over the past couple of years made him careful about even minor partnerships that needed board approval. The next day, Eric received a call from Terry Semel, confirming that Time Warner ultimately chose the second option, raising the revenue share to 30 cents. The details of the cooperation would obviously be laid out by management, and in the following days, Eric began focusing on the production issues for Lifetime Television. At that moment, no one had mentioned the initial $100 million budget plan. Everyone understood that raising Lifetime's viewership in non-prime time slots to the levels achieved by America's Next Top Model and Project Runway couldn't be accomplished with merely $100 million. The biggest concern for Firefly Group and Hearst was how to maintain the momentum generated by the two reality shows. The answer was straightforward: produce or acquire more quality TV programs. I have communicated with headquarters. Lifetime will obtain broadcasting rights for Sleepless in Seattle, Ghost, and Pretty Woman next spring. These films have proven very popular with women, and Sweeney reported to Eric from the ABC headquarters office. All three films had grossed hundreds of millions, and even years later, the price for individual broadcasting rights remained above $1 million. Though all were under the Firefly Group, interdepartmental finances needed clear accounting. Fortunately, Lifetime would receive a favorable deal. Sitting across the table, Eric flipped through the memo and Sweeney handed him and asked, "How do you plan to schedule the broadcasts?" As a lead-in for our new shows next year, Lifetime secured 6 airings. The standard prime time covers 22 hours weekly, but Lifetime lacks the capacity to fill all that time. So, I plan to focus on airing 2 hours from Sunday to Thursday, and an hour on Fridays and Saturdays for a total of 12 hours of primetime programming starting next spring. Typically, only the traditional Big Three networks could fill all 22 hours in prime time. Even Fox, in its current state, only managed 18 hours each week. Eric was satisfied with Sweeney's programming arrangement and nodded, inquiring, "Have you reviewed the original text and scripts for the first 2 episodes of Sex and the City?" "Yes," and Sweeney affirmed. "What's your take?" After pondering for a moment, she replied, "Bold, avant-garde, stylish, with a touch of feminine nuance and cleverness. Personally, I love the story, and I believe female viewers will too." Eric smiled and said, "Exactly. Avant-garde and stylish can easily serve as the standards for future Lifetime productions. Although, during our audience surveys, we found nearly 30% of the viewers for both America's Next Top Model and Project Runway were male, don't ever think about broadening the audience for the network. General audience networks belong to the big public broadcasters. We need precision. Lifetime must solidify its viewer base among strong, fashion-conscious women aged 18 to 35 and tailor the programming around this demographic." Eric, if that's the case, it might restrict Lifetime's growth potential, as 18 to 35-year-old women are still a minority. And Sweeney countered, sketching a circle on her paper, continuing, "If this circle represents that demographic, then while producing programming, we need to keep their needs in mind, thus further narrowing our subject matter. Some topics in that tighter circle will inevitably not appeal to some women, leading to viewer loss and gradually shrinking the circle more and more." Eric laughed, taking the paper and pen from Sweeney's hand, and drew a larger circle outside of what she had just drawn. "You're looking at it the wrong way. I assume this circle reflects North American female viewers, right? But outside of North America, there are far larger audiences in Europe, Asia, and Latin America. As long as we can craft quality programs in this female viewer demographic, we can establish a solid brand presence. Lifetime's signal could extend to markets beyond North America. I hope you won't limit your focus here, but keep an eye on the entire globe. Your ultimate goal should be to create a lasting impression among all women worldwide that Lifetime's programs are the trendsetters in fashion and the conversation starters among women. Ideally, it should feel like a girl would have trouble fitting in if she hadn't watched Lifetime." And Sweeney's eyes widened, and she was genuinely surprised by Eric's ambitious vision. She asked instinctively, "Is this really achievable?" When Ted Turner founded CNN in 1980, almost everyone laughed at his audacity, convinced that a dedicated news channel could never be profitable. And yet, look at where news networks are today. operating worldwide and generating profits that rival the big three. That is the possibility. Well, and Sweeney shrugged. Perhaps I'm a pessimist while you're just the opposite. Your statement reminds me of a saying. Do your best and prepare for the worst. And Sweeney rested her chin on her hand, casting an appreciative glance at Eric as she chuckled softly. Haha, Eric, turns out you're not entirely confident. Who would have thought just a few months ago that a single Lifetime program could attract over 4 million viewers simultaneously? So yes, the future I'm outlining is very much within reach. If there's a potential gold mine here, our job is to dig it out as deeply as we can. And Sweeney perused through the original programming plan and remarked, if we take a conservative approach, Lifetime could already start turning a profit from this year. However, if we follow your vision and aim for excellence, the program's investment will surely spike, and for the next 2 or 3 years, Lifetime may not turn a profit at all. Firefly isn't a publicly traded company, so you don't need to sacrifice more extensive development plans for a financial report. Eric pointed out. True. And Sweeney smiled again. Since the boss doesn't mind, I'll set things in motion. Let me revise the original plan. Eric nodded with a smile. I can temporarily forego profits, but if we don't achieve sufficient annual growth, expect a stick to come down. Boss, if your statement carries any dark humor, I suggest you save it for another woman. After their discussions wrapped up, and Sweeney collected her papers and stood up to leave but paused to ask, by the way, are you attending tonight's party? With America's Next Top Model and Project Runway achieving such impressive ratings, the company had to celebrate, and a party was set for that evening. Eric nodded. I'll be there. Also, could you call Candace Bushnell, the author of Sex and the City? I have some revisions for the first 2 episode scripts, and I want to discuss the upcoming plotlines with her. Oh, and invite Elizabeth Hurley too, so she can meet with Candace ahead of time to chat about the lead character. And Sweeney was aware that Eric had little time to discuss the script with Candace, so she had to seize this party opportunity. Nodding in understanding and seeing Eric had no further instructions, she turned and left. Chapter 749-750. I Will Make You Cry. As night fell, despite the temperatures in New York City sinking below 50 Fahrenheit, 10 Celsius, by late October, the beautiful women dressed in revealing outfits showed no signs of slowing down as they attended all sorts of parties. In Midtown Manhattan, Rockefeller Center hosted a celebration party for Lifetime Television at one of its top restaurants. Eric arrived at the party at 7 o'clock. The hall was already buzzing with activity. Aside from the television executives hosting the event, most of the guests comprised the creative teams and special guests of America's Next Top Model and Project Runway, along with some contestants still lingering in New York. Annie Sweeney had arrived early to oversee some arrangements. As Eric walked into the hall, she approached him with Cindy Crawford and Linda Evangelista. After some friendly chatter, seeing that most of the guests had arrived, Annie picked up a glass of champagne from a waiter, stepped onto the stage where the band was, and gently tapped her glass with the microphone to get everyone's attention. Okay, welcome, everyone, to tonight's party. Over the past month, we have witnessed a series of astounding ratings for America's Next Top Model and Project Runway. Just last night, the latest episode of America's Next Top Model surpassed 5 million viewers. As president of the A&E Network, Annie continued, I want to thank everyone who contributed to these 2 outstanding reality shows. I hope you all continue to strive for more viewing miracles. Now, let's raise our glasses and toast. Cheers. Amid applause and cheers, everyone in the room lifted their glasses. After taking a sip of her champagne, Annie said, I hope you all have a fantastic time tonight. Thank you. Another round of enthusiastic applause filled the room as Annie stepped down from the stage and the music began to play again. Having just finished her speech, Cindy, who had been linked arm in arm with Eric, ignored the envious glances around her and pulled him into the dance floor. At that moment, she pressed her body closely against Eric's, wrapping her arms around his waist and leaning in to whisper sweetly in his ear, Eric, are you going to be in Manhattan for Halloween? Eric enjoyed the closeness, smiling as he said, No, I'm taking the kids out to trick or treat. You know the residents in the Hamptons are all wealthy, so I expect we'll get quite a haul of candy. Cindy rolled her eyes playfully, her soft body brushing against Eric's in a teasing manner. Speaking of wealthy, Is there anyone richer than you? Eric tightened his grip slightly, stopping her playful antics. Don't make a scene. You want me to embarrass myself in front of all these people? Cindy laughed softly, leaning in again, boldly suggesting, how about we sneak off to the restroom? Eric feigned hesitation. Are we talking male or female? Of course, it's up to you, she replied with a grin. After a moment of pretended contemplation, Eric said, let's not go. I have to keep up appearances. With that, he gently pushed Cindy away from trying to cause more mischief and gave her a light pat on the waist. All right, go have fun. I've got some important things to take care of. Cindy pouted with a pitiful expression. Must you rush off? The party just started, and this song hasn't even finished yet. Just as Eric was about to respond, he caught sight of Linda Evangelista walking by and waved her over. She approached with a puzzled look. Hey, Linda, I have a few things to do. Could you dance with Cindy for a bit? Eric suggested, pushing Cindy towards her. Sure thing, Linda said. Before Cindy could protest, Linda affectionately wrapped her arms around her and dragged her to the dance floor, teasing, Cindy, let's go. Even though Cindy was physically stronger from her regular workouts, she wouldn't dare compare that under the party atmosphere. She shot a resigned glance back at Eric and let Linda pull her away. As Eric waved at them and moved on, Cindy's sulking expression vanished, and she shot an eye roll at Linda, who was energetically pulling her along. Okay, he has left. Let go of me now. Linda just giggled, tightening her hold around Cindy's waist again. The two women contrasted beautifully, with Linda in her more conservative black knee-length gown, which gave off a strong, sophisticated vibe. Paired with Cindy's alluring white deep V gown, they created a strikingly powerful duo, even making some of the couples around them feel a bit inferior as they danced. As Cindy tried to free herself, Linda held her firmly, saying, What's the rush? You. Looking for a guy? Don't forget Eric is still here. I just don't want to be stuck with you. Cindy shot back. Linda looked at her intently for a moment and playfully dragged out her words. Oh, I see. Feeling a bit insecure, are we? Beaming with pride, Linda proudly highlighted her height advantage with her heels. Raising her hand, she continued, Don't worry, I won't judge you. Cindy clenched her teeth and jabbed Linda playfully in the side. Bitch, enough already. Linda tightened her grip, somewhat nervous now, and warned, Class, remember class. Don't forget where we are, or I will scream. Cindy narrowed her eyes, threateningly replying, You're wrong. Keep this up, and I will make you cry. Eric left Cindy behind and soon found himself at a corner of the hall, where he spotted three women chatting. Annie Sweeney, Elizabeth Hurley, and another woman about the same age as Annie, around 35. She wore a light blue one-shoulder evening gown, had stunning blonde hair, and sported a distinctive pair of pearl earrings. Eric recognized her from some materials he had seen. This was Candace Bushnell, the author of Sex and the City. As soon as they noticed Eric approaching, the three women rose. Annie introduced, Eric, this is Candace Bushnell. Candace, this is Eric. Hello, Mr. Williams, the woman said confidently, extending her hand. Just call me Eric. He replied as he shook hands with her and greeted Elizabeth before they all sat back down. Chapter 750, 751, Mr. Big. So, what were you all just talking about? After sitting down, Eric casually kicked off the conversation. Elizabeth Hurley leaned casually against him, her excitement palpable. Candace just mentioned Manolo Blahnik. He's having a product launch at the Gramercy Park Hotel next month. I just love that shoe brand. Lately, so many brands have been producing heels that look so bizarre. Only Manolo Blahnik manages to maintain such elegant designs consistently. I need to find a way to attend this launch next month. Oh, by the way, Candace, when did you say it is? November 3rd, Candace Bushnell replied with a smile. Elizabeth pulled out a notepad from her purse, documenting it seriously, and turned to Eric. Eric, do you know who Manolo Blahnik is? Eric had certainly heard of him. He recalled that the shoe brand frequently came up in episodes of Sex and the City, where the character Carrie was obsessed with it, but he only knew the name. Casting a sideways glance at Anne Sweeney and Candace Bushnell, who sat across from him with their characteristic smiles, Eric couldn't help but feel that Elizabeth seemed a bit juvenile in comparison to these two intelligent women. A woman with keen insight wouldn't drone on about fashion brands in front of men, as most men would likely find it dull, if not a little annoying, considering how these brands often came with a hefty price tag. Seeing that neither woman was stepping into change the subject, and instead seemed to be fanning the flames, Eric began to piece things together. After some casual chit-chat, Eric turned to and Sweeney and Elizabeth Hurley. And, Liz, could you give Candace and me some time? I'd like to discuss the script with her. And Sweeney stood up and said, Of course, you two go ahead. Oh, Liz, come with me. The snacks here are really good. I'll take you to try some. Elizabeth thought to herself that having the lead actress around for the script discussion would make more sense, but she didn't oppose Eric's wishes and followed in a way. Once and Elizabeth departed, Candace Bushnell moved closer to Eric, crossing her left leg elegantly and smoothing her skirt. Eric, is there something wrong with the script I submitted? Eric looked at her with interest. The common notion was that women tend to show their age more easily, but the women around him seemed to defy this belief. Catherine was stunning, Joanna was too, and now Candace Bushnell and recently departed and Sweeney were in their late 30s, yet they maintained a youthful appearance that complemented Elizabeth's in some ways, adding a touch of maturity. Instead of answering her question directly, Eric took a sip from his champagne, leaned back against the sofa, and made it easier for himself to admire the intelligent beauty beside him. The script isn't majorly flawed, just a few small details. Why don't you start by telling me about the lead character? A flicker of surprise crossed Candace's face, realizing that Eric had picked up on some subtlety from their earlier conversation. However, she quickly regained her composure. Eric, I don't think Miss Hurley is suitable for the role of Carrie Bradshaw. After saying this, Candace maintained eye contact with Eric, determined not to let her nerves show. Yet, she unconsciously tightened her grip on her wine glass. Her longing for that big city life had led her to New York alone at 19, but settling down in Manhattan had been harder than she imagined. Initially, she made ends meet by writing children's stories for newspapers. Just in recent years, she had managed to get her own column in the New York Observer. Even so, her life wasn't comfortable. The character Carrie Bradshaw, who often flirted with financial ruin in pursuit of the latest fashion, was really a reflection of her own reality. The fact that Eric Williams had personally chosen the rights to Sex and the City made her realize this was a pivotal moment in her life. She valued this TV series more than anyone else could, and as she feverishly revised the script over the last few weeks, the pressure became overwhelming, leading to mild anxiety. Upon hearing that Lifetime had confirmed Elizabeth Hurley for the lead, Candace dug into her collection of the model's previous films and found her not to fit the image she envisioned for the lead role. The casting was decided by Eric Williams himself, and she knew she didn't have much room to fight it. She had secretly prepared herself to accept this choice, but in her discussions with and Sweeney, it seemed the A&E Network's president was also slightly dissatisfied with the lead selection. That prompted their current conversation. As Eric listened, he quietly scrutinized Candace Bushnell, who seemed to be forcing a confident facade despite being significantly older than him. After a few seconds, he noticed the slight tremble of the glass in her hand and decided to intervene. Go on, persuade me. Having just put herself in a difficult position, Candace felt the burden of Eric's multiple roles weighing down on her. Regret washed over her for voicing her opinion. She scolded herself internally hundreds of times, realizing what a golden opportunity this was to collaborate with Eric Williams. Surely, she could ascend into the ranks of well-known writers, with future works becoming highly sought after. Yet, if she messed this up, oh God, what have I done? Eric, barely aware he had just pulled her back from the edge of despair with a casual joke, watched as Candace's mind raced. She suddenly felt a chill down her spine, realizing she had broken into a sweat in her rented gown, which made her worry about returning it in less than perfect condition. Candace, he asked, noticing her darting eyes without a word. She snapped her attention to him. Yes-o, I want to persuade you. Eric almost retracted his earlier compliments about Candace's intelligence and emotional insights. He rolled his eyes, so go on. Feeling a tinge of impatience in his tone, Candace took a deep breath. Mr. Williams, firstly, Miss Hurley is British, and her identity doesn't align with Carrie Bradshaw's character. That's not a reason, Eric countered, unaffected by her change in his formality. You should have heard Liz's American accent. It's pretty flawless. Of course, I have to concede that, Candace replied before realizing her previous doubts about Elizabeth's identity were unfounded. But Eric couldn't help but chuckle at Candace's response. Candace, you have to understand. You're trying to persuade me. Oh, Candace said, feeling a bit embarrassed. So, the most important point is, I think Miss Hurley is just too beautiful. And, Candace continued, if this show was aimed at male viewers or a broader audience, Miss Hurley would be suitable. But this is a show specifically for urban fashion-forward women. Most women in the real world don't look like her. If she plays the lead role, 90% of potential viewers won't relate to her at all. Furthermore, an important theme of this show is fashion, showcasing how various brands can transform women's lives. If the lead character is too stunning, it makes it difficult to convey the character development whose appearance and personality are enhanced by fashion, and this could negatively impact the show tremendously. In summary, I believe, the lead should reflect the average urban woman, slightly plain, yet, at times, striking. Eric nodded, good points. Anything else? Noticing the change in Eric's expression, Candace felt more relaxed. At least he was actually considering her arguments. However, there was an additional reason she held back, the one that Sweeney had whispered to her earlier, and had believed Elizabeth Hurley's audition was also lacking in talent. While hinted that it could be included in their discussions, Candace didn't want to overstep. Shaking her head, she said, Mr. Williams, that's all. I have nothing else. Eric nodded, smiling. You really like calling people Mr., don't you? Candace's face turned awkward. She recognized it was a sign of her insecurity, but wouldn't admit it outright. Why do you ask? In your novels, I keep seeing Mr. Big. Come on, does he have a real-life counterpart? Candace realized Eric was smoothly transitioning the conversation, but lacked the courage to push for an answer. Yes, he does. Mr. Big is based on Ron Galati, a publishing executive at Newhouse, who managed many magazine publications. I've collaborated with him in the past. Oh, Eric nodded, but for some reason, another Mr. Big from a certain Disney animated film popped into his mind, making him chuckle. Traditionally, Mr. Big implies a powerful figure, akin to a godfather. Forget about Ron Galati. Since I don't know him, what about your male lead? I found his character sketch somewhat ambiguous while reading your outline in episodes 1 and 2. Was his character development unclear? Candace thought about it for a moment. Well, he's a very successful man in his career. That much is apparent, Eric interjected. What about his character? His personality tends to be somewhat indecisive. Therefore, he doesn't appreciate strong and independent women. Candace explained. That's the main reason they keep breaking up. Ultimately, I don't think they're likely to end up together. Do you find that setup realistic? Why wouldn't it be? Candace questioned. Mr. Williams, everyone has flaws. A person can be successful in their career, yet still struggle in their personal life. Eric felt a disconnect with the character, perceiving him as the classic handsome but emotionally inept CO archetype, too familiar for comfort. Shaking his head slightly, he decided not to pursue that line of questioning further. All right, as long as female viewers enjoy it, that's what matters. Candace raised an eyebrow but chose not to respond. Eric changed the subject, offering his thoughts and suggestions for her script. Regarding the script, I'm not too well-versed in fashion. That's your realm. But concerning the storyline, I want you to make a few adjustments. First, I need more narration. Although you have deep insights into topics surrounding sex and fashion, it doesn't mean viewers will glean everything solely through visuals. I'd like to hear more explanatory narrations. As the discussion moved easily into script revisions, the two lost track of time, engrossed in their conversation. Half an hour later, with most issues smoothed over, Eric added, one more thing. This is just my personal preference. Don't always portray male characters as too weak and passive in relationships. While it resonates with certain audiences, I think women with a bit of life experience would find it unrealistic, don't you think? While discussing the script, Candace had unknowingly downed several drinks. With her wine glass empty, the blush creeping into her cheeks, she mischievously looked at Eric and boldly asked, Mr. Williams, don't men generally dislike being passive? Eric narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Are you coming on to me? Candace's heart raced a few beats at his teasing, realizing she might have crossed a line. Although she'd heard rumors about this young tycoon's preferences, She didn't dare nurture any grand ambitions. But after a few drinks, Eric's straightforwardness flustered her. She mumbled, "You're such an annoying man." Despite the din around them, Eric caught her whisper and laughed. "Oh, so it's true." "What do you mean?" Candace asked, confused. "Weren't you the one who said, if you tell a man, 'I like you,' you might never see him again, but if you say, 'I hate you,' you'll have the best sex of your life?" "That's a classic theory." Candace blinked in surprise. She had just been taken aback by Eric's deep understanding of her script and hadn't expected him to recall segments of her novel with such ease. Her face turned even redder, and she tried to steady her racing heart, staring intensely at Eric in defiance. "So, even if I'm being assertive, what are you planning to do about it, little boy?" "Wow, are you trying to provoke me?" Chapter 751, 752, Mr. Biggest. After sleeping in, Candace Bushnell naturally woke up, stretching luxuriously on the large bed. As her hand brushed against the wall beside the bed, she realized she was not in her familiar bedroom. Just then, the door was pushed open, and she quickly pulled the covers up, but the man entering the room still noticed her. "Good morning." Eric smiled at the woman on the bed, placing a woman's evening gown at the foot of the bed before turning to draw the curtains. Candace followed Eric's figure to the window, watching him pull back the curtains. The bright light flooded into the bedroom, finally rousing her completely. "Oh my God, this isn't a dream. I really did sleep with this little guy," she thought to herself. The realization that she had been with a man 13 years her junior made her cheeks heat up with embarrassment, a mix of shyness and a hint of unexpected excitement. As Eric approached and sat down in the chair beside the bed, Candace felt a bit awkward and pulled the covers up over her face. After a moment, she felt it was a bit silly and sluggishly offered, "Good morning, Mr. Big." Eric looked at Candace's childlike reaction, nodding and teasingly replied, "Oh, I get it. That must be a compliment." Candace blinked in surprise as she processed his words and couldn't help but chuckle softly, flattered but not knowing how to respond further. Seeing that Candace wasn't saying much, Eric continued, "Candace, I had your dress from last night cleaned and pressed. I have a meeting at 9 o'clock. Candace poked her head out from the covers and asked, "What time is it now?" Eric checked his watch and replied, "It's 8:30. The car is waiting for me downstairs." "Wow, it's already that late?" Candace was about to sit up when Eric pressed a hand gently on her shoulder. "No, you can sleep a little longer. You can wake up whenever you want. I just wanted to say goodbye." They had partied until around 2 in the morning. Even though she had woken up, Candace felt weak all over but was reluctant to get up. Hearing Eric's words, she decided to lie back down. Curiously about Eric, she ventured, "Was it an important meeting? If you've been following the media news, you should know that ESPN is about to sign a new contract with the NFL." Eric explained before chuckling. "I almost forgot. Women usually aren't as interested in sports as men are in fashion, right?" Candace shook her head. "Not at all. I used to be the cheerleading captain for my school's football team when I was a girl." Eric recognized her politeness with a smile and pulled a card from his suit pocket, laying it on the bedside table. "I've made some breakfast. You can have some when you get up. If you don't like it, there are others in the fridge. The card has the driver's number. You can call if you need a ride later." Candace felt a twinge of disappointment when Eric didn't give her his personal card but didn't pursue it. They both understood this was merely a one-night stand. She wasn't foolish enough to expect anything more. Seeing that she nodded, Eric added, "Oh, about the lead actress for Sex and the City, I discussed it with Annie this morning. Since Liz isn't quite right, we should find someone else. But let's hurry, we can't drag this out." Candace knew that since Eric had initially chosen Elizabeth Hurley for the role, their relationship must have been significant. She asked, "What about Miss Hurley?" "You don't have to worry about that. I'll arrange everything," Eric said before standing up. "Well, goodbye." "Goodbye," Candace said as she stretched her hand out from under the covers to wave at Eric. As the door closed, Candace turned over, lying on her back on the large bed, staring up at the ceiling, pondering for a moment. Eventually, she felt she could no longer sleep and decided to get up. She found her clothes and slipped them on, padding barefoot into the bathroom. Noticing a fresh set of toiletries in a cup on the sink with a note attached, her spirits lifted. Significantly, she ripped off the note, reading his handwriting, which made her subconsciously bring it to her nose for a sniff, only to inwardly scold herself for this silly, infatuated action. After putting the note down, she spotted the large bathtub in the bathroom and felt her interest peak once again. After enjoying a lovely hot bath, wrapped in a robe, she headed downstairs. The living room coffee table was set with a simple breakfast and, as usual, a thoughtful note. Next to it were her handbag and phone. She walked over, turning on her phone that had been off since last night, and surveyed her surroundings. In the sunlight streaming through the large windows, she saw a round table next to the floor-to-ceiling windows and carried her breakfast over. There was a stack of newspapers on the table, likely where he had sat for breakfast while reading. Remembering Eric's offhand mention of ESPN's cooperation with the NFL, Candace, despite her lack of interest in sports, found herself flipping through the newspapers curiously while eating breakfast. Sure enough, the New York Times had a significant article covering the negotiation between ESPN and the NFL. Previously, ESPN had negotiated broadcast rights for NFL games on a yearly or per-season basis. However, this time, ESPN ambitiously sought to secure an 8-year, exclusive broadcast contract. If successful, ESPN would gain exclusive rights to broadcast NFL games weekly. Candace wasn't deeply familiar with the specialized analyses in the newspaper articles, but gasped when she saw the staggering total of $9 billion in contract value. The enormity of that figure was beyond her comprehension. Could NFL broadcast rights truly be worth so much? After all, ESPN was under Firefly's umbrella. They wouldn't suffer losses from this, would they? Lost in her thoughts, her phone suddenly rang. As she answered, a somewhat screechy voice filled the receiver. Listening to her best friend Sonia bombard her with questions with no signs of stopping, Candace soon had to interrupt. All right, Sonia. I admit I slept with him, so please stop nagging me. A series of gasps came from the other end. Candace helplessly moved the receiver a bit away from her ear until Sonia finished. Come on, Sonia. I hope to find my own Mr. Big, but this guy is Mr. Biggest. A fragile little woman like me could get crushed by him. It was just one night. I don't know why either. I was just a bit dazed when he took me back. Furthermore, now that you mention it, those women at the party with their glowing eyes probably hate me. I guess I need to be more careful these days to avoid getting set up. Oh, right now. Candace heard another question from Sonia, glancing out the window at Central Park, basked in sunshine. Early autumn had stripped the park of its summer vibrancy, but the contrasting reds and yellows still painted a beautiful mosaic. I'm in a penthouse condo at the entrance to 6th Avenue, enjoying breakfast made by Mr. Biggest himself while taking in the stunning views of Central Park and Uptown. I have to admit, the view is just breathtaking. If I could, I would love to stay here forever, even as a maid. He's already off to work. He's not going to lounge around like us little women. What? There's no way you're getting in. You could cause some chaos, and I won't let that happen. No way. Sonia continued with who knows what on the other end, making Candace blush and huff in frustration, but the relentless questions kept coming. Oh my gosh, you shameless woman. Candace squeaked, her cheeks flushed and a smile creeping onto her lips as she growled out loud. After a moment, seemingly overwhelmed by her friend's relentless teasing, she stuttered for a bit, her fingers unconsciously gesturing. I guess he's a bit dominant, in bed. Then, very comfortable. He could definitely take you to another realm, soaring through the night, but you'd still be able to walk back to your own place by the next morning. Ah, you jerk. You think I'm scandalous? You were the one who asked those dirty questions first. Oh, I get it. You're just jealous. Yes, jealous. Eric's place was less than 2 miles from ABC's headquarters on West 67th Street. While Candace discussed him with her friend, Eric had already arrived at ABC. Today, they would be discussing a matter extremely crucial for ESPN and the entire Firefly television division, the $9 billion broadcast rights deal involving the NFL. Of the hundreds of cable networks that had emerged in the United States, ESPN was undoubtedly the most dazzling. Since the late 1980s, thanks to securing extensive broadcast rights for various sports events, ESPN had become the go-to television network for sports fans across North America. Indeed, ESPN also stood out as the cable network with the highest average subscription fees, with its average user share surpassing $1, while even the competing Turner Broadcasting's averages hovered around 68 cents. In fact, the average subscription fee for all cable networks in North America was only about 20 cents, less than one-sixth of ESPN's. In Eric's memory, ESPN was valued at approximately $75 billion, accounted for nearly one-quarter of Disney's overall revenue at the time. After the decline of public television stations, ESPN's profits and revenue accounted for more than half of Disney's total television revenue. While Eric was not deeply entrenched in sports, he understood that in the new century, against a backdrop of emerging sports networks, ESPN maintained its dominant industry position due to monopolizing the rights to numerous live sporting events. As America's favored sport, NFL broadcast rights were naturally under ESPN's hold. Eric hadn't fully grasped ESPN's trajectory until recently, when ESPN President Steve Bornstein presented an ambitious plan to monopolize the NFL broadcast rights, highlighting how ESPN had risen to such power. Currently, ESPN had around 90 million subscribers, with an average subscription fee of $1.30. The total annual revenue from broadcast rights and advertising exceeded $2 billion. Thus, when the enormous $9 billion plan was unveiled, Robert Iger, who had just taken over television operations from Tom Murphy, was taken aback. Iger found Bornstein's proposal very enticing, yet deemed the likelihood of its implementation slim. Though his expectations were muted, he still submitted the proposal to Katzenberg. Katzenberg, with his sharp perspective, recognized the tremendous potential of the proposal, but also the significant risks hidden within it. If they were to secure the contract for $9 billion but failed to deliver the projected returns, the consequences could be disastrous. Additionally, there was another disadvantage. Securing all broadcasting rights at a price surpassing 50% of the existing rates would inevitably lead other sports leagues to raise their prices. If after the contract was secured, ESPN's revenue did not meet expectations, the newly inflated licensing costs would slowly drag ESPN into the mud. In the end, Katzenberg couldn't make a decision and had to refer the matter back to Eric himself. While aware that monopolizing various live sports broadcasts was the route to maintaining ESPN's dominant position, Eric was still taken aback when he first saw the potential contract amount of $9 billion. He had intended to keep Firefly's operations stable in the coming years, avoiding drastic moves. Yet he knew of ESPN's glorious past. After Steve Bornstein personally elaborated on the various stakes tied to the contract, Eric ultimately agreed, leading to today's high-level meeting. In the meeting room at ABC headquarters, apart from Eric, Jeffrey Katzenberg, Frank Wells, Robert Iger, and other top executives, alongside board representatives like Tom Murphy and Warren Buffett sat attentively, focused as they listened to ESPN CEO Steve Bornstein discussing the outcomes of the negotiation with the NFL. Chapter 752, 753. That's just unreasonable. After signing the contract, for the next 8 years, ESPN will secure exclusive broadcasting rights for the NFL weekly games, as well as the rights to broadcast the Super Bowl in 1998 and 2001. Furthermore, ESPN will also hold official rights to air event programming, which means that viewers can legally record NFL games using their VCRs. We will be able to promote this power publicly through our channels, said ESPN President Steve Bornstein as he concluded his briefing on the negotiations with the National Football League to the assembled team. While he had already secured Eric's support, he still needed to convince the other stakeholders in Firefly. Although Eric had absolute control, he wanted to avoid any significant discord with the other shareholders since it could jeopardize Firefly's stable development. Tom Murphy, who had just stepped down as the CEO of the television division, was quietly reading documents when Steve finished. He raised his head and was the first to speak. Steve, ESPN already holds a dominant market share in the industry and has become the go-to channel for sports fans. So, do you think it's necessary for us to pay more than a 50% premium to enter into a high-risk 8-year contract for exclusive NFL broadcasting rights? Steve Bornstein replied, Mr. Murphy, while ESPN currently enjoys a leading market share, that doesn't mean we can be complacent. In recent years, competitors like NBC, CBS, and Fox have ramped up their investments in sports channels. Even though ESPN has a significant advantage, if we allow this situation to continue, our market share could gradually be eaten away by other networks, and we may lose our absolute edge. Tom Murphy shook his head slightly. Steve, I haven't seen any reports that support this. It sounds more like your personal speculation and a bit alarmist. The industry dominance of a cable channel isn't easily dismantled. Steve Bornstein countered. Mr. Murphy, I'm not being alarmist. There's a very clear example from recent years. Since its inception in the 1980s, CNN's position in the news channel sector is very similar to ESPN's in the sports channel arena. However, in recent years, Fox News has come up fast. Founded less than 5 years ago, this news channel, backed by news corporations, extensive global media network, has achieved a market share of 50%. At this growth rate, Fox News could match CNN before the year 2000. The industry position of ESPN can be broken more easily. If other media groups possess the guts to aggressively snatch broadcasting rights away from us, a decline for ESPN is entirely foreseeable. Therefore, securing an exclusive 8-year broadcasting rights agreement can effectively cut off the possibility of other sports networks competing for our resources, ensuring we won't have to worry about competitive threats for the next 8 years. Warren Buffett chimed in. Steve, let's discuss expected revenues. You mentioned in your report that after securing exclusive NFL broadcasting rights, ESPN's average annual subscription revenue would increase by 20%. With that growth rate, ESPN's average user subscription price would exceed $2 in less than 5 years, which is already 10 times the average subscription price of standard cable channels. Do you think viewers would accept that? Mr. Buffett, this price increase is a long-term process. Moreover, we're not dealing directly with subscribers. Our partners are cable operators. On the other hand, our negotiations with operators primarily hinge on viewership ratings. If we obtain exclusive broadcasting rights, viewers will have no other choice but to watch NFL games on ESPN. Therefore, as ESPN's viewership rises, a corresponding increase in subscription revenue is inevitable, and operators will have no other options. Buffett nodded with a smile. He glanced at another external board member from Firefly, David West, president of State Street Global Advisors. David shrugged with a smile and said, after hearing Steve's presentation, I find it hard to oppose this agreement. Eric finally turned to Tom Murphy, who also nodded slightly. Though he had always been a cautious operator and still thought the plan was too risky, he realized that, compared to the potential rewards, this risk was worth taking. Well then, it's settled. We'll proceed with this plan, and the company will inform everyone about the subsequent signing matters in a timely manner, Eric stated. He added, now that we're all here today, let's take this opportunity to discuss the group's financial situation for the first 3 quarters. Carolyn, as Eric spoke, he looked toward the group's CFO, Carolyn Elliott, who nodded as she opened the prepared documents. As the morning meeting concluded, Eric and Katzenberg hosted Buffett and his group for lunch at the ABC headquarters restaurant. As they were leaving, Buffett pulled Eric aside. Eric, do you have time next Thursday? Eric looked puzzled for a moment, then realized that Thursday, November 2nd, was still open on his calendar. He nodded and replied, Sure, Warren. I'll probably be in New York until November 10th, as you know, after the Victoria's Secret fashion show wraps up. Great. There's a gathering then, and some of my old friends are all eager to meet you. I hope you're interested. Warren Buffett's old friend gathering immediately made Eric think of the renowned Graham's disciples meeting. Benjamin Graham, an esteemed economist, was known as the father of modern security analysis, much like Einstein in the realm of physics. Buffett had been one of his students during Graham's teaching tenure at Columbia University and had subsequently organized these gatherings, which included top-tier entrepreneurs, bankers, and fund managers capable of influencing the country's economic direction. Eric understood that as his personal business expanded, it was inevitable that his companies would intersect with these major capital players. Buffett wouldn't casually invite outsiders to such elite gatherings, and given that he'd extended an invitation, Eric certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse. Even if a collaboration didn't materialize later on, meeting these people would undoubtedly be beneficial. After a moment of thought, Eric asked, "Warren, can I bring someone along?" Buffett laughed. "Of course. It's not too formal. Everyone will bring someone along." Eric replied, "No, I meant a good friend of mine, Chris Hansen, who currently manages my Firefly investment company." While this meeting of investment tycoons might not directly benefit Eric, it would definitely give Chris access to invaluable connections. That's why Eric quickly thought of him. Buffett pondered for a moment before nodding. "No problem. He's a very promising young man." With that, Buffett pulled out a notepad and quickly jotted down an address, handing it to Eric. "Next Thursday at 7 p.m. Eric accepted the note and tucked it away. "Absolutely, we'll be there on time." After seeing Buffett and the others off, Eric returned to the ABC headquarters building with Katzenberg. After spending 2 more days in Manhattan, on October 31st, the day before Halloween, Eric promptly headed back to the Hamptons. East Hampton was essentially a vacation town. After the summer and fall seasons, most people returned to their residences in Manhattan, and women and children moved back to the populous Southampton just before Halloween. Although the estates here were much smaller than those in East Hampton, there were many full-time neighbors, and holiday festivities would be quite lively. As he drove into his estate, Eric got out and walked into the villa. The twins, sitting on the living room couch watching TV, got up to greet him. It seemed Drew had come to New York as well. MGM stock was set to be reissued on December 9th, so MGM President Frank Mancuso had been staying in New York during this period. And Drew had come today not only for Halloween, but likely also to discuss this matter. With the twins helping him take off his coat, Eric looked at the 2 girls and asked, "Why is it so quiet? Where's Drew? Are there any others?" "The boss and Ms. Pacula went shopping, and Ms. Madsen is upstairs with the kids," they replied. "Oh well, you all keep watching TV," Eric said, switching shoes as he headed upstairs. On the 2nd floor, the door of a sunlit lounge room was ajar. Eric walked in to see Virginia facing away from him, seemingly engrossed in a book, surrounded by 3 little ones. He smiled and approached, giving Virginia a quick kiss, eliciting a light gasp from her. "Oh, you scared me," Virginia said, playfully hitting Eric and laughing. Eric leaned over the armrest of the couch to see what book Virginia was reading. "What are you reading?" Virginia gestured to the cover, revealing it was yet another volume of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Shaking his head, Eric looked at the 3 kids. Hawaii, sitting closest to Virginia, had bright, sparkling eyes, as if she eagerly awaited Virginia to continue reading. The other 2 looked rather wilted, with Emma casting a desperate glance at Eric, her large eyes glistening with tears, as if she was on the verge of crying. "Do you not want to listen? Come on, Daddy will take you to play," Eric said, stretching his hands towards the kids. While Hawaii remained still, Emma and Kevin cheered and rushed over. Virginia was not having it, holding Eric back. "Hey, you can take Emma to play, but Kevin stays with me. I've only read 3 pages. Eric felt a little helpless. "Do you think my son can understand?" Virginia still wouldn't let go. "But Elia can read on her own. Kevin can't fall too far behind. Don't fuss over the kid. A little 2-year-old doesn't understand anything. You aren't expecting Kevin to ace Harvard by 3, are you?" "But Elia can read already," Virginia muttered again, her eyes suddenly expressing some grievance as she glared at Eric. "You play favorites. Elia is so smart." Eric sighed, feeling exasperated. "Now, that's just unreasonable. How am I supposed to control that? Anyway, you're being biased." Virginia protested more plaintively, tossing the Encyclopedia Britannica at Eric's feet and turning away from him, curling up on the couch. Chapter 754, The Web. Seeing Virginia curled up on the couch, sulking a little, Eric had no choice but to call the maid to take the 3 little ones away. He then squished onto the couch and gathered the woman into his arms, saying, "All right, being strong has its limits. Elia's situation is a bit special. You shouldn't always compare her to Kevin." Virginia leaned into Eric's embrace, murmuring, "I know, I just worry. I'm afraid you won't like Kevin in the future." Hearing Virginia's somewhat hesitant words, Eric realized her concerns ran deeper than just that. Although she had never mentioned the Hawaii fund in front of him, the overseas investment fund he had whimsically established in his daughter's name had made an impression on Virginia. With Nokia's market value skyrocketing in recent years, The 51% stake in Nokia held by the Hawaii Fund had exceeded $3 billion. From Virginia's anxious little details over the years, Eric could sense her worries about the future. Everyone had their biases, and Eric acknowledged he couldn't always be neutral. Even though the births of the two little ones had been unexpected, he felt no resistance. Rather, he was reassured. At least, in this strange world, he had two close relatives by blood. Holding Virginia, after a moment of contemplation, Eric said, "Vicky, Buffett invited me to a gathering on Thursday. Why don't you come with me?" Virginia realized that since Eric had addressed her so seriously, the gathering would certainly not be an ordinary party. Bringing her along would, in essence, publicly acknowledge certain aspects of her identity. With noticeable surprise, she lifted her head but soon hesitated, asking, "What about Joan? I'll talk to her." "You know Joan isn't too interested in these things." Biting her lip for a moment, Virginia seemed to muster a great deal of resolve before shaking her head. "No, I don't want this to affect my relationship with Joan. I told you, Joan will definitely understand." It's settled then. In the next couple of days, choose a nice dress. Eric patted Virginia, not allowing her to refute, and changed the subject. "Let's talk about movies. What do you think about your recent project?" With Eric changing the subject, Virginia let her guard down, replying, "Ever since The Sixth Sense, it feels like I can only play a mother now. This time, I'm a single mother." Eric chuckled. "At least you're a beautiful single mother." Just then, the sound of quick footsteps scampered in, and before Eric could turn his head, a small, fragrant body dashed between him and Virginia, pushing her aside, and affectionately called out, "Eric." Of course, it was Drew. Annoyed, Virginia swatted Drew on the thigh as she was pushed aside, but the girl didn't take it seriously. Giggles erupted as she kicked a bit and nestled back against Eric. Virginia had no choice but to get up and clear the single chair, straightening out her somewhat messy clothing. "It's almost time to prepare dinner, so don't make too much noise." After Virginia left the room, Eric wrapped his arm around Drew's waist and asked, "When did you arrive in New York?" Drew kicked off her tan leather boots and snuggled beside Eric. "Not long ago. I flew in this morning with Amy. She's off to Manhattan to meet Frank." Eric only kept an ear on MGM's general situation and didn't meddle in the specific operations. He hadn't expected Amy Pascal to come to New York as well. He asked, "With the film release window at the end of the year being so critical, is it appropriate for all three of you to leave Los Angeles?" This is a very important matter, discussing adjustments to the pricing of the stock offering. The Nasdaq index has risen 16% in the past few months, exceeding 750 points. If we stick to the pricing from a few months ago, we'd be at a disadvantage. Anyway, we only have Scream and Mean Girls, both low-budget films, so it won't be a problem to step away for a few days. Eric recalled how the Nasdaq index had indeed skyrocketed since 1995. His rebirth hadn't changed much. Listening to Drew, he pinched her cheek and smiled. "Not bad. You can rattle off so many professional terms. Looks like you've been studying hard these past few months." Drew playfully nipped at Eric's fingers, pouting, "Ugh, does that mean I was stupid before?" "Not stupid, just smart in the wrong ways." Eric dodged her teeth, asking, "After the price adjustment, how much funding can we raise?" "After all the fees are taken out, around $1.05 billion, Drew replied, and then added, "Oh, by the way, when we arrived yesterday, Seymour Gilbert, the chairman of Morgan Stanley, invited us to a cocktail party tomorrow night. He asked if you were free to join." Thanks to Chris, the Firefly Network had always maintained close cooperation with Morgan Stanley. Besides this MGM stock offering, they had been preparing for AOL's IPO and Nokia's stock listing in the US for over 6 months, all handled by Morgan Stanley. The IPO for AOL and the public listing for Nokia were both set for next January. Unless major disagreements arose, Yahoo's IPO would certainly fall under Morgan Stanley's purview. However, Eric had never met Seymour Gilbert, Morgan Stanley's chairman. Since the opportunity had presented itself, he nodded in agreement. "Sure, where's it going to be?" "In Manhattan." Drew tilted her head, thinking for a moment. "I can't remember the exact address, but someone will pick us up." Eric nodded. "Since the offering is set for December 9th, we should increase the marketing efforts for Scream, which is set to release on Thanksgiving. While the market is confident in MGM, the success of this low-budget film could still yield positive effects. I know, Amy thought of that too. The production budget for this film is $14 million, and we plan to invest $10 million in marketing. If the opening week goes well, we can continue to add funds. Eric continued. Additionally, since there aren't any issues with the offering, MGM won't lack for funding in the next few years. So, you all should work on getting back the movie licensing MGM has authorized to others. Drew nodded, looking at Eric, waiting for him to continue. Eric had been considering the issue of a pay cable channel. Currently, the combined libraries of Firefly, Fox, and MGM had surpassed 10,000 films, yet none of the three companies had a dedicated pay cable channel for movie broadcasts and had to sell the rights to others. The best option would have been to acquire HBO from Time Warner, which hadn't been doing so well recently. Eric had hoped for that opportunity, but during Terry Semmel's visit regarding Lifetime, he had casually probed the matter, only to be met with a firm rejection. Although HBO hadn't yet gained fame through original series like Sex and the City or The Sopranos, it was still a solid asset thanks to Time Warner's cable operations. Even if Terry Semmel were agreeable to a spin-off sale, the Time Warner board wouldn't approve it. Thus, unless he intended to swallow up Time Warner entirely, buying HBO would be a tall order. Considering all this, Eric continued, "You guys tackle those tasks and stop all new television broadcasting authorizations right away. I'm planning to launch a dedicated pay cable channel for movies next year, with a collaboration between Firefly, MGM, and Fox. Can't it just be between us two?" Drew twisted around on Eric. "You know my plan," Eric chuckled. "So, if you're unwilling to deal with Liz, just let Amy and the others handle it." Fine. The two chatted for an unknown amount of time until they heard a gentle knock on the door. Eric turned to see Joanna standing at the door, looking at them. "Eric, Drew, it's time for dinner." "Okay." Eric pulled Drew up, and they walked into the corridor where Joanna lightly tugged at his sleeve. Noticing Joanna seemed to have something to say, he nudged Drew. "You go ahead. We'll be right there." Drew winked at him playfully, but remained silent as she headed towards the stairs. "What's up?" After watching Drew disappear, Eric asked Joanna. "Come with me." Joanna led Eric to her bedroom and pulled out a pink gift box from her bedside drawer, handing it to him. "Terry Semmel had someone send this over this morning." Eric tugged the delicate card from the gift box, seeing a line that read, "For the beautiful and intelligent Miss Hawaii Williams, from Terry Semmel." Chuckling, Eric tore open the wrapping paper. Inside was a VHS tape, beautifully boxed with a picture of penguins on the cover. The title was The World of Penguins. Judging by the look, it appeared to be a documentary. Eric remembered an iconic film Warner had released in his past life titled March of the Penguins, but this was clearly something else. Joanna's expression showed she recognized the cover of the tape and proceeded to recount the small incident that transpired between Terry Semmel and Hawaii that day. Chapter 754, 755, Lost. Eric listened as Joanna recounted the events of the day while browsing through the tape he held. Although it was titled The World of Penguins, the back of the box listed over 20 different sources, including various movies and documentaries. As the CEO of a major media group, Terry Semmel could easily arrange such a thing with just a few commands. However, even so, it was clear that this tape had involved considerable thought. After flipping through it for a while, Eric began to piece together some details. He glanced up at Joanna, who stood quietly by his side, and noticed her carefully studying his expression. Seeing Eric look over, Joanna's eyes flickered with unease. Should I just return the tape to him? Her expression not only confirmed Eric's suspicions, but also made him understand even more. At its core, this was a sensitive subject, race. Joanna was Jewish, and according to Jewish tradition, Hawaii was also considered Jewish. Despite their strong presence in America and worldwide for various reasons, those who understood the deeper truths knew that Jews had faced intense exclusion and discrimination for centuries. The notion that Jews controlled America was even more absurd. Historical accusations that Jews instigated economic crises and wars were essentially scapegoating. Centuries of persecution had instilled in Jews a powerful sense of community, almost instinctual. On the flip side, they greatly valued intelligence. A few days ago, Hawaii's extraordinary cleverness had left a lasting impression on Terry Semmel, which likely had also fostered a natural affinity due to his Jewish roots. Coupled with Eric's daughter's identity, that explained the little gift they received today. Firefly Group and Time Warner were, after all, competitors. Terry Semmel's motivations surely didn't stem from a desire for profit. Rather, he likely hoped to foster goodwill. Eric even thought about how over the years, whether for holidays or the kids' birthdays, aside from close friends, executives from Firefly Group and other Hollywood companies had also gone out of their way to send gifts to the two little ones, probably for the same reason. Only a glance at Hawaii's gift would surely confirm it was even more lavish. Though many shareholders of the 7 major film studios had changed hands over the years and many had moved away from Jewish control, most of Hollywood studio executives were still Jewish. At Firefly, for instance, of the 3 key players, Jeffrey Katzenberg and Robert Iger were both Jewish, aside from Frank Wells. As Eric contemplated these matters, he noticed Joanna's growing apprehension and self-doubt waiting for his reply. Wait a minute, self-doubt? He recalled a previous conversation with Elizabeth where she casually mentioned her family wasn't Jewish, wearing an air of superiority. Eric sighed internally, thinking, what a tangled mess this all is. Throwing the tape aside, Eric pulled Joanna in for an embrace and kissed her cheek gently. After all these years, you should know I don't care about race or heritage. Hawaii and Kevin are my kids, and that won't change. So, don't dwell on these nonsensical concerns anymore. Joanna leaned against Eric and quietly hummed an acknowledgement, then asked softly, what about the tape? Just take the time to show it to Hawaii. And don't forget to thank Terry Semmel for his thoughtful gesture. It's always nice to acknowledge other people's kindness. Eric reflected for a moment and added, you don't have to refuse such goodwill in the future. Generally, a sense of community and connection won't harm you or Hawaii. I understand. Joanna leaned against Eric's shoulder for a moment, feeling relieved. Then she gently pushed away, straightening his collar. Let's go. Eat. They're probably waiting for us. Wait, there's one more thing. Eric held Joanna back and explained about Virginia. So I plan to take Vicky to Buffett's gathering in a couple of days. While I wouldn't mind taking you both along, we need to consider the feelings of those old guys who can only watch and not partake. So maybe next time I can take you with me. Joanna chuckled at the double entendre in Eric's words and playfully tapped his shoulder. It's fine. I really don't care about these things much. Just take Vicky. Looks like we're alike. I'm not that interested either. But you can't always refuse these things. Eric joked with Joanna as they left the room together. Despite having experienced a few minor interruptions, the Halloween dinner proceeded in a lively atmosphere. After dinner, the women insisted on adorning Eric and the kids in their Halloween costumes. He and Emma donned identical outfits that were overly simplistic, consisting only of 2 glowing antennae on their heads, blue for the boy and pink for the girl. Undoubtedly a nod to his men in black attire. By now, the sky had completely darkened. However, the streets of Southampton were festooned with lights and decorations, with many children starting to wander around for candy. There were even reports of a Halloween parade downtown. Eric stood at the changing room, watching Drew, Virginia, and Ava dressed in various ridiculous costumes with the twins' assistants, while Joanna managed the throngs of kids demanding candy at the door. As Eric looked at Virginia made up as Bloody Mary, he asked, with Joanna staying home, are the 3 of you really going to go join the Halloween parade? Can I handle all 3 by myself? Virginia, applying red lipstick, replied in a silly tone, this is a great opportunity for you to bond with the little ones. I'm just worried about their safety. The streets could get chaotic. Can't anyone accompany me? I at least need 2 people, he pressed. Drew, attempting to fit her clown accessories, pointed to the twins. Let Natasha go with you. Her. Ava chimed in. Come on, Eric. You're such a buzzkill. We've finally got some time to enjoy ourselves. Virginia impatiently urged. Yeah, go outside already. I still need to change. With that, Eric was shoved out the door, along with one of the twins who ended up with a pair of pink glowing antennae handed to her, as they had prepared quite a bit for this event. Although they'd gone trick-or-treating last year, Emma evidently had forgotten. Both little ones looked puzzled, unsure of what their dad had planned next, and it seemed rather frightening to them. Downstairs, Joanna was cheerfully distributing candy from a box full for the children outside, who chorused trick or treat. After sending off a wave of little trick-or-treaters, Joanna opened the door, signaling Eric to take the kids outside. Eric carefully touched the soft antennae on his head and said to Joanna, "I feel a bit ridiculous." Joanna leaned down to straighten Emma's pretty little dress and smiled at Eric. "Why would you feel strange? Haven't you ever done Halloween before?" Eric thought the women might have been in cahoots. Usually, mothers took the kids trick-or-treating. What was a big man like him doing with 3 small kids? It seemed that after observing the earlier group of children, Emma began to get excited, tugging at Eric's sleeve and babbling to go outside. All right, let's go." Eric finally relented, taking Emma's hand while she clutched onto Kevin and Hawaii, with the twins quietly trailing behind them as they headed out. This was a neighborhood in the southern part of Southampton. Exiting their estate, the street was alive with decorations, with pumpkin lanterns everywhere and throngs of kids scurrying door to door under adult supervision. Although it had been over a year since Men in Black had premiered, the blue antennae costume was still very popular, with numerous kids running around sporting the glowing headgear. Oddly, few adults wore such costumes. The twins, naturally a bit shy, didn't wear the antennae Drew had given them when they left, making Eric's own bright blue one stand out even more. After all, compared to the movie, his cosplay was quite spot on. Initially timid, the little ones grew bolder after visiting a few houses, expertly shouting "trick or treat" and scoring quite a bit of candy. Even Hawaii seemed genuinely curious, contemplating why saying that phrase brought treats. She even pointed to strangers' Halloween costumes, asking various questions along the way. Eric decided to let the little ones lead the way as they continued many of their visits, switching streets at the end to explore a bit longer. It wasn't until the 6 of them suddenly found themselves at the edge of an unfamiliar lake that it dawned on Eric they'd wandered off quite a distance. They were lost. Stopping Kevin, who was about to try eating the candy wrapper, Eric cradled his son, looking at the twins beside him. "Do you girls know where we are?" The twins paused, looking at each other cluelessly. "Master, we don't know either," they replied. "All right, what about the phone?" One of the twins rummaged through her pocket and handed Eric their cell phone. He dialed home, and when Joanna learned Eric had lost the 3 little ones, even her composed demeanor couldn't suppress her laughter. Yet, she managed to gather their surroundings and assured them she would soon come to pick them up. After hanging up, Eric returned the phone to Natasha and looked around, leading the kids towards a bench under the lamplight by the lake. Sitting on the bench with Kevin in his arms, Eric motioned for the twins to sit beside him and began sorting through their basket of collected goodies with the children. After chatting with the children for a while, a chill breeze blew through, bringing a faint fragrance in the cool air. Eric glanced over at Natasha and her sister seated beside him, realizing how little he actually knew them since they had always been with Drew. Curious, he idly asked, "I just realized, how old are you 2 this year?" The sisters turned towards Eric with puzzled expressions, quickly confirming he was speaking to them. The girl on his left answered, "Master, we are 21. "Oh, what a coincidence. That's the same age as Drew." Eric nodded, smiling. "I thought you 2 were my age." The twins were uncertain of what he meant, carefully holding the children in their arms, bowing their heads slightly. Eric remembered another question and asked, "By the way, where are your parents?" The same girl on the left replied, "They're in Iowa. The boss bought a farm there." Eric nodded, feeling that was a decent arrangement. He asked, "Do you miss home?" This time, the twins displayed the same confused expression. Eric was puzzled as well and explained, "I mean, do you want to go back?" Considering he didn't know specifically where they were from, he just used the previous term. "Do you want to go back to the Soviet Union?" As soon as he said this, he noticed the girl on the left's face pale slightly, shaking her head urgently. "No, I don't want to." Eric realized the collapse of the Soviet Union had profoundly affected her, but didn't realize the depth of that fear. He sighed and asked, "What about in the future? What do you plan to do?" The left girl's cheeks flushed noticeably. She cautiously glanced at Eric and softly replied, "Whatever the boss says, we do." Chapter 755, 756. I can talk movies with them. Eric, Chris, let me introduce you. This is John Neff. To be honest, I don't agree with many of his economic views, but we can't deny that under John's leadership, the Windsor Fund has nearly outperformed the Dow Jones by over 3% annually for the past 20 years. It was the day after Halloween in Queens, New York, and Eric arrived punctually at the gathering Buffett mentioned, held in a wealthy villa in the area. Upon hearing Buffett mention the Windsor Fund, Eric raised an eyebrow slightly, but maintained a warm demeanor as he extended his hand to shake with the older gentleman who somewhat resembled Buffett, even sporting similar tortoiseshell frame glasses. "Hello, Eric and Chris," John Neff said, a broad smile on his face as he shook hands with both of them. He glanced at Buffett with a touch of dissatisfaction. "Hey, Warren, are you criticizing me in front of these young folks again? We should set aside some time to discuss your views on the efficient market hypothesis." "Of course, I have all the time in the world," Buffett chuckled before adding. "But now, I need to introduce these two young men to some other old-timers." In response, Buffett raised his glass toward John Neff and led Eric and Chris over to another gentleman in his 60s. "Another John," Buffett said as he lifted his glass. "John Bogle, this is Eric and Chris. You should meet." Chris, on the other side of Buffett, eagerly reached out to John Bogle. "Mr. Bogle, I'm Chris Hansen. It's great to meet you. Oh, I've read many of your economics papers in college." "Hello, Chris. I know you. Firefly Investment Company has done a remarkable job with its portfolio in recent years. Perhaps we can chat sometime." "Absolutely, if I have that honor." Chris nodded vigorously, giving Eric the impression of a fan meeting a superstar. Then again, this wasn't too surprising. Buffett wasn't the only big name in the room. Many attendees were infamous figures in the investment world. Eric had done some homework on John Bogle. Even without that, the name behind the Vanguard Group was legendary enough. He recalled that at its peak, the firm controlled more than $1 trillion in assets. Even now, Vanguard managed around $200 billion, a substantial amount surpassing even Eric's considerable wealth. From his encounters with major players like Seymour Gilbert of Morgan Stanley yesterday, to this morning's introductions by Buffett, Eric had slowly come to realize that what represented a person's power was not merely how many resources they possessed, but rather how much they could control. Although he had harbored similar thoughts before, witnessing the capital moguls over the past few days had sharpened this realization. John Bogle, despite his personal wealth being dwarfed by Eric's, maintained firm control over $200 billion in assets. The board memberships those assets represented among Fortune 500 companies were the true power the big funds wielded to influence industries and even national economies. As Buffett made his rounds throughout the hall, he stopped by a bar and exchanged his drink. He chatted with Eric and Chris for a bit before saying, "All right, Eric, feel free to mingle with anyone you're interested in. Of course, you can also meet some of these young folks your age." Chris seemed eager to engage, raising his glass towards Eric and Buffett before heading off to another corner. As a top finance student, it was clear he admired many of the investment legends in the venue, far more qualified than those so-called economists who only talked big. The hall also housed numerous young people, presumably the protégés of the older veterans. Just then, a silver-haired elder walked over with a man in his 30s. "Hey, Warren, good evening. Oh, and Eric, let me introduce my brother's son, Nate. He's currently an investment manager at the Kahn Brothers Company." Knowing they were primarily interested in Buffett, Eric smiled at them before stepping away. After wandering through the crowd for a while, Virginia noticed Eric and approached him. "What are you discussing?" Eric raised his glass toward the group of women he had just been chatting with nearby and grinned at the woman linking her arm with his. "Movies and fashion and stuff, nothing you big men would be interested in." Eric chuckled. "Oh, I'm actually quite interested in those things." As they conversed, a male voice called from behind, "Hey, Eric." Turning around, Eric spotted Bill Gates and his wife. He smiled and extended his hand. "Hey, good evening, Bill, Melinda, this is Virginia Madsen." "Hello, Ms. Madsen. Melinda and I happened to watch your movie when we were dating the others, right?" "Yes, quite the surprise that was years ago," Virginia said graciously as she shook hands with Bill and Melinda Gates. Since the success of Windows 95, Microsoft had rapidly accelerated its engagement in the internet industry within the past 6 months. Not only had they launched a portal, but they'd even started acting as an internet service provider, seemingly following the old tactic of shooting down a goose that flies by, whether you eat it or not. At this point, they were competing head-to-head with Yahoo and America Online. Eric had kept a keen eye on Microsoft's business activities. From their recent lackluster expansion results, he sensed no need to overreact to Microsoft's potential threat. With the significant loss of the browser as a vital internet interface, he was less optimistic about Microsoft's internet prospects compared to the past. Besides, with Windows 95's success granting Microsoft monopoly status in operating systems, the symptoms of corporate bloat had begun appearing, leading to loss of agility. Despite having vast resources, entering a rapidly evolving industry wouldn't be easy. Although a fierce competition had clearly begun behind the scenes, both sides maintained a facade of politeness. After a brief discussion, although they both remained polite, Eric sensed they wouldn't find much common ground. As they parted ways, Eric raised his arm for Virginia to link hers and said, "Let's go. Since Warren brought me here, I shouldn't waste his good intentions. Connecting with these old-timers is definitely beneficial." Virginia glanced at Chris, who was animatedly chatting with a bespectacled middle-aged man alongside Emily, and smiled. "Sure, but in this setting, you probably won't be as comfortable as Chris." "That's fine," Eric laughed. "I can talk movies with them." "Ha." Quietly chatting, Eric made his way with Virginia into the crowd. In such settings, people typically engaged in less serious business. Mainly, it was about cultivating connections. Years prior, Eric often found himself in a whirlwind of busyness, not particularly fond of such social gatherings, so he had been oblivious to this. But recently, reflecting on a series of details, from the video Terry Semel recorded for his daughter to Morgan Stanley chairman Seymour Gilbert inviting him to yesterday's party and today, Buffett bringing him here, Eric began to feel the omnipresent web pulling him in. Various groups, different powers, and diverse industries. What they all shared was significant influence, and an undeniable desire to reel him into their networks to amplify their own strength. After this party, the end of the year began to loom closer, and Eric's more relaxed lifestyle was coming to an end. In the following week, the most closely watched event by most media across the U.S. would undoubtedly be the upcoming second annual Victoria's Secret fashion show. This year's show was scheduled for November 9th, a Thursday. The formal broadcast time would be set for a month later, just like last year. Although this year's show would start at 10 p.m., taking into account audience age restrictions, waiting 2 hours wasn't a burden for the viewers who had anticipated the show all year long, especially since many fans were young people used to nightlife. Although the delay pushed the airing back by an hour compared to last year, viewership projections remained conservatively estimated at 25 million. For the general audience, they would only silently seek out pictures or video reports about the fashion show in newspapers or on television after November 9th to satisfy their curiosity. Yet those hundreds of guests invited to the show would have the chance to feast their eyes early. Thanks to Eric's rigorous training last year, the Victoria's Secret Angels had become very familiar with the show format. However, the most pressure this year lay on Michael Bay, who was directing the event. Since Michael Bay's appointment as the director for the second Victoria's Secret fashion show was announced, the media had scrutinized him for over 6 months. As his popularity surged, he was naturally under considerable pressure. Nevertheless, Firefly Group welcomed this entirely. For just a week after the show, Michael Bay's new film, Bad Boys, would be released. Given that the movie had already garnered substantial anticipation, Eric believed it was almost certain that it would surpass the original box office numbers, especially since it was landing in a prime Thanksgiving slot. Although the lead role had shifted away from Will Smith in the original timeline, it was this very film that had propelled Will Smith to stardom, not the other way around. Consequently, the change in leads wouldn't significantly affect the film. Moreover, there was an added benefit that once Bad Boys achieved the expected success, Firefly could immediately commence work on the sequel. After all, once Will Smith was replaced, the sequel wouldn't have to navigate as tumultuous a fate as in the preceding timeline. Manhattan, Lexington Avenue Armory. On November 9th, as evening approached, crowds began to gather on the streets, and luxury vehicles lined up at the end of the red carpet. Each guest who got out sparked rounds of excited screams and applause. In contrast to last year when Eric had kept all the spotlight on the Victoria's Secret Angels, this year's project team slightly altered the strategy by inviting a broader array of well-known celebrities to attend. and attendees were eager to participate given the event's influence. Eric didn't oppose this strategic shift, but opted to maintain a lower profile, heading straight backstage at the fashion show. Chapter 756, 757, just have to sit in the steps. With only 20 minutes until the show began, backstage was a whirlwind of activity. Crew members were busy with final confirmations over their headsets, and the Victoria's Secret Angels had started waiting in the wings. As Eric walked into the backstage area, he was quickly approached by Emily, Edward Razek, and Michael Bay, among others. The surrounding Victoria's Secret Angels greeted Eric warmly. Seeing everyone clustering around him, Eric waved his hands and said, "You all keep busy. We can chat at the party later." Everyone had plenty to do, and their gathering was due to Eric's special status. Upon hearing Eric's words, Edward Razek and Michael Bay nodded and headed back to their workstations, leaving only Emily behind. Eric scanned the room and noticed 5 young men in their 20s about to take the stage. He asked Emily, "Is that the Backstreet Boys?" After Firefly Records decided to go with the teen pop route, they poached the Jive Records team, who had initially created superstars like the Backstreet Boys and Britney Spears. Coincidentally, Barry Weiss, the CEO of Jive Records who had recently jumped from Sony, brought along a batch of newly recruited talent, which included none other than the Backstreet Boys, who had helped solidify teen pop's global success. Emily followed Eric's gaze and nodded, saying, "Yeah, they've been doing really well since they dropped their single in September. They'll be performing a new song tonight. If you have any questions, Barry Weiss should be in the main lobby." Eric shook his head with a smile, replying, "No need, just curious. I don't want to talk shop tonight." Emily pointed at a makeup area filled with angels. "In that case, feel free. I have a ton to do, and your favorites are over there. But no funny business until after the show ends." Feigning discontent, Eric replied, "Are you questioning my professionalism?" "Of course not," Emily responded, shaking her head with a smile, her tone serious. "I'm questioning your character." Eric shrugged in feigned exasperation. "Fine, I give up. I guess I'll just go hang out in the main lobby then." As Emily was about to leave, she said, "But I didn't save you a seat." "Ah, that's a bit much, isn't it? You were the one who mentioned on the phone that you might be too busy," Emily said, winking, then added, "But hey, you can sit on the steps in the aisle." "That's settled then." Emily nodded to herself, pleased with her quick thinking, saying, "Besides, no one else would be allowed to sit on the stairs. You get special treatment due to your status." After saying this, Emily's intercom beeped, and she quickly spoke into the mic, then waved goodbye to Eric as she rushed off. Eric wasn't the type to seek the spotlight. The thought of sitting alone on the aisle steps felt awkward to him. He wished he had a companion. 2 people would be less conspicuous. Unfortunately, he was on his own that night. Drew and Amy Pascal returned to Los Angeles a few days ago after completing discussions on the stock pricing adjustment with Morgan Stanley. Chris, who was Emily's boyfriend, was supposed to attend but flew to San Francisco the day before to address some issues at the R&D Center for MP3 players and ebook readers. Virginia and Joanna would never accompany him to an event like this. As he pondered in boredom, Eric headed towards the makeup area. As a special representative, Linda and her friends had their own privileges, occupying a row of makeup stations. At the moment, only Linda, Tyra Banks, and Diane Kruger were present, while Cindy Crawford prepared to kick off the show and Christy Turlington was set to close it. "Hey, ladies, you all look gorgeous tonight," Eric greeted, gently hugging the 3 women and nodding at the surrounding angels. The women's makeup took 4 hours to perfect. The nervous makeup artist nearby clearly worried that Eric might accidentally ruin their looks. After Eric settled into the empty seat next to Diane Kruger, Linda played with her eyebrow pencil and curiously asked, "Eric, I asked Emily, and she said you weren't coming tonight? I thought it would be a shame not to see this big show in person, so here I am." Eric smiled, admiring Diane's radiant face framed by her blonde hair, and inquired, "How's shooting going?" Diane Kruger nodded, softly saying, "I didn't do very well, but Director Fincher is incredibly patient, and everyone has been looking out for me." When Gwyneth Paltrow turned her nose up at a minor role in Say 7 On, Eric had casually passed the lead role to Diane Kruger. Now, Say 7 On had already wrapped and was in post-production with Firefly setting a release date for Easter next year. Eric advised. Make sure to find more roles to practice your craft. You have the perfect vibe for a working woman, so don't rush into the film industry. There's plenty of time after you turn 25. Sure, I'll take your advice. Diane Kruger nodded obediently. Linda, overhearing their conversation, chimed in with a grin. Eric, which type of female character do you think suits my vibe best? Your vibe is more suited for being a loyal model, or maybe guest starring as a reality show host. Sounds like jealousy. People used to say I had the aura of a Hollywood Golden Age star. Yeah, but unfortunately, that golden age has passed, never to return. Humph. While they were chatting, the lobby music started playing. Eric recognized the familiar sound, glancing at his watch. Only 10 minutes remained before the show would officially start. As the music played, a staff member rushed over, saying, Miss Kruger, Miss Banks, it's almost time. You need to change. Both women nodded and stood up. With the row of makeup tables now empty, Linda, evidently excited, moved a bit closer to Eric and whispered, Eric, I bought an apartment in Greenwich Village. The real estate agent said it belonged to an artist. It's beautiful. Do you want to come see it tonight? Eric joked, I'm more into simple, modern-style homes. I don't think I'd appreciate an artist's place. Linda playfully slapped Eric's arm. Are you coming or not? If not. Eric narrowed his eyes. Oh, what are you planning? I'm inviting Cindy back home with me tonight, she said. Sure, just send me a box of tapes tomorrow. I love those edge-of-the-seat types of films. Linda tugged at Eric's sleeve, looking impatient. Are you coming or not? If you're not. All right, fine, Eric said, adjusting Linda's notion slightly, but nodding in agreement. Then it settled. You can't invite any other women tonight. Fine, I promise. Just then, the lobby music stopped, and it appeared the official event was about to start. Linda looked at Eric, who remained rooted in place. Aren't you going to go to the front? Well, here's the thing. Emily didn't save me a seat. Ha. Linda chuckled in surprise, sensing everyone around them was stirring back to life. As the music resumed, knowing the show had begun, she waved over her makeup artist to check her look, then said to Eric, I need to go get into my costume soon. I have a beautiful pair of big wings tonight, but it's too bad you won't get to see them. With a smile, Eric said, No worries, I can catch you another time. Humph. Bad guy, you're definitely thinking something bad. After quickly touching up her makeup, Linda stood up and headed towards the dressing room. As the lobby music played on, Eric listened to familiar voices and melodies. Although the Backstreet Boys weren't the most conventionally handsome group, their voices held the enchanting quality that young girls adored. Apart from various makeup tools on the table, some boxes containing fruit salad and chocolates were present. For that night's big show, the Victoria's Secret Angels had undergone over 2 months of body training, and in the days leading up to the event, they had been on a diet. Not to mention the incredibly heavy angel wings. The high-energy atmosphere during the show was exhausting. So starting last year, Eric had made sure to have small snacks prepared for the angels, and this year was no exception. Popping a chocolate into his mouth, Eric contemplated whether he could find a spot to watch the performance from the photographer's area at the end of the runway. Just then, he caught a whiff of something, and a woman wearing a specially designed pink Victoria's Secret robe sat down next to him. Hi, Eric. Turning his head, Eric recalled the woman and smiled, extending his hand. Hi, Stephanie. You look stunning tonight. The woman in front of him was Stephanie Seymour, who had unexpectedly replaced Heidi Klum last year. Eric remembered she was likely married to publishing mogul Peter Grant now, but he hadn't expected her to be at the Victoria's Secret show this year. Thanks for the compliment, Eric. Stephanie Seymour smiled, nodding, her gaze lingering on Eric. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her stare, Eric thought that such looks usually came from men to women. How's Peter doing? I'm sorry I couldn't attend your wedding. He's right in the lobby. We're doing well, Stephanie Seymour replied. Oh, that's good, Eric responded, glancing around the room. Looks like everyone is getting ready. Yeah. Stephanie's expression shifted slightly, hinting at some reluctance. But I'm only walking for the finale theme, so there's no need to worry. From her demeanor, Eric could sense some underlying tension. As a publishing tycoon, Peter Grant was worth over $1 billion, and given his age and conservative personality, it was likely that he might hold reservations about his wife participating in such a provocative show. It seemed Stephanie Seymour's only role in the show tonight might have been a compromise with Peter Grant. Bored with the conversation, Eric realized he didn't have much to discuss with Stephanie Seymour. Not only was she a mother, but she was also quite a fierce woman. Eric recalled how she once sued the lead singer of Guns N' Roses for damages relating to her youth. He wasn't interested in getting caught up with someone like that. Seeing that Stephanie Seymour didn't seem ready to leave, Eric pushed the box of chocolate-covered treats towards her, asking, "Want some?" "Thanks." Stephanie Seymour gracefully took a chocolate, sucking on it slowly with a hint of flirtation in her gaze. With his misgivings rising, Eric looked around. Most people were busy, seemingly unaware of what was unfolding between him and Stephanie. But from a makeup artist who immediately feigned searching for something the moment Eric glanced her way, he knew that many eyes were on them. Not wanting any wild rumors to spread, he said, "Okay, Stephanie, I think you should go prepare. Even if it's just one theme, it deserves your full attention." "Don't worry, Eric. I won't mess it up," Stephanie Seymour said after swallowing her chocolate. "By the way, Eric, Peter and I are hosting a family gathering tomorrow, and I was wondering if you'd like to come?" Eric shook his head. "I'm sorry, Stephanie, but I have to head back to Los Angeles tomorrow." "Oh, that's too bad," Stephanie Seymour said, expressing just the right amount of regret. She realized that opportunities to connect with him would be hard to come by. Even at the after-party in an hour, Eric would likely be surrounded by people. After slightly rephrasing her words, Stephanie Seymour added, "Actually, Eric, I heard that Lifetime is preparing a new drama series with 4 female leads. Do you think there's a suitable role for me?" Chapter 757. 758, 20 million. Hearing that Stephanie Seymour wanted a role in Sex and the City, Eric was not surprised. With the gleaming success of America's Next Top Model and Project Runway, the upcoming series that Eric personally spearheaded for Lifetime garnered significant attention from many actresses in the television and film industry once the news broke. Sex and the City featured a 4-lead format, with the 4 female leads being around 30 years old. This age range meant that aside from a select few who had already achieved fame and could sustain their acting careers, many actresses found themselves gradually disappearing from both small and big screens as opportunities dwindled after turning 30. Although Sex and the City was just a television show, its backing from a rising Lifetime network and Eric himself made it extremely attractive for actresses around 30. Seeing the eager look on Stephanie Seymour's face, Eric asked, "Stephanie, can I ask a rather blunt question? How old are you this year?" Stephanie Seymour showed no signs of hesitation typical of many women when asked about age. "I'm 28, Eric. I know the age requirement for the 4 leads in Sex and the City is around 30, but I believe that standard needn't be so strict, right?" As she spoke, Stephanie subtly edged closer to Eric, casually popping a chocolate-covered almond into her mouth. Her eyes lidded as she gazed over, not unaffected by the alluring scent of Chanel No. 5 that surrounded her. Eric gently shook his head, saying, "Stephanie, that's unfortunately not possible. Besides, age isn't your biggest issue. The real problem is you're too beautiful. You should know I originally recommended another British actress for the lead, but the writers rejected her because she was too stunning. They wanted the character to appear rather ordinary." "Oh, Eric, you must be pulling my leg, right?" Stephanie's expression turned somewhat wistful. "It's the first time I've heard that a writer had the power to overrule the boss's decision." Eric shrugged his shoulders. "But that's just the way it is. Overall, I consider myself a pretty open-minded boss. As long as my subordinates can justify their viewpoints, I won't be stubborn." Stephanie looked visibly unsatisfied, seemingly about to speak again when a discordant sound of footsteps interrupted them. The first segment had concluded. Both turned instinctively at the sound, and Cindy Crawford had approached Eric from behind, clad in a seductive black outfit, her back adorned with a pair of vibrant red wings. As she extended her arms for staff to remove the large red wings, she greeted Eric with, "Hey, Eric, what were you guys talking about?" "Nothing, Cindy. You look absolutely stunning tonight." "Thanks, Eric, but how many times have you said that tonight?" "This is the first time for you." "Haha," Cindy chuckled, taking off the wings and grabbing a pink robe from an assistant. She turned to Stephanie. "Seymour, sorry, Stephanie, but that's my spot. Mind moving a bit?" Oh, of course, Stephanie nodded but didn't immediately rise. Instead, she fished out a business card from somewhere and handed it to Eric, saying, Eric, maybe we can find some time to chat. Just call me whenever you want. With that, and before Eric could respond, Stephanie got up and walked toward the dressing room. Cindy observed it all and sat down in Stephanie's previous spot, chuckling. A lot of Furies around, aren't there? Eric fiddled with the business card that Stephanie had just handed him. By your industry standards, shouldn't she be all set by now? Why not just focus on being a wealthy wife? Haha, she's not quite there, Cindy said with some schadenfreude. She found an old man who's over 20 years her senior. Hardly a fulfillment of anything. And guess what? How many kids does Peter Brandt have? Eric shrugged. Does it matter? Of course, Cindy lowered her voice, gossiping. Peter Brandt had 5 children with his ex-wife. They were married for almost 20 years before Stephanie. According to federal law, if Peter wanted to divorce her, he'd have to part with half his assets, but his ex didn't pursue that. Now intrigued, Eric asked, why not? Cindy replied, she was a smart woman. She knew that Peter couldn't handle losing half his wealth, which would cause him to lose control over his own assets. So, when they divorced, Peter Brandt's ex-wife didn't ask for a division of property. Instead, she made sure he established inheritance rights ahead of time. Her 5 kids will end up with most of Peter Brandt's fortune. Although the details weren't disclosed, you can imagine, this half originally belonging to Peter's ex-wife will inevitably be passed down to the 5 kids. Hence, if Stephanie marries him, even if the marriage lasts, she and her kids likely wouldn't inherit much. If they divorced, she'd get even less compensation. After hearing that, Eric couldn't help but laugh. I can't shake the feeling that you've painted Stephanie into a corner. Well, I would never let myself end up like that. Totally not worth it, Cindy remarked. She glanced at Eric, as if wanting to ask something but ultimately held back, casually asking, by the way, what were you guys chatting about just now? Oh, she asked if America's Next Top Model is planning to change hosts. She mentioned she'd love that opportunity. Cindy widened her eyes in surprise, but quickly realized from Eric's smile that he was joking. She slapped his arm playfully, saying, you little rascal, always teasing me. But, she glanced at the business card in Eric's hand. Be careful, she's married. If the media catches wind of it, it could get quite messy. Eric casually ripped the card and tossed it into a nearby trash can, laughing. I'm a serious person and wouldn't do anything out of line. Huh, I'll believe that when pigs fly. Earlier this year at the Liberty City Manor, you figured Linda was married but still let things go awry, didn't you? Even now, recalling the chaos from that day, Cindy's cheeks flushed. That was beyond my control. Pooh. Eric laughed heartily, taking note of the still bustling crowd around him. Why are you so idle? Why haven't you gone to change? I thought Christy would walk the first segment with you. Where is she? Cindy explained, I'll be in the 4th and 6th segments, so I can afford a little break. Christy needs to prepare early for her 3rd segment with wings. Oh, then let's grab something to eat. Eric brought over a few boxes in front of him. Now that you mention it, I am a little hungry, Cindy said, grabbing a skewer of fruit salad. Suddenly remembering something, she said, by the way, Eric, are you coming over to my place tonight? Eric shook his head with a smile. You're incredibly forward, but sorry, I'm already booked. Who is it, Stephanie? No way. Definitely not. Didn't you just say it? There are just too many Furies around. Cindy rolled her eyes. It must be Linda then. Did she say something about buying an apartment in Greenwich Village and wanted you to take a look? Eric was surprised. Has she already mentioned that to someone else? Cindy pointed to herself, scoffing. That's old news, 100 years ago kind of thing. Only she would be silly enough to shell out $2.8 million for it, claiming it's the former residence of some pop art master or whatever. I can't even remember the name. It was so obscure. All I know is that I feel she's been duped by the real estate agent. Eric didn't mind, saying, who cares? As long as she's comfortable living there. You're the only one who can downplay a house purchase like that. $2.8 million? If it could at least hold its value, great. But if not, and the market crashes, she'll be stuck maintaining it. Although she paid in full, owning a place in Manhattan isn't cheap. It won't be a problem. At least for the next 20 years, Manhattan's real estate prices will only increase. If you have some extra cash, you could invest in several properties. I'll think about it, Cindy nodded, hearing staff behind her calling her name as she quickly got up. I gotta go, Eric. I'll see you at the party later. See you later. Eric waved as she left. After Cindy departed, he got up, taking advantage of the break in the show to find a less conspicuous spot at the front and watch the entire competition. The next day, as media coverage on the second Victoria's Secret fashion show flooded in, Eric left Linda's apartment in Greenwich Village early in the morning, flying back to Los Angeles. On November 10th, the day Eric returned to Los Angeles, the year-end release schedule for 1995 had already begun. In contrast to the bustling summer blockbusters, year-end releases seemed to lack excitement. Take Firefly, for instance. The company planned to release 2 films, Bad Boys and 101 Dalmatians, on Thanksgiving and Christmas, respectively. Each film's production budget hovered around $20 million. If it were a few years prior, a $20 million budget could be considered mid-range production. However, in recent years, with the explosive growth of the film market, productions costing under $20 million were now categorized as low-budget films. Aside from Firefly, other film companies were similarly releasing mid- to low-budget films. For example, MGM Scream and Mean Girls had budgets even lower than Firefly's 2 films. Sony originally had the potential to release at least one blockbuster, whether it was Men in Black 2 or Jumanji 2. By adjusting their schedules, at least one of the two could make the Christmas release window. However, perhaps due to the first Jumanji's poor box office performance during last year's year-end period, Sony was apprehensive about repeating that failure and thus scheduled both films for next summer. From 1988 to now, after 7 years, with Eric's growing influence in Hollywood and the strong impact of his personal butterfly effect, the norms of film production and distribution in Hollywood had transformed drastically compared to the original timeline. Some films that should have emerged never did, while some major blockbusters had changed leads. Likewise, there were also many films that hadn't even existed in the original timeline but were now appearing. Although Eric still maintained a considerable influence and control over a few movie companies in his circle, he found it impossible to accurately predict the development patterns of several other Hollywood cinema companies. For instance, this year, Fox was releasing a Jim Carrey starring comedy and a Tom Cruise drama during the year-end period. Eric had never even heard of the titles or their content. The box office draw of stars Jim Carrey and Tom Cruise remained strong, and these films could be considered the most heavyweight in the year-end lineup. However, since neither was a big-budget film, despite both stars' salaries nearing $20 million, their overall production costs didn't exceed $50 million. To avoid competing with the Thanksgiving period, Fox decided to release Jim Carrey's new film a week before Thanksgiving, premiering in over 2,600 theaters. In its first 3 days, it grossed over $33.2 million, with projections suggesting the first-week gross would easily exceed $45 million, close to production costs. Based on this trend, the total box office could at least reach $120 million. Up to now, every film Jim Carrey had released since his debut had grossed over $100 million, which was nothing short of miraculous. However, according to the original contract, this would be the last film Jim Carrey would make with Fox. Before the film's release, it was rumored that Sony had privately reached out to Jim Carrey, proposing a deal that would offer him a $20 million salary for an upcoming film. Following the strong opening weekend box office of his last film with Fox, Jim Carrey's team hastily announced this news afterwards, marking it as the first non-revenue-sharing $20 million deal in Hollywood, igniting discussions throughout the entire entertainment industry. With the global film market booming and the North American and European economies recovering, an influx of speculative money began to flow into the film industry, making it unstoppable for Hollywood stars' salaries to soar to astronomical levels. Eric recalled that even after experiencing the 2008 economic crisis, which plunged the global film market into a deep freeze, Hollywood stars' salaries didn't show any signs of decline. It was mainly the second- and third-tier stars whose situations became increasingly tough. Chapter 758, 759, The Inevitable Accident. Thanksgiving in 1995 happened to fall on November 23rd, 1 week after Eric's return to Los Angeles, officially marking the start of the holiday film season. On November 17th, alongside the still-screening Jim Carrey comedy, Firefly Group's Bad Boys, and MGM's Scream premiered. Additionally, Warner released It Takes Two and Sony's The American President, two romantic comedies clearly timed for the holiday season. As the year came to a close, Firefly Group held numerous meetings to summarize, plan, and look ahead. Despite the film division being the most public-facing, it accounted for only about 20% of the group's operating revenue. After returning to Los Angeles, Eric busied himself with a backlog of company matters accumulated over the past few months. Thus, he didn't pay much attention to the release of these two low-budget films. On the film's opening day, he casually glanced at the box office figures and set the matter aside. However, contrary to Eric's indifferent reaction, the media's attention on the two films surpassed everyone's expectations. With the buzz generated from directing the second Victoria's Secret fashion show and the full promotional support from Firefly Group, Michael Bay's film, Bad Boys, exceeded all predictions. This crime-action film, made on a modest budget of $19 million, garnered an impressive $26.6 million just in its first 3 days, knocking Jim Carrey's comedy off the top box office spot. The buddy cop-type crime-action genre had been done to death over the years. Popular series like Beverly Hills Cop, Lethal Weapon, and countless lesser-known films had drained most creative ideas for the genre, making it hard to produce anything fresh. Despite its impressive box office, Bad Boys received an unusual amount of praise from the media. The film's twist on the contrasting personalities of its two leading men was seen as a small creative innovation, but critics primarily lauded Michael Bay's directing style. With dazzling car chase scenes, sharp editing, and explosive action, Michael Bay proves he is truly a visual master. He created a $50 million blockbuster's visual impact out of a $19 million budget. While the plot sticks closely to genre norms, it undoubtedly satisfies audiences looking for visual stimulation. Perfectly timed slow-motion shots and stunning wide-angle scenes all carry a unique aesthetic. As a directorial debut, Michael Bay delivered a satisfying product for both the producers and the audience. I must say, Michael Bay's command over visual sensations reached a peak. Eric chuckled to himself when he read these media comments. Having been through this before, Eric vividly remembered how Michael Bay's directing style was criticized for its repetitive three tricks. Interestingly, most media praising Bay now echoed sentiments that they would later use to criticize him. Most directors develop strong personal styles. Many critics either loved or hated those styles from the start. Bay was one of the rare cases where perceptions shifted from love to hate, eventually morphing into intense dislike. Yet, as long as the profits rolled in for the producers, who cared about critics' opinions? Unlike in the original film where Will Smith starred as one of the leads, this time a different black rapper took his place. Therefore, there was no awkward situation where Smith's rising fame hindered the sequel's production, like what happened with the first Bad Boys. After the impressive box office numbers for Bad Boys came out during its opening weekend, Firefly's production department began discussions with Michael Bay about developing a sequel. On the other hand, the horror film Scream, produced by Flower Films and distributed by MGM, also benefited from the fully integrated MGM's vigorous promotional support. It achieved $12.15 million during its opening weekend, landing in third place at the box office, trailing nearly $8 million behind Jim Carrey's comedy, which made $21.35 million. For a horror film released during the family-friendly Thanksgiving slot, this was an impressive performance, even if it didn't seem particularly remarkable. Critics' opinions about Scream were polarized. Some found its suspenseful atmosphere captivating, while others deemed it a hodgepodge of common horror movie cliches. Eric had hinted to Drew that she could run the distribution for Scream, but he remained uncertain as to why the film was succeeding. After its first weekend gross of $12.15 million, Scream earned over $6 million in its next few weekdays, bringing its total to around $18.63 million by the week's end. Combining the opening weekend's numbers, critical reception, and audience feedback, the film company made rough projections for the box office totals of the new releases. Since it was merely a popcorn flick and a black comedy, despite Michael Bay's acclaim from directing the Victoria's Secret show, most estimates pegged Bad Boys' North American total box office at $100 million. Given the production and marketing costs of around $30 million, Firefly was poised to reap significant profits from the North American ticket sales. As for Scream, based on its opening weekend performance and mixed reviews, it was projected to garner just $50 million in total box office and a 30% to 50% drop in the following week, far below Eric's recollections of it crossing the $100 million mark. Just as Eric pondered whether this odd outcome was due to the butterfly effect of his reincarnation, time moved to the following week. Jim Carrey's comedy, Bad Boys, and both lackluster romantic comedies from Sony and Warner followed expected patterns of box office decline. However, Scream's second weekend numbers shocked everyone. Despite the release of a few films like Money Train and Casino that didn't particularly shine, yet still grabbed market share, Scream surprisingly bounced back, posting a slight increase of 7% in ticket sales. It reached a remarkable $13.1 million in its three-day weekend, suggesting that its total box office would far exceed the initially predicted $50 million figure, possibly matching Bad Boys' earnings. Both media and Hollywood film companies always reacted swiftly to unexpected box office hits. After all, the media wanted news, while the film companies desired audience interest. Within days, the reasons behind Scream's miraculous box office surge were quickly uncovered. The reasons appeared surprisingly straightforward. Teen viewers who were interviewed consistently stated that their friends and classmates were discussing the movie. They found the bloody and thrilling horror film exhilarating. The film's setting, centered around a group of high school students, resonated strongly with them. One interviewed boy even remarked they were tired of seeing Bruce Willis and Mel Gibson playing the same old tough guy roles. They wanted movies that reflected their lives, even if it meant watching a horror film. Hollywood often views viewers aged 18 to 34 as one unified young audience segment. The wave of interest spurred by Scream could indicate that this age classification might need reevaluation. A professor from USC commented that the film's appeal rooted deeply in the echo of the baby boom generation. After World War II, the first baby boom saw over 10 million children born each year. The children born during that era grew up in the 60s and 70s and once again brought about another boom. This new baby boom had been influenced by the previous one, thus termed the echo of the baby boom. The total number of babies born in the 1970s reached around 60 million. Those aged between 16 to 25 undoubtedly formed a distinct movie-watching demographic. The success of Scream is largely attributed to its unintentional alignment with the viewing interests of this rebellious group of teenagers. On a Beverly Hills terrace, Elizabeth, wrapped in a white bathrobe, sat reading an article from the Los Angeles Times analyzing the reasons behind Scream's box office success. She looked up at Eric, who sat across from her. "Hey, I suddenly regret something." Without looking up from his coffee, Eric asked, "What's that?" Final Destination should also be considered a teen movie, right? I suddenly regret trading you for Austin Powers. Honestly, I think that script is getting worse the more I read it. Eric chuckled and replied, "Yeah, I think it's terrible too, which is why I traded you for it." "You jerk." Elizabeth glared at him and then cautiously asked, "So, have you started production over there?" New Line plans to release it next summer. Casting has already begun. It's too late for you to trade back now. Eric smiled. "So, fair and square, you should just stick to making that terrible movie. But no one ever said a terrible movie can't make money. Hey, you just support her. Any low-budget horror film can earn such high box office, and you won't even help me pick a few scripts." Eric shook his head. "This really isn't my fault. Drew picked the script herself. I didn't involve myself at all. She, Elizabeth wore an obviously skeptical expression. Eric shrugged. "That's just the way it is. You can ask around and find out. That girl is more astute than you think. $500,000 for a one-time purchase of 5 scripts from that writer. I feel bad for him. If he hadn't been tempted by that $500,000 and signed a package deal, each of his future scripts could have effortlessly landed him a nice house in Beverly Hills. Now he's stuck with that $500,000 and has to buy a small apartment at the foot of the mountain." A sly smile spread across Elizabeth's face as she said, "Eric, are you suggesting I snag that writer? The contract for $500,000 probably won't have a hefty penalty for breaking it either." Eric was joking at first, And with Scream's immense success, Kevin Williamson was naturally due for a sizable profit share from MGM. His final earnings would surely far exceed the $500,000 prize. Moreover, no screenwriter could guarantee their script would consistently succeed. The odds of a horror film becoming a blockbuster were slim, and even if a film company offered to pay a penalty and help Kevin Williamson break the contract, a wise opponent would never agree. Glancing at Elizabeth, Eric added, "You could give it a shot. As long as you're not just doing it out of spite. If you manage to land him, that would be a feat." Having been in the film industry for a few years, Elizabeth understood the game well. She sighed and continued, "Looks like I should start picking some teen movie scripts too. So, Eric, what have you been busy with lately?" "Meetings to discuss next year's department budget and development plans," Eric replied. Elizabeth blinked, realizing she couldn't pry further, but still curiously asked, "How much revenue is Firefly projected to reach this year?" "About $24 billion, a bit better than initially expected." "Wow, that's a bit better. That's double what my family makes." "Your tone when you said that is downright infuriating." Elizabeth fussed, and then couldn't help but ask, "Based on the regular 11% net profit margin, Firefly's net profit this year should be around $2.6 billion. Yeah, but there's also the residuals from last year's sale of the animation division and print media assets, which should be about $1.25 billion. "Wow," Elizabeth exclaimed, envious as she snapped her fingers and grabbed a silver butter knife from her breakfast plate, waving it playfully. "Now don't move. It's a holdup." Eric turned a page of the newspaper with a grin, raising his right hand in surrender. "I give up, Your Majesty, but pulling this in broad daylight might get us caught. How about we move to the bedroom, and I'll give you a few $100 million. "Yuck," Elizabeth blinked in surprise, then turned beet red and, cursing under her breath, stood to clear the table, balancing the dishes in her hands as she headed back into the villa. "I'll go wake Julia." "Ugh, it's all your fault. She's become lazier than a cat." Eric watched as Elizabeth walked away, muttering, "She clearly lives with you, so how is this my fault?" With her back turned, Elizabeth simply said, "It's all your fault regardless." Okay then. Chapter 759, 760, Celebration Party. As December rolled in, Scream continued its successful run in theaters, entering its third week. Even though Thanksgiving had passed, the film maintained its popularity among teenagers, raking in $13.56 million that week, bringing its cumulative total to $52.11 million. In comparison, Firefly Group's Bad Boys had an impressive opening week with $42.57 million, which initially thrilled everyone. However, it faced a steady decline with over a 40% drop in ticket sales for 2 consecutive weeks. By its third week, the film's earnings fell to $15.6 million, which put it at a disadvantage against Scream, which saw just a 20% decline. There was a possibility that this low-budget thriller might even surpass Bad Boys in its fourth week. Despite their differing box office trajectories, it was already evident that both films would surpass $100 million at the North American box office in the coming weeks. With both films having production costs not exceeding $20 million, including total costs around $30 million, they emerged as surprise hits for the year-end 1995 lineup. Other films released around the same time saw their 3-week totals remain under $30 million. As a result, the respective film companies might escape losses, but their profits would pale in comparison to those of Scream and Bad Boys. The unexpected success of Scream significantly boosted MGM's stock issuance plans for December. In recent years, several major film companies in North America had nearly completed their transformations into media conglomerates. Even Columbia and Universal had large multinational groups backing them to extend their business operations beyond film. Meanwhile, MGM, which struggled with financial difficulties and debts for over a decade, remained limited to simple film production and distribution. If not for their enhanced power after acquiring major film rights from Flower Films and DreamWorks, securing capital through stock issuance would have been a tough sell. However, backed by a string of successful film rights including Charlie's Angels, 007, Mission Impossible, Night at the Museum, Resident Evil, and the recently triumphant Scream, MGM stock issuance in December went off without a hitch. Their plan to issue 70 million shares was fully subscribed within a week of the launch. Typically, a company's stock price trends downward during a stock issuance, but thanks to the positive sales of Scream, MGM's stock price not only remained stable, but actually surged 6% over the week, reaching $15.80 per share. After the issuance, MGM's total shares hit 435 million, with a market capitalization reaching a new high of $6.873 billion. With the $1 billion raised through this issuance, MGM finally escaped its cash-strapped status, and its $1.7 billion debt no longer posed a significant threat, placing the company firmly on a path to recovery. At the Firefly Group headquarters in Burbank, Kelly Haynes knocked on Eric's office door and walked in. "Eric, I just received the casting information for Sex and the City from New York. They've narrowed the candidates down to 8. Eric gestured for Kelly to sit down as he perused the actor profiles in his hands. After Candace Bushnell disagreed with Elizabeth Hurley taking on the lead role, Eric delegated the casting rights to A&E Television Network's production department. However, during the casting process, Eric added a few original actresses to the audition list. As he reviewed the audition results from New York, he was surprised to find that Sarah Jessica Parker was still on the shortlist for the lead character Carrie Bradshaw, along with another name that caught him off guard: Mary Louise Parker, known for her role in the show in which she played a single mom. Just by looking at the names, some might mistake them for sisters, but Eric was aware the two women had no relation whatsoever. In the character evaluation column, Mary's comments noted that she had years of experience on Broadway, was a skilled actress, sharp-eyed, and charming, making her a good fit for the urban writer character. Due to the type and era of the series, Eric had a better impression of Mary Louise Parker's character in the series Weeds. He recalled her character struggling for survival amid chaos, and he could only think of the innocently bright gaze that shone from those dark, soulful eyes. Sitting across from Eric, Kelly noticed a strange smile creep across his face. Curiosity piquing, she asked, "Eric, what's going on?" "Oh, nothing," he replied, shaking his head as he marked a cross on Mary Louise Parker's profile. Even though Mary Louise Parker seemed to resonate more with him than Sarah Jessica Parker, Eric couldn't separate her from the single mom role in his memories for Sex and the City, especially since the original lead actress was already on the final candidates list. He decided he wouldn't complicate things further. Confirming his decision, Eric flipped through the profiles of the other candidates, but found no familiar faces. Handing the materials back to Kelly, he said, "Let's go with Sarah Jessica Parker for the lead. I'll leave the other 3 female roles to Annie and the team to decide." Kelly looked puzzled. "Eric, aren't you going to watch the audition tapes? They should arrive by tomorrow." Eric shook his head. "No need. Since they've narrowed it down to 8, these candidates are surely suitable." "Okay, I'll head out then." Kelly gathered her things and was about to leave when Eric called her back. "By the way, Drew is throwing a party tonight at the Liberty City Manor to celebrate the successful stock issuance and the box office success of Scream. Do you want to come?" Kelly paused, turning to shake her head. "I'm afraid I can't make it tonight. I promised Nina I'd take her to see a movie." "Oh, that's fine then. I wouldn't want to keep you from being a good mom." "Huh. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to my office." Kelly chuckled, leaving Eric's office, but not even 5 minutes later, she turned back in. "Eric," New Line called and said the English version of the project we collaborated on, Rumble in the Bronx, has been completed. "Do you want to review it?" Eric nodded and glanced at his watch before telling Kelly, "Have them prepare it. I'll stop by at 3. "Got it." Kelly nodded and exited the office. Finishing up some work, Eric made his way to the file cabinet, pulled out a script, and then headed to the office building's screening room. After several years, New Line had seamlessly integrated into the Firefly system. However, under Eric's guidance, the New Line team still maintained their original production strategies while ensuring collaboration continued with Golden Harvest across the ocean. Rumble in the Bronx was another attempt by Golden Harvest to penetrate the North American market. They financed and produced the film, while New Line contributed a portion of the investment and provided filming support, securing North American distribution rights. The film had reached completion last year and had been widely released in Asia, with its North American release scheduled for Easter next year. While in our original timeline Rumble in the Bronx grossed over $30 million at the North American box office, Eric's interests lied only in the film's potential to boost the lead actor's popularity in North America. At that moment, the other script in Eric's hand was the true focus of his plans. This script, written by a little-known screenwriter named Ross Limon, was famous in the original timeline. It was Rush Hour. At this time, the Rush Hour script was still just a simple and straightforward buddy cop action film, quite similar to Bad Boys in previous series like Beverly Hills Cop and Lethal Weapon. They hadn't yet confirmed a fully Asian lead, and the story's plot was also significantly different from the original. However, Eric only focused on the general story outline of the script. He planned to modify the detailed plot according to his vision later. There was even a notable side note. Ross Limon, the writer of Rush Hour, also wrote another script called Titanic, revolving around the famous ship story. However, this script was unrelated to the project Cameron was currently shooting. Some production companies had shown interest in the script, but once Firefly announced the Cameron-led Titanic project, Ross Limon's script became a complete afterthought. Arriving at the headquarters screening room, Eric encountered not only the head of New Line, but also a few Asian faces, though the lead actor was absent. Mr. Williams, let me introduce you. This is Johnny Lee, the producer of Rumble in the Bronx, and this is Jack's agent, Chun. The New Line head introduced the two as Eric approached. Hello, Mr. Lee, Mr. Chun. Welcome to Los Angeles. Eric shook hands and said, shall we start the screening? Producer Lee responded enthusiastically, of course, Mr. Williams. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. They exchanged minimal small talk before stepping into the screening room. After the screening wrapped up, Eric patiently listened as the New Line representative explained the distribution plan. He simply nodded, not intending to interject. Instead, he split the Rush Hour script and handed copies to the New Line head and the lead actor's agent. I came across this script, and I think with some modifications, it could be a great fit for Jack. I've written detailed notes on the script, but I believe Jack will likely have many personal ideas if we move forward. So, Mr. Chun, feel free to discuss this with him, and if he's interested, we can seal the deal immediately. Though he also received a few pages of the script, the Golden Harvest producer noted that Eric hadn't mentioned their interests. He glanced at Jack's agent, pondering whether to speak. However, Jack's agent beamed at Eric's offer. Mr. Williams, are you saying that if Jack is willing, we can sign right away? Absolutely. Eric nodded with a smile. If all goes well, I hope the film can hit theaters by next year's end. Mr. Chun then asked, so, Mr. Williams, will this film be produced by New Line, or is it under Firefly's main label? Eric explained, New Line, but Mr. Chun, our various labels under Firefly, whether that's New Line, Firefly, or Disney, only differ in terms of the type of films produced. So there's no need to worry that New Line's production will lead to any unfavorable treatment. While he hoped for a partnership, Mr. Chun pressed further, Mr. Williams, what will Jack's salary be? You can discuss that with New Line's team. Eric chuckled, replying. Though Eric considered locking the deal for 3 lower-budget films at once, he determined it wasn't necessary to be too aggressive. After all, a win-win collaboration was the best route. By the end of the screening, it was nearing 5 o'clock. After discussing Rush Hour, Eric handed off the follow-up work to the New Line team and hurriedly left to return to the Liberty City Manor. Scream entered its 4th week, pulling in another $10.65 million, bringing its total to more than $62 million. With the upcoming Christmas season, a box office rebound seemed imminent. Breaking the $100 million milestone was only a matter of time. Additionally, with the smooth execution of MGM's stock issuance plan, Drew pestered him enough to gain permission for a celebration party at the Manor to toast MGM's recent successes. By the time Eric returned to the Manor, it was already past 6, and guests had started to arrive. Chapter 761, I Won't Stop You. Eric had just walked into the seaside villa when Drew approached him with Amy Pascal, Frank Mancuso, and others greeting him. On the surface, Drew was the major stakeholder in MGM, but almost everyone knew that the film company was still under Eric's control. This could be seen tonight with the venue chosen for MGM's celebration party at the Liberty City estate. After exchanging pleasantries with Drew, who was in charge of the party, and a few MGM executives, Eric noticed Tom Hanks coming over with a woman in her 30s. He approached them warmly and hugged Tom, saying, "Tom, great to see you. I didn't expect you'd come over so early. I came early to discuss the awards PR for Forrest Gump with Drew and the team," Hanks explained, introducing the woman beside him. "This is my wife, Rita Wilson." "Hello, Mrs. Wilson." Eric smiled at her before turning back to Hanks. "With the impact Forrest Gump has had, I think you're bound to create an Oscar miracle this year." Forrest Gump had been in theaters for nearly 6 months and had already grossed over $300 million. However, it continued its run in over 1,000 North American theaters, and with the awards season approaching in December, the media's interest in Forrest Gump was reignited. The film, which had started to show signs of wear, once again saw box office rebounds, reaching a scale of $2 to $3 million weekly. While that wasn't much for a newly released film, it was a remarkable achievement for one that had been out for nearly half a year. Thanks to its immense popularity and critical acclaim, there was no doubt that the film was locked in for major nominations at this year's Golden Globes and Oscars. Consequently, the media buzz had recently centered around the possibility of Tom Hanks being nominated for Best Actor. Last year, Hanks had just won the Best Actor award for Saving Private Ryan. Typically, it's nearly impossible for an actor to win again just a year after receiving the trophy. But the impact of Forrest Gump was simply monumental. The character of Forrest had effectively been rendered a symbol of the American spirit, coupled with strong support from critics and Oscar voters. While the Oscar nominations hadn't been announced yet, most media outlets had already begun discussing Tom Hanks' chances for a consecutive Best Actor win. "Oh, I hope so too," Hanks replied, his eyes brightening slightly. There had been a fair number of actors in Oscar history who had won the Best Actor award twice, but winning consecutively would cement Hanks' name in Hollywood history, a coveted honor not easily achieved. After chatting for a while longer, Eric greeted some of the other guests who had arrived. Just as he was about to head upstairs to change clothes and take a quick shower, he heard a somewhat timid female voice from behind. "Hi, Eric." Turning around, Eric saw Christina Aguilera standing behind him. The girl was wearing a knee-length pink dress, which Eric vaguely recalled was a Chanel design she had worn before. Christina may not have grown taller, but in this expensive little dress, she certainly exuded an air of elegance. After sizing her up, Eric smiled and nodded. In truth, the teenage Christina looked more like the girl next door compared to Britney Spears, but unfortunately, in the original timeline, Christina had struggled to compete with Britney, who had taken the sweetheart route. Eric noticed the shy expression on the girl's face. Finally, he asked, "Christina, what are you doing here?" Christina fidgeted with her dress. "I came to help Drew organize the party." "Oh." Eric chuckled lightly, not pressing further. "Drew should be in the kitchen, head over there. Since the party hasn't started yet, I'm going to change." "Okay." Christina nodded obediently, watching Eric walk towards the staircase. She glanced around. The party staff was putting the final touches on the hall while a few early guests chatted near the glass wall, seemingly unaware of her presence. After hesitating for a moment, Christina found her courage and headed toward the stairs. She had visited the Liberty City estate before and had even stayed the night once. The girl tiptoed down the long corridor for a while before finally locating Eric's master bedroom. Carefully turning the doorknob, she was fortunate to find it unlocked and pushed the door open, stepping quietly inside. It was a spacious circular bedroom, much larger than her own home at first glance, with vast glass windows that reminded Christina of cliffside restaurants she'd seen on TV. Eric wasn't in the bedroom, but she soon noticed his clothes discarded on the big bed. After looking around, aside from the door leading to the hallway, there was a smaller door that must lead to the bathroom. He was definitely in the shower. At that thought, Christina's cheeks flushed involuntarily. Caught between staying or leaving, she hesitated for a while, before finally making up her mind. She closed the bedroom door behind her and walked towards the bathroom door. Eric was comfortably soaking in hot water when he heard the door open. He turned around and saw the small figure he had just encountered the other day slip in. Their eyes met, and Christina's face turned bright red as she stood awkwardly at the door. Eric looked at her for a moment before helplessly saying, "You shouldn't have come in here." Eric." She had impulsively burst in, but upon seeing Eric, Christina felt her mind buzzing, completely forgetting what she wanted to say. Eric couldn't help but laugh. Go back out. If Drew finds out you did this, you can forget about ever getting to wear such a pretty dress again. At the mention of Drew, Christina became a bit more alert. After spending time with her, she certainly understood Drew's personality. However, while she didn't want to envy Drew, after all, Drew had treated her quite well. The $8,000 Chanel dress she wore was a gift from Drew, a sum Christina couldn't possibly afford. Yet, she still couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Reportedly, Drew's net worth had already exceeded $2 billion, and all of it traced back to the man in front of her. Keeping these thoughts in mind, Christina didn't leave. Instead, she nervously kicked off her heels and stepped toward Eric. Eric, Christina sat by the bathtub, kneeling down and poking at the thin foam layer, trying hard to meet Eric's gaze. I'll do anything. Eric smiled and reached out to grab a large towel nearby, handing it to Christina. Put this under your knees. If your dress gets wet, you won't have anything else to change into. Having already been very nervous, Christina complied and placed the towel under her knees while her cheeks flushed as she looked expectantly at Eric, seemingly waiting for his command. However, Eric didn't make any further moves. Instead, he settled back comfortably in the bathtub and casually asked, "So, tell me, what have you been up to lately?" Christina lightly traced her fingers along the marble edge of the bathtub, replying, "I've been, taking dance classes recently." Eric thought for a moment, nodding. "Oh, at your age, you should be able to release a single next year." "But they said to release an album. I have to wait until I'm 18. Christina pouted, her tone almost childlike. "Well, you should know, Christina, that very few artists get to release an album at 18. Christina looked up at Eric, then quickly dropped her gaze, murmuring, "But I don't want to wait another 2 years." "Why not?" Eric inquired. Christina paused her erratic finger movements on the marble. "Eric, I feel like I should be able to release an album now. No one says girls under 18 can't release albums, right? But rules are patterned like that. If you're not 18 yet, according to how you're being marketed, it will definitely cause a stir in the future," Eric explained. The model for Christina as planned by Firefly Records was that of a somewhat rebellious girl. While being underage wouldn't sabotage her fame, it would lead to concerns and resentment from adults about the influence on young girls. Christina bit her lip and looked up at Eric. "Eric, I heard that many singers develop in Japan before they turn 18. "Yeah, that should be true," Eric nodded. "Not just singers. Due to different legal restrictions, many young girls often went there to develop for a few years." Eric recalled many famous supermodels, actors, and singers had similar experiences. Christina lifted her face, hopeful, saying, "So can I release an album over there first?" "If you want to go, I won't stop you," Eric replied. After pondering for a moment, Christina quickly understood. She quickly responded, "Then I won't go." Eric smiled in satisfaction. "Christina, for many girls your age, they'd probably still be in high school, with their futures feeling so far away. Your starting point is already very high, so I think you have no reason to rush, do you?" Christina replied, "Eric, I'm not in school anymore. I feel stupid and can't learn anything, so it's better if I come out to work early. I remember Disney Channel should have arranged some roles for you guys, right?" Christina nodded, explaining that since the members of the Mickey Mouse Club were reassembled, apart from schooling and routine training, Disney often provided them roles in their children's TV shows to maintain public visibility. However, the payout for these roles was usually just a few $1,000s, and the opportunities didn't come around often, sometimes just once every month or two. For someone like Christina, who had grown accustomed to high society life alongside Drew, these sums seemed negligible. After hesitating a bit, Christina asked, "Eric, can I act in movies?" At that moment, Eric seemed to piece together some things. "Is your family in financial trouble?" Christina struggled for words. They weren't necessarily short on money. Her mother had found work in Los Angeles, and with Christina occasionally earning from TV shows, they could get by comfortably. However, it was just enough for a mediocre middle-class life, which wasn't what she desired. She was eager to earn more money and live a better life. Noting Christina's expression, Eric realized, "All right, I get it. You can go out now. I'll arrange something for you when I get the chance." Christina looked up, eyes sparkling. "Really? Would I lie to you, little one?" Then, Christina's eyes brightened as she felt the urge to do something. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and took Eric's hand from the bathtub, trying to pull him toward herself, but instantly remembered Eric's earlier words about her dress getting wet if she wasn't careful. In a moment of hesitation, the girl had a clever idea. She opened her mouth and was about to cram Eric's fingers into her mouth. Eric couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. He pulled his hand away from Christina's grasp and pinched her chin playfully. "All right, stop messing around. You have 1 minute. If you haven't disappeared in front of me by then, I'm taking back what I just said." Christina stammered. Eric didn't give her much time, waving 5 fingers. 50 seconds left. Christina immediately pouted, arguing back. "There's no way it'll be that fast." Ignoring her, he dropped a finger. 40 seconds. I'm going now." Christina quickly bounced up, dashing out of Eric's bathroom. In a blink, she turned back, silly smiling at Eric, picked up her heels from the floor, and slipped out. Chapter 761, 762, The Youngest Bond Girl. After Christina left, Eric lay back in the bathtub, closing his eyes and taking a moment to relax, mulling over his thoughts that had emerged from the recent events. After changing into a fresh outfit, he felt rejuvenated and headed downstairs. In December, Los Angeles had relatively short days. By 7 o'clock, the outdoors was already cloaked in twilight, but the villa's grand hall was brightly lit and bustling with people. The party had been in full swing for a while. Noticing Eric's arrival, many guests came over to greet him, and he responded with a friendly smile. After a short time, Drew approached with a woman in her 30s with brown hair. The group chatting with Eric recognized Drew and her companions' identities, realizing that the two women likely had business to discuss, so they discreetly stepped away. Drew's companion was named Barbara Broccoli, the current head of the family behind the 007 series. Since the production began in 1961 with the first Bond film, Dr. No, the Broccoli family had controlled the rights to the 007 series. Although most audiences associated the Bond series with MGM, the franchise had little connection to MGM before the 1980s. The series rights had been under the control of Eon Productions, managed by the Broccoli family. In the 1970s, Eon's partner, Harry Saltzman, fell out with the Broccoli family and sold half of his company shares to United Artists, which later went bankrupt due to Heaven's Gate and was subsequently acquired by MGM. That was how MGM ended up owning half of the Bond series rights. Despite the lack of absolute control over the Bond rights from either MGM or Eon Productions, due to ongoing operational struggles, MGM found itself relying heavily on the Bond series to keep its business afloat. This made MGM somewhat of a weaker party in relation to the Broccoli family, who maintained tight control over everything from the scripts to distribution for years. The Broccoli family's livelihood depended entirely on the 007 series. Barbara Broccoli was around 35 years old, and she had started working as an assistant director on the Bond series starting from the time she was 20. She climbed the ranks to producer, ultimately taking full command of the series after her father, Cubby Broccoli, retired. For the past decade or so, she had focused exclusively on this one film series. However, the Broccoli family's stronghold over the Bond series began to diminish with MGM's recent acquisitions and consolidations. In the over 3 decades preceding this, although the Bond series had faced several low points, all 17 films released thus far had been profitable, creating a strong dependence for MGM on the Bond franchise, leading them to make various compromises with the Broccoli family. Now that MGM had acquired rights to a series of blockbuster hits, this dependence had significantly waned. MGM was no longer in a position where it needed to compromise with the Broccoli family to start this project. In fact, when Eric proposed merging the 007, Mission, Impossible, and Charlie's Angels franchises into a new MGM spy movie universe, the Broccoli family, despite their reluctance, agreeably accepted the plan. While Eric had reclaimed the initiative, he showed no intention of sidelining the Broccoli family. After all, they had invested a significant portion of their lives shaping the Bond series, and their production experience far outweighed that of any unfamiliar producers. As the two women approached, Eric warmly embraced Barbara Broccoli, saying, "Good evening, Barbara. You look stunning tonight." Barbara Broccoli returned the hug and smiled. "Thank you, Eric. This villa is everything people said it would be. I almost wish I could have a house like this myself. Well, you're welcome to visit anytime. By the way, where's Michael? Eric referred to Barbara's half-brother, Michael Wilson. Barbara explained, he's been busy handling some company matters in the UK. After a few pleasantries, Drew pointed to the nearby lounge area and stated, Eric, shall we go over there to talk? Eric nodded, taking a glass of champagne from a passing server's tray, and settled down on a sofa in the corner with the two women. Eric, I'm thrilled to hear that you're planning to direct the next Bond film yourself. Even Dad has asked about it. After they sat, Barbara Broccoli quickly shifted the conversation back to the 007 series. However, I've read the first draft of the script, and I feel like the tone of this Bond film is quite different compared to previous ones, let alone the one that just premiered in summer. Can you be more specific, Barbara? Eric inquired leisurely. Barbara replied, well, I feel that this installment's portrayal of Bond is leaning towards a more action hero direction. Pierce's character should be more gentlemanly. And honestly, we've seen recently that the likes of Sylvester Stallone, Bruce Willis, and Arnold Schwarzenegger, the traditional action stars, are on the decline. Pursuing a hard action approach may not be the best route for the 007 franchise. Are you suggesting we stick with Pierce Brosnan's portrayal from GoldenEye? Eric asked. Barbara nodded. GoldenEye was very successful, and I think there's no harm in continuing that approach. Eric met Barbara's unwavering gaze, reflecting on her words and understanding her intentions. Ultimately, she still wanted more control over the Bond series. If I recall right, GoldenEye's worldwide box office has reached around $350 million, and most key markets have released it. Hence, future numbers aren't likely to change drastically. $350 million in global revenue against a production budget of $70 million is obviously a great profit. Following this formula should help us maintain good profits for the upcoming films. But Barbara, don't you want to take Bond to even greater heights? Barbara bit her lip, defiantly responding, unless one can predict the outcome, nobody truly knows if they are moving forward or backward. Noticing Barbara Broccoli's intent to stand her ground against him, Drew, sitting close to Eric, raised her chin as if to say something. But when she felt Eric patting her on the back of her hand, she fell silent again. When others are advancing but you remain stagnant, that is in itself a form of regression. Eric reassured the woman. He shrugged at Barbara, saying, so let's skip the vague life philosophies. How about we discuss more practical issues? Regarding the change in script style, I don't aim to turn the Bond series into an action hero franchise. I just wish to make Bond more relatable. He should get hurt, face failure, and even shed a tear, rather than just emerge impeccably dressed and untouched after a series of fights and explosions. But Bond should inherently be a gentleman. Audiences won't mind the details you mentioned. They just want to see something that gets their blood pumping. With advancements in special effects technology, there will be more films that excite viewers, and the audience's demands will grow increasingly stringent. At that point, if you don't craft Bond with more depth, audiences will quickly grow weary and abandon the franchise. Barbara Broccoli wanted to add something, but Eric raised a hand to stop her. Let's put it this way, Barbara. I can assure you that the Broccoli family's rights within the 007 series will remain intact, and the profit shares you enjoyed in the past won't change. If you wish, you can continue as a producer on the Bond series. However, this is all predicated on the Bond series aligning with MGM's developmental interests. If you wish to maintain absolute control over the 007 series, I can tell you now, there's no possibility of that happening. Moreover, MGM won't compromise with Ian Productions. We can move forward without Bond while still thriving, unlike Ian, which would end up with nothing. As Eric's tone grew increasingly serious, Barbara felt a surge of indignation rise within her, but that anger quickly faded. Eric patiently gave Barbara time to consider her options, sipping his champagne while surveying the surrounding guests. His gaze casually caught sight of a small figure in pink moving around, causing him to smile and wave at Christina, who immediately floated over. Hi, Drew. Christina greeted as she approached, first acknowledging Drew, which made Eric chuckle at the revelation that she seemed to hold Drew in higher regard than he. Drew merely nodded casually. Eric patted the spot next to him, and Christina sat down stiffly, casting a curious glance at Barbara Broccoli, who was sitting diagonally across from her on the sofa. Eric, after a short moment, Barbara Broccoli spoke again, her tone tinged with a hint of compromise. The 007 series is my father's life's work. I only hope that you treat it very seriously. Of course, if I didn't care for this series, I wouldn't be directing a sequel, Eric replied, realizing that Barbara no longer sought additional control. He then reassured her and patted Christina's slender shoulder, saying, "By the way, Barbara, I recently had an idea. Let me introduce you. This is Christina Aguilera. Christina, this is Ms. Barbara Broccoli. All the Bond films you've watched have been produced by her family. Nice to meet you, Ms. Broccoli. I really love the 007 series," Christina said, eager but uncertain of Eric's motivations, as she politely stood to shake Barbara's hand while offering a small compliment. "Hello, Christina," Barbara replied, equally puzzled and somewhat uneasy due to her recent compromises. "The thing is, we're almost done with the post-production for the second Charlie's Angels film. After that, we'll have one more installment. While the original characters will have appearances, there's an established strategy for a generational update for the Angels. I think Christina could potentially fit in as one of the successors for the next generation of Angels," Eric explained. At this, Christina's eyes lit up, while Drew peeked at the girl with a grin. Barbara, however, looked utterly confused. Eric continued, "Since there's going to be crossovers between 007, Charlie's Angels, and Mission Impossible, what do you all think about introducing the youngest Bond girl in the history of the series? Doesn't that sound enticing?" "Oh, wow, really?" Watching the three women react differently, Eric affectionately patted Christina's head and said to Drew and Barbara, "It's absolutely true, and this is a conclusion I've reached after much consideration. Since the original universe had featured the oldest Bond girl, why couldn't this one have the youngest Bond girl as a concept?" Christina was still under 16 at this point. Having her play a Bond girl in this upcoming film, while also taking on the role in the future Charlie's Angels film, could serve as a bonding thread to connect these different franchises together. Drew held unwavering trust in Eric, and although her eyes glimmered with unfathomable thoughts while looking at Christina, and little Christina appeared to want to withdraw, Drew ultimately said nothing. Barbara, on the other hand, maintained a very cautious disposition. "Eric, if that's the case, the original script would need to be completely rewritten." "No, it won't be that complicated. Haven't we been looking for a more plausible reason for Vesper's betrayal of Bond?" Eric replied, patting Christina's head again. "Look, now we have it. In the original script, her reason for betraying Bond to save her kidnapped boyfriend was overly contrived. Now, she has a younger sister who gets kidnapped, and as a result, she betrays Bond. That's a much more logical reason, right?" Chapter 762-763, The Catalyst. During the Christmas season in 1995, the last batch of Hollywood's new releases began to hit theaters. Traditionally, this time saw an influx of art films vying for a shot at the next year's Oscars. With the manipulation of studios behind the scenes, the media always buzzed with excitement. However, this year, the publicity and media atmosphere felt much cooler. In the announced nominations for the 53rd Golden Globe Awards, Forrest Gump unsurprisingly secured 7 major nominations, including Best Motion Picture, Drama, Best Director, and Best Actor. Even with Forrest Gump sweeping a series of precursor awards, some films might have outright neglected their PR strategies regarding awards if it weren't for the Golden Globes separating their film categories into drama and comedy. To avoid direct competition with Forrest Gump at the Globes, several drama films even squeezed into the musical or comedy category, leading to mockery and criticism from some media outlets. While the public enjoyed their holiday festivities, MGM had been hinting at news related to the upcoming 007 film, Casino Royale, for several months. When it was announced that Eric Williams would personally direct this 007 sequel, many people's first reaction was disbelief. They thought it was a joke. Eric Williams had no interest in directing his own Jurassic Park sequels. How could he possibly take on a franchise like 007 that had been around for over 30 years? Insiders felt that the 007 series rarely deviated from its formulas, giving little room for innovation. As an audience member, one might still enjoy the grand visuals and glamorous Bond girls, but as a director, that job felt like it could only be described as tedious. However, as the rumors grew, they became increasingly convincing. Eric Williams was reportedly discussing the project with 007 producer Barbara Broccoli at a party in his estate. The next film would adapt Ian Fleming's last unfilmed story, Casino Royale. MGM started secret negotiations with the Charlie's Angels trio. The 18th 007 installment would kick off the MGM agent movie universe. Major talent agencies began probing MGM about the 007 project's progress, hoping to secure more roles. This series of scattered details gradually indicated that perhaps Eric Williams really was set to direct the next 007 film. Media outlets swiftly picked up on the news, seeking to dig deeper. Still, Casino Royale remained in the script revision phase. After releasing some information, MGM placed a gag order on their employees to maintain the project's secrecy and buzz. The PR department merely stated that the project was still in preparation and nothing was finalized. Barbara Broccoli, the current head of the 007 series, was not one to make public appearances, and reporters couldn't extract more information from her. However, her brother, Michael Wilson, who also served as a producer for the series, was quite the opposite. He loved being in the spotlight. Soon enough, resourceful reporters in London obtained confirmation from Michael Wilson that Eric Williams would indeed direct Casino Royale. The news exploded. Since the 1993 release of Jurassic Park, which shattered global box office records with over $1 billion, more than 2 years had passed. With no word on Eric's next film, media speculation about him stepping back from directing had circulated more than once. During these 2 years, LTD Group rapidly rose under the success of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, while Lifetime's 2 reality shows made waves. The consolidation of MGM, Flower Films, and DreamWorks, alongside Firefly Group's consistently strong film business, seemed to validate the media's conjectures about Eric. While the general public paid less attention to Eric, within Hollywood and even the burgeoning internet sector, even the unrelated fashion industry, his presence remained strong, with no signs of influence waning. Take 1995 as an example. Hollywood saw a bountiful year. As the Christmas season wound down, the total box office reached an all-time high of $6.5 billion. Firefly Group alone made over $1 billion from just 5 films: Jurassic Park 2, Independence Day, Toy Story 2, Bad Boys, and Runaway Bride. The group released 18 films that year, and although production slowed compared to previous years, their films amassed a total of $1.39 billion, capturing a global box office share of $2.7 billion. Statistical agencies estimated that the global box office market for 1995 was around $17.5 billion. Thus, Firefly Group accounted for 15.4% of the global film market's box office share. It was widely recognized that Hollywood films dominated the market, but for one company to take such a large slice of it was staggering. No doubt, it was this miracle-driven young man orchestrating it all. As buzz grew around Eric directing Casino Royale, interest in him reignited. The media adeptly seized this momentum and began supplying readers and viewers with more intriguing information. What interested most people, however, was pretty superficial. Last year, Forbes had estimated Eric Williams' net worth at $46.5 billion, a figure that left later billionaires looking up in awe and numbed many who saw it. After all, it was hard for ordinary people to comprehend what $46.5 billion really meant. Thus, while they may not grasp the immense power of such wealth, they remained intensely curious about Eric's financial standing this year. The media eagerly began tallying up the substantial assets or shares he owned. The accompanying map of the Firefly business empire in Business Weekly caused a frenzy among numerous media outlets, becoming fodder for various discussions in the coming months. The latest issue of Business Weekly displayed intricate details about Eric's 2 leading business empires, Firefly Group and Firefly Investment, for everyone to see. Firefly Group, undeniably Hollywood's largest media conglomerate, owned a slew of premier entertainment companies, including Disney, ABC, Firefly Films, Pixar, New Line Cinema, Firefly Records, Buena Vista International, Digital Domain, Marvel Entertainment, and more. Last year, relevant institutions estimated Firefly Group's valuation at over $50 billion, and this year, bolstered by impressive revenue growth, it shattered records again, reaching $65 billion. Based on a 30% annual growth rate, Eric Williams, who owns 73% of Firefly Group, stood to gain over $47 billion in assets, $5 billion more than last year's total valuation. The size of Firefly investment was equally astonishing. Through thorough investigation, Business Weekly reporters revealed that this initially low-key investment company now boasted stakes in far more quality companies than most imagined. Look at this. Yahoo, the internet's leading portal and an undisputed industry leader in recent years, valued over $5 billion with an 80% stake held by Firefly Investment. Cisco, a major networking equipment company, had a current market capitalization of $26 billion, and Firefly Investment owned 26% following substantial acquisitions over the last year. America Online, a new internet service provider slated to hit the NASDAQ next January, was valued close to $5 billion, boasting a 30% stake from Firefly Investment. LTD Group, known for its beloved lingerie brand Victoria's Secret and having surged following the annual show, had a current valuation of $5.9 billion, with a 35% stake taken by Firefly Investment. Nokia, the Finnish mobile communications device company, achieved sales of 7 million phones in 1995, with Firefly Investment holding a 51% controlling stake. Sprint, a well-known telecom operator with a mobile network across the U.S., had a 10% stake from Firefly Investment. Qualcomm, an emerging telecommunications technology company with numerous patents for third-generation digital communications, garnered support from Sprint and Verizon, with Firefly Investment holding a 40% stake. While most traditional investors deemed investing in high-tech companies risky due to the vast R&D expenditures needed to remain competitive, especially considering the potential for rapid decline, the recent rise in tech-heavy NASDAQ values, and the boom in internet and mobile communication industries left little doubt about these sectors' bright futures. Thus, the estimation and share prices of the tech companies owned by Firefly Investment doubled in recent years. Take Yahoo, for instance. This tech company with popular products like Yahoo Portal and Yahoo Mail received less than $600 million from Firefly Investment over the years. But given its current market valuation, Firefly Investment could easily see returns exceeding tenfold if it chose to sell. Although these companies backed by Firefly Investment couldn't match Firefly Group's colossal size, they were nearly all leaders in their respective fields. With the rapid development of high-tech industries, it's conceivable that, in the coming years, one or more of these companies might even surpass the market value of Firefly Group. Should such predictions hold true, Eric Williams' wealth would reach jaw-dropping heights. Such a business miracle taking form in the life of a man barely 30 years old instilled a profound sense of powerlessness in many observers. Amidst the swirling tide of public opinion, Eric turned down a multitude of media interview requests and continued with his day-to-day life. During the Christmas season, MGM's Mean Girls and Firefly's 101 Dalmatians were released simultaneously. Disney was a master of family comedies, and the release of 101 Dalmatians quickly won over holiday viewers with its entertaining storyline and adorable cast of spotted puppies, pulling in over $50 million within just 2 weeks. While Mean Girls didn't match the blockbuster status of 101 Dalmatians, it benefited from the buzz generated by Scream's teenage audience market. This high school girl comedy initially garnered $20 million in its opening week, and followed up with $15.6 million the next week. With production costs lower than Scream, MGM had already recouped its entire investment in just 2 weeks. As Eric kept an eye on the year-end box office for both films, his first order of business after New Year's was to rush off to Mexico, to Rosarito, the set of Titanic. With his personal business empire exposed, Eric didn't relish the spotlight on this situation, but if he claimed to feel no twinge of vanity, that would be a lie. This new year, however, was not solely filled with good news. At least among the upper echelon of Firefly Group, the worst news was undoubtedly that the Titanic project was spiraling out of control. After a long preparatory period, Titanic began filming in July, with an original shooting schedule set for 4 months, aiming to wrap before Christmas. Yet as the year-end approached, the upper management in Firefly's production department found that only about half of Titanic's filming was completed, with post-production nowhere in sight. At that point, $60 million of the $150 million budget had been spent by Cameron. To complete filming would take at least another 4 months and would likely consume the rest of the budget. Thus, the remaining $30 million allocated wouldn't even cover post-production. Chapter 764, Stop. Rosarito, located in Baja California, Mexico, is a seaside town less than 20 kilometers from the border. It was here that much of the filming for Titanic took place. While Firefly Group had state-of-the-art filming facilities at its Playa Vista studio, the massive sets required for Titanic would have been impossible to realize in the space-hungry Los Angeles area. During the pre-production phase, James Cameron, introduced by his friend, Mexican director Guillermo del Toro, decided to move the filming to Mexico, purchasing a 16-hectare plot near Rosarito to build a set. As the new year began, it seemed that the various business miracles of Firefly Group had led many to experience a sense of aesthetic fatigue and rebellion. When news broke that the Titanic project was spiraling out of control, the media quickly jumped into action. In recent years, film production costs had risen rapidly, yet films with budgets exceeding $60 million remained scarce. Titanic had burned through $60 million just to complete 50% of its pre-production. It was evident that if Firefly Group didn't make certain decisions immediately, completing the film could result in production costs exceeding the previous year's $170 million spent on Waterworld. Waterworld had already demonstrated that a film with such drastic budget overruns during production had little chance of box office success. Although it was known that with Firefly Group's solid foundation, sustaining a loss of $100 or $200 million on a single project would not result in bankruptcy like many other film companies, the chaos surrounding Titanic had nonetheless proven to some that Firefly was not invincible. After basking in glory for several years, this strong company was starting to face the inevitable failures that loomed ominously from the beginning. Originally, Firefly had set the release date for Titanic on June 28, 1996, in a move that aligned 3 films in a franchise-like pattern along with The Matrix and The Rock. However, following the news of Titanic's troubled production, several film companies began to feel empowered. Paramount, for instance, deliberately scheduled the first project from its newly renamed Paramount Animation Studio, Pocahontas, for June 28. After a few days of hesitation, Universal also announced plans to move the release of The Mummy 2 up from mid-July to June 21st. June was already the prime month for summer movie releases, a spot that had been consistently dominated by Firefly in previous years. Other major studios had attempted numerous times to reclaim their stake in this lucrative time slot, all without success. Yet this year, some finally saw an opportunity to break Firefly's monopoly on the schedule. Given Titanic's production pace, if Firefly wanted to force the project to meet its timeline, the quality of the film would surely suffer. Conversely, if Firefly allowed Cameron to maintain the current pace, Titanic would definitely not make it to the summer blockbuster season. According to Firefly's film slate, there was no alternative film that could fill Titanic's slot. Thus, regardless of the outcome, Firefly was destined to lose the golden box office weeks from late June to early July. According to Firefly's film slate over the past 2 years, there's currently no single film that could take the spot left by Titanic. However, during our last meeting, everyone felt that a short production romantic comedy would be the best choice. But due to our contractual agreement with the theaters, Titanic had already reserved 3,000 screens for its opening. Not just any typical rom-com could fill that kind of screen count, said Kelly Haynes, Eric's assistant, flipping through documents on her lap, revealing the desert landscape outside to Eric, who was gazing out the window. The convoy of 5 black SUVs cruised slowly along Baja's coastal highway. Upon hearing that Eric was personally heading to the Rosarito filming set, both Drew beside him and Joanna working remotely from New York, as well as many in Firefly's upper echelon, all suggested the same thing: don't go. When it became clear that they couldn't dissuade him, the second suggestion that came up the next day was to bring security. Lots of security. Thus, the convoy was organized with each vehicle carrying 5 people, including Eric, Kelly, and most of Eric's security team. The American public had a rather typical view of Mexico, generally associating it with cheap labor or drug trafficking. The bordering regions were notorious for rampant crime, often described simply as chaotic. As such, Eric didn't balk at the elaborate security arrangements. Once Kelly finished speaking, she noticed Eric appeared a bit distracted and gently reminded him. Eric snapped back to attention, asking, "Oh, what were you saying?" Kelly patiently repeated her previous points. Her intention was clear. While typical romantic comedies or dramas wouldn't fill 3,000 screens, a film directed by Eric personally would be different. Everyone knew that Eric's breakout hits, from Home Alone to Pretty Woman, were predominantly in those genres. "I understand what you all mean," Eric chuckled. "But you know how busy I am right now. Perhaps I'll have to make another trip to Australia. I can't help but worry about how the Matrix is progressing without seeing it firsthand. With this schedule, it seems I won't have much time for my own projects until after the Oscars. And post-Oscars, it's full steam ahead into preparations for Casino Royale." As Eric's assistant, Kelly was far more familiar with his schedule than many of Firefly's executives. She understood he wouldn't be able to squeeze in making a film before the production of Casino Royale. She simply reiterated what everyone else felt and ceased to press the matter. "Eric, how do you plan to handle the next steps for Titanic?" "What do you mean by handle?" Eric asked, puzzled. Kelly thought for a moment before continuing. "If we want to finish this film, based on Cameron's current pace, it might take around $200 million to complete, plus the marketing budget. Given Cameron's past box office performances, Firefly is likely to face a total loss. The real question might just be how much we end up losing. I think calling it quits on this project might be the best way to minimize damages." Kelly's suggestion reflected the sentiments of many, and this viewpoint was even echoing in media circles. A complete halt could lead to piecing together the accumulated footage to form a film that could mitigate some losses. However, even if Titanic couldn't replicate its original success, Eric didn't plan on proceeding in that manner. Having already lived through a cinematic miracle, he was curious to see just how far the film could go this time around. Eric couldn't articulate his feelings directly to Kelly, so he merely joked, "If I call it off now, Jim might just kill me." "You?" Kelly chuckled, saying, "I'm starting to think you might be a bit too invested in this project." Eric turned to look at her elegant features and asked, "Is it that obvious?" Feeling her cheeks warm, Kelly lowered her voice. "I guess I have a sense of your perspective. Otherwise, well, you wouldn't be here in Mexico personally." Seeing Kelly scrambling to find words only made Eric smile. He didn't want to make her feel awkward, so he dropped the playful teasing. After crossing the border, the convoy traveled for another half hour before arriving in Rosarito, a small border town spanning roughly 10 kilometers. However, the Titanic filming set wasn't in the town itself, so the convoy continued south for about 5 kilometers to reach their destination. On the large, beachfront lot by the roadside, a simple makeshift wall had been erected. From inside the car, Eric could already see the filming facilities behind the wall. A crowd of photographers had gathered outside the entrance, drawn by a wave of recent media buzz. The sight of the 5 luxurious SUVs caught their attention. Initially stymied at the gate, the reporters quickly noticed something was up. They converged around the vehicles, flashing their cameras, and some even knocking on the windows in hopes of provoking a response to get a shot. Fortunately, with 5 identical vehicles, the reporters were unable to identify the correct target. Eric quietly remained in his vehicle, waiting for the security team of the first car to negotiate with the guard. One by one, the 5 vehicles drove into the filming studio under the disappointed cries of the reporters. Once parked, as Eric stepped out of the vehicle, Titanic's producer, John Landau, rushed over with 2 staff members, enthusiastically embracing Eric. "Eric, it's so great to see you here." Eric laughed heartily. "Just not sure if Jim wanted me here." John Landau shook hands with Kelly, his expression instantly turning serious upon hearing Eric's comment. He shook his head, saying, "It's good you could at least come and check things out." "Yeah," Eric nodded. "By the way, where's Jim?" "Oh, everyone's busy with filming. Follow me. We're on the main set." John Landau pointed toward the way and led Eric over. As they left the parking lot, Eric took in the surroundings. 3 large sound stages stood in the studio. Busy crew members moved around. Prop equipment lay scattered about, and there were several large water tanks. A massive suspended tank being constructed, long filming tracks stretching over 100 meters, and, standing by the ocean, a full-scale replica of the Titanic. Just looking around made it clear how much Cameron had spent. Eric remembered that in the original timeline, the Titanic replica had only been a partial model. Various special effects and shooting techniques had been employed to prevent it from being obvious on camera, but the model before him now was complete. Even though Eric said nothing as he surveyed the area, John Landau couldn't help but feel anxious. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. As the primary producer of Titanic, he was aware of just how extravagantly Cameron was spending. At that moment, the crew was shooting a scene at the bow, and under John's guidance, Eric climbed up onto the deck. He noticed a crowd gathered around the filming site at the bow, and he could hear Cameron's booming voice from far away. "William, filming this way looks like a pile of crap. I want a big crane to get wide shots of the leads at the bow, not this lame mechanical arm. This method is absolute garbage." After Cameron's rant, a clearly irritated male voice came through to Eric's ears, but compared to Cameron's thunderous outbursts, Eric had trouble making out what the man was saying. John Landau whispered beside him. "Jim's arguing with William again. I saw his storyboards. He wants to capture some wide-angle shots of the leads embracing at the bow, which requires a large construction crane." William disagreed and only allowed a mechanical arm at the bow. It's clear Jim isn't happy with the current filming approach. Kelly noticed Eric's slight look of confusion and leaned in to provide an explanation. "That's William Stewart, one of the producers responsible for this project. He supervises the budget for the production." Eric nodded as they approached the crowd, saying to John, "Let's see what's happening." As they squeezed through the crowd, they heard Cameron's roar again. "Damn Waterworld. You can't compare my film to that piece of trash. You're practically nullifying every decision I make. Keep this up and I'll quit. I'm done with this." "What? I'll make you jump into the sea." "No, you're making me jump into the sea." "Huh. If that would help, I'd do it right now." Finally pushing their way through, Eric caught sight of the furious Cameron facing a poor middle-aged man. "Jim, do you even know how much you've spent? At this rate, you'll ruin everything. No amount of threats will sway me. I won't agree to your plan." Cameron seemed oblivious to Eric's presence, waving his arms wildly. "No, I'm not threatening you." "Oh, jumping into the sea, huh? Watch me." With that declaration, amidst the gasps from the crowd, Cameron flushed with anger and leaped over the railing, disappearing from view in a stunning act that stunned everyone. Chapter 765. I Have a Condition. With a splash, the sound of someone falling into the water startled the crowd, and they rushed towards the ship's edge. Seeing the director jump into the sea, a few crew members who had been hanging onto the mechanical arm on the deck immediately slid down the safety rope, without waiting for any orders. There were over 100 people on site, but Eric wasn't worried about Cameron's safety. He was just a bit amused, wondering what kind of behavior it was to jump into the ocean over a disagreement. Reaching the ship's railing, Eric leaned over to look below. Cameron had already grabbed hold of the safety rope and was being slowly hoisted back up with the help of a few others. William Stewart, who had gone pale from shock, sighed in relief upon seeing that Cameron was unharmed. Only then did he notice Eric standing not far away. Remembering what had just happened, he hurried forward to explain. "Eric, Eric nodded at William, reassuring him. "It's fine, William. I saw everything. It's not your fault." Hearing Eric's words eased William's mind, but as he recalled the recent turn of events, he felt a swell of sadness. Just as he was about to share his grievances with Eric, Cameron jumped back onto the deck. Still brimming with energy, seemingly aiming to confront William, Cameron's fierce demeanor faded the moment he spotted Eric. Ignoring his drenched appearance, he approached Eric with enthusiasm and gave him a hug, saying, "Eric, you arrived just in time." Looking around and noticing everyone was staring at him oddly, Cameron yelled, "What are you all standing around for? Don't you have work to do?" Eric smirked and waved at the crew, who promptly scattered and returned to their tasks. Cameron disregarded these little details and dragged Eric to the bow of the ship, calling over Leonardo and Rachel. He animatedly instructed them to pose, saying, "Eric, just imagine Jack and Rose standing at the front of the Titanic, with the vast ocean stretching out before them, embraced in a kiss as they faced the mighty ocean breeze under the breathtaking sunset. What a beautiful scene that would be. To accomplish this, we need to install a tower crane." As he passionately rambled on, Cameron leaned against the ship's railing, raising one arm high and moving it slowly, acting as if he were that imaginary tower crane. Eric patiently listened to Cameron's evident obsession and finally asked, "Jim, installing a crane would take too much time. Can't we use a helicopter?" Cameron immediately shook his head. "No, no, no. Helicopters are too unstable. It has to be a tower crane." Eric leaned against the railing, looking up at the sky, recalling scenes from memory, and smiled. "All right, Jim. You know why I'm suddenly here. Everyone is saying Titanic is spiraling out of control. Do you feel that way?" Cameron's face briefly displayed a hint of embarrassment, but he quickly said, "Eric, I know this movie may not finish on schedule, but it's definitely not out of control. I'm fully aware of what I'm doing. Well, the budget might stretch a bit. I think, for you, money shouldn't be an issue. You should have plenty." Eric looked at Cameron, who was dripping wet in his director's jacket, and waved his hand helplessly. "You should change clothes first and give me some time to figure out how to counter your arguments." Cameron seemed to realize something and laughed boastfully, saying to John Landau nearby, "John, call them up now and have them prepare everything quickly." After saying that, Cameron waved at Eric and quickly made his way towards the gangway. After watching Cameron's retreating figure disappear, John Landau and William Stewart looked at Eric, their expressions questioning. Eric nodded and said, "Let's proceed according to Jim's idea." William Stewart still wore a worried look, but, "Eric, this will delay us for at least 2 days, and many original shooting schedules will be disrupted." "It was already a mess. A little more chaos won't make much difference," Eric replied, glancing at William. "Don't worry. Consider this project my indulgence. Regardless of the outcome, it won't affect you." With Eric saying that, William didn't press further. His biggest concern had been the budget overruns and potential box office failure of Titanic, knowing that if these things happened, he might be fired as the producer. Since Eric had given such a promise, he certainly wouldn't push his luck by continuing the argument. After sending John Landau and William Stewart off to make preparations, Eric finally had some free time and greeted the leading actors. "Leonardo, Rachel, how's it been working with Jim?" Leonardo smiled bashfully, while Rachel Wise, having met Eric a few times, felt a bit more comfortable. She leaned against the railing next to Eric and said, "Jim is usually quite friendly, but he gets angry too easily." Rachel glanced over at Kelly standing a little ways off and asked, "Eric, didn't Caroline come with you?" "No, but I'll bring her next time to see you." "Oh," Rachel said with a tone of disappointment. She had been filming this movie for a few months now, not even returning home for Christmas, and with a volatile director, it had been tough. Had it not been for her naturally strong character, she would have given up many times. Eric could empathize with Rachel's emotions and encouraged her. "Keep working hard. Who knows, after this, you might become the big star needing to be coddled by directors." Rachel chuckled, "As long as I don't have to encounter directors like Jim again." Just as she mentioned Cameron, that familiar figure rushed back from the gangway. "Hey, Eric, the morning shoot is definitely done. Follow me. I'll show you what we've been shooting recently." Eric nodded, said goodbye to Rachel and Leonardo, and left the deck with Cameron to a makeshift post-production studio on site. In the original timeline, many ordinary people were often puzzled after watching Titanic, as it was perceived to be a visual effects blockbuster. After all, to most, the film's visuals were primarily real-world objects. Unlike benchmark effects films such as Jurassic Park, Star Wars, or Men in Black, it appeared that Titanic didn't feature any special effects scenes. But the reality was far from that. The entire film, from the starry night sky to the warm breath scene in cold scenes, was primarily composed of visual effects technology. Furthermore, creating realistic scenes using CGI posed even greater challenges compared to depicting imaginary aliens or spaceships, since most people had never seen an alien and couldn't distinguish between real or fake. But when it came to accurately rendering real objects, Anything less than meticulous could easily be spotted, as they needed to install the tower crane. For Cameron, there wasn't any time left in the morning to reset the shooting schedule. So, Eric was pulled by Cameron to see the footage that had been shot recently in the post-production studio. Aside from a small portion that was entirely shot on location, most of the footage showed green screens. Even a scene planned in the Titanic's luxurious first-class cabin had green screens surrounding the dining setup, illustrating the expected workload to transform this material into the film's final scenes. Eric, I assure you that, as long as funding doesn't become an issue, I can complete all filming within 3 months, and we can also handle post-production simultaneously. Aside from primary scenes, I can subcontract some minor effects work. John has started reaching out to effects studios. Plus, having a render farm will significantly speed up post-production. I'd estimate, before August, I can guarantee all work will be finished. During lunch, a group gathered in the dining area discussing the film's production process. Cameron passionately reiterated his promises, and, well, making wild claims didn't cost a dime. Feeling Eric's support for the project, Cameron's unsparing assurances flowed freely, causing team members like John Landau, William Stewart, and even Rachel to roll their eyes. With a smile, Eric cut into his steak and told Cameron, "August? There's no way we can make the summer blockbusters. I just wish you won't drag this film into the end of the year without it being finished. Jim, that's my bottom line. You need to understand that Firefly isn't solely mine." Of course, Cameron immediately nodded, glancing over at William Stewart, sitting not too far away, and said, "But Eric, I have one condition." I think William doesn't need to waste time here. Just John and a few other production assistants should be enough. Eric shook his head. "That won't do. Jim, William must stay here." That was ridiculous. Without any constraints, this guy would surely run wild. While Eric supported the continuation of filming, he certainly wouldn't allow Cameron to squander resources unchecked. Otherwise, $300 million wouldn't be enough for him. Cameron hadn't tried to lower his voice intentionally, and hearing their conversation, William Stewart looked at Eric with a glimmer of hope. Though he was irritated by Cameron wanting to send him away, he would definitely prefer not to remain if he could help it. After rejecting Cameron's request and continuing lunch, Eric suddenly remembered another matter. He turned to Cameron and John Landau, saying, "By the way, there's something else. I hope we can keep all the props from this movie intact." Everyone showed puzzled expressions, and John Landau replied, "Eric, it doesn't seem necessary. There aren't many films from Hollywood's 20s and 30s, and most props have little chance of being reused. Plus, I've already arranged to sell the big ship model to a local factory after filming, which will recover some funds for post-production." Although the plan heavily relied on effects technology, the sourcing of details was still remarkably expensive. The film's expenditure on thousands of costumes, tableware, and accessory items amounted to millions, not to mention the full-scale ship model meticulously crafted to a 1-to-1 ratio. In the original timeline, after Titanic's miraculous success, the props had generated further ticket revenues through touring exhibitions, earning additional hundreds of millions for the producers. While Eric hesitated about whether this version of Titanic could achieve the same success as its original, if there was even a chance, he wasn't about to let this profit opportunity slip by. Hearing that John Landau planned to sell the big ship model, Eric quickly shook his head. "No need. I still find that ship very meaningful. Moreover, Firefly will likely create ocean-related films in the future, and these props might come in handy. We could keep this entire set as a dedicated filming base for ocean-themed movies." Seeing Eric's determination, the others naturally didn't oppose. After a brief discussion, they decided to construct a warehouse on-site specifically for storing Titanic's props. Since he was there, Eric didn't rush to leave, but stayed to observe Cameron's shooting process. Although some scenes at the bow were on hold due to the crane installation, the crew quickly arranged to shoot other scenes. Instead, with the budget pressures alleviated, Cameron seemed to calm down and was less irritable. At least, for the next couple of days, Eric didn't hear any of Cameron's thunderous rants. However, while the Rosarito set found a calm atmosphere internally, the outside world became more boisterous. Though a gag order was issued immediately after the incident, The large number of people on set meant the gag order didn't hold much weight. The news of Cameron's leap into the ocean made headlines in the North American entertainment news the very next day. Chapter 766, Sudden Developments. Cameron had a heated argument with Titanic producer Eric Williams and jumped into the sea. The Titanic project spiraled out of control. Eric Williams personally went to Rosarito, and overwhelmed by pressure, Cameron attempted to end his life by jumping into the ocean. Eric Williams and James Cameron got into a physical altercation on the Rosarito set, pushing each other into the sea, and the Titanic project might be completely derailed. Because there was no footage leaked from the set, rumors began to spread wildly, fueled by gossip. In the following days, the media in the United States reported increasingly absurd stories about Cameron jumping into the sea. The Firefly Group's public relations department's attempts to clarify the situation failed to quell the rapid spread of these rumors, and more media reporters began to converge on Rosarito, Mexico. In a hurry to address the situation, Eric decided to have ABC send journalists to the set to specifically record some behind-the-scenes footage of the crew. Although this did not completely suppress the spread of rumors, the absurd comments soon fell apart after the related videos were aired. The day after Eric arrived in Rosarito, Stan Winston, CEO of Digital Domain, also came to discuss post-production issues. Titanic was set to utilize a lot of very innovative special effects techniques. According to Eric's vision when he founded Digital Domain, these new special effects methods would be specially organized, and if possible, patents would be applied for. Even though many of the special effects ideas emerged from Cameron's imagination, he was completely absorbed in the film once Eric provided sufficient budget support and had no intention of keeping track of these details. After a morning of shooting, Eric had already spent 5 days on the Rosarito set. With the oppressive atmosphere of budget constraints gone, although Cameron occasionally still displayed some irritability, the sense of being on the brink of explosion had completely disappeared, and the interpersonal relationships on set improved significantly. During lunchtime, as Eric was with Cameron and others in the restaurant, John Landau walked in hurriedly. After getting his meal, he came over to Eric's table and said, "Eric, are you going back this afternoon?" "Yeah," Eric replied. "It seems like things here are wrapping up, and I can't really help out anymore." John nodded, hesitated for a moment, and warned, "I think you should be careful on your way back." "Huh?" Eric looked up, puzzled. John continued, "I heard there have been several robbery incidents targeting journalists lately. There were even 2 unfortunate guys who had their ribs broken. You know how expensive their professional filming equipment is. Also, I just had a chat with Victor, who's in charge of security on set, and he said there have indeed been some unidentified people around here lately. So you know." Eric nodded seriously. He was well aware of the security situation in Mexico. The country only had a little over 100,000 regular troops, but the number of illegal armed groups led by drug traffickers was comparable to that of regular forces. Currently, things were somewhat manageable, but in the coming years, as security further deteriorated, Mexico was even ranked by the United Nations among war status countries like Somalia and Yugoslavia. Given that Rosarito was close to the Mexico-US border, the local security situation was even worse. On the advice of the security team, Eric had not stepped out of the filming location since his arrival in Mexico. Hearing John's warning, Cameron's expression turned serious too. "Eric, if it comes to that, you can take a helicopter back. It might be a hassle, but it's definitely safer." Unlike in the US, helicopters were primarily controlled by government departments in Mexico, and it was difficult for ordinary citizens to obtain flight permits. Eric chuckled and shook his head. "There's no need to go to such lengths. It's only 30 kilometers from here to the border. If we drive fast, we'll make it in half an hour, and besides, my convoy might be safer than a helicopter." Eric wasn't being arrogant. The 23 bodyguards accompanying him were mostly seasoned ex-Marines. The 5 SUVs he traveled in, while not up to presidential standards and equipment, were certainly equipped for safety and protection. As long as they didn't encounter any severe firepower attacks, they could hold out just fine if they ever got stuck. After lunch and some more conversation, Eric said his goodbyes and left the Rosarito set with his female assistant. Still on the coastal highway in Southern California, Once the vehicles were driving smoothly, Eric looked down at the latest version of the script for Casino Royale coming in from Los Angeles. Seated next to him, Kelly happened to glance in the rearview mirror and noticed that a few cars were following them, recalling John Landau's warning from earlier that day. She anxiously tapped Eric and pointed behind them. Before Eric could respond, Carter Moan, sitting in the front passenger seat, said, "Ms. Haynes, it's nothing. That's just the reporter's car. They might be following us back." "Oh, I see." Kelly chuckled, feeling a bit sheepish about her earlier paranoia. The convoy soon passed through the town of Rosarito and continued forward. Eric flipped through a few more pages of the script and stretched his neck while chatting a bit with Kelly. Just as he was about to dive back into the script, Carter suddenly pressed his earpiece and spoke softly, urgently, then turned to Eric and said, "Eric, there might be some trouble up ahead." Eric looked up, puzzled, "Huh?" Kelly felt the tension and nervously grabbed Eric's sleeve, her face melting into worry. "A container truck has stopped about a kilometer ahead, blocking the road," Carter explained and added, "A very cliched move." Eric glanced out the window. Though this was a 4-lane highway, the central barrier was made of cement blocks, and a container truck could effectively block off half a lane. Eric knew he didn't have time to hesitate. He calmly told Carter, "I don't know anything about this. You handle it." Carter nodded, instructed the two to fasten their seatbelts, and quickly began giving orders over his earpiece while retrieving a handgun from the glove compartment, followed by a semi-automatic rifle. Taking a deep breath, Eric noticed Kelly's nervousness and patted her shoulder, reassuring, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Even if we run into trouble, there will be help from the border in less than 10 minutes. "Yeah." Kelly's face relaxed a little as she held Eric's hand with one and reached into her bag with the other, realizing the phone was useless for making calls in Mexico. She put it back down. In the midst of their brief exchange, the convoy suddenly accelerated, and moments later, Carter turned to Eric, commanding, "Everyone buckle up." Then, a loud bang echoed from the front of the convoy. Sitting in the left side of the rear compartment, Eric felt it was not a gunshot. Confused, he leaned toward the window to look outside. The front SUV had rudely crashed through the central cement divider, forcing a lane change into oncoming traffic. Subsequently, the second and third SUVs followed suit, and amid the chaos, the fourth SUV Eric was in also veered onto the other lane, scraping against the remaining cement barrier, creating a horrible screeching noise. In the front, Carter, gripping the semi-automatic rifle vigilantly, gazed out the right window. Eric regained his focus amid the bumpiness and looked to the right. A blue container truck sat squarely in the right lane, and he caught a glimpse of two bewildered Mexican men standing next to the truck as they passed by. The convoy passed the container truck without changing lanes again. Fortunately, this coastal highway had sparse traffic, making it easy to maneuver around any oncoming vehicles. Though Eric didn't see anyone pursuing them, Carter remained vigilant, continuously communicating with the bodyguards in various vehicles. Finally, after about 10 minutes, the town near the border came into view, and everyone finally relaxed. Kelly sighed heavily, glancing at Eric and then at Carter, who was disassembling his weapon and stowing it into a backpack. After a moment of thought, she said, "I just saw. Maybe it was a misunderstanding?" Eric recalled the expressions on the faces of the two Mexican men and felt some doubt. Still, he didn't question Carter's judgment. It was always better to be cautious. Carter secured his weapon and looked through the rearview mirror. "It wasn't a misunderstanding, Miss Haynes. If you look closely, you should have noticed that the guy in the blue jacket was concealing a submachine gun. Plus, the container doors were clearly wide open. If they were really stopped due to vehicle trouble, they wouldn't be in that position." Kelly questioned further, "Why is that?" Carter suddenly shifted the topic and asked her, "Ms. Haynes, do you know what's the most important thing when driving at night in Mexico?" "Huh," Carter replied. "The most important thing is if you see a red light, you run it. Never stop. Because if you pause for even a few seconds, armed robbers will appear by your window, robbing you blind. What we just encountered is similar to that scenario. If we had stopped, I guarantee you that dozens of armed individuals would have come out from that container before we knew it, and we'd be in a world of trouble." Kelly glanced at Carter's serious expression in the mirror, then shot a look at Eric. Seeing Eric nod in agreement, she instinctively touched her chest and said, "I've heard." that Mexico can be pretty chaotic, but this is way too bold. Don't they fear harsh government crackdowns? Carter said, to be honest, they really don't. This country is beyond repair, and it's very difficult to restore normal social order. Hearing that, Eric recalled some things. He remembered how the later president of Mexico, Calderon, tried to take strong measures against crime, only to exacerbate social unrest. During his administration, the death toll of innocent civilians affected by violence exceeded 20,000. Reflecting on this information, Eric suddenly realized he had been too careless this time. His profile was too high. It might be best not to return to Mexico in the future. As they drove through the town adjacent to the border, Eric could see the customs entrance in the distance. Suddenly, he felt the vehicle slow down. He looked up to see Carter leaning out the window, handing a black backpack to a middle-aged man outside, so he didn't really pay it much attention. Crossing customs usually required discarding any contraband. While Mexico had strict gun control laws, in practice, due to its proximity to the U.S. and social chaos, this ban was nearly non-existent. Carter had mentioned to Eric that in this small border town, there were probably over 200 gun dealers. Once the convoy joined the flow of traffic entering and exiting the border, Kelly completely relaxed. Then she remembered something and suddenly said, "Oh right, Eric, didn't they say a few reporters were driving behind us? They won't be in any trouble, right?" Eric had momentarily forgotten about them. He looked towards Carter, who was checking in with earpieces. Carter turned back and said, "No worries, they're all still following us." "That's good, but..." Kelly glanced at Eric and said, "Perhaps when we get back, the media will have a field day." Eric understood what Kelly meant. Given the events that had just unfolded, it was only logical that the media would latch on to the story. Sure enough, on the very day Eric returned to Los Angeles, some evening papers published headlines such as "Eric Williams nearly kidnapped in Mexico," complete with numerous illustrations, photos of the container truck blocking the road, the mangled barrier, and the noticeable scratches on the SUVs. With clever captions, the media sensationalized the entire incident. Things indeed turned lively. As a world-renowned tycoon with a net worth in the tens of billions, Eric's influence was unmistakable. The Mexican government, unwilling to let such events tarnish its international image, swiftly reacted, claiming it was just a misunderstanding and even accusing Eric's vehicle of damaging public property, demanding he compensate for the damaged barrier. However, these rebuttals fell flat. The identities of the two Mexican men next to the container truck were quickly unearthed by the savvy media. Both were documented criminals, even wanted by the Mexican government. Consequently, things only got noisier. The Mexican government no longer mentioned compensation, making vague statements about swiftly apprehending criminals before quieting down. In light of all the external commotion, Eric had no time to dwell on this minor mishap. At the very least, this incident overshadowed the earlier rumors about Cameron jumping into the sea. He simply handed over the media-related matters to Firefly's PR team and continued busying himself with work. Chapter 766, 767, Trip to Australia. What is the capital of Australia? Most people might instinctively think of Sydney, with about 80% likely to do so. Often, the simplest questions are the ones that are most easily answered incorrectly. Among the remaining crowd, another 10% might hesitate, recalling Australia's other major city, Melbourne. However, both answers are incorrect. Australia's capital is Canberra, a city that doesn't boast a strong sense of presence in most people's minds. After returning from Mexico, Eric stayed in Los Angeles for a week before setting off again for the Southern Hemisphere and Australia. The absence of Titanic from the summer lineup was a done deal, and the remaining two films, The Matrix and The Rock, absolutely couldn't afford to fail. The Rock was directed by John Woo and filmed not far from Los Angeles and San Francisco, facilitating easy oversight from the company. The Matrix was a different story, despite believing in the Wachowski brothers' talent, they were still relatively new directors. Moreover, the film was entirely shot in Sydney, and the local Australian branch of Digital Domain was solely responsible for the post-production effects. The entire process was far removed from Los Angeles, prompting Eric to decide to personally check on the film's progress. In comparison to the grandiose nature of his trip to Mexico, Eric's journey to Sydney was much more streamlined. Besides the Matrix, he had some other matters to address, possibly requiring him to stay in Australia for another week or two. Given that Kelly, as a single mother, was not suited for the trip, Eric arranged to bring 2 assistants from the office, plus 4 bodyguards, totaling 7 people headed to Australia. Filming for The Matrix had wrapped up by the end of the previous year, and the Wachowskis had already completed a rough cut of 3.5 hours. The key post-production effects work had also begun. The headquarters of Digital Domain's Australian branch was located in the Camperdown area, close to the University of Sydney. With ample technical support from the American headquarters and the robust cooperation of News Corporation in Australia, the Australian branch had rapidly grown to employ over 200 staff members, primarily focused on The Matrix's post-production. Eric checked into a hotel near the University of Sydney, less than a kilometer away from Digital Domain, making it convenient for work. Although it was a personal trip entirely for work, Eric was still met at the airport by a local politician and invited to attend a charity gala the following evening. Shortly after Eric's arrival, Lachlan Murdoch, the eldest son of Rupert Murdoch, who was overseeing some newspaper publishing in Australia for News Corporation, also called to invite him to a private party. Due to jet lag and consecutive social gatherings, Eric struggled to get into a work mode for the next 3 days. Early on the 4th day, still feeling a bit hungover, someone knocked on his hotel room door. When he opened it, Robert Cote, the producer of The Matrix, stood outside. Because the company couldn't lure Joel Silver to handle the project, they ultimately selected Robert Cote, a man in his 40s who had previously been a producer within the Disney system and had been in the business since the mid-80s, making him quite experienced. Seeing Eric, who looked disheveled with his hair messy and a weary expression, Robert Cote hesitated and said, "Sorry, Eric, I didn't realize you were still resting." At that moment, Eric was only wearing pants and had no shirt on, looking somewhat unkempt. Automatically, he raised his empty wrist, but quickly realized his watch was missing and he couldn't remember where he tossed it the night before. He asked Robert Cote, "What time is it?" "It's 9:30, Robert replied. "You mentioned you would be at the special effects company at 9, so I came to check on you." "Oh, sorry," Eric said, shaking his head. "I got a bit too drunk last night. Go ahead without me. I'll, be there by 10:30. "Okay," Robert nodded, adding, "Do you need me to get room service for you?" Eric declined, saying, "No, I just need to take a shower and grab some breakfast." Robert acknowledged with a sound and left without further comment. Eric closed the door, stripped off his clothes, and jumped into the bathtub, running hot water and sinking into the tub, comfortably stretching out his body as he recalled some of the previous night's events. Last night, he attended a party hosted by Lachlan Murdoch at the Murdoch family estate in the suburbs of Sydney. Eric was somewhat acquainted with Lachlan and James Murdoch, but the 2 young men seemed to be classical examples of spoiled children, likely due to Rupert Murdoch's busy lifestyle sidelining their upbringing. Lachlan had been placed in the Australia headquarters to oversee News Corporation's publishing business, but at his first press conference, he became tongue-tied by just a few questions from reporters, demonstrating his lack of preparation. In Australia, where News Corporation controlled over 70% of the media channels, reporters, regardless of how cunning they might be, had no choice but to respect the Murdoch heir, highlighting how bad Lachlan performed. The incident left Rupert Murdoch visibly disappointed. Eric also sensed that Lachlan and James didn't particularly like him. Given their similar ages and Rupert's high expectations for his sons, it wasn't hard to imagine an ambitious father would use peers like Eric to inspire his lethargic sons. The party was clearly a reception influenced by Rupert's directives, but Lachlan had invited a ton of his contemporaries and behaved exceptionally friendly. Both boys seemed to be following instructions to toast Eric one by one, men and women alike. In the end, Eric only remembered being helped into a car by his bodyguards. Thinking back, Eric chuckled and shook his head. He wasn't genuinely angry. After all, the less competent the Murdoch boys were, the greater the chances Elizabeth would inherit the whole News Corporation. In truth, he wouldn't mind if they got into more trouble. After his shower, Eric got dressed and went down to the hotel restaurant, where one of the assistants he brought with him, Peter Rich, was already waiting for him. After ordering breakfast, as soon as the waiter left, Peter approached to update Eric on his work over the past 2 days. Mr. Williams, I got in touch with Kate Blanchett's agent, but I haven't met her in person. The agent mentioned that Ms. Blanchett is filming a TV series in Brisbane. Eric interrupted, puzzled. Brisbane? Peter Rich nodded, explaining, Brisbane is the capital of Queensland in northern Australia. It's the country's third largest city, following Sydney and Melbourne, about 700 kilometers from Sydney. Eric nodded, signaling Peter to continue. Peter continued, Ms. Blanchett's agent was very enthusiastic about our invitation and indicated they would get Ms. Blanchett to return as soon as possible to meet you in person. Eric inquired, did you deliver the script to them? It's already been given to Ms. Blanchett's agent. Eric nodded and said, keep in contact with them. I don't have much time. If I can't meet her in a week, let it go. Peter replied, understood, Mr. Williams. Is there anything else? No. How's Sean doing? Eric asked, referring to another assistant he'd brought along. Peter responded, he's already made contact with the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization, CSIRO, but we just found out that CSIRO's developed Wi-Fi technology has not been patented in North America. Perhaps we don't need to purchase it from them after all. Eric arrived in Australia, not just for the film matters, but also to secure the patent rights to the emerging Wi-Fi technology, held by a lengthy named Technical Research Organization in Australia. In the original timeline, the Australian government made nearly $1 billion annually just by charging licensing fees on billions of devices using Wi-Fi technology worldwide. However, back then, the internet was just beginning, and few people realized the true value of Wi-Fi, presenting Eric with an opportunity to scoop it up. As long as he could secure the Wi-Fi patent, not only would he be in for the foreseeable massive licensing fees, but it would also grant him leverage and priority for companies like Cisco, Yahoo, and America Online in wireless network technology. He understood Peter's implication. Since Wi-Fi had not been patented in North America, Firefly could acquire related technical materials without spending anything and apply for the patent themselves, claiming the technology as theirs. This tactic of preempting others' technological achievements was not uncommon across many sectors. Nevertheless, Eric shook his head without hesitation. This was not a matter of moral righteousness. It was clear that Wi-Fi's applications would be global in nature. Even if he preemptively claimed the patent in North America, a long legal battle with CSIRO was inevitable, not to mention the implications abroad. There's no need for that. Purchasing the Wi-Fi patent won't cost much. It would take at least another 10 years for Wi-Fi technology to fully permeate, and with the exception of Eric, no one could foresee its wide-open future. Presently, securing the patent wouldn't even amount to $10 million. The waiter soon brought Eric his breakfast. He waved Peter off, finished his meal, and left the hotel to head to the Digital Domain Australia headquarters. From the start of filming The Matrix, Eric had closely monitored the Wachowski brothers' progress through emails and other means. Thanks to the assistance of experienced producer Robert Cote, the brothers had faced few difficulties throughout the shooting process. In the following days, Eric focused on discussions with The Matrix's key creative team around the film's post-production and editing processes. Despite Eric's remote guidance and Robert Cote's on-site supervision, the Wachowski brothers slyly inserted many personal touches into the film. In the original timeline, the movie's immense success stemmed not only from its bold and novel themes of reality versus illusion, but also from the profound philosophical explorations depicted by the Wachowskis. Thus, Eric didn't completely remove their inserted personal content, but rather, based on his memory of the intended version, he made appropriate cuts to strike a balance between the film's commercial elements and its philosophical reflections. The original version of The Matrix, after stunning audiences with the first film, suffered in subsequent installments due to Time Warner's excessive delegation of power, leaving the Wachowskis lost in their convoluted filming ideologies. This trend resulted in diminishing box office returns as each film progressed. Particularly the last installment faced failure despite the significant boost from the second film. While Eric busily oversaw The Matrix's post-production in Sydney, hundreds of kilometers north in Brisbane, Kate Blanchett was completing a day's shoot. As she exited the set, her agent Ron Lather pulled up in a car, signaling her to get in. Kate, clutching her handbag, instinctively glanced around as if feeling guilty before slipping into the back seat. Neither spoke immediately. They drove a couple of blocks before stopping outside a cafe. After getting out and entering the cafe, they ordered 2 coffees and settled at a window seat. That's when Kate suddenly couldn't help but laugh. "Ron, why do I feel like we're plotting something bad?" Ron chuckled as well, still in amazement. Just 3 days earlier, a young man claiming to be Eric Williams's assistant approached him, expressing Eric's interest in having Kate audition for a Bond girl role. Ron's immediate reaction had been skepticism and doubt about whether it was a scam. After all, while he knew very well the actress he represented had exceptional acting skills, it was impossible to link her to anything associated with Eric Williams's new film. "I feel the same way. But this is definitely a dream opportunity for everyone, isn't it? By the way, Kate, you haven't told anyone else, have you?" Kate shook her head with a smile, saying, "Of course not. I don't want to be seen as someone who's daydreaming." Chapter 767, 768, The Meeting. "This is good. If we leak this information, it could upset Eric Williams," Ron Lather nodded and added. "But after the meeting tomorrow, regardless of the outcome, we can reach out to the media. That would definitely be beneficial for your career in this industry. By the way, have you finished reading the original of Casino Royale?" Kate Blanchett pulled a book from her bag and said, "I finished it a while ago, along with those few pages of the script." Vesper Lynd should be considered the only true female character in the history of 007, rather than just another pretty face in revealing outfits. I find that I've really come to like this character. Of course, if Casino Royale continues with the same production standards as before, Eric Williams wouldn't be directing it himself. Based on the original work, I think Vesper Lynd might also be the only woman James Bond ever truly loved. Ron Lather obviously had done his homework. After he said that, he glanced at his watch and remarked, "It's about time. The meeting is set for tomorrow at noon. Our flight back to Sydney is at 8 tonight, so we still have some time. Come with me downtown. You need to pick out a suitable outfit." "Kate, now is not the time to save money. Making a good impression on Eric Williams is the most important thing." "Hold on, Ron," Kate Blanchett called out to her manager. "I actually think clothing isn't the most important factor. Look, the invitation came out of the blue. There's no normal invitation procedure here. We don't even know how Eric Williams found me. Besides, the meeting is scheduled during lunch, which means the other party's schedule is really tight. We might only have an hour or 2 to earn his approval. In that situation, what do you think Eric Williams wants to see most?" Ron Lather, who was about to get up, sat back down. He looked at the Casino Royale book still sitting on the table and the few pages of the script that had been sent over, and suddenly understood. "You mean this is actually an audition?" "Exactly." Kate Blanchett picked up the script she had in hand and said, "So what we should really do is not go by clothes, but instead brainstorm about this character together. I also hope you can help me go over my lines." By January 22nd, Eric had already been in Sydney for 10 days. Last night, the 53rd Golden Globe Awards took place at the Hollywood Hilton, and of course, Forrest Gump won Best Motion Picture Drama, Best Director, and Best Actor. The post-production of The Matrix was running smoothly without any major issues. In just a week, Eric had roughly finalized the post-production and editing strategies with the creative team. Negotiations for acquiring the Wi-Fi patent technology had already begun, which Eric assigned to the team responsible for the MP3 player development. Eric's schedule was quite tight. After completing the meeting at noon, he was set to fly to Cairns in North Queensland in the afternoon. Thanks to last year's preparations, Catherine Bigelow had started filming The Thin Red Line last year, having acquired the project from Terrence Malick. Since he was in Australia, he surely wanted to check on the production. After bidding farewell to the Wachowski brothers and others, Eric left the 4-story office building where Digital Domain was located, accompanied by his assistant. Aside from the bustling areas along the banks of the Parramatta River, most of Sydney resembled an ordinary town with few tall buildings, primarily due to Australia's low population. At that time, the entire country had just over 16 million people, and even though Sydney was the largest city in Australia, it had only about 3 million residents spread across over 1,000 square kilometers. This population wasn't even close to the 2.4 million people Eric was accustomed to living in his previous metropolis. While it was near Sydney University, logically, the area around the school should have been crowded. However, When Eric stepped out of the digital domain building and looked around, he noticed that only a sparse few pedestrians walked down the street. Just beyond the street's southern end lay the iron fence of Sydney University. Despite being someone who enjoyed a quiet environment, Eric found this emptiness a bit unsettling. As the bodyguard brought the car over, Eric and his assistant got in and drove straight to a nearby restaurant where he had arranged to meet Cate Blanchett. Though the script wasn't finalized yet, the 007 production team had already begun scouting for character leads. Pierce Brosnan was set to continue playing James Bond without question. Among the remaining roles, the most important was undoubtedly the new Bond girl, Vesper Lynd. The original actress who played Vesper Lynd, Eva Green, was only a 16-year-old girl, so she was naturally out of consideration. As Eric pondered potential replacements, the first name that came to mind was Nicole. Both in appearance and acting skills, Nicole could definitely embody the complex character of Vesper Lynd, a girl who appeared strong but was actually sensitive inside. Unfortunately, due to her skyrocketing fame in recent years, Nicole had already committed to 3 films last year, filling her schedule into the following year. Even if Nicole managed to squeeze some time, the preliminary budget meant the production couldn't afford her. Nicole's going rate for commercial films was starting at $10 million, while Pierce Brosnan's fee for the second film had only just reached $7 million. Aside from Nicole, most of the other recommended actresses didn't impress Eric. It was only when finalizing the Australian trip that he suddenly thought of Nicole's fellow countrywoman, Cate Blanchett. Eric didn't consider Cate Blanchett to be overly beautiful, but in his original timeline, her acting was above reproach, and her versatility meant she could take on almost any film genre. This was evident from her various memorable characters she had portrayed, and for someone who loved films, watching Cate Blanchett perform was an absolute joy. They chose a casual restaurant for the meeting. Eric arrived 15 minutes early, and as his assistant went down to fetch Cate, he sat alone at their reserved table, ordered a cup of coffee, and asked the waiter if there was today's newspaper. Though Eric had already heard the general results of the Golden Globes, he still wanted to see the detailed reports. The young waiter hesitated for a moment while staring at Eric, seemingly unsure of his identity. Eric's arrival in Sydney hadn't been widely reported, leaving ordinary people completely unaware. Upon hearing Eric's inquiry, the waiter realized he had been a bit rude, collected himself, and pointed to a makeshift bookshelf against the wall, saying, "Sir, it's over there. What paper do you need? I can fetch it for you." "No need. I'll get it myself." Eric shook his head and walked over. He picked out a film-related weekly magazine. Just as he was about to return to his seat, a particular magazine caught his eye. It was a teen magazine called Dolly, featuring a doll-faced girl in a pink skirt on the cover. Easily retrieving the magazine, he returned to the table and opened it, discovering it was hosting a modeling competition for young girls. A 13-year-old named Miranda Kerr was announced as the latest winner. Wow, you wouldn't have guessed it. At 13, she already has some allure. Eric smirked, flipping through pages filled with youthful photos and recalling a ridiculous news story from his past life about 2 business tycoons brawling over Miranda Kerr. Casually leafing through the magazine, Eric found himself struck with a mischievous idea. In the original timeline, many of the major supermodels of the new century had just begun their careers. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to plant a deeper Easter egg in this 007 film. The original Casino Royale conveniently featured another supermodel, Alessandra Ambrosio, in a cameo as a tennis girl. So why not collect a group of rising stars for a similar cameo? A few years later, when these supermodels dazzled the fashion world, audiences might find it amusing that they all had once appeared together in Casino Royale. Reflecting on this idea, besides Miranda Kerr and Alessandra Ambrosio, Gisele Bündchen definitely came to mind among the up-and-coming models. And Adriana Lima. The rest. Eric shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. He planned to shoot some emails to various agencies later that evening to request portfolios and select from there. By industry standards, most girls who made a name for themselves had already been scouted and signed by modeling agencies around the ages of 13 or 14. While mulling over this, he heard the sound of clicking high heels approaching and looked up. Cate Blanchett, dressed in a white shirt and black pants with a large women's handbag slung over one shoulder, made her way toward him. Her outfit had a somewhat masculine feel, and while she hadn't tied her hair up, the purposely shortened blonde hair gave her a sharp, competent aura of a working woman. Eric nodded with satisfaction. Clearly, she had come prepared. Given Kate's current demeanor, he could even sense the essence of Vesper Lind radiating from her. He stood up to greet her with a handshake, but noticed a hint of scrutiny and challenge in her eyes. Smiling slightly, he remained seated. From Kate's gaze and body language, she already seemed to have immersed herself in the role. As expected, Kate sat down across from Eric, tossed her handbag onto the empty chair beside her, and immediately stated, "I'm the money." As the director, Eric didn't need to memorize lines, but that wasn't a challenge for him since he had the original film's complete imagery in his memory. Although the new version had a significant storyline adjustment, the iconic banter between Bond and Vesper during their first encounter was mostly retained. Taking a keen interest, he assessed Kate from head to toe and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Every penny of it." Even though Kate had delved into her character, she still retained a part of her own awareness. Initially, she worried Eric might be difficult to work with, but hearing him follow along with the script, she quickly found her confidence and became more immersed in the long-prepared role. Reaching into her bag, Kate produced a prepared card and handed it to Eric, continuing, "The Treasury has agreed to stake you in the game." Eric glanced casually at the card, remarking, "Vesper? I hope you gave your parents hell for that." Kate completely ignored Eric's teasing. Absent-mindedly flipping through the menu, she retorted sarcastically, "Your boss must have some influence. I've never seen so much go out the door so quickly." Eric took a sip of his coffee, unbothered. Or so stylishly. Kate cast him a disdainful glance, but didn't reply. Waving away the waiter who had come nearby, Eric furthered the conversation. "May I ask where it is?" 10 million was wired to your account in Montenegro, with a contingency for 5 million more, if I deem it a prudent investment. Kate lifted her head from casually scanning the menu and added, "I suppose you've given some thought to the notion that if you lose, our government will have directly financed terrorism. So, can you be sure that you will win?" Kate had made some slight adjustments to the script she received from Eric, but he was unfazed, easily replying, "Unless you can determine for certain that others will lose." Eric also modified his lines, and Kate effortlessly responded, "So everything relies on chance. God knows. That's what concerns me the most." Eric shrugged, saying, "You know the term. Then you may have also heard that in poker you don't play your hand, you play the man across from you." With a distrustful look, Kate shot Eric a glance and replied, "And you're good at reading people." "Exactly," Eric remarked, looking back at Kate who radiated confidence, "which is why I've been able to detect the undercurrent of sarcasm in your voice." Kate leaned back in her chair, folding her arms. Although she wore a smile, the sharp mockery was all the more evident. "I am now assured our money is in good hands." Eric originally intended to conclude the conversation there. He was already very satisfied with Cate Blanchett's brief performance over the past minute. However, perhaps having inadvertently been drawn into Kate's confident aura, he instinctively continued, "From which one might surmise you aren't overwhelmingly supportive of this plan of action." "So there is a plan? Excellent. Somehow I got the impression we were risking $10 million and hundreds of people's lives on a game of luck," Kate asked, her tone sharp and quick, subtly laced with anger as she leaned forward to press further. "So tell me, Mr. Bond, what else can you surmise?" Chapter 768, 769, Find Her. "So there is a plan? Excellent. Somehow I got the impression we were risking $10 million and hundreds of people's lives on a game of luck," Cate Blanchett asked sharply, her voice quick and laced with a hint of anger. Leaning forward, she pressed, "So tell me, Mr. Bond, what else can you surmise?" "About you, Miss Lind," Eric Williams replied, scrutinizing Kate. "Well, your beauty is a problem. You worry that you won't be taken seriously, which one can say of any attractive woman with half a brain. Tuesday, but this one overcompensates by wearing slightly masculine clothing and being more aggressive than her female colleagues, which gives her a somewhat prickly demeanor and, ironically, makes her less likely to be accepted and promoted by her male superiors, who mistake her insecurity for arrogance. I would normally have said only child, but by the way you ignored the quip about your name and your parents, I would go with orphan." Kate leaned back in her chair, still exuding that proud demeanor. However, There were moments during her eye contact with Eric where her guard faltered, exposing the embarrassment of Vesper Lind being unmasked. After a brief silence, she shot back. "All right, Mr. Bond. Well, by the cut of your suit you went to Oxford or wherever and actually think human beings dress like that. But you wear it with such disdain. That my guess is you didn't come from money and all your school chums rub that in your face every day, which means you were at that school by the grace of someone else's charity, hence the chip on your shoulder. And since your first thought about me ran to orphan, that what I'd say you are." Sees a slight reaction. "Oh, you are. And it makes sense since MI6 looks for maladjusted young men who'd give little thought to sacrificing others and others to protect Queen and country. You know, former SAS types with easy smiles and expensive watches. Rolex, Omega, beautiful. Now having just met you I wouldn't g as far as calling you a cold-hearted BSDRD. Of course not. But it wouldn't be a stretch to imagine that you think of women as disposable pleasures rather than meaningful pursuits. So as charming as you are, I will be keeping my eye on our government's money and off your perfectly formed arse. You noticed. Even accountants have imaginations. How was your lamb?" Skewered. One sympathizes. Kate rose to her feet and gathered her bag. "Good evening, Mr. Bond." "Good evening, Miss Lind." "Okay, very good," Eric said, waving over a waiter, then looking back at Kate. "I dare say, Miss Blanchett, if you star in a pure green screen effects movie in the future, you'll do remarkably well." Eric dressed casually today, in a t-shirt and khaki pants, and had merely recited lines from memory. Yet, Kate managed to play her role flawlessly, treating him like a dapperly dressed James Bond, showcasing her undeniable acting skills. Cate Blanchett composed herself. The essence of Vesper Lind faded, revealing a charmingly shy side. She smiled and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Williams. So, does this mean I got the role?" "Of course." Eric nodded, picking up the menu casually to order lunch, gesturing for Kate to do the same. Suppressing her excitement, Kate flipped through the menu a few times, calming herself until she finally felt like she understood it well enough to order lunch, which she passed to the waiter. Upon lifting her gaze, she caught the man across from her, smiling while observing her. Biting her lip, she couldn't help but ask a question that had puzzled her these past few days. "Mr. Williams, I've been really curious. Why me? I mean, I don't think I'm anything special, and I'm not as beautiful as other Bond girls. I can't even wrap my head around how you found me." The casting for this 007 installment began last year when the project was initiated. The actress I wanted to play Vesper Lind was someone with a classic elegance, someone who appeared proud but was deeply insecure inside, while also possessing outstanding acting skills. Eric explained half seriously as he looked at Kate. "Most candidates before you didn't meet the mark. Coincidentally, I saw you in a miniseries on TV called Heartland, and I thought, maybe we could give you a shot." Heartland was a miniseries Kate had just filmed last year, and she vividly remembered her lead role. Some aspects aligned with Eric's description, but she still found it hard to believe. "That's it." Eric chuckled. "If you want to dig deeper, I know more. For instance, you were quite the tomboy growing up, enjoyed wearing boys' clothes, and even had a shaved head at one point. After graduating high school, you studied drama for a bit at the Madam W. School, then enrolled in the University of Melbourne to study economics, dropped out after a year, and began traveling the world. Upon returning to Australia, you attended the National Institute of Dramatic Art and subsequently began acting, winning the Sydney Theatre Critics Circle Best Newcomer Award for your role in Kafka Dances. While performing in theater, you also started to land TV and film roles. However, I also know your first screen debut was in Egypt, during your world travels, where you acted as a spectator in a boxing match for a local television movie to earn fair money. Kate started off with astonishment, which grew into disbelief as she listened, progressively becoming more speechless. "So, Miss Blanchett, if you think my decision to find you and offer you the role of Vesper Lind seems impulsive and sudden, you are utterly mistaken. I know you much better than you imagine. The films and TV shows you starred in are still in my office. So, do you have any more questions?" And no, not really. However, her mind raced, and a slight blush crept up Kate's cheeks as she recalled some whispers about this man. She glanced at Eric, wanting to say something but unsure whether to broach the subject. Eric's smile lingered as he teased. "Are you about to say you're a lesbian? and that I shouldn't get any ideas? That touchy subject being exposed caused a flicker of panic on Kate's face. You know about that? I deduced from your profile. They aren't so bored as to investigate your sexual orientation, and rest assured, I wouldn't reveal that. Also, you're not really my type. My only concern is whether your performance will satisfy me, Eric said, leaning forward. However, Kate, I can assure you, you're definitely not a lesbian. You're at most bisexual. Mr. Williams, let's not discuss this further. Eric noticed the waiter, approaching with their lunch, sitting up straight as he let the staff set their meal before him while smiling. Okay, back to business. The film is set to begin shooting around June. However, I hope you can arrive in Hollywood early to familiarize yourself with the environment and participate in some initial promotions for the movie. Is that a problem? Though Kate wasn't overly dominant in nature, she always preferred to be independent. Now, being in an environment where someone else held all the control made her uncomfortable. Still, she wasn't one to seek the spotlight either, well aware of how rare this opportunity was. After all, she was still just an ordinary actress without the privileges afforded to the Hollywood stars. After a slight hesitation, she nodded. No problem. The series I'm currently filming will finish up by the 10th of next month, so I can head over to Hollywood then. Eric nodded. Then it's settled. Kate replied affirmatively, turning to glance at her manager, Ron Lather, sitting nearby. Gathering her courage, she turned back to Eric. Mr. Williams, my manager is over there. Would you like to talk with him? No need. Eric shook his head. The details regarding payment and such will be handled by someone else. And when you get to Hollywood, if you're looking for a more professional agency, feel free to go to ICM and tell them it's on my recommendation. They'll set you up. Kate softly chimed in. I think Ron is just fine. I'm merely suggesting you can definitely maintain your preferences. Eric smiled while lifting a glass of wine poured by the waiter. So, here's to a pleasant collaboration, Kate. Pleasant collaboration, indeed, Eric. Upon hearing Eric use her first name, Kate cautiously adapted her address as she brought the wine glass to her lips. After lunch, Kate Blanchett took her leave with her manager, while Eric didn't rush off. He ordered a cup of coffee, finished reading an article in the paper he had selected about the Golden Globes, and summoned his assistant, Peter Rich, who was standing nearby. He handed the magazine with a cover featuring a girl named Miranda Kerr to him, saying, "Find her." Peter glanced at the cover of the magazine with the doll-faced girl, nodded. As a top graduate from Stanford, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to ask Eric how to find her. That would be seen as an inept performance. There was no one in Eric's assistant's office who would portray themselves incompetently. After hesitating, Peter still asked, Mr. Williams, what next? There had to be a reason behind it. Well, I plan to add a shot of a tennis girl crossing paths with Bond in the film. Peter couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. While Eric stated it seriously, he still thought the reasoning sounded somewhat absurd. Boss, isn't this a rather blatant way to meet women? Though he harbored some private thoughts, Peter showed no sign of it and respectfully noted down the task. That afternoon, Eric's private jet took off from Sydney and landed 3 hours later in Cairns, located in northeast Queensland, Australia. However, the set for the Thin Red Line film was still over 80 kilometers away. A few crew members from the Thin Red Line production team had come to greet him. 2 SUVs carried them from Cairns northward. The advantages of a sparsely populated area were that cars could speed along the open roads, and in less than an hour and a half, they arrived at the destination. The SUVs stopped at a coastal village outside the Daintree Rainforest National Park, where the crew resided, according to the crew members. The main filming locations were in the hilly areas along the Daintree River. In January, it was the height of summer in Australia, and the days were long. Though they had departed Sydney at 2 in the afternoon, it was now nearing 7 in the evening, and the horizon was already tinged with fiery clouds, without any sign of the darkness closing in. Upon getting out of the car, Eric surveyed the surroundings. Due to the lack of population, the town didn't even have decent lodgings. The hundreds of crew members could only stay in makeshift cabins. The surrounding houses appeared sparse, as if to highlight their abundance of space. There was even considerable distance between each home. Nick Cavell, the assistant producer, stood beside him and asked, Mr. Williams, the crew should wrap up around 7:30. Would you like to wait here, or go take a look? Hearing the staff's inquiry, Eric looked towards the distant hills. Let's go take a look. All right, follow me. Nick nodded and led Eric towards a nearby low hill covered with green grass, explaining along the way, the primary set is on the other side of this hill. After a few minutes of climbing, they reached the top of the hill. Eric gazed out and saw a magnificent river shimmering with golden light in the sunset. The riverside was dotted with gentle slopes and dense thickets. Farther in the distance lay impenetrable primeval forests. Below the hill was the filming location for the Thin Red Line. It appeared that they were rehearsing for a crowd scene today, hundreds of actors scattered about, creating a somewhat disorganized appearance, with faint gunfire echoing in the air. Despite the hundreds of people on the scene, Eric could easily spot Catherine. The woman typically donned a white long-sleeve t-shirt and dark jeans, swinging two bulging tool bags at her waist and sporting a black baseball cap. Her tall stature, over 6 feet, made her stand out even among a group primarily composed of men. Before they could make their way down the hillside, they caught the attention of the crew, and Catherine welcomed them as they approached. Eric greeted Catherine and other key figures like Terrence Malick, then said, "I'm just here to take a look. You all can carry on. Today's about wrapped up. We're rehearsing an explosion scene, but actual shooting can wait until tomorrow," Catherine explained softly while holding a thin script. Though Catherine was strong-willed, her soothing vocal tone was pleasant to hear. Eric thought to himself that he hadn't seen Catherine in an argument yet. "Oh, is there anything you need my help with?" Eric asked as he stood next to Catherine, glancing at the script in her hand. "Perfect timing. Since you're here, could you check if this shot works?" Catherine gestured around to several set pieces, as producer and screenwriter Terrence Malick, along with Sean Penn, Adrian Brody, and John Cusack, gathered around. After over 10 minutes of discussion, they roughly finalized the filming scheme. Catherine declared the wrap, and most of the extras began to group up, crossing the hill back to town. Those crew members who remained simply covered most of the equipment with tarps to protect them from potential rain and carried the more expensive video equipment back to their base. Eric looked curiously as people carelessly left large amounts of equipment in the wilderness, and then it dawned on him. The town where the crew was stationed barely housed a few hundred residents, not even a number comparable to that of the crew. In the expanse of hundreds of square kilometers, scarcely anyone lived around, except for the tropical forest wildlife. It was unlikely anyone would be interested in the crew's filming props. Chapter 769-770, Thud. As the crew tidied up the set, the last batch of people began to head back to their accommodations. Eric and Catherine lingered at the back of the crowd. The others instinctively gave them space for a private chat. Even Catherine's assistant discreetly stepped away. Noticing this, Catherine's face flushed slightly, but she still made an effort to discuss the film's progress with Eric. "I plan to finish all the group scenes with Terrence in the next month. Then we can take our time to polish the remaining shots. Based on our schedule, we'll be filming here until May. We've also been invited to the Venice Film Festival. The film will premiere there in September," she noted. Eric replied, "The Venice Film Festival focuses more on art films. Given the material of this movie, it probably fits better with the Berlin Film Festival's political atmosphere, don't you think?" "True," Catherine nodded. "But the Berlin Film Festival happens every February. There's no way we'll make it this year. If you're willing to push the film's release back a year, we could submit it for next year's Berlin Film Festival." "Well, that won't be necessary," Eric said with a smile and a shake of his head. "Our main goal is still the Oscars. Although we're exploring a completely different war theme, compared to last year's film, it is unlikely to show Hank's breakthrough. The Oscar chances don't look great, so brace yourself." Catherine teased Eric lightly but broke into laughter. "I almost forgot, you don't really care about the Oscars." "You've got that wrong. I care about the Oscars," he corrected her. Catherine shot him a sidelong glance. "What you care about is the economic benefits the Oscars bring." "Okay, I admit it," Eric said, raising his hands in mock surrender. "So, do you think I seem quite vulgar now, and want to distance yourself from me?" Catherine chuckled softly and asked, "I heard you almost got kidnapped in Mexico." "It wasn't that serious. They didn't even fire a shot. The media just exaggerated things for a story," he reassured her. Catherine nodded, seeming to want to ask something else, but hesitating to speak. Eric could guess what was on her mind. She likely wanted to bring up Titanic. Sensing her instinctive reluctance to mention Cameron in front of him, Eric smiled and said, Titanic might also be pushed to a year-end release now, so the situation might be just like the year before. The year before, Catherine's Saving Private Ryan faced off against Cameron's True Lies during the summer release, and due to Titanic's significant delays, that scenario was bound to repeat at the end of the year. However, relative to the commercial-heavy Saving Private Ryan, although The Thin Red Line was a war film, it emphasized artistic presentation and risked being a bit dull. It probably wouldn't perform too well at the box office this year. Of course, if they managed to rekindle the rivalry between Catherine and Cameron's new films, with enough buzz, The Thin Red Line's box office would surely surpass the original just by generating enough conversation. Leave the filming to me. I'll let you handle the rest, Catherine said calmly, showing no disdain for the current situation. Artists pursue cinematic art, but they couldn't let film companies go under. As a female director in Hollywood who hadn't always had it easy, Catherine understood this very well. Upon returning to the crew's accommodations, night had fallen. After a simple dinner, Catherine and the others headed to a small post-production studio in the lodge to review the day's footage. Eric helped tidy up, also checking on the progress the crew had made recently. Since he wasn't particularly skilled in artistic films, he didn't want to overstep. He patiently listened to Catherine and Terrence Malick's explanations, occasionally chiming in with his own observations, not particularly concerned about whether they'd be accepted. They worked until nearly 10 o'clock. Upon leaving the studio, a gentle breeze drifted outside, where several crew members had gathered to drink, chat, and play cards. The aroma of barbecued meat wafted through the air. Terrence Malick nodded to Eric and headed toward the crowd with two production assistants who had also emerged from the post-production studio. Catherine waved at them and turned to Eric, asking, "Are you going over?" "What about you?" he retorted. Catherine shook her head. "I want to go back and rest." "Oh, then I'll rest too. I'm exhausted from traveling all day," he replied. Catherine nodded, walking alongside Eric towards the temporary accommodations. Arriving outside the wooden cabin where Catherine was staying, she glanced at the man who showed no signs of leaving, her expression a mix of annoyance and a hint of shyness. "Aren't you going back?" "Oh, I heard there are a lot of snakes in Australia. Should I help you check for them?" he joked. Catherine shook her head. "I'm not afraid of snakes." Eric feigned disappointment. "How can that be? A woman shouldn't be unafraid of snakes." Catherine raised an eyebrow. "Why should a woman fear snakes?" "What I mean is," Eric shrugged, "even if you genuinely aren't afraid of snakes, you should at least act scared in front of a man. It's just a normal social cue." "You really have a lot of twisted logic," Catherine remarked, rolling her eyes at him. She pulled out her keys, opened the door, and walked in without another word. Eric chuckled. Since she hadn't outright rejected him, he followed her inside. The small room of about 10 square meters was simply furnished with a folding bed, a set of tables and chairs, and two large suitcases tucked in a corner. Seeing Eric enter uninvited, Catherine just gave him a mild eye roll, retrieving a bottle of water from a small box by the wall and handing it to him. "This is all I have. Want it?" "Thanks," Eric said as he accepted it, taking a seat to casually browse the director's script laying on the table. Catherine ignored him, freeing her ponytail as she arranged her brown hair and idly scrutinized her reflection in the wall mirror. Though she had been diligent about sun protection, her skin had still tanned a little over time. Feeling the sudden surge of a strange thought, she shifted her gaze, took a few steps back, and sat down on the edge of the bed to untie the laces of her hiking boots. Because the environmental protections were so effective, Australia did have a bit of a snake problem. To avoid a potential bite from accidentally stepping on one, she still wore high leather hiking boots, which were difficult to remove. As she untied her laces, memories of the little man stubbornly lingering in her room flooded her mind. She kicked her leg at the nearby chair. "Hey, could you help me take these off?" Eric turned to her, chuckling as he stood up. "Happy to oblige, madam." As Eric knelt down before her, Catherine suddenly felt a twinge of regret, but he was already grabbing her calf, pulling at the boot with real effort. Once her boots were off and placed aside, she gazed longingly at the slippers by the door without knowing what to say. To her surprise, she heard Eric wrinkle his nose and say, "What's that smell?" "It's pretty awful." Not a single woman would appreciate a man commenting on her odor, and Catherine instinctively kicked Eric. Then she halted, explaining, "I sprayed snake repellent on the boots." "What? Are you already grossed out?" The last comment came with a hint of mournfulness, and Eric smiled slightly, grasping her leg where she had kicked him. "How about I give you a leg massage? After a long day, your legs must be sore, right?" "No, no thanks." Catherine quickly shook her head. But as Eric's strong hand found its way to her calf, a wave of unexpected excitement coursed through her, causing her to lose all resistance. Or maybe she hadn't been too resistant to begin with. If one ignored the age difference, this man in front of her seemed like a perfect lover. Gentle, caring, incredibly talented, and with vast wealth that others could only dream of. He lacked the arrogance typical of other wealthy types, and even showed an endearing bit of mischief that was hard to find annoying. Lost in her thoughts, Catherine snapped back to reality only to find herself lying on the bed. "Eric, you." She weakly pushed at him, feeling his kiss suddenly land on her sensitive neck, sending shivers racing down her spine. At that moment, she thought, maybe she should just let it happen. The thought crossed her mind, and she shifted from resistance to wrapping her arms around his waist. Encouraged by this silent approval, Eric grew bolder, slipping his hand beneath the hem of her thin t-shirt. Catherine gradually began to respond in kind. The flimsy steel folding bed creaked under their movements, which perhaps validated the saying about mischief often leading to sorrow. Or maybe they were just moving around too much. In the blink of an eye, a sudden cracking sound reverberated from somewhere, followed by the metallic snap of a brake. Eric and Catherine both felt the small bed jerk backward at the same moment. Thud. Catherine, who had been squinting her eyes shut, abruptly opened them wide, locking gazes with Eric's innocent expression. Knowing that their plans for the night were likely dashed, Eric tried to lighten the mood. "So, I guess providing poor furniture for directors is grounds for termination, right?" A burst of suppressed laughter escaped the next room before falling silent. Catherine, hearing her assistant's muffled giggle, covered her face with her hands, refusing to make another sound. The awkwardness hung in the air for a moment. Eric carefully got up, adjusting Catherine's shirt that had been lifted, and softly said, "I'll go get someone to bring a new bed." "No." Catherine, still hiding her face, quickly responded, but her hands remained firmly in place. "Then you get up, and I'll help you clean up. Maybe it could still be usable." "No." "Then." Eric thought for a moment, softly tapping the wall twice and calling out to the other side. "Hey, you didn't hear anything, did you?" No answer. Eric knocked 2 more times and repeated himself. Still no answer. He shrugged and turned back to the proclaiming ostrich-like Catherine. "See? There's no one next door. It was just your imagination. Come on, get up, and I'll help you clean up." Catherine finally loosened one hand, groping for a pillow and tossing it at Eric. "Shut up, I can handle it myself." He caught the pillow and placed it aside before leaning over to kiss the exposed part of her face, saying softly, "All right then, I'll leave you to it. Good night. Get lost." Eric chuckled and added quietly, "So, when we get back to LA, how about dinner?" Catherine didn't feel like answering that right now, but after waiting for a while, without seeing the little man budge, she finally nodded shyly. Eric had initially planned to stay a few more days on set, but after the embarrassing moment last night, even though Catherine's assistant was the only witness, she behaved very awkwardly around him the next day, leading to several small mishaps during filming. Concerned that his prolonged presence would affect Catherine's work or even raise suspicions among others, Eric decided to leave Dantry. On the 3rd day, he returned to Cairns and boarded a flight back to Los Angeles. As Eric departed Australia, a family of 4 in southern Queensland's Brisbane welcomed an unexpected visitor. Peter Rich, one of the assistants who had traveled with Eric to Australia, didn't return to Los Angeles with him. Following Eric's instructions, he remained in Sydney that day, using connections through Firefly Group's Australian branch to contact the editor of Dolly magazine. After obtaining Miranda Kerr's detailed contact information, he promptly made his way to her home in Brisbane. It happened to be a Saturday, and in the affluent suburban area of northern Brisbane, the family welcomed this polite young man into their living room. Miranda Kerr's father, John, sat on the couch, repeatedly examining the beautifully printed business card in his hands, which bore the almost surreal title of assistant to the chairman of Firefly Group. While his daughter's appearance on the magazine cover had given their family a bit of local fame, John had never imagined that his daughter would catch the attention of a large multinational media company. After taking a sip of coffee handed to him by John's wife, Therese, Peter Rich politely surveyed the young girl quietly sitting in the single armchair on his left. Although she was only 13, she already had an elegant appearance, though her skin was a bit darker, making her look less enchanting than in her photographs. "So, Mr. Rich," John finally asked, "what brings you here?" "Well," Peter Rich began, "Mr. Williams came across Miss Kerr's photo in Dolly magazine. He thought she would be perfect for a role in the upcoming 007 film, Casino Royale, and sent me to gauge her interest in participating." Chapter 771, The Clever Girl. John and his wife were just ordinary working-class folks, busy with their jobs and rarely paying attention to entertainment news. However, they were well aware of what Eric Williams' new movie represented. Glancing at his eager-looking daughter, John asked, "Mr. Ritchie, can we ask what role it is?" "It's a role of a tennis girl, not a lot of screen time," Peter Ritchie straightforwardly explained while looking at Miranda Kerr. He then inquired, "Miss Kerr, do you play tennis?" Miranda paused for a moment, then shook her head and said, "No, but Mr. Ritchie, I can learn. I pick things up quickly." Peter chuckled and turned his attention back to Miranda's parents. John exchanged a glance with his wife and asked, "Mr. Ritchie, are you saying it's just a minor role with little screen time, right?" "Yes," Peter nodded. "Although the role is small and has no lines, appearing in a globally influential film like 007 can greatly benefit Miss Kerr's future, provided, of course, that she intends to enter the modeling or acting industry." Eric had simply tasked him with passing this opportunity to Miranda and her family, indifferent to the outcome, and hadn't asked Peter to embellish the significance of the minor role. As an astute professional, Peter observed that this family was clearly not decisive, while their daughter, Miranda, appeared to be the clever one. She wanted to inject herself into the conversation, but had held back during his discussion with her parents. After hearing Peter's explanation, John and his wife hesitated. The Australian summer break lasted from December to February, and their daughter was about to start school. Both parents were busy with work and didn't want to derail Miranda's education or travel to Hollywood for such a minor role. After a moment of hesitation, John looked at his daughter and asked, "Miranda, what do you think?" The moment she realized her father had finally asked for her input, Miranda eagerly turned to Peter and said, "Mr. Ritchie, if I participate in this movie, will I get to meet Mr. Williams?" "Of course," Peter nodded. Miranda, feeling a burst of excitement, straightened up and bashfully asked, "Mr. Williams saw me in Dolly magazine. What does he think about me?" Peter raised an eyebrow and replied, "That's a question I can't answer. You'll have to ask the boss himself. And after participating in this movie, will I have a chance for other roles in the future?" Miranda asked. Peter replied, "As long as you perform well, you'll definitely have plenty of opportunities." Miranda blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, If I want to move to New York or Los Angeles, can Mr. Williams help me?" "That's also not something I can answer," Peter said, shaking his head. "But if you're serious about it, I can pass that message along to the boss." Miranda realized that her questions had yielded somewhat vague answers, and she recognized that Peter didn't hold much sway in this matter. After a moment of thought, she said, "Since Mr. Williams saw me in Dolly magazine, he must be in Australia now. Can I meet him?" "The boss has already returned to the United States," Peter truthfully replied. Miranda let out a small, disappointed gasp. She had already decided not to give up this chance, but was wise enough to hold off on making a hasty agreement, stating that her family needed to discuss it first. After sending Peter Ritchie on his way, Miranda's mother, Therese, who had been silent during the discussion, looked at her daughter eagerly clutching Peter's contact information and said, "Miranda, I think you're too young for this. It's best you don't." But Miranda interrupted her, raising her head. "No, Mom, I've made up my mind. I want to take this role." John seemed exasperated by his daughter's precocity and resolve. "But this is not like being in a magazine. You still have to go to school. The point of school is to find a job later. Since I can already have a great job now, why should I wait?" Miranda quickly countered. John felt silenced by his daughter's rebuttal and turned to his wife for support. Therese was more attentive and said, "Acting isn't easy. You haven't even taken an acting class. Playing small roles is one thing, but becoming a professional actress is another." "Hey, Mom." Miranda waved the card with the email and long-distance phone number. "Do you know who Eric Williams is? He's the owner of the largest media conglomerate in the world. As long as he helps me, I can land any role." John frowned at his daughter's statement, adopting a purely male perspective. "And why do you think Eric Williams would want to help you?" Cuddling a cushion on the couch, Miranda spun her eyes and giggled, saying, "What else? Just like the boys in my school who can't help but stare at me. Humph, those kids are not worth my time." Every father feels uneasy when hearing that someone might be interested in his daughter, and John immediately raised an eyebrow, saying, "Then I absolutely can't let you act in this movie. You're still just a kid." "I'm not a kid." Miranda straightened her back. "And I've made my decision. Even if you oppose me, I'm going." Seeing his daughter talking back, John was even more irritated and raised his voice. "Without a guardian's consent, you're not going anywhere." Miranda shrank back and realized the predicament, quickly looking to her mother. But Therese merely scooted closer to John. "Then I'll just go to Grandma's house. She can be my guardian," Miranda suggested. "Your grandma wouldn't agree either," John replied dismissively, walking away without further discussion. Watching her father leave, a wave of grievance washed over Miranda, and she shouted, "Then I'll just go by myself. You can't keep me home." John only huffed and slammed the door behind him. Therese, looking at her daughter's tear-filled eyes, felt her heart soften. She walked over, hugged her, and soothed. "All right, sweetie, your dad is just looking out for you." Originally not intending to cry, Miranda realized that her mother might be the key to this situation and started sobbing into Therese's arms. "But Mom, I don't want to give up this opportunity." Therese gently patted her daughter's back, saying, "Don't cry. Sweetheart, you're still so young. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." "No, there won't. You heard how indifferent Peter Ritchie sounded. They don't care if I accept this opportunity. They can find countless other candidates. But for me, this might be my only shot. If I miss this, how could someone as important as Eric Williams ever notice me again?" Therese replied, "You just said yourself that Eric Williams might not have such pure intentions." "I was just joking," Miranda quickly amended. "Mom, think about it. Eric Williams directed Jurassic Park, which made $1 billion worldwide. How could such a super director be so unprofessional? He must think I'm right for this role to even extend the invitation." But Therese tried to say more, but was interrupted by her daughter's voice. "Mom, if you're worried, you could come with me. Since I'm still a minor, they will definitely ask for a parent to accompany me." Therese's tone started to soften. "Well, I think we should discuss it with your dad, and if you're really going to go, it's more appropriate for him to take you." Miranda had stopped crying and snuggled closer to her mother, saying, "No, I want Mom to go with me. I don't want to bring Dad." Therese was nearly toppled by her daughter's little head leaning against her, completely swayed by her. "Okay, but your dad is really upset right now. I'll talk to him tonight, and you shouldn't argue with him anymore." "Okay, I promise." "Miranda,